pleasant voice, young and light and clear, without accent or affectation. And she told her tale like a model witness, volunteering no extras, explicit in what she did say. The pressmen could hardly keep their eyes on their shorthand. The bench was obviously doting. God send there was something tougher at the assizes. The members of the police force were gently perspiring in sympathy. The body of the court, breathless and motionless. No actress had ever had a better reception. She was quite calm as far as anyone could see, and apparently unaware of the effect she was having. She made no effort to make a point or to use a piece of information dramatically. And Robert found himself wondering whether the understatement was deliberate and whether she realized quite clearly how effective it was. "And did you in fact mend the linen?"
"I was too stiff from the beating that night, but I mended some later."
Just as if she were saying, "I was too busy playing bridge." It gave an extraordinary air of truth to what she said. Nor was there any sign of triumph in the account of her vindication. She had said this and that about the place of her imprisonment, and this and that had proved to be so. But she showed no overt pleasure in the fact. When she was asked if she recognized the women in the dock, and if they were in fact the women who had detained and beaten her, she looked at them gravely for a moment of silence, and then said that she did, and they were. "Do you want to examine Mr. Blair?" "No, sir, I have no questions." This caused a slight stir of surprise and disappointment in the body of the court, who had looked forward to drama, but it was accepted by the initiates without remark. It was taken for granted that the case would go forward to another court. Hallam had already given his statement, and the girl was now followed by the corroborative witnesses. The man who had seen her picked up by the car proved to be a post office sorter called Piper. He worked on a postal van which the LMS ran between Loughborough and London, and he was dropped off at Mainshill Station on the return journey because it was near his home. He was walking up the long straight London road through Mainshill when he noticed that a young girl was waiting at the stop for the London coaches. He was still a long distance from her, but he noticed her because the London coach had overtaken him about half a minute previously, before he had come within sight of the bus stop. And when he saw her waiting there, he realized that she must just have missed it. While he was walking towards her, but still some distance away, a car overtook him at a good pace. He did not even glance at it because his interest was concentrated on the girl and on whether, when he came up with her, he should stop and tell her that the London bus had passed. Then he saw the car slow down alongside the girl. She bent forward to talk to whoever was in it, and then got in herself and was driven away. By this time, he was near enough to describe the car, but not to read the number. He had not thought of reading the number anyhow. He was merely glad that the girl had got a lift so quickly. He would not take an oath that the girl in question was the girl he had seen give evidence, but he was certain in his own mind. She had worn a palish coat and hat, grey, he thought, and black slippers. Slippers? Well, those shoes with no straps across the instep. Court shoes. Well, court shoes, but he called them slippers, and had every intention, his tone made it clear, of going on calling them slippers. "Do you want to examine Mr. Blair?" "No, thank you, sir." Then came Rose Glynn. Robert's first impression was of the vulgar perfection of her teeth. They reminded him of a false set made by a not very clever dentist. There surely never had been, never could be, any natural teeth as flashily perfect as those Rose Glynn had produced as substitutes for her milk teeth. The bench did not like her teeth either, it seemed, and Rose soon stopped smiling. But her tale was lethal enough. She had been in the habit of going to the franchise every Monday to clean the house. On a Monday in April, she had been there as usual and was preparing to leave in the evening when she heard screaming coming from upstairs somewhere. She thought something had happened to Mrs. or Miss Sharp and ran to the foot of the stairs to see. The screaming seemed to be far away, as if it came from the attic. She was going to go upstairs, but Mrs. Sharp came out of the drawing room and asked her what she was doing. She said someone was screaming upstairs. Mrs. Sharp said nonsense, that she was imagining things, and wasn't it time that she was going home. The screaming had stopped then, and while Mrs. Sharp was talking, Miss Sharp came downstairs. Miss Sharp went with Mrs. Sharp into the drawing-room, and Mrs. Sharp said something about ought to be more careful. She was frightened, she did not quite know why, and went away to the kitchen and took her money from where it was always left for her on the kitchen mantelpiece and ran from the house. The date was April the 15th. She remembered the date because she had decided that next time she went back, on the following Monday, she would give the Sharps her week's notice. And she had in fact done that, and had not worked for the Sharps since Monday, April the 29th. Robert was faintly cheered by the bad impression she was patently making on everyone. Her open delight in the dramatic, her Christmas supplement glossiness, her obvious malice, and her horrible clothes were unhappily contrasted with the restraint and good sense and good taste of her predecessor in the witness box. From the expressions on the faces of her audience, she was summed up as a slut, and no one would trust her with sixpence. But that did nothing to discount the evidence she had just given on oath. Robert, letting her go, wondered if there was any way of pinning that watch on her, so to speak. Being a country girl, unversed in the ways of pawnshops, it was unlikely that she had stolen that watch to sell it. She had taken it to keep for herself. That being so, was there perhaps some way of convicting her of theft and so discrediting her evidence to that extent? She was succeeded by her friend, Gladys Reese. Gladys was as small and pale and skinny as her friend was opulent. She was scared and ill at ease, and took the oath hesitatingly. Her accent was so broad that even the court found difficulty in following her, and the prosecution had several times to translate her wilder flights of English into something nearer common speech. But the gist of her evidence was clear. On the evening of Monday the 15th of April, she had gone walking with her friend Rose Glynn. No, not anywhere special, just walking after supper, up to Highwood and back. And Rose Glynn had told her that she was scared of the franchise because she had heard someone screaming in an upstairs room, although there was supposed not to be anyone there. She, Gladys, knew that it was Monday the 15th that Rose had told her that, because Rose had said that when she went next week she was going to give notice. And she had given notice and had not worked for the Sharps since Monday the 29th. "I wonder what dear Rose has got on her," Carly said as she left the witness box. "What makes you think she has anything?" "People don't come and perjure themselves for friendship, not even country morons like Gladys Reese. The poor silly little rat was frightened stiff. She would never have come voluntarily. No, that oleograph has a lever of some sort. Worth looking into if you're stuck, perhaps." "Do you happen to know the number of your watch?" he asked Marion as he was driving them back to the franchise. "The one Rose Glynn stole." "I didn't even know that watches had numbers," Marion said. "Good ones do." "Oh, mine was a good one, but I don't know anything about its number. It was very distinctive, though. It had a pale blue enamel face with gold figures." "Roman figures?" "Yes. Why do you ask? Even if I got it back, I could never bear to wear it after that girl." "It wasn't so much getting it back I thought of, as convicting her of having taken it." "That would be nice." Ben Carly calls her the oleograph, by the way. "How lovely. That is just what she is like. Is that the little man you wanted to push us off onto that first day?" "That's the one." "I am so glad that I refused to be pushed." "I hope you will still be as glad when this case is over," Robert said, suddenly sober. "We have not yet thanked you for standing surety for our bail," Mrs. Sharp said from the back of the car. "If we began to thank him for all we owe him," Marion said, "there would be no end to it." Except, he thought, that he had enlisted Kevin McDermott on their side, and that was an accident of friendship. What had he been able to do for them? They would go for trial at Norton little more than a fortnight hence, and they had no defence whatever. Chapter 18. The newspapers had a field day on Tuesday. Now that the franchise affair was a court case, it could no longer provide a crusade for either the Ac Emma or the Watchman, though the Ac Emma did not fail to remind its gratified readers that on such and such a date they had said so-and-so, a plain statement which was on the surface innocent and unexceptionable, but was simply loaded with the forbidden comment. And Robert had no doubt that on Friday the Watchman would be taking similar credit to itself, with similar discretion. But the rest of the press, who had not so far taken any interest in a case that the police had no intention of touching, woke with a glad shout to report a case that was news. Even the soberer dailies held accounts of the court appearance of the Sharps, with headings like "Extraordinary Case" and "Unusual Charge." The less inhibited had full descriptions of the principal actors in the case, including Mrs. Sharp's hat and Betty Kane's blue outfit, pictures of the franchise, the High Street in Milford, a school friend of Betty Kane, and anything else that was even approximately relevant. And Robert's heart sank. Both the Ac Emma and the Watchman, in their different ways, had used the franchise affair as a stunt, something to be used for its momentary worth and dropped tomorrow. But now it was a national interest, reported by every kind of paper from Cornwall to Caithness, and showed signs of becoming a cause célèbre. For the first time he had a feeling of desperation. Events were hounding him, and he had no refuge. The thing was beginning to pile up into a tremendous climax at Norton, and he had nothing to contribute to that climax, nothing at all. He felt as a man might feel if he saw a stacked heap of loaded crates begin to lean over towards him, and had neither retreat nor a prop to stay the avalanche. Ramsden grew more and more monosyllabic on the telephone, and less encouraging. Ramsden was sore. Baffled was a word used in boys' detective stories. It had not until now had even the remotest connection with Alec Ramsden. So Ramsden was sore, monosyllabic, and dour. The one bright spot in the days that followed the court at Milford was provided by Stanley, who tapped on his door on Thursday morning, poked his head in, and, seeing that Robert was alone, came in, pushing the door to with one hand and fishing in the pocket of his dungarees with the other. "Morning," he said. "I think you ought to take charge of these. Those women at the franchise have no sense at all. They keep pound notes in teapots and books and what-not. If you're looking for a telephone number, you're as likely as not to find a 10-shilling note marking the butcher's address." He fished out a roll of money and solemnly counted 12 £10 notes onto the desk under Robert's nose. "120, he said. "Nice, ain't it?" "But what is it?" Robert asked, bewildered. "Kaminsky." "Kaminsky? Don't tell me you didn't have anything on. After the old lady giving us the tip herself? Mean to say you forgot about it?" "Stan, I haven't even remembered lately that there was such a thing as the guineas. So you backed it? At 60s? And that's the 10th I told her she was on to for the tip." "But a 10th? You must have been plunging, Stan." £20, twice as much as my normal ceiling. Bill did a bit of good too, going to give his missus a fur coat. So Kaminsky won. Won by a length and a half on a tight rein, and was that a turn-up for the book? "Well," Robert said, stacking the notes and banding them, "if the worst comes to the worst, and they end up bankrupt, the old lady can always do a fair trade as a tipster." Stanley eyed his face for a moment in silence, apparently not happy about something in his tone. "Things are pretty bad, he said. "Fierce," said Robert, using one of Stanley's own descriptions. "Bill's missus went to the court," Stan said after a pause. "She said she wouldn't believe that girl, even if she told her there were 12 pennies in a shilling." "Oh?" Robert said, surprised. "Why?" "Much too good to be true, she said she was. She said no girl of 15 was ever as good as that." "She's 16 now." "All right, 16. She said she was 15 once, and so were all her girlfriends, and that wide-eyed wonder didn't fool her for a moment." "I'm very much afraid it will fool a jury." "Not if you had an all-woman jury," I suppose there's no way of wangling that. Not short of Herod measures. Don't you want to give this money to Mrs. Sharp yourself, by the way? Not me. You'll be going out there sometime today, and you can give it to her if you like. But see you get it back and put it in the bank, or they'll be picking it out of flower vases years hence and wondering when they put that there.
Robert smiled as he put the money away in his pocket to the sound of Stanley's departing feet. Endlessly unexpected people were. He would have taken it for granted that Stan would have revelled in counting those notes out in front of the old lady, but instead he had turned shy. That tale of money in teapots was just a tale. Robert took the money out to the franchise in the afternoon, and for the first time saw tears in Marian's eyes. He told the tale as Stanley had told it, teapots and all, and finished. So he made me his deputy. And it was then that Marian's eyes had filled.
Why did he mind about giving it to us? She said, fingering the notes. He's not usually so...
I think it may be that he considers that you need it now, and that makes it a delicate affair instead of a matter-of-fact one. When you gave him the tip, you were just the well-off Sharps who lived at the franchise, and he would have turned over the proceeds to you with éclat. But now you are two women out on bail of £200 each in your personal recognizances, and of a similar sum by one surety on behalf of you each. To say nothing of having the expenses of a council to come, and are therefore, I think, in Stan's mind, not people that one can hand over money to easily.
Well, said Mrs. Sharp, not all my tips have had a margin of a length and a half on the right side, but I don't deny that I am very glad to see the percentage. It was very kind of the boy.
Should we keep as much as 10%? Marian asked doubtfully.
That was the arrangement, Mrs. Sharp said equably. If it hadn't been for me, he would be short by the amount of a bet on barley boogie at this moment. What is a barley boogie, by the way?
I am glad you came, Marian said, ignoring her mother's quest for education, because something unexpected has happened. My watch has come back.
You mean you found it?
No, oh no, she sent it back through the post. Look. She produced a small, very dirty white cardboard box, which contained her watch with the blue enamel face and the wrapping that had been round the watch. The wrapping was a square of pinkish tissue paper with a circular stamp reading Sun Valley, Transvaal, and had evidently started life embracing an orange. On a torn piece of paper was printed, I don't want none of it. The capital I was dotted like a small letter after the fashion of illiterates. Why do you think she turned squeamish about it? Marian wondered.
I don't for a moment think she did, Robert said. I couldn't imagine that girl ever relinquishing anything that her hand had closed over.
But she did. She sent it back.
No. Someone sent it back. Someone who was frightened. Someone with a rudimentary conscience, too. If Rose Glynn had wanted to be rid of it, she would have thrown it into a pond, without a second thought. But X wants to be rid of it and to make restitution at the same time. X has both a bad conscience and a frightened soul. Now, who would have a bad conscience about you just now? Gladys Reese?
Yes, of course, you are right about Rose. I should have thought of that. She never would have sent it back. She would have put her heel on it sooner. You think perhaps she gave it to Gladys Reese?
That might explain a lot. It might explain how Rose got her to court to back up that screaming story. I mean, if she had been the receiver of stolen goods. When you come to think of it, Rose could have very little chance of wearing a watch that the Staples people must quite often have seen on your wrist. It is much more likely that she was large with it in favour of her friend. A little thing I picked up. Where does the Reese girl belong to?
I don't know where she belongs to. Somewhere the other side of the county, I think. But she has come to work for that isolated farm beyond Staples.
Long ago?
I don't know. I don't think so.
So she could wear a new watch without question. Yes, I think it was Gladys who sent back your watch. If ever there was an unwilling witness, it was Gladys on Monday. And if Gladys
is shakeable to the point of sending back your property, a faint hope begins to dawn.
But she has committed perjury, Mrs. Sharp said. Even a moron like Gladys Reese must have some glimmering of awareness that is not well seen in a British court.
She could plead that she was blackmailed into it, if someone suggested that course to her.
Mrs. Sharp eyed him. Isn't there anything in English law about tampering with a witness? She asked.
Plenty, but I don't propose to do any tampering.
What do you propose to do?
I must think it over. It is a delicate situation.
Mr. Blair, the intricacies of the law have always been beyond me, and are always likely to be, but you won't get yourself put away for contempt of court or something like that, will you? I can't imagine what the present situation would be like without your support.
Robert said that he had no intention of getting himself put away for anything, that he was a blameless solicitor of unblemished reputation and high moral principles, and that she need have no fear either for herself or for him. If we could knock the prop of Gladys Reese from under Rose's story, it would undermine their whole case, he said. It's their most valuable piece of evidence, that Rose had mentioned the screaming before there was any suggestion of a charge against you. I suppose you couldn't see Grant's face when Rose was giving evidence. A fastidious mind must be a great handicap in the CID. It must be sad to have your whole case depend on someone you would hate to touch with a barge pole. Now I must be getting back. May I take the little cardboard box and the scrap of paper with the printing?
It was clever of you to have seen that Rose would not have sent it back, Marian said, putting the scrap of paper into the box and giving it to him. You should have been a detective.
Either that or a fortune teller. Everything deduced from the egg stain on the waistcoat. Au revoir.
Robert drove back to Milford with his mind full of this new possibility. It was no solution to their predicament, but it might be a lifeline. In the office he found Mr. Ramsden waiting for him, long, grey, lean and dour.
I came to see you, Mr. Blair, because it wasn't a thing that could be said over the telephone very well. Well? Mr. Blair, we're wasting your money. Do you happen to know what the white population of the world is? No, I don't. Neither do I, but what you're asking me to do is to pick this girl out of the white population of the world. 5,000 men working for a year mightn't do it. One man might do it tomorrow. It's a matter of pure chance. But it always has been that. No, in the first days, the chances were fair. We covered the obvious places. The ports, the airports, the travel places, the best-known honeymoon places. And I didn't waste your time or money in any travelling. I have contacts in all the big towns and in a lot of the smaller ones, and I just send them a request saying, find out if such and such a person stayed at one of your hotels. And the answer is back in a few hours. Answers from all over Britain. Well, that done, we are left with a small proposition called the rest of the world. And I don't like wasting your money, Mr. Blair, because that is what it will amount to. Do I understand that you are giving up? I don't put it like that exactly. You think I should give you notice because you have failed? Mr. Ramsden stiffened noticeably at the word failed. It's throwing good money away on a long chance. It isn't a business proposition, Mr. Blair. It isn't even a good gamble. Well, I have something for your consideration that is definite enough to please you, I think. He fished the little cardboard box out of his pocket. One of the witnesses on Monday was a girl called Gladys Reese. Her role was to supply evidence that her friend, Rose Glynn, had talked to her about screams at the franchise long before the police were interested in the place. Well, she supplied the evidence, all right, but not con amore, as you might say. She was nervous, unwilling, and was obviously hating it, in contrast to her friend Rose, who was having the time of her life. One of my local colleagues suggested that Rose had got her there by pressure, but that didn't seem very likely at the time. This morning, however, the watch that Rose stole from Miss Sharp came back by post, in this box, with the printed message enclosed. Now Rose would never have bothered to return the watch. She has no conscience at all, nor would she have written the note, having no desire to repudiate anything. The conclusion is inescapable, that it was Gladys who received the watch. Rose could not have worn it without detection anyhow, and that was how Rose got her to back up her lies. He paused to let Ramsden comment. Mr. Ramsden nodded, but it was an interested nod. Now, we can't approach Gladys with any kind of argument without being accused of intimidating witnesses. I mean, getting her to go back on her story before the assizes is not possible. All we can do is to concentrate on breaking her down at the assizes. Kevin McDermott could probably do it by force of personality and persistent questions, but I doubt it, and anyway the court might stop him before he had achieved anything. They are apt to look sideways on him when he begins to ride a witness. They are? What I want to do is to be able to put this printed scrap into court as evidence, to be able to say that it is Gladys Reese's writing. With the evidence that it was she who had the stolen watch, we make the suggestion that Rose used pressure on her to testify to what is not true. McDermott assures her that if she was blackmailed into giving false evidence, she will probably not be punished for it, and she breaks down and confesses. So you want another specimen of Gladys Reese's printing? Yes, and coming along just now, I was thinking about it. I have the impression that her present job is her first one, so it can't be very long since she left school. Perhaps her school could furnish one. Or anyhow, provide a starting-off place. It would be enormously to our advantage if we could come by a specimen without provocateur methods. Do you think you could do something about it? I'll get you a specimen, yes, Ramsden said, as who should say, give me any reasonable commission and it will be executed. Did the Reese girl go to school here? No, I understand she comes from the other side of the county. All right, I'll find out. Where is she working now? At an isolated place called Bratt's Farm, over the fields from Staples, the place behind the franchise. And about the search for the Kane girl. Isn't there anything you could still do in Loughborough itself? I can't teach you anything about your business, I know that, but she was in Loughborough. Yes, and where she was, we traced her. In public places. But X may live in Loughborough for all we know. She may just have gone to ground there. After all, a month, or practically a month, is an odd time for that sort of disappearance, Mr. Blair. That sort of thing usually ranges from a weekend to 10 days, but not longer. She may just have gone home with him. Do you think that is what happened? No, Ramsden said slowly. If you want my honest opinion, Mr. Blair, it is that we have missed her at one of the exits. Exits? That she went out of the country, but looking so different that the butter wouldn't melt photograph didn't convey her at all. Why different? Well, I don't suppose she was provided with a phony passport, so she would presumably travel as his wife. Yes, of course, I took that for granted. And she couldn't do that, looking as she does. But with her hair swept up and some makeup on, she would look quite different. You have no idea the difference sweeping up hairdressing makes to a woman. The first time I saw my wife with one, I didn't recognise her. It made her so different, if you want to know, that I felt quite shy with her, and we'd been married 20 years. So that's what you think happened? I expect you're right, Robert said sadly. That's why I don't want to waste any more of your money, Mr. Blair. Looking for the girl in the photograph is not much use, because the girl we're looking for didn't look a bit like that. When she did look like that, people recognised her at first glance. At the cinemas and whatnot. We traced her easily enough during her time on our own in Loughborough, but from then on it's a complete blank. Her photograph doesn't convey her to anyone who saw her after she left Loughborough. Robert sat doodling on Miss Tuff's nice fresh blotting paper. A herringbone pattern, very neat and decorative. You see what this means, don't you? We are sunk. But you have this, Ramsden protested, indicating the printed scrap of paper that had come with the watch. That merely destroys the police case. It doesn't disprove Betty Kane's story. If the Sharps are ever to be rid of this thing, the girl's story has to be shown to be nonsense. Our only chance of doing that is to find out where she was during those weeks. Yes, I see. I suppose you have checked on private owners. Planes? Oh yes. The same thing goes there. We have no photograph of the man, so he might be any one of the hundreds of private owners who went abroad with female companions in the specified time. Yes, pretty well sunk. Not much wonder Ben Carley was amused. You're tired, Mr. Blair. You've been having a worrying time. Yes, it isn't very often a country solicitor has something like this dumped on his shoulders, Robert said wryly. Ramsden regarded him with what amounted on the Ramsden visage to a smile. For a country solicitor, he said, it seems to me you're not doing badly, Mr. Blair. Not badly at all. Thanks, Robert said, really smiling. Coming from Alec Ramsden, that was practically an OM. I shouldn't let it get you down. You've got an insurance against the very worst happening, or will, when I get that printed evidence. Robert flung down the pen he had been doodling with. I'm not interested in insurance, he said with sudden heat. I'm interested in justice. I have only one ambition in life at this moment, and that is to have Betty Kane's story disproved in open court, to have the full account of what she did during those weeks made public in her presence and duly backed up by irreproachable witnesses. What are our chances of that, do you think? And what, tell me, what have we left untried that could possibly help us? I don't know, Mr. Ramsden said seriously. Prayer, perhaps. Chapter 19. This, oddly enough, was also Aunt Lynn's reaction. Aunt Lynn had become gradually reconciled to Robert's connection with the franchise affair as it moved from the provincial unsavoury to the national celebrated. It was, after all, no disgrace to be connected with a case that was reported in the Times. Aunt Lynn did not, of course, read the Times, but her friends did. The vicar and old Colonel Whittaker, and the girl at Boots, and old Mrs. Warren from Weymouth, Swanage, and it was vaguely gratifying to think that Robert should be solicitor for the defence in a famous trial, even if the defence was against a charge of beating a helpless girl. And of course, it had never even remotely shadowed her mind that Robert would not win the case. She had taken that quite placidly for granted. In the first place, Robert himself was so clever, and in the second, Blair, Hayward and Bennett could not conceivably be connected with a failure. She had even regretted in her own mind, in passing, that his triumph would take place over at Norton and not in Milford, where everyone might be there to see. So that the first hint of a doubt came as a surprise to her. Not a shock, since she still could not visualize the prospect of failure, but definitely as a new thought. But Robert, she said, sweeping her foot round under the table in an effort to locate her footstool, you don't suppose for a moment that you are going to lose the case, do you? On the contrary, Robert said, I don't suppose for a moment that we shall win it. Robert! In trial by jury, it is customary to have a case to put to the jury. So far, we have no case, and I don't think that the jury is going to like that at all. You sound quite pettish, dear. I think you are allowing the thing to get on your nerves. Why don't you take tomorrow afternoon off and arrange a golf for? You have hardly golfed at all lately, and it can't be good for your liver. Not golfing, I mean. I can't believe, Robert said wonderingly, that I was ever interested in the fate of a piece of gutta-percha on a golf course. That must have been in some other life. That is what I say, dear. You are losing your sense of proportion, allowing this affair to worry you quite unnecessarily. After all, you have Kevin. That I take leave to doubt. What do you mean, dear? I can't imagine Kevin taking time off and travelling down to Norton to defend a case that he is foreordained to lose. He has his quixotic moments, but they don't entirely obliterate his common sense. But Kevin promised to come. When he made that promise, there was still time for a defence to materialise. Now we can almost count the days to the assizes, and still we have no evidence, and no prospect of any." Miss Bennet eyed him over her soup spoon.
"I don't think, you know, dear," she said, "that you have enough faith."
Robert refrained from saying that he had none at all, not, anyhow, where divine intervention in the franchise affair was concerned.
"Have faith, my dear," she said happily, "and it will all come right. You'll see."
The charged silence that succeeded this evidently worried her a little, for she added,
"If I had known you were doubtful or unhappy about the case, dear, I should have said extra prayers about it long ago. I am afraid I took it for granted that you and Kevin would manage it between you."
It being British justice.
"But now that I know you are worrying about it, I shall most certainly put up some special petitions."
The matter-of-fact application for relief tone with which this was uttered restored Robert's good humour. "Thank you, darling," he said in his normal good-natured voice. She laid the spoon down on her empty plate and sat back, and a small teasing smile appeared on her round pink face.
"I know that tone," she said. "It means that you're humouring me. But there's no need to, you know. It's I who am right about this, and you are wrong. It says quite distinctly that faith will move mountains. The difficulty always is that it takes a quite colossal faith to move a mountain, and it is practically impossible to assemble so large a faith, so mountains are practically never moved. But in lesser cases, like the present one, it is possible to have enough faith for the occasion. So instead of being deliberately hopeless, dear, do try to have some confidence in the event. Meanwhile, I shall go along to St. Matthew's this evening and spend a little time praying that you will be given a piece of evidence tomorrow morning. That will make you feel happier."
When Alec Ramsden walked into his room next morning with the piece of evidence, Robert's first thought was that nothing could prevent Aunt Lynn taking credit for it. Nor was there any hope of his not mentioning it, since the first thing she would ask him at luncheon, in bright, confident tones, would be, "Well, dear, did you get the evidence I prayed for?" Ramsden was both pleased with himself and amused. So much could be translated, at any rate, from the Ramsden idiom into common knowledge. "I had better confess frankly, Mr. Blair, that when you sent me to that school, I had no great hopes. I went because it seemed to be as good a starting place as any, and I might find out from the staff some good way of getting acquainted with Reese, or rather, letting one of my boys get acquainted. I had even worked out how I could get printed letters from her without any fuss, once one of my boys got off with her. But you're a wonder, Mr. Blair. You had the right idea after all." "You mean you've got what we wanted?" "I saw her form mistress and was quite frank about what we wanted and why. Well, as frank as need be. I said Gladys was suspected of perjury, a penal servitude affair, but that we thought she'd been blackmailed into giving her evidence, and to prove it was blackmail, we needed a sample of any printed letters she ever wrote. Well, when you sent me there, I took it for granted that she would not have printed a single letter since she left the kindergarten. But the form mistress, a Miss Baggerly, said to give her a minute to think. Of course, she said, she was very good at drawing, and if I have nothing, perhaps the visiting art mistress might have something. We like to keep good work when our pupils produce it. As a comfort for all the duds they have to put up with, I suppose, poor things. Well, I didn't have to see the art mistress, because Miss Baggerly hunted through some things and produced this." He laid a sheet of paper down on the desk in front of Robert. It appeared to be a freehand map of Canada, showing the principal divisions, towns, and rivers. It was inaccurate, but very neat. Across the bottom was printed, Dominion of Canada, and in the right-hand corner was the signature, Gladys Reese. It seems that every summer, at breaking up time, they have an exhibition of work, and they normally keep the exhibits until the next exhibition the following year. I suppose it would seem too callous just to toss them out the day after. Or perhaps they keep them to show to visiting bigwigs and inspectors. Anyhow, there were drawers full of the stuff. This, he indicated the map, was a product of a competition. Draw a map of any country from memory in 20 minutes, and the 3 prize winners had their answers exhibited. This was a third equal. I can hardly believe it, Robert said, feasting his eyes on Gladys Reese's handiwork. Miss Bagley was right about her being good with her hands. Funny when she stayed so illiterate. You can see where they corrected her dotted capital I's. You could indeed. Robert was gloating over the place. She has no mind, the girl, but a good eye, he said, considering Gladys's idea of Canada. She remembered the shape of things, but not the names, and the spelling is entirely her own. I suppose the third equal was for the neat work. Neat work for us, anyhow, Ramsden said, laying down the scrap of paper that had come with the watch. Let us be thankful she didn't choose Alaska. Yes, Robert said. A miracle. Aunt Lynn's miracle, his mind said. Who is the best man at this sort of thing? Ramsden told him. I'll take it up to town with me now, tonight, and have the report before morning, and I'll take it round to Mr. McDermott at breakfast time, if that's all right with you. Right, said Robert. It's perfect. I think it might be a good idea to fingerprint them too, and the little cardboard box. There are judges who don't like handwriting experts, but the two together would convince even a judge. Well, Robert said, handing them over. At least my clients are not going to be sentenced to hard labour. There's nothing like looking on the bright side, Ramsden commented dryly, and Robert laughed. You think I'm ungrateful for such a dispensation. I'm not. It's a terrific load off my mind, but the real load is still there, proving that Rose Glynn is a thief, liar, and blackmailer with perjury thrown in as a sideline leaves Betty Kane's story still untouched. And it is Betty Kane's story that we set out to disprove. There's still time, Ramsden said, but half-heartedly. About all there is time for is a miracle. Well, why not? They happen. Why shouldn't they happen to us? What time shall I telephone you tomorrow? But it was Kevin who telephoned on the morrow, full of congratulations and jubilation. You're a marvel, Rob. I'll make mincemeat of them. Yes, it would be a lovely little exercise in cat and mouse play for Kevin, and the Sharps would walk out of the court free to go back to their haunted house and their haunted existence, two half-mad witches who had once threatened and beaten a girl. You don't sound very gay, Rob. Is it getting you down? Robert said what he was thinking, that the Sharps, saved from prison, would still be in a prison of Betty Kane's making. Perhaps not, Kevin said. I'll do my best with the cane over that howler about the divided path. Indeed, if Miles Allison weren't prosecuting, I could probably break her with it. But Miles will probably be quick enough to retrieve the situation. Cheer up, Rob. At the very least, her credit will be seriously shaken. But shaking Betty Kane's credit was not enough. He knew just how little effect that would have on the general public. He had had a large experience lately of the woman in the street, and had been appalled by the general inability to analyse the simplest statement. Even if the newspapers were to report that small bit about the view from the window, and they would probably be much too busy reporting the more sensational matter of Rose Glynn's perjury, even if they reported it, it would have no effect on the average reader. They tried to put her in the wrong, but they were very quickly put in their place. That is all it would convey to them. Kevin might successfully shake Betty Kane's credit with the court, the reporters, the officials, and any critical minds who happened to be present, but on the present evidence he could do nothing to alter the strong feeling of partisanship that Betty Kane's case had aroused throughout the country. The Sharps would stay condemned, and Betty Kane would get away with it. That to Robert was a thought that was even worse than the prospect of the Sharps' haunted life. Betty Kane would go on being the centre of an adoring family, secure, loved, hero-worshipped. The once easygoing Robert grew homicidal at the thought. He had had to confess to Aunt Lynn that a piece of evidence had turned up at the time specified in her prayers, but had pusillanimously refrained from telling her that the said evidence was good enough to destroy the police case. She would call that winning the case, and winning, to Robert, meant something very different. To Neville, too, it seemed. And for the first time since young Bennet came to occupy the back room that used to be his, Robert thought of him as an ally, a communal spirit. To Neville, too, it was unthinkable that Betty Kane should get away with it. And Robert was surprised all over again at the murderous rage that fills the pacifist-minded when their indignation is roused. Neville had a special way of saying, "Betty Kane," as if the syllables were some poison he had put in his mouth by mistake, and he was spitting it out. Poisonous, too, was his favourite epithet for her. "That poisonous creature." Robert found him very comforting. But there was little comfort in the situation. The Sharps had accepted the news of their probable escape from a prison sentence with the same dignity that had characterized their acceptance of everything, from Betty Kane's first accusation to the serving of a summons and an appearance in the dock. But they too realized that the thing would be escape, but not vindication. The police case would break down, and they would get their verdict. But they would get it because in English law there was no middle course. In a Scots court, the verdict would be not proven. And that, in fact, would be what the result of the Assizes verdict next week would amount to. Merely that the police had not had good enough evidence to prove their case. Not that the case was necessarily a bad one. It was when the Assizes were only 4 days away that he confessed to Aunt Lynn that the evidence did suffice to defeat the charge. The growing worry on that round pink face was too much for him. He had meant merely to give her that sop and leave the matter there, but instead he found himself pouring it all out to her, as he had poured out his troubles as a small boy. In the days when Aunt Lynn was an omniscient and omnipotent angel, and not just kind, silly Aunt Lynn. She listened to this unexpected torrent of words, so different from the normal phrases of their mealtime intercourse, in surprised silence, her jewel blue eyes attentive and concerned. "Don't you see, Aunt Lynn, it isn't victory, it's defeat," he finished. "It's a travesty of justice. It isn't a verdict we're fighting for, it's justice, and we have no hope of getting it, not a ghost of a hope."
"But why didn't you tell me all this, dear? Did you think I would not understand, or agree or something?"
"Well, you didn't feel as I did about—"
"Just because I didn't much like the look of those people at the franchise. And I must confess, dear, even now, that they aren't the kind of people I naturally take to. Just because I didn't much like them doesn't mean that I am indifferent to seeing justice done, surely."
"No, of course not, but you said quite frankly that you found Betty Kane's story believable, and so—"
"That," said Aunt Lynn calmly, "was before the police court."
"The court? But you weren't at the court."
"No, dear, but Colonel Whittaker was, and he didn't like the girl at all."
"Didn't he indeed?"
"No, he was quite eloquent about it. He said he had once had a what do you call it, a lance corporal in his regiment, or battalion or something, who was exactly like Betty Kane. He said he was an injured innocent who set the whole battalion by the ears and was more trouble than a dozen hard cases. Such a nice expression, hard cases, isn't it? He finished up in the greenhouse, Colonel Whittaker said."
"The glass house?"
"Well, something like that. And as for the Glynn girl from Staples, he said that one glance at her and you automatically began to reckon the number of lies there would be per sentence. He didn't like the Glynn girl either. So you see, dear, you needn't have thought that I would be unsympathetic about your worry. I am just as interested in abstract justice as you are, I assure you, and I shall redouble my prayers for your success. I was going over to the Gleasons' garden party this afternoon, but I shall go along to St. Matthew's instead and spend a quiet hour there. I think it is going to rain in any case. It always does rain at the Gleasons' garden party, poor things."
"Well, Aunt Lynn, I don't deny we need your prayers. Nothing short of a miracle can save us now."
"Well, I shall pray for the miracle."
"A last-minute reprieve, with the rope round the hero's neck. That happens only in detective stories and the last few minutes of horse operas."
"Not at all. It happens every day, somewhere in the world. If there was some way of finding out and adding up the times it happens, you would no doubt be surprised. Providence does take a hand, you know, when other methods fail. You haven't enough faith, my dear, as I pointed out before."
I don't believe that an angel of the Lord is going to appear in my office with an account of what Betty Kane was doing for that month, if that is what you mean, Robert said.
The trouble with you, dear, is that you think of an angel of the Lord as a creature with wings, whereas he is probably a scruffy little man in a bowler hat. Anyhow, I shall pray very hard this afternoon, and tonight too, of course, and by tomorrow, perhaps help will be sent.
Chapter 20. The angel of the Lord was not a scruffy little man, as it turned out, and his hat was a regrettably continental affair of felt with a tightly rolled brim turned up all round. He arrived at Blair, Hayward and Bennett's about 11:30 the following morning.
"Mr. Robert,"
old Mr. Heseltine said, putting his head in at Robert's door,
"there's a Mr. Langer in the office to see you.
Robert, who was busy and not expecting angels of the Lord, and quite used to strangers turning up in the office and wanting to see him, said, "What does he want? I'm busy."
"He didn't say. He just said he would like to see you if you were not too busy."
"Well, I'm scandalously busy. Find out tactfully what he wants, will you? If it is nothing important, Neville can deal with it."
"Yes, I'll find out, but his English is very thick, and he doesn't seem very willing to—"
"English? You mean he has a lisp?"
"No, I mean his pronunciation of English isn't very good.
The man's a foreigner, you mean?"
"Yes, he comes from Copenhagen."
"Copenhagen? Why didn't you tell me that before?"
"You didn't give me a chance, Mr. Robert."
"Show him in, Timmy. Show him in. Oh, merciful heaven. Do fairy tales come true?" Mr. Langer was rather like one of the Norman pillars of Notre Dame, just as round, just as high, just as solid, and just as dependable looking. Far away at the top of this great, round, solid, erect pillar, his face shone with friendly rectitude.
"Mr. Blair," he said, "my name is Langer. I apologize for bothering you."
He failed to manage the TH.
"But it was important to you, I mean. At least, yes, I think."
"Sit down, Mr. Langer."
Thank you. It is warm, is it not? This is perhaps the day you have your summer."
He smiled on Robert.
"That is an idiom of the English. That joke about one-day summer. I am greatly interested in the English idiom. It is because of my interest in English idiom that I come to see you."
Robert's heart sank to his heels with the plummet swoop of an express lift. Fairy tales indeed. No, fairy tales stay fairy tales.
"Yes,"
he said encouragingly.
"I keep a hotel in Copenhagen, Mr. Blair. The Hotel of the Red Shoes, it is called. Not, of course, because anyone wears red shoes there, but because of a tale of Andersen, which you perhaps may—"
Yes, Robert said. "It has become one of our tales, too."
"Ah, so? Yes. A great man, Andersen. So simple a man, and now so international. It is a thing to marvel at. But I waste your time, Mr. Blair. I waste your time. What was I saying?"
"About English idiom."
"Ah, yes. To study English is my hobby."
"Hobby," Robert said involuntarily.
"Hobby, thank you. For my bread and butter, I keep a hotel. And because my father and his father kept one before me, but for a hobby, yes, thank you, for a hobby, I study the idiomatic English. So every day the newspapers that they leave about are brought to me."
"They?"
"The English visitors."
"Ah, yes."
"In the evening, when they have retired, the page collects the English papers and leaves them in my office. I am busy, often, and I do not have time to look at them. And so they go into the pile, and when I have leisure, I pick one up and study it.
Do I make myself clear, Mr. Blair?"
Perfectly, Mr. Langer."
A faint hope was rising again. Newspapers? So it goes on. A few moments of leisure, a little reading in an English paper, a new idiom, perhaps two, all very without excitement. How do you say that?
Placid.
So, placid. And then one day I take this paper from the pile, just as I might take any of the others, and I forget all about idiom. He took from his capacious pocket a once-folded copy of the Ac Emma and spread it in front of Robert on the desk. It was the issue of Friday, May the 10th, with the photograph of Betty Kane occupying 2/3 of the page. I look at this photograph. Then I look inside and read the story. Then I say to myself that this is most extraordinary. Most extraordinary it is. The papers say this is the photograph of Betty Kane.
Kane.
Ah, so. Betty Kane. But it is also the photograph of Mrs. Chadwick, who stay at my hotel with her husband.
What?
Mr. Langer looked pleased. You are interested? I so hoped you might be. I did so hope.
Go on. Tell me.
A fortnight they stayed with me, and it was most extraordinary, Mr. Blair, because while that poor girl was being beaten and starved in an English attic, Mrs. Chadwick was eating like a young wolf at my hotel. The cream that girl could eat, Mr. Blair, even I, a Dane, was surprised, and enjoying herself very much.
Yes?
Well, I said to myself, it is after all a photograph, and although it is just the way she looked when she let down her hair to come to the ball—
Let it down?
Yes, she wore her hair brushed up, you see, but we had a ball with costume. Costume?
Yes, fancy dress.
Ah, so, fancy dress. And for her fancy dress, she lets her hair hang down. Just like that there. He tapped the photograph. So I say to myself, it is a photograph, after all. How often has one seen a photograph that does not in the least resemble the real person? And what has this girl in the paper to do, possibly, with little Mrs. Chadwick, who is here with her husband during that time? So I am reasonable to myself. But I do not throw away the paper. No, I keep it. And now and then I look at it. And each time I look at it, I think, but that is Mrs. Chadwick. So I am still puzzled, and going to sleep, I think about it when I should be thinking about tomorrow's marketing. I seek explanation from myself. Twins, perhaps. But no, the Betty girl is an only child. Cousins, coincidence, doubles, I think of them all. At night they satisfy me, and I turn over and go to sleep. But in the morning I look at the photograph, and all comes to pieces again. I think, but certainly beyond a doubt, that is Mrs. Chadwick. You see my dilemma?
Perfectly.
So when I am coming to England on business, I put the newspaper with the Arabic name—
Arabic? Oh, yes, I see. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I put it into my bag. And after dinner one night I take it out and show it to my friend where I am staying. I am staying with a compatriot of mine in Bayswater, London, and my friend is instantly very excited and say, but it is now a police affair, and these women say that never have they seen the girl before. They have been arrested for what they are supposed to have done to this girl, and they are about to be tried for it. And he calls to his wife. Rita, where is the paper of a week last Tuesday? It is the kind of household, my friends, where there is always a paper of a week last Tuesday. And his wife comes with it, and he shows me the account of the trial. No, the
court appearance.
Yes, the appearance in court of the two women.
and I read how the trial is to be at some place in the country in a little more than a fortnight. Well, by now that would be in a very few days, so my friend says, how sure are you, Ina, that that girl and your Mrs. Chadwick are one? And I say, very sure indeed I am. So he say, here in the paper is the name of the solicitor for the women. There's no address, but this Milford is a very small place, and he will be easy to find. We shall have coffee early tomorrow, that is breakfast, and you will go down to this Milford and tell what you think to this Mr. Blair. So here I am, Mr. Blair, and you are interested in what I say?
Robert sat back, took out his handkerchief, and mopped his forehead.
Do you believe in miracles, Mr. Langer? But of course, I am a Christian. Indeed, although I am not yet very old, I have myself seen two. Well, you have just taken part in a third. So? Mr. Langer beamed. That makes me very content. You have saved our bacon. Bacon? An English idiom. You have not only saved our bacon, you have practically saved our lives. You think, then, as I think, that they are one person, that girl and my guest at the Red Shoes? I haven't a doubt of it. Tell me, have you the dates of her stay with you? Oh, yes, indeed. Here they are. She and her husband arrived by air on Friday, the 29th of March. And they left again by air, I think, though of that I am not so certain, on the 15th of April, a Monday. Thank you. And her husband, what did he look like? Young, dark, good-looking, a little... Now, what is the word? Too bright? Gaudy? No. Flashy? Ah, there is it. Flashy. A little flashy, I think. I observe that he was not greatly approved of by the other Englishmen who came and went. Was he just on holiday? No, oh no, he was in Copenhagen on business. What kind of business? That I do not know, I regret. Can't you even make a guess? What would he be most likely to be interested in Copenhagen? That depends, Mr. Blair, on whether he was interested in buying or selling. What was his address in England? London. Beautifully explicit. Will you forgive me a moment while I telephone? Do you smoke? He opened the cigarette box and pushed it towards Mr. Langer. Milford 195. You will do me the honour of having lunch with me, Mr. Langer, won't you? Aunt Lynn? I have to go to London directly after lunch. Yes, for the night. Will you be an angel and pack a small bag for me? Thank you, darling. And would it be all right if I brought someone back to take potluck for lunch today? Oh, good. Yes, I'll ask him. He covered the mouthpiece and said, My aunt, who is actually my cousin, wants to know if you eat pastry. Mr. Blair, Mr. Langer said, with a wide smile and a wide gesture for his girth. And you ask a Dane. He loves it, Robert said into the telephone. And I say, Aunt Lynn, were you doing anything important this afternoon? Because what I think you ought to do is to go to St. Matthew's and give thanks. Your angel of the Lord has arrived. Even Mr. Langer could hear Aunt Lynn's delighted, Robert, no, not really. In the flesh. No, not a bit scruffy. Very tall and beautiful and altogether perfect for the part. You'll give him a good lunch, won't you? Yes, that's who is coming to lunch. An angel of the Lord. He put down the telephone and looked up at the amused Mr. Langer. And now, Mr. Langer, let us go over to the Rose and Crown and have some bad beer.
Chapter 21. When Robert went out to the franchise 3 days later to drive the Sharps over to Norton for the assizes on the morrow, he found an almost bridal atmosphere about the place. 2 absurd tubs of yellow wallflowers stood at the top of the steps, and the dark hall gleamed with flowers like a church decorated for a wedding. Neville, Marian said, with an explanatory wave of her hand to the massed glory. He said the house should be en fête.
I wish that I had thought of it.
Robert said. After the last few days, it surprises me that you can think at all. If it were not for you, it is not rejoicing we should be today.
If it weren't for a man called Bell, you mean?
Bell?
Alexander Bell. He invented the telephone. If it weren't for that invention, we should still be groping in the dark. It will be months before I can look at a telephone without blenching.
Did you take turn about?
Oh no, we each had our own. Kevin and his clerk at his chambers, me at his little place in St. Paul's churchyard, Alec Ramsden and 3 of his men at his office and wherever they could find a telephone that they could use uninterruptedly.
That was 6 of you.
7 of us with 6 telephones. And we needed them.
Poor Robert.
At first it was fun. We were filled with the exhilaration of the hunt, of knowing that we were on the right track. Success was practically in our laps. But by the time we had made sure that none of the Chadwicks in the London telephone book had any connection with the Chadwick who had flown to Copenhagen on the 29th of March, and that all the airline knew about him was that 2 seats had been booked from Loughborough on the 27th, we had lost any feeling of fun we had started with. The Loughborough information cheered us, of course, but after that it was pure slog. We found out what we sold to Denmark and what she bought from us, and we divided them up between us.
The merchandise?
No, the buyers and sellers. The Danish tourist office was a godsend. They just poured information at us. Kevin, his clerk, and I took the exports, and Ramsden and his men took the imports. From then on it was a tedious business of being put through to managers and asking, "Have you a man called Bernard Chadwick working for you?" The number of firms who haven't got a Bernard Chadwick working for them is unbelievable. But I know a lot more about our exports to Denmark than I did before.
I have no doubt of it.
I was so sick of the telephone that when it rang at my end I nearly didn't pick it up. I had almost forgotten that telephones were two-way. A telephone was just a sort of quiz instrument that I could plug into offices all over the country. I stared at it for quite a while before I realised that it was after all a mutual affair and that someone was trying to call me for a change.
And it was Ramsden.
Yes, it was Alec Ramsden. He said, "We've got him. He buys porcelain and stuff for Brain, Havard and Co."
I am glad it was Ramsden who unearthed him. It will comfort him for his failure to run down the girl.
Yes, he's feeling better about it now. After that, it was a rush to interview the people we needed and to obtain subpoenas and whatnot, but the whole lovely result will be waiting for us in the court at Norton tomorrow. Kevin can hardly wait. His mouth waters at the prospect.
If it was ever in my power to be sorry for that girl, Mrs. Sharp said, coming in with an overnight bag and dumping it on a mahogany wall table in a way that would have turned Aunt Lynn faint, it would be in a witness box facing a hostile Kevin McDermott. Robert noticed that the bag, which had originally been a very elegant and expensive one, a relic of her prosperous early married life perhaps, was now deplorably shabby. He decided that when he married Marian, his present to the bride's mother would be a dressing case, small, light, elegant, and expensive. "It will never be in my power," Marian said, "to have even a passing sensation of sorrow for that girl. I would swat her off the earth's face as I would swat a moth in a cupboard, except that I am always sorry about the moth." "What had the girl intended to do?" Mrs. Sharp asked. "Had she intended to go back to her people at all?"
"I don't think so," Robert said. "I think she was still filled with rage and resentment at ceasing to be the centre of interest at 39 Meadowside Lane. It is, as Kevin said long ago, crime begins in egotism, inordinate vanity. A normal girl, even an emotional adolescent, might be heartbroken that her adopted brother no longer considered her the most important thing in his life, but she would work it out in sobs or sulks or being difficult or deciding that she was going to renounce the world and go into a convent, or half a dozen other methods that the adolescent uses in the process of adjustment. But with an egotism like Betty Kane's, there is no adjustment. She expects the world to adjust itself to her. The criminal always does, by the way. There was never a criminal who didn't consider himself ill done by.
"A charming creature," Mrs. Sharp said. Yes, even the Bishop of Loughborough would find some difficulty in thinking up a case for her. His usual environment hobbyhorse is no good this time. Betty Kane had everything that he recommends for the cure of the criminal. Love, freedom to develop her talents, education, security. It's quite a poser for his lordship when you come to consider it, because he doesn't believe in heredity. He thinks that criminals are made and therefore can be unmade. Bad blood is just an old superstition, in the bishop's estimation.
Toby Byrne, Mrs. Sharp said with a snort. You should have heard Charles's stable lads on him.
I've heard Neville, Robert said. I doubt if anyone could improve on Neville's version of the subject.
Is the engagement definitely broken, then? Marian asked.
Definitely. Aunt Lynn has hopes of the eldest Whittaker girl. She is a niece of Lady Mountlevan and a granddaughter of Carr's Crisps.
Marian laughed with him. Is she nice, the Whittaker girl? She asked.
Yes. Fair, pretty, well brought up, musical but doesn't sing.
I should like Neville to get a nice wife. All he needs is some permanent interest of his own, a focus for his energies and his emotions.
At the moment, the focus for both is the franchise.
I know, he has been a dear to us. Well, I suppose it is time that we were going. If anyone had told me last week that I should be leaving the franchise to go to a triumph at Norton, I wouldn't have believed it. Poor Stanley can sleep in his own bed from now on, instead of guarding a couple of hags in a lonely house.
Isn't he sleeping here tonight? Robert asked.
No. Why should he?
I don't know. I don't like the idea of the house being left entirely empty.
The policeman will be round as usual on his beat. Anyhow, no one has even tried to do anything since the night they smashed our windows. It is only for tonight. Tomorrow we shall be home again.
I know, but I don't much like it. Couldn't Stanley stay one more night until the case is over?
If they want to wreck our windows again, Mrs. Sharp said, I don't suppose Stanley's being here will deter them.
No, I suppose not. I'll remind Hallam, anyhow, that the house is empty tonight, Robert said, and left it there.
Marian locked the door behind them, and they walked to the gate, where Robert's car was waiting. At the gate, Marian paused to look back at the house. It's an ugly old place, she said, but it has one virtue. It looks the same all the year round. At midsummer, the grass gets a little burnt and tired-looking, but otherwise it doesn't change. Most houses have a best time, rhododendrons or herbaceous borders or Virginia creeper or almond blossom or something. But the franchise is always the same. It has no frills. What are you laughing at, Mother? I was thinking how bedizened the poor thing looks with those tubs of wallflower. They stood there for a moment, laughing at the forbidding, dirty white house with its incongruous decoration of frivolity, and, laughing, shut the gate on it. But Robert did not forget, and before having dinner with Kevin at the Feathers in Norton, he called the police station at Milford and reminded them that the Sharps' house would be empty for that one night.
All right, Mr. Blair, the sergeant said. I'll tell the man on the beat to open the gate and look round. Yes, we still have a key. That'll be all right.
Robert did not quite see what that would achieve, but then he did not see what protection could be afforded in any case. Mrs. Sharp had said if anyone was minded to break windows, then the windows would inevitably be broken. He decided that he was being fussy, and joined Kevin and his law friends with relief. The law talks well, and it was late before Robert went to bed in one of the dark panelled rooms that made the Feathers famous. The Feathers, one of the musts of American visitors to Britain, was not only famous but up to date. Pipes had been led through the linen-fold oak, wires through the beamed ceilings, and a telephone line through the oak planks of the floor. The Feathers had been providing comfort for the travelling public since 1480, and saw no reason why it should stop. Robert fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow, and the telephone at his ear had been ringing for some moments before he became aware of it.
Well,
he said, still half asleep, and became instantly wide awake. It was Stanley. Could he come back to Milford? The franchise was on fire.
Badly? It's got a good hold, but they think they can save it. I'll be over as soon as I can make it. He made the 20 miles in a door-to-door time that the Robert Blair of a month ago would have considered reprehensible in the achievement of another, and quite inconceivable as an achievement of his own. As he tore past his own home at the lower end of Milford High Street and out into the country beyond, he saw the glow against the horizon, like the rising of a full moon. But the moon hung in the sky, a young silver moon in the pale summer night, and the glow of the burning franchise wavered in sickening gusts that tightened Robert's heart with remembered horror. At least there was no one in the building. He wondered if anyone had been there in time to rescue what was valuable from the house. Would there be anyone there who could distinguish what was valuable from what was worthless? The gates were wide open, and the courtyard, bright in the flames, was crowded with the men and machines of the fire service. The first thing he saw, incongruous on the grass, was the beadwork chair from the drawing room, and a wave of hysteria rose in him. Someone had saved that anyhow. An almost unrecognizable Stanley grabbed his sleeve and said, "There you are. I thought you ought to know somehow." Sweat trickled down his blackened face, leaving clear rivulets behind them, so that his young face looked seamed and old. "There isn't enough water. We've got quite a lot of the stuff out. All the drawing room stuff that they used every day. I thought that's what they'd want if it had to be a choice. And we flung out some of the upstairs stuff, but all the heavy stuff has gone up." Mattresses and bed linen were piled on the grass out of the way of the firemen's boots. The furniture stood about the grass as it had been set down, looking surprised and lost. "Let's take the furniture further away," Stanley said. "It's not safe where it is. Either some lighted bits will fall on it, or one of those bastards will use it to stand on." The bastards were the fire service, doing their sweating and efficient best. So Robert found himself prosaically carting furniture through a fantastic scene, miserably identifying pieces that he had known in their proper sphere. The chair that Mrs. Sharp had considered Inspector Grant too heavy for. The cherry wood table they had given Kevin luncheon at. The wall table that Mrs. Sharp had dumped her bag down on only a few hours ago. The roar and crackle of the flames, the shoutings of the firemen, the odd mixture of moonlight, headlights, and wavering flame. The mad juxtaposition and irrelevance of the bits of furniture reminded him of how it felt to be coming round from an anaesthetic. And then two things happened together. The first floor fell in with a crash, and as the new spout of flame lit the faces round him, he saw two youths alongside, whose countenances were alive with gloating. At the same moment he became aware that Stanley had seen them too. He saw Stanley's fist catch the further one under the chin with a crack that could be heard even over the noise of the flames, and the gloating face disappeared into the darkness of the trampled grass. Robert had not hit anyone since he gave up boxing when he left school, and he had no intention of hitting anyone now. His left arm seemed to do all that was necessary of its own accord, and the second leering face went down into obscurity. "Neat," remarked Stanley, sucking his broken knuckles. And then, "Look," he said. The roof crumpled like a child's face when it is beginning to cry, like a melting negative. The little round window, so famous and so ill-reputed, leaned forward a little and sank slowly inwards. A tongue of flame leapt up and fell again. Then the whole roof collapsed into the seething mass below, falling 2 floors to join the red wreck of the rest of the interior. The men moved back from the furnace heat. The fire roared in unrestricted triumph into the summer night. When at last it died away, Robert noticed with a vague surprise that the dawn had come. A calm, grey dawn, full of promise. Quiet had come, too. The roar and the shoutings had faded to the soft hiss of water on the smoking skeleton. Only the 4 walls stood, blurred and grimy in the middle of the trampled grass. The 4 walls and the flight of steps, with their warped iron railing. On either side of the doorway stood what remained of Neville's gay little tubs, the soaked and blackened flowers hanging in unrecognizable shreds over their edges. Between them, The square opening yawned into a black emptiness.
"Well,"
said Stanley, standing beside him.
"that seems to be that." "How did it begin?"
asked Bill, who had arrived too late to see anything but the wreck that was left.
"No one knows. It was well alight when PC Newsom arrived on his beat," Robert said. "What became of those 2 chaps, by the way?" "The 2 we corrected," Stanley said. "They went home." "It's a pity that expression is no evidence." "Yes," Stanley said. "They won't get anyone for this any more than they got anyone for the window breaking. And I still owe someone for a crack on the head. You nearly broke that creature's neck tonight. That ought to be some kind of compensation to you." "How are you going to tell them?" Stanley said. This obviously referred to the Sharps. "God knows," Robert said. "Am I to tell them first, and let it spoil their triumph in court for them, or am I to let them have their triumph and face the awful come-down afterwards?" "Let them have their triumph," Stanley said. "Nothing that happens afterwards can take that away from them. Don't mess it up." "Perhaps you are right, Stan. I wish I knew. I had better book rooms at the Rose and Crown for them." "They wouldn't like that," Stan said. "Perhaps not," Robert said, a shade impatiently, "but they have no choice. Whatever they decide to do, they will want to stay here a night or 2 to arrange about things, I expect. And the Rose and Crown is the best available." "Well," Stanley said, "I've been thinking, and I'm sure my landlady would be glad to have them. She's always been on their side, and she has a spare room, and they could have that sitting room in front that she never uses. And it's very quiet down there, that last row of council houses facing on the meadows. I'm sure they'd rather have that than a hotel where they would be stared at." "They would indeed, Stan. I should never have thought of it. You think your landlady would be willing?" "I don't think, I'm sure. They're her greatest interest in life at the moment. It would be like royalty coming to stay." "Well, find out definitely, would you? And telephone me a message to Norton. To the Feathers at Norton."
Chapter 22. It seemed to Robert that at least half Milford had managed to pack itself into the court at Norton. Certainly a great many citizens of Norton were milling round the outer doors, vocal and frustrated, furious that when a case of national interest was being decided at their assizes, they should be done out of their right to witness it by an influx of foreigners from Milford. Wily and deceitful foreigners, too, who had suborned the Norton youth to keep places in the queue for them. A piece of forethought which had not occurred to Norton adults. It was very warm, and the packed court stirred uneasily throughout the preliminaries and through most of Miles Allison's account of the crime. Allison was the antithesis of Kevin McDermott. His fair, delicate face that of a type rather than a person. His light, dry voice was unemotional, his method matter-of-fact. And since the story he was telling was one which they had all read about and discussed until it was threadbare, they withheld their attention from him and amused themselves by identifying friends in court. Robert sat turning over and over in his pocket the little oblong of pasteboard that Christina had pressed into his hand on his departure yesterday, and rehearsing phrases for afterwards. The pasteboard was a bright Reckitt's blue, and bore in gold letters the words, "Not a sparrow shall fall," and a picture in the right upper corner of a robin with an outsize red breast. How, wondered Robert, turning the little text over and over in his fingers, did you tell someone that they had no home anymore? The sudden movement of 100 bodies and the subsequent silence brought him back to the courtroom, and he realized that Betty Kane was taking the oath preparatory to giving evidence. "Never kissed anything but the book," Ben Carley had said of her appearance on a similar occasion, and that is what she looked like today. The blue outfit still made one think of youth and innocence, speedwell and campfire smoke, and harebells in the grass. The tilted back brim of her hat still showed the childish forehead with its charming hairline, and Robert, who knew now all about her life in the weeks she was missing, found himself being surprised all over again at sight of her. Plausibility was one of the first endowments of the criminal, but up to now such plausibility as he had had to deal with was of the old soldier 10-bob note kind, easily recognized for what it was, the work of amateurs at the job. It occurred to him that for the first time he was seeing the real thing at work. Once again she gave her evidence in model fashion, her clear young voice audible to everyone in court. Once again she had her audience breathless and motionless. The only difference this time was that the bench was not doting. The bench, indeed, if one was to judge by the expression on the face of Mr. Justice Say, was very far from doting. And Robert wondered how much the judge's critical gaze was due to natural distaste for the subject, and how much to the conclusion that Kevin McDermott would not be sitting there ready to defend the two women in the dock unless they had a thundering good defence. The girl's own account of her sufferings did what her counsels had not done, roused the audience to an emotional reaction. More than once they had given vent to a united sigh, a murmur of indignation, never overt enough to rank as a demonstration and so bring down the court's rebuke, but audible enough to show which way their sympathies lay. So that it was in a charged atmosphere that Kevin rose to cross-examine.
"Miss Kane," began Kevin in his gentlest drawl, "you say that it was dark when you arrived at the franchise. Was it really so dark?"
This question, with its coaxing tone, made her think that he did not want it to be dark, and she reacted as he intended. "Yes, quite dark," she said.
"Too dark to see the outside of the house?"
"Yes, much too dark." He appeared to give that up and try a new tack.
"Then the night you escaped, perhaps that was not quite dark?"
"Oh yes, that was even darker, if possible."
"So that you could not possibly have seen the outside of the house on some occasion?"
"Never."
"Never? Well, having settled that point, let us consider what you say you could see from the window of your prison in the attic. You said in your statement to the police, when you were describing this unknown place where you were imprisoned, that the carriageway from the gate to the door went straight for a little and then divided in two into a circle up to the door."
"Yes."
"How did you know it did that?"
"How did I know it? I could see it."
"From where?"
"From the window in the attic. It looked out on the courtyard in front of the house."
"But from the window in the attic, it is possible to see only the straight part of the carriageway. The edge of the roof cuts off the rest. How did you know that the carriageway divided in two and made a circle up to the door?"
"I saw it."
"How?"
"From that window."
"You want us to understand that you see on a different principle from ordinary beings, on the principle of the Irishman's gun that shoots round corners, or is it all done by mirrors?"
"It is the way I described."
"Certainly it is the way you described, but what you described was the view of the courtyard as seen by, let us say, someone looking over the wall at it, not by someone looking at it from the window in the attic, which you assure us was your only view of it." "I take it," said the court, "that you have a witness to the extent of the view from the window?" "Two, my lord." "One with normal vision will be sufficient," said the court dryly. "So you cannot explain how, speaking to the police that day in Aylesbury, you described a peculiarity that you could not possibly have known about if your story was true? Have you ever been abroad, Miss Kane?"
"Abroad?" she said, surprised by the change of subject. "No."
"Never?"
"No, never."
"You have not, for instance, been to Denmark lately? To Copenhagen, for instance?"
"No."
There was no change in her expression, but Robert thought that there was the faintest uncertainty in her voice. "Do you know a man called Bernard Chadwick?" She was suddenly wary. Robert was reminded of the subtle change in an animal that has been relaxed and becomes attentive. There is no alteration in pose,
no actual physical change. On the contrary, there is only an added stillness, an awareness. No. The tone was colourless, uninterested. He is not a friend of yours? No. You did not, for instance, stay with him at a hotel in Copenhagen? No. Have you stayed with anyone in Copenhagen? No, I have never been abroad at all. So that if I were to suggest that you spent those missing weeks in a hotel in Copenhagen and not in an attic at the franchise, I should be mistaken? Quite mistaken. Thank you. Miles Allison, as Kevin had anticipated, rose to retrieve the situation. Miss Kane, he said, you arrived at the franchise by car? Yes. And that car, you say in your statement, was driven up to the door of the house. Now, if it was dark, as you say, there must have been sidelights on the car, if not headlights, which would illuminate not only the carriageway, but most of the courtyard. Yes, she broke in, before he could put it to her. Yes, of course, I must have seen the circle then. I knew I had seen it, I knew it. She glanced at Kevin for a moment, and Robert was reminded of her face when she saw that she had guessed correctly about the suitcases in the cupboard, that first day at the franchise. If she knew what Kevin had waiting for her, Robert thought, she would have no spare thought for a passing triumph. She was succeeded in the witness box by Carly's oleograph, who had bought both a new frock and a new hat for her appearance at Norton. A tomato-red frock and a puce hat with a cobalt ribbon and a pink rose, and looked more luscious and more revolting than ever. Again, Robert was interested to note how her relish of her part discounted, even with this more emotional audience, the effect of what she said. They didn't like her, and in spite of their party-prix attitude, their English distrust of malice cooled their minds towards her. When Kevin, cross-examining, suggested that she had in fact been dismissed and had not given in her notice at all, there was a "so that's it" expression on every second face in court. Apart from an attempt to shake her credit, there was not much that Kevin could do with her, and he let her go. He was waiting for her poor stooge. The stooge, when she arrived, looked even less happy than she had looked in the police court at Milford. The much more impressive array of robes and wigs clearly shook her. Police uniforms were bad enough, but in retrospect, they seemed positively homelike compared with this solemn atmosphere, this ritual. If she was out of her depth in Milford, she was obviously drowning here. Robert saw Kevin's considering eye on her, analysing and understanding, deciding on his approach. She had been scared stiff by Miles Allison, in spite of his patient quietness, evidently regarding anything in a wig and gown as hostile and a potential dispenser of penalties. So Kevin became her wooer and protector. It was positively indecent, the caress that Kevin could get into his voice, Robert thought, listening to his first sentences to her. The soft, unhurried syllables reassured her. She listened for a moment, and then began to relax. Robert saw the small, skinny hands that had been clutched so tightly together on the rail of the box slacken and spread slowly to a prone position. He was asking about her school. The fright had faded from her eyes, and she was answering quite calmly. Here, she quite obviously felt, was a friend. Now, Gladys, I am going to suggest to you that you did not want to come here today and give evidence against these two people at the franchise. No, I didn't. Indeed, I didn't. But you came, he said, not accusing, just making the statement. Yes, she said, shamefaced. Why? Because you thought it was your duty? No, oh no. Was it because someone forced you to come? Robert saw the judge's instant reaction to this, but so out of the tail of his eye did Kevin. Someone who held something over your head, finished Kevin smoothly, and his lordship paused. Someone who said, "You say what I tell you to say, or I'll tell about you." She looked half hopeful, half bewildered. "I don't know," she said, falling back on the escape of the illiterate. "Because if anyone made you tell lies by threatening what they would do to you if you didn't, they can be punished for it." This was clearly a new idea to her. "This court, all these people you see here, have come here today to find out the truth about something. And his lordship up there would deal very sternly with anyone who had used threats to make you come here and say something that was not true. What is more, there is a very heavy punishment for persons who take an oath to speak truth and tell what is not true. But if it so happened that they had been frightened into telling lies by someone threatening them, then the person who would be punished most would be the person who made the threats. Do you understand that?" "Yes," she said in a whisper. "Now, I am going to suggest to you what really happened, and you will tell me whether I am right." He waited for her agreement, but she said nothing, so he went on. "Someone, a friend of yours perhaps, took something from the franchise. Let us say, a watch. She did not want the watch herself, perhaps, and so she handed it on to you. It may be that you did not want to take it, but your friend is perhaps a domineering person, and you did not like to refuse her gift. So you took it. Now I suggest that presently that friend proposed to you that you should back up a story she was going to tell in court, and you, being averse to telling lies, said no. And that she then said to you, 'If you don't back me up, I shall say that you took that watch from the franchise one day when you came to see me,' or some other threat of that sort." He paused a moment, but she merely looked bewildered. "Now, I suggest that because of those threats, you did actually go to a police court and did actually back up your friend's untrue story, but that when you got home, you were sorry and ashamed. So sorry and ashamed that the thought of keeping that watch any longer was unbearable to you, and that you then wrapped up the watch and sent it back to the franchise by post with a note saying, 'I don't want none of it.'" He paused. "I suggest to you, Gladys, that is what really happened." But she had had time to take fright. "No," she said, "no, I never had that watch." He ignored the admission and said smoothly, "I am quite wrong about that." "Yes, it wasn't me sent back the watch." He picked up a paper and said, still mildly, "When you were at that school we were talking about, you were very good at drawing. So good that you had things put up for show at the school exhibition." "Yes. I have here a map of Canada, a very neat map, which was one of your exhibits, and which indeed won you a prize. You have signed it here in the right-hand corner, and I have no doubt that you were proud to sign such a neat piece of work. I expect you will remember it." It was taken across the court to her, while Kevin added, "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is a map of Canada which Gladys Reese made in her last year at school. When his lordship has inspected it, he will no doubt pass it on to you." And then to Gladys, "You made that map yourself?" "Yes." "And wrote your name in the corner?" "Yes." "And printed Dominion of Canada across the bottom?" "Yes." "You printed those letters across the bottom that read Dominion of Canada. Good. Now, I have here the scrap of paper on which someone wrote the words, 'I don't want none of it.' This scrap of paper with its printed letters was enclosed with the watch that was sent back to the franchise, the watch that had gone missing while Rose Glynn was working there. And I suggest that the printing of 'I don't want none' is the same as the printing of Dominion of Canada, that it was written by the same hand, and that hand was yours." "No," she said, taking the scrap of paper as it was handed to her and putting it hastily down on the ledge as though it might sting her. I never sent back no watch. You didn't print those letters that read, I don't want none of it.
No.
But you did print those letters that read Dominion of Canada.
Yes.
Well, later in this case I shall bring evidence that these two printings are by the same hand. In the meantime, the jury can inspect them at their leisure and arrive at their own conclusions. Thank you. My learned friend has suggested to you, said Miles Allison, that pressure was brought on you to come here. Is there any truth in that suggestion?
No.
You did not come here because you were frightened of what might happen to you if you didn't. She took some time to think over this, evidently disentangling it in her mind.
No,
she ventured at last. What you said in the witness box at the police court and what you have said today is the truth?
Yes.
Not something that someone suggested you might say?
No.
But the impression that was left with the jury was just that she was an unwilling witness repeating a story that was someone else's invention. That ended the evidence for the prosecution, and Kevin went straight on with the matter of Gladys Reese, on the housewife principle of getting his feet clear before he began the real work of the day. A handwriting expert gave evidence that the two samples of printing which had been put into court were by the same hand. Not only had he no doubt about it, but he had rarely been given an easier task. Not only were letters duplicated in the two samples, but combinations of letters were similarly duplicated, combinations such as DO and AN and ON. As it was evident that the jury had already made up their minds for themselves on this point, no one who saw the two samples could doubt that they were by the same hand. Allison's suggestion that experts could be wrong was automatic and half-hearted. Kevin demolished it by producing his fingerprint witness, who deponed that the same fingerprints were to be found on each, and Allison's suggestion that the fingerprints might not be those of Gladys Reese was a last-stand effort. He had no wish that the court might put it to the test. Now that he had established the fact that Gladys Reese had, when she made her first declaration, been in possession of a watch stolen from the franchise, and had returned it immediately after that declaration with a conscience-stricken note, Kevin was free to deal with Betty Kane's story. Rose Glynn and her story had been sufficiently discredited for the police to be already laying their heads together. He could safely leave Rose to the police. When Bernard William Chadwick was called, there was a craning forward and a murmur of interrogation. This was a name that the newspaper readers did not recognize. What could he be doing in the case? What was he here to say? He was here to say that he was a buyer of porcelain, fine china and fancy goods of various kinds for a wholesale firm in London. That he was married and lived with his wife in a house in Ealing. You travel for your firm,
Kevin said.
Yes. In March of this year, did you pay a visit to Loughborough? Yes. While you were in Loughborough, did you meet Betty Kane? Yes. How did you meet her? She picked me up.
There was an instant and concerted protest from the body of the court. Whatever discrediting Rose Glynn and her ally had suffered, Betty Kane was still sacrosanct. Betty Kane, who looked so much like Bernadette, was not to be spoken of lightly. The judge rebuked them for the demonstration, involuntary though it had been. He also rebuked the witness. He was not quite clear, he inferred, what picking up involved, and would be grateful if the witness would confine himself to standard English in his replies.
Will you tell the court just how you did meet her?
Kevin said.
I had dropped into the Midland Lounge for tea one day, and she, began to talk to me. She was having tea there. Alone? Quite alone. You did not speak to her first. I didn't even notice her. How did she call attention to her presence then? She smiled, and I smiled back and went on with my papers. I was busy. Then she spoke to me, asked what the papers were, and so on. So the acquaintance progressed. Yes, she said she was going to the flicks, to the pictures, and wouldn't I come too? Well, I was finished for the day, and she was a cute kid, so I said yes if she liked. The result was that she met me next day and went out to the country in my car with me. On your business trips, you mean? Yes, she came for the ride, and we would have a meal somewhere in the country and tea before she went home to our aunt's place. Did she talk about her people to you? Yes, she said how unhappy she was at home when no one took any notice of her. She had a long string of complaints about her home, but I didn't take much notice of them. She looked a pretty sleek little outfit to me. A what? Asked the judge. A well-cared-for young girl, my lord. Yes, Kevin said, and how long did this idyll in Loughborough persist? It turned out that we were leaving Loughborough on the same day. She was going back to her people because her holiday was over. She had already extended it so that she could run about with me, and I was due to fly to Copenhagen on business. She then said she had no intention of going home and asked me to take her with me. I said nothing doing. I didn't think she was so much of an innocent child as she seemed in the lounge at the Midland. I knew her better by that time, but I still thought she was inexperienced. She was only 16 after all. She told you she was 16. She had her 16th birthday in Loughborough, Chadwick said with a wry twist of the mouth under the small dark moustache. It cost me a gold lipstick. Robert looked across at Mrs. Wynne and saw her cover her face with her hands. Leslie Wynne, sitting beside her, looked unbelieving and blank. You had no idea that actually she was still 15? No, not until the other day. So, when she made the suggestion that she should go with you, you considered her an inexperienced child of 16? Yes. Why did you change your mind about her? She convinced me that she wasn't. Wasn't what? Inexperienced. So after that you had no qualms about taking her with you on the trip abroad? I had qualms in plenty, but by then I had learned what fun she could be, and I couldn't have left her behind if I'd wanted to. So you took her abroad with you? Yes. As your wife? Yes, as my wife. You had no qualms about any anxiety her people might suffer? No, she said she still had a fortnight's holiday to come, and that her people would take it for granted that she was still with her aunt in Loughborough. She had told her aunt that she was going home, but had told her people that she was staying on. And as they never wrote to each other, it was unlikely that her not being in Loughborough would become known to her people. Do you remember the date on which you left Loughborough? Yes, I picked her up at a coach stop in Mains Hill on the afternoon of March the 28th. That was where she would normally have got her bus home. Kevin left a pause after this piece of information so that its full significance should have a chance. Robert, listening to the momentary quiet, thought that if the courtroom were empty, the silence could not be more absolute. So you took her with you to Copenhagen. Where did you stay? At the Red Shoes Hotel. For how long? A fortnight. There was a faint murmur of comment or surprise at that. And then? We came back to England together on the 15th of April. She had told me that she was due home on the 16th, but on the way over she told me that she had actually been due back on the 11th and would now have been missing for 4 days. She misled you deliberately? Yes. Did she say why she had misled you? Yes, so that it would be impossible for her to go back. She said she was going to write to her people and say that she had a job and was quite happy, and that they were not to look for her or worry about her. She had no compunction about the suffering that would cause parents who had been devoted to her. No, she said her home bored her so much she could scream. Against his will, Robert's eyes went to Mrs. Wynne and came away again at once. It was crucifixion. What was your reaction to the new situation? I was angry to begin with. It put me in a spot. Were you worried about the girl? No, not particularly. Why? By that time, I had learned that she was very well able to take care of herself. What exactly do you mean by that? I mean, whoever was going to suffer in any situation she created, it wouldn't be Betty Kane. The mention of her name suddenly reminded the audience that the girl they had just been hearing about was the Betty Kane, their Betty Kane, the one like Bernadette. And there was a small, uneasy movement, a taking of breath. So? After a lot of rag-chewing. Of what? Said his lordship. A lot of discussion, my lord. Go on, said his lordship, but do confine yourself to English, standard or basic. After a lot of talk, I decided the best thing to do would be to take her down to my bungalow on the river near Bourne End. We used it for weekends in the summer and for summer holidays, but only rarely for the rest of the year. When you say we, you mean your wife and you? Yes, she agreed to that quite readily and I drove her down. Did you stay there with her that night? Yes. And on the following nights? The following night I spent at home. In Ealing? Yes. And afterwards? For a week after that, I spent most nights at the bungalow. Was your wife not surprised that you did not sleep at home? Not unbearably. And how did the situation at Bourne End disintegrate? I went down one night and found that she had gone. What did you think had happened to her? Well, she had been growing very bored for the last day or two. She found housekeeping fun for about 3 days, but not more, and there wasn't much to do down there. So, when I found she had gone, I took it that she was tired of me and had found someone or something more exciting. You learned later where she had gone, and why? Yes. You heard the girl, Betty Kane, give evidence today? I did. Evidence that she had been forcibly detained in a house near Milford? Yes. That is the girl who went with you to Copenhagen, stayed there for a fortnight with you, and subsequently lived with you in a bungalow near Bourne End. Yes, that is the girl. You have no doubt about it? No. Thank you. There was a great sigh from the crowd as Kevin sat down and Bernard Chadwick waited for Miles Allison. Robert wondered if Betty Kane's face was capable of showing any emotion other than fear and triumph. Twice he had seen it pulse with triumph, and once, when old Mrs. Sharp crossed the drawing-room towards her that first day, he had seen it show fear. But for all the emotion it showed just now, she might have been listening to a reading of fat stock prices. Its effect of inward calm, he decided, must be the result of physical construction. The result of wide-set eyes and placid brow and inexpensive small mouth always set in the same childish pout. It was that physical construction that had hidden all those years the real Betty Kane even from her intimates. A perfect camouflage it had been. A facade behind which she could be what she liked. There it was now, the mask, as childlike and calm as when he had first seen it above her school coat in the drawing-room at the franchise. Although behind it, its owner must be seething with unnameable emotions. Mr. Chadwick, Miles Allison said, this is a very belated story, isn't it? Belated? Yes, this case has been a matter for press report and public comment for the past 3 weeks, or thereabouts. You must have known that 2 women were being wrongfully accused, if your story was true. If, as you say, Betty Kane was with you during those weeks, and not, as she says, in the house of those 2 women, why did you not go straight to the police and tell them so? Because I didn't know anything about it. About what? About the prosecution of these women, or about the story that Betty Kane had told. How was that? Because I have been abroad again for my firm. I knew nothing about this case until a couple of days ago. I see. You have heard the girl give evidence, and you have heard the doctor's evidence as to the condition in which she arrived home. Does anything in your story explain that? No. It was not you who beat the girl? No. You say you went down one night and found her gone? Yes. She had packed up and gone. Yes, so it seemed at the time. That is to say, all her belongings and the luggage that contained them had disappeared with her. Yes. And yet she arrived home without belongings of any sort and wearing only a dress and shoes. I didn't know that till much later. You want us to understand that when you went down to the bungalow, you found it tidy and deserted, with no sign of any hasty departure. Yes, that's how I found it. When Mary Frances Chadwick was summoned to give evidence, there was what amounted to a sensation in court, even before she appeared. It was obvious that this was the wife, and this was fair that not even the most optimistic cure outside the court had anticipated. Frances Chadwick was a tallish, good-looking woman, a natural blonde with the clothes and figure of a girl who has modelled clothes, but growing a little plump now, and, if one was to judge from the good-natured face, not much caring. She said that she was indeed married to the previous witness and lived with him in Ealing. They had no children. She still worked in the clothes trade now and then, not because she needed to, but for pocket money and because she liked it. Yes, she remembered her husband's going to Loughborough and his subsequent trip to Copenhagen. He arrived back from Copenhagen a day later than he had promised and spent that night with her. During the following week, she began to suspect that her husband had developed an interest elsewhere. The suspicion was confirmed when a friend told her that her husband had a guest at their bungalow on the river. "Did you speak to your husband about it?" Kevin asked. "No, that wouldn't have been any solution. He attracts them like flies." "What did you do then, or plan to do?" "What I always do with flies." "What is that?" "I swat them." "So you proceeded to the bungalow with the intention of swatting whatever fly was there?" "That's it." "And what did you find at the bungalow?" "I went late in the evening, hoping I would catch Barney there too." "Barney is your husband?" "And how? I mean, yes," she added hastily, catching the judge's eye. "Well?" "The door was unlocked, so I walked straight in and into the sitting room. A woman's voice called from the bedroom, 'Is that you, Barney? I've been so lonely for you.' I went in and found her lying on the bed in the kind of negligee you used to see in vamp films about 10 years ago. She looked a mess, and I was a bit surprised at Barney. She was eating chocolates out of an enormous box that was lying on the bed alongside her. Terribly 1930, the whole set-up." "Please confine your story to the essentials, Mrs. Chadwick." "Yes, sorry. Well, we had the usual exchange." "The usual?" "Yes, the what are you doing here stuff. The wronged wife and the light of love, you know. But for some reason or other she got in my hair. I don't know why. I had never cared very much on other occasions. I mean, we just had a good row without any real hard feelings on either side. But there was something about this little tramp that turned my stomach, so—" "Please, Mrs. Chadwick." "All right, sorry, but you did say tell it in my own words. Well, there came a point where I couldn't stand this I got to a stage when she riled me past bearing. I pulled her off the bed and gave her a smack on the side of the head. She looked so surprised it was funny. It would seem no one had ever hit her in her life. She said, 'You hit me,' just like that, and I said, 'A lot of people are going to hit you from now on, my poppet,' and gave her another one. Well, from then on it was just a fight. I own, quite frankly, that the odds were all on my side. I was bigger for one thing and in a flaming temper.
I tore that silly negligee off her, and it was ding-dong till she tripped over one of her mules that was lying on the floor and went sprawling. I waited for her to get up, but she didn't, and I thought she had passed out. I went into the bathroom to get a cold wet cloth and mopped her face, and then I went into the kitchen to make some coffee. I had cooled off by then, and thought she would be glad of something when she had cooled off too. I brewed the coffee and left it to stand. But when I got back to the bedroom, I found that the faint had been all an act. The girl had lit out. She had had time to dress, so I took it for granted that she had dressed in a hurry and gone.
And did you go too?
I waited for an hour, thinking Barney might come, my husband. All the girl's things were lying about, so I slung them all into her suitcase and put it in the cupboard under the stairs to the attic. And I opened all the windows. She must have put her scent on with a ladle. And then when Barney didn't come, I went away. I must just have missed him, because he did go down that night, but a couple of days later I told him what I'd done.
And what was his reaction?
He said it was a pity her mother hadn't done the same thing 10 years ago.
He was not worried as to what had become of her?
No. I was a bit, until he told me her home was only over at Aylesbury. She could quite easily cadge a lift that distance.
So he took it for granted that she had gone home?
Yes. I said hadn't he better make sure, after all she was a kid.
And what did he say in answer to that?
He said, Frankie, my girl, that kid knows more about self-preservation than a chameleon.
So you dismissed the affair from your mind?
Yes.
But it must have come to your mind again when you read accounts of the franchise affair.
No, it didn't.
Why was that?
For one thing, I never knew the girl's name. Barney called her Liz. And I just didn't connect a 15-year-old schoolgirl who was kidnapped and beaten somewhere in the Midlands with Barney's bit. I mean, with the girl who was eating chocolates on my bed.
If you had realised that the girls were identical, you would have told the police what you knew about her.
Certainly.
You would not have hesitated, owing to the fact that it was you who had administered the beating.
No, I would administer another tomorrow if I got the chance.
I will save my learned friend a question and ask you, do you intend to divorce your husband?
No, certainly not.
This evidence of yours and his is not a neat piece of public collusion.
No, I wouldn't need collusion, but I have no intention of divorcing Barney. He's fun, and he's a good provider. What more do you want in a husband?
I wouldn't know,
Robert heard Kevin murmur. Then, in his normal voice, he asked her to state that the girl she had been talking about was the girl who had given evidence, the girl who was now sitting in court, and so thanked her and sat down. But Miles Allison made no attempt to cross-examine, and Kevin moved to call his next witness, but the foreman of the jury was before him. The jury, the foreman said, would like his lordship to know that they had all the evidence they required.
What was this witness that you were about to call, Mr. McDermott? The judge asked. He is the owner of the hotel in Copenhagen, my lord, to speak to their having stayed there over the relevant period. The judge turned inquiringly to the foreman. The foreman consulted the jury. No, my lord, we don't think it necessary, subject to your lordship's correction, to hear the witness. If you are satisfied that you have heard enough to arrive at a true verdict, and I cannot myself see that any further evidence would greatly clarify the subject, then so be it. Would you like to hear counsel for the defence? No, my lord, thank you. We have reached our verdict already. In that case, any summing up by me would be markedly redundant. Do you want to retire? No, my lord, we are unanimous.
Chapter 23.
We had better wait until the crowd thins out, Robert said. Then they'll let us out the back way.
He was wondering why Marion looked so grave, so unrejoicing.
almost as if she was suffering from shock. Had the strain been as bad as all that? As if aware of his puzzlement, she said, "That woman. That poor woman. I can't think of anything else."
"Who?"
Robert said stupidly. "The girl's mother. Can you imagine anything more frightful? To have lost the roof over one's head is bad. Oh, yes, Robert, my dear, you don't have to tell us." She held out a late edition of the Loughborough Times with a stop-press paragraph reading, "The franchise, house made famous by Milford abduction case, burnt to the ground last night." Yesterday that would have seemed to me an enormous tragedy, but compared with that woman's Calvary, it seems an incident. What can be more shattering than to find that the person you have lived with and loved all those years not only doesn't exist, but has never existed? That the person you have so much loved not only doesn't love you, but doesn't care two hoots about you, and never did. What is there left for someone like that? She can never again take a step onto green grass without wondering if it is bog.
"Yes," Kevin said. "I couldn't bear to look at her. It was indecent what she was suffering."
"She has a charming son," Mrs. Sharp said. "I hope he will be a comfort to her." "But don't you see," Marion said, "she hasn't got her son. She has nothing now. She thought she had Betty. She loved her and was as sure of her as she loved and was sure of her son. Now the very foundations of her life have given way. How is she to judge any longer if appearances can be so deceptive? No, she has nothing. Just a desolation. I am bleeding inside for her." Kevin slipped an arm into hers and said,
"You have had sufficient trouble of your own lately, without saddling yourself with another's. Come, they'll let us go now, I think. Did it please you to see the police converging in that polite, casual way of theirs on the perjurers?"
"No, I could think of nothing but that woman's crucifixion." So she too had thought of it as that. Kevin ignored her.
"And the indecent scramble for a telephone that the press indulged in the moment his lordship's red tail was through the door. You will be vindicated at great length in every newspaper in Britain, I promise you. It will be the most public vindication since Dreyfus. Wait here for me while I get out of these. I shan't be a moment."
"I suppose we had best go to a hotel for a night or two," Mrs. Sharp said. "Have we any belongings at all?"
"Yes, quite a few, I'm glad to say," Robert told her, and described what had been saved. "But there is an alternative to the hotel."
And he told them of Stanley's suggestion. So it was to the little house on the outer rim of the new town that Marion and her mother came back. And it was in the front room at Miss Sims that they sat down to celebrate. A sober little group. Marion, her mother, Robert, and Stanley. Kevin had had to go back to town. There was a large bunch of garden flowers on the table, which had come with one of Aunt Lynn's best notes. Aunt Lynn's warm and gracious little notes had as little actual meaning as her "Have you had a busy day, dear?" but they had the same cushioning effect on life. Stanley had come in with a copy of the Loughborough Evening News, which carried on its front page the first report of the trial. The report was printed under a heading which ran,
"Ananias also ran." "Will you golf with me tomorrow afternoon?" Robert asked Marion. "You have been cooped up too long. We can start early, before the two-rounders have finished their lunch, and have the course to ourselves."
"Yes, I should like that," she said. "I suppose tomorrow life will begin again and be just the usual mixture of good and bad. But tonight it is just a place where dreadful things can happen to one." When he called for her on the morrow, however, all seemed well with life. "You can't imagine what bliss it is," she said. "Living in this house, I mean. You just turn a tap and hot water comes out." "It is also very educational," Mrs. Sharp said.
"Educational?"
"You can hear every word that is said next door."
Oh, come, Mother, not every word. Every third word, amended Mrs. Sharp. So they drove out to the golf course in high spirits, and Robert decided that he would ask her to marry him when they were having tea in the clubhouse afterwards. Or would there be too many people interrupting there, with their kind words on the result of the trial? Perhaps on the way home again? He had decided that the best plan was to leave Aunt Lynn in possession of the old house. The place was so much hers that it was unthinkable that she should not live there until she died, and to find a small place for Marian and himself somewhere else in Milford. It would not be easy these days, but if the worst came to the worst, they could make a tiny flat on the top floor of Blair, Haywood and Bennett's. It would mean removing the records of 200 years or so, but the records were rapidly arriving at museum quality and should be moved in any case. Yes, he would ask her on the way home again. This resolution lasted until he found that the thought of what was to come was spoiling his game. So, on the 9th green, he suddenly stopped waggling his putter at the ball and said, "I want you to marry me, Marian." "Do you, Robert?" She picked her own putter out of her bag and dropped the bag at the edge of the green. "You will, won't you?" "No, Robert dear, I won't." "But, Marian, why? Why not, I mean?" "Oh, as the children say, because." "Because why?" "Half a dozen reasons, any one of them good by themselves. For one, if a man is not married by the time he is 40, then marriage is not one of the things he wants out of life, just something that has overtaken him, like flu and rheumatism and income tax demands. I don't want to be just something that has overtaken you." "But that is—" "Then I don't think that I should be in the least an asset to Blair, Haywood and Bennett, even—" "I'm not asking you to marry Blair, Haywood and Bennett." "Even the proof that I didn't beat Betty Kane won't free me of being the woman in the Kane case. An uncomfortable sort of wife for the senior partner. It wouldn't do you any good, Robert, believe me."
"Marian, for heaven's sake, stop."
"Then you have Aunt Lynn and I have my mother. We couldn't just park them like pieces of chewing gum. I not only love my mother, I like her. I admire her and enjoy living with her. You, on the other hand, are used to being spoiled by Aunt Lynn. Oh, yes, you are, and would miss far more than you know all the creature comforts and the cosseting that I wouldn't know how to give you, and wouldn't give you if I knew how," she added, flashing a smile at him.
"Marian, it is because you don't cosset me that I want to marry you, because you have an adult mind and
"An adult mind is very nice to go to dinner with once a week, but after a lifetime with Aunt Lynn, you would find it a very poor exchange for good pastry in an uncritical atmosphere."
"There is one thing you haven't even mentioned,"
Robert said. "What is that?"
"Do you care for me at all?"
"Yes, I care for you a great deal. More than I have ever cared for anyone, I think. That is partly why I won't marry you. The other reason has to do with myself."
"With you?"
"You see, I am not a marrying woman. I don't want to have to put up with someone else's crotchets, someone else's demands, someone else's colds in the head. Mother and I suit each other perfectly because we make no demands on each other. If one of us has a cold in the head, she retires to her room without fuss and doses her disgusting self until she is fit for human society again. But no husband would do that. He would expect sympathy, even though he brought on the cold himself by pulling off clothes when he grew warm instead of waiting sensibly to get cool. Sympathy and attention and feeding. No, Robert. There are 100,000 women just panting to look after some man's cold. Why pick on me?"
"Because you are that one woman in 100,000, and I love you."
She looked slightly penitent. "I sound flippant, don't I? But what I say is good sense."
"But, Marian, it is a lonely life."
"A full life, in my experience, is usually full only of other people's demands."
"And you will not have your mother forever."
Knowing Mother as I do, I have no doubt that she will outlive me with perfect ease. You had better hole out. I see old Colonel Whitaker's 4 on the horizon. Automatically, he pushed his ball into the hole.
But what will you do? He asked.
If I don't marry you. He ground his teeth. She was right. Perhaps her mocking habit of mind would not be a comfort to live with.
What had you and your mother thought of doing now that you have lost the franchise?
She delayed over her answer, as if it were difficult to say, fussing with her bag and keeping her back to him. We are going to Canada, she said.
Going away?
She still had her back to him. Yes. He was aghast.
But Marion, you can't, and why to Canada?
I have a cousin who is a professor at McGill, a son of Mother's only sister. He wrote some time ago to ask Mother if we would go out to keep house for him, but by that time we had inherited the franchise and were very happy in England. So we said no. But the offer is still open, and we both will be glad to go now.
I see.
Don't look so downcast. You don't know what an escape you are having, my dear.
They finished the round in a business-like silence. But driving back to Sin Lane after having dropped Marion at Miss Sims', Robert smiled wryly to think that to all the new experiences that knowing the Sharps had brought to him was now added that of being a rejected suitor. The final and perhaps the most surprising one. 3 days later, having sold to a local dealer what had been saved of their furniture, and to Stanley, the car he so much despised, they left Milford by train. By the odd toy train that ran from Milford to the junction at Norton. And Robert came to the junction with them to see them onto the fast train.
I always had a passion for travelling light, Marion said, referring to their scanty luggage. But I never imagined it would be indulged to the extent of travelling with an overnight case to Canada.
But Robert could not think of small talk. He was filled with a misery and desolation that he had not known since his small soul was filled with woe at going back to school. The blossom foamed along the line side, the fields were burnished with buttercups, but the world for Robert was grey ash and drizzle. He watched the London train bear them away and went home wondering how he could support Milford without the hope of seeing Marion's thin brown face at least once a day. But on the whole he supported it very well. He took to golfing of an afternoon again, and although a ball would always in the future be for him a piece of gutta-percha, his form had not seriously deteriorated. He rejoiced Mr. Heseltine's heart by taking an interest in work. He suggested to Neville that between them they might sort and catalogue the records in the attic, and perhaps make a book of them. By the time Marion's goodbye letter from London came, 3 weeks later, the soft folds of life in Milford were already closing round him.
My very dear Robert, wrote Marion. This is a hasty au revoir note, just to let you know that we are both thinking of you. We leave on the morning plane to Montreal the day after tomorrow. Now that the moment is almost here, we have discovered that what we both remember are the good and lovely things, and that the rest fades to comparative insignificance. This may be only nostalgia in advance, I don't know. I only know that it will always be happiness to remember you, and Stanley, and Bill, and England. Our united love to you and our gratitude. Marion Sharp.
He laid the letter down on his brass and mahogany desk, laid it down in the afternoon patch of sunlight. Tomorrow at this time, Marion would no longer be in England. It was a desolating thought, but there was nothing to do but be sensible about it. What indeed was there to do about it? And then 3 things happened at once. Mr. Heseltine came in to say that Mrs. Lomax wanted to alter her will again, and would he go out to the farm immediately. Aunt Lynn rang up and asked him to call for the fish on his way home, and Miss Tuff brought in his tea. He looked for a long moment at the 2 digestive biscuits on the plate. Then, with a gentle finality, he pushed the tray out of his way and reached for the telephone. Chapter 24. The summer rain beat on the airfield with a dreary persistence. Every now and then the wind would lift it and sweep the terminus buildings with it in one long brushstroke. The covered way to the Montreal plain was open on either side, and the passengers bent their heads against the weather as they filed slowly into it. Robert, moving up at the tail of the queue, could see Mrs. Sharp's flat black satin hat and the short strands of white hair being blown about. By the time he boarded the plane, they were seated, and Mrs. Sharp was already burrowing in her bag. As he walked up the aisle between the seats, Marion looked up and saw him. Her face lighted with welcome and surprise. "Robert," she said, "have you come to see us off?"
"No," Robert said. "I'm travelling by this plane."
"Travelling?" she said, staring. "You are?"
"It's a public conveyance, you know."
"I know, but you're going to Canada?"
"I am."
"What for?"
"To see my sister in Saskatchewan," Robert said demurely. "A much better pretext than a cousin at McGill."
She began to laugh, softly and consumedly. "Oh, Robert, my dear," she said, "you can't imagine how revolting you are when you look smug." To Love and Be Wise, written by Josephine Tay. Read by Karen Cass. Chapter 1.
Grant paused with his foot on the lowest step and listened to the shrieking from the floor above. As well as the shrieks, there was a dull, continuous roar, an elemental sound, like a forest fire or a river in spate. As his reluctant legs bore him upwards, he arrived at the inevitable deduction. The party was being a success. He was not going to the party. Literary sherry parties, even distinguished ones, were not Grant's cup of tea. He was going to collect Martha Hallard and take her out to dinner. Policemen, it is true, do not normally take out to dinner leading actresses who gravitate between the Haymarket and the Old Vic, not even when the policemen are detective inspectors at Scotland Yard. There were 3 reasons for his privileged position, and Grant was aware of all 3. In the first place, he was a presentable escort. In the second place, he could afford to dine at Laurent's, and in the third place, Martha Hallard did not find it easy to obtain escort. For all her standing and her chic, men were a little afraid of Martha. So when Grant, a mere detective sergeant then, appeared in her life over a matter of stolen jewellery, she had seen to it that he did not entirely fade out of it again. And Grant had been glad to stay. If he was useful to Martha as a cavalier when she needed one, she was even more useful to him as a window on the world. The more windows on the world a policeman has, the better he is likely to be at his job, and Martha was Grant's leper's squint on the theatre. The roar of the party's success came flooding out through the open doors onto the landing, and Grant paused to look at the yelling crowd, asparagus packed into the long Georgian room, and to wonder how he was going to pry Martha out of it. Just inside the door, baffled apparently by the solid wall of talking and drinking humanity, was a young man looking lost. He still had his hat in his hand, and had therefore just arrived. "In difficulties?" Grant said, catching his eye. "I've forgotten my megaphone," the young man said. He said it in a gentle drawl, not bothering to compete with the crowd. The mere difference in pitch made the words more audible than if he had shouted. Grant glanced at him again, approvingly. He was a very good-looking young man indeed, now that he took notice. Too blonde to be entirely English. Norwegian, perhaps. Or American. There was something in the way he said "forgotten" that was transatlantic. The early spring afternoon was already blue against the windows, and the lamps were lit.
Across the haze of cigarette smoke, Grant could see Marta at the far end of the room, listening to Tullis, the playwright, telling her about his royalties. He did not have to hear what Tullis was talking about to know that he was talking about his royalties. That is all Tullis ever talked about. Tullis could tell you offhand what the No. 2 company of his Supper for Three took on Easter Monday in Blackpool in 1938. Marta had given up even a pretence of listening, and her mouth drooped at the corners. Grant thought that if that DBE did not come along soon, Marta would be disappointed into the need for a facelifting. He decided to stay where he was until he could catch her eye. They were both tall enough to see over the heads of a normal crowd. With a policeman's ingrained habit of inspection, he let his eye run over the crowd between them, but found nothing of interest. It was the usual collection. The very prosperous firm of Ross and Cromarty was celebrating the publication of Lavinia Fitch's 21st book, and since it was largely due to Lavinia that the firm was prosperous, the drinks were plentiful and the guests were distinguished. Distinguished in the sense of being well-dressed and well-known, that is to say. The distinguished in achievement did not celebrate the birth of Maureen's lover, nor drink the sherry of Messrs. Ross and Cromarty. Even Marta, that inevitable dame, was here because she was a neighbour of Lavinia's in the country. And Marta, bless her black and white chic and her disgruntled look, was the nearest thing to real distinction in the room. Unless, of course, this young man, whom he did not know, brought more than good looks to the party. He wondered what the stranger did for a living. An actor? But an actor would not stand baffled at the edge of a crowd, and there was something in the implied comment of his remark about the megaphone, in the detachment with which he was watching the scene, that divorced him from his surroundings. Was it possible, Grant wondered, that those cheekbones were being wasted in a stockbroker's office? Or was it perhaps that the soft light of Messrs. Ross and Cromarty's expensive lamps flattered that nice straight nose and the straight blonde hair, and that the young man was less beautiful in the daylight? "Perhaps you can tell me," said the young man, still not raising his voice in emulation, "which is Miss Lavinia Fitch?" Lavinia was the sandy little woman by the middle window. She had bought herself a fashionable hat for the occasion, but had done nothing to accommodate it, so that the hat perched on her bird's nest of ginger hair as if it had dropped there from an upper window as she walked along the street. She was wearing her normal expression of pleased bewilderment and no makeup. Grant pointed her out to the young man. "Stranger in town?" he said, borrowing a phrase from all good westerns. The polite formality of Miss Lavinia Fitch could have only come from the USA. "I'm really looking for Miss Fitch's nephew. I looked him up in the book and he isn't there, but I hoped he'd be here. Do you happen to know him, Mr. Grant? Mr. Grant? I know him by sight, but he isn't here. Walter Whitmore, you mean?" "Yes, Whitmore. I don't know him at all, but I want very much to meet him because we have had, a great friend in common. I was sure he'd be here." "You're quite sure he isn't?" "After all, it's quite a party." "He isn't in this room. I know that because Whitmore is as tall as I am, but he may still be around somewhere. Look, you had better come and meet Miss Fitch. I suppose we can get through the barricade if we have the determination." "You lean, and I'll squirm," said the young man, referring to their respective build. "This is very kind of you, Mr. Grant," he said, as they came up for air halfway, wedged tightly together between the hedged elbows and shoulders of their fellows. And he laughed up at the helpless Grant. And Grant was suddenly disconcerted, so disconcerted that he turned immediately and continued his struggle through the jungle to the clearing at the middle window where Lavinia Fitch was standing. "Miss Fitch," he said, "here is a young man who wants to meet you. He is trying to get in touch with your nephew." "With Walter?" said Lavinia, her peaked little face losing its muzzy expression of general benevolence and sharpening to real interest. "My name is Searle, Miss Fitch. I'm over from the States on holiday, and I wanted to meet Walter because Cooney Wiggin was a friend of mine, too.
Cooney? You are a friend of Cooney's? Oh, Walter will be delighted, my dear, simply delighted. Oh, what a nice surprise in the middle of this. I mean, so unexpected. Walter will be pleased. Searle, did you say?
Yes, Leslie Searle. I couldn't find Walter in the book.
No, he has just a pied-à-terre in town. He lives down at Salcott St. Mary like the rest of us, where he has the farm, you know, the farm he broadcasts about. At least it's my farm, but he runs it and talks about it, and dash! He's broadcasting this afternoon. That is why he isn't coming to the party, but you must come down and stay. Come down this weekend. Come back with us this afternoon.
But you don't know if Walter—
You don't have any engagements for the weekend, do you?
No, I haven't, but—
Well then, Walter is going straight back from the studio, but you can come with Liz and me in our car, and we'll surprise him. Liz, dear, where are you? Where are you staying, Mr. Searle?
I'm at the Westmoreland.
Well, what could be handier? Liz! Where is Liz? Here, Aunt Lavinia. Liz, dear, this is Leslie Searle, who is coming back with us for the weekend. He wants to meet Walter because they were both friends of Cooney's, and this is Friday, and we are all going to be at Salcott over the weekend recovering from this, being nice and quiet and peaceful, so what could be more appropriate? So, Liz, dear, you take him round to the Westmoreland and help him pack, and then come back for me, will you? By that time, the party, will surely be over, and you can pick me up, and we'll go back to Salcott together and surprise Walter.
Grant saw the interest in the young man's face as he looked at Liz Garraby and wondered a little. Liz was a small, plain girl with a sallow face. True, she had remarkable eyes, speedwell blue and surprising, and she had the kind of face a man might want to live with. She was a nice girl, Liz, but she was not the type of girl at whom young men look with instant attention. Perhaps it was just that Searle had heard rumours of her engagement and was identifying her as Walter Whitmore's fiancée. He lost interest in the Fitch ménage as he saw that Martha had spotted him. He indicated that he would meet her at the door and plunged once more into the suffocating depths. Martha, being the more ruthless of the two, did the double distance in half the time and was waiting for him in the doorway. "Who is the beautiful young man?" she asked, looking backwards as they moved to the stairs. "He came looking for Walter Whitmore. He says he's a friend of Cooney Wiggin."
"Says?" repeated Martha, being caustic not about the young man, but about Grant.
"The police, mind,"
Grant said, apologetically. "And who is Cooney Wiggin, anyhow?"
Cooney was one of the best-known press photographers in the States. He was killed while photographing one of those Balkan flare-ups a year or two ago.
"You know everything, don't you?"
It was on the tip of Grant's tongue to say. Anyone but an actress would have known that. But he liked Martha. Instead, he said, "He is going down to Salcott for the weekend, I understand."
"The beautiful young man? Well, I hope Lavinia knows what she is doing."
"What is wrong with having him down?"
"I don't know, but it seems to me to be taking risks with their luck."
"Luck?"
"Everything has worked out the way they wanted it to, hasn't it? Walter saved from Marguerite Merriam and settling down to marry Liz. All family together in the old homestead, and too cosy for words. No time to go introducing disconcertingly beautiful young men into the ménage, it seems to me."
"Disconcerting," murmured Grant, wondering again what had disconcerted him about Searle. Mere good looks could not have been responsible. Policemen are not impressed by good looks.
"I wager that Emma takes one look at him and gets him out of the house directly after breakfast on Monday morning," Martha said. "Her darling Liz is going to marry Walter, and nothing is going to stop that if Emma has anything to do with it."
"Liz Garraby doesn't look very impressionable to me. I don't see why Mrs. Garraby should worry."
"Don't you indeed? That boy was making an impression on me in 30 seconds flat, and a range of 20 yards, and I'm considered practically incombustible. Besides, I never believed that Liz really fell in love with that stick. She just wanted to bind up his broken heart."
Was it badly broken?
Considerably shaken, I should say. Naturally.
Did you ever act with Marguerite Merriam?
Oh, yes, more than once. We were together for quite a lengthy run in Walk in Darkness. There's a taxi coming.
Taxi? What did you think of her?
Marguerite. Oh, she was mad, of course.
How mad?
10/10.
In what way?
You mean how did it take her? Oh, a complete indifference to everything but the thing she wanted at the moment.
That isn't madness. That is merely the criminal mind at its simplest.
Well, you ought to know, my dear. Perhaps she was a criminal monkey. What is quite certain is that she was as mad as a hatter, and I wouldn't wish even Walter Whitmore a fate like being married to her.
Why do you dislike the British public's bright boy so much?
My dear, I hate the way he yearns. It was bad enough when he was yearning over the time on an Aegean hillside with the bullets zipping past his ears. He never failed to let us hear the bullets. I always suspected that he did it by cracking a whip.
Martha, you shock me.
I don't, my dear, not one little bit. You know as well as I do. When we were all being shot at, Walter took care that he was safe in a nice, foggy office 50 feet underground. Then, when it was once more unique to be in danger, up comes Walter from his little safe office and sits himself on a tiny hillside with a microphone and a whip to make bullet noises with.
I see that I shall have to bail you out one of these days.
Homicide?
No, criminal libel.
Do you need bail for that? I thought it was one of those nice gentlemanly things that you are just summonsed for. Grant thought how independable Marta's ignorances were. It might still be homicide, though, Marta said, in the cooing, considering voice that was her trademark on the stage. I could just stand the time and the bullets, but now that he has taken a 99 years lease of the spring corn and the woodpeckers and things, he amounts to a public menace.
Why do you listen to him?
Well, there's a dreadful fascination about it, you know. One thinks, well, that's the absolute sky limit of awfulness, than which nothing could be worse. And so next week you listen to see if it really can be worse. It's a snare. It's so awful that you can't even switch off. You wait, fascinated for the next piece of awfulness and the next, and you are still there when he signs off.
It couldn't be, could it, Marta, that this is mere professional jealousy?
Are you suggesting that the creature is a professional? Asked Marta, dropping her voice a perfect fifth, so that it quivered with the reflection of repertory years and provincial digs and Sunday trains and dreary auditions in cold, dark theatres.
No, I'm suggesting that he is an actor, a quite natural and unconscious actor who has made himself a household word in a few years without doing any noticeable work to that end. I could forgive you for not liking that. What did Marguerite find so wonderful about him?
I can tell you that. His devotion. Marguerite liked picking the wings off flies. Walter would let her take him to pieces and then come back for more.
There was one time that he didn't come back.
Yes.
What was the final row about, do you know?
I don't think there was one. I think he just told her he was through. At least, that is what he said at the inquest. Did you read the obituaries, by the way?
I suppose I must have, at the time. I don't remember them individually.
If she had lived another 10 years, she would have got a tiny paw in among the ads on the back page. As it was, she got better notices than deuce. A flame of genius has gone out, and the world is the poorer. She had the lightness of a blown leaf and the grace of a willow in the wind. That sort of thing. One was surprised that there were no black edges in the press. The mourning was practically of national dimensions.
It's a far cry from that to Liz Garraby.
Dear, nice Liz. If Marguerite Merriam was too bad even for Walter Whitmore, then Liz is too good for him. Much too good for him. I should be delighted if the beautiful young man took her from under his nose.
Somehow I can't see your beautiful young man in the role of husband, whereas Walter will make a very good one. My good man, Walter will broadcast about it, all about their children and the shelves he has put up in the pantry and how the little woman's bulbs are coming along and the frost patterns on the nursery window. She'd be much safer with— What did you say his name was? Searle, Leslie Searle. Absent-mindedly, he watched the pale yellow neon signature of Laurent's coming nearer. I don't think safe is the adjective I would apply to Searle somehow, he said reflectively, and from that moment forgot all about Leslie Searle until the day when he was sent down to Salcott St. Mary to search for the young man's body. Chapter 2. Daylight, said Liz, coming out onto the pavement. Good, clean daylight. She sniffed the afternoon air with pleasure. The car is round the corner in the square. Do you know London well, Mr. Searle? I've been in England for holidays quite often, yes. Not often as early in the year as this, though. You haven't seen England at all, unless you have seen it in the spring. So I've heard. Did you fly over? Just from Paris, like a good American. Paris is fine in the spring, too. So I've heard, she said, returning his phrase and his tone. And then, finding the eye he turned on her intimidating, went on. Are you a journalist? Is that how you knew Cooney Wiggin? No, I'm in the same line as Cooney was. Press photography? Not press, just photography. I spend most of the winter on the coast, doing people. The coast? California. That keeps me on good terms with my bank manager, and the other half of the year I travel and photograph the things I want to photograph. It sounds a good sort of life, Liz said, as she unlocked the car door and got in. It's a very good life. The car was a two-seater Rolls, a little old-fashioned in shape, as Rolls cars which last forever are apt to be. Liz explained it as they drove out of the square into the stream of the late afternoon traffic. The first thing Aunt Lavinia did when she made money was to buy herself a sable scarf. She had always thought a sable scarf the last word in good dressing, and the second thing she wanted was a Rolls. She got that with her next book. She never wore the scarf at all, because she said it was a dreadful nuisance to have something dangling about her all the time, but the Rolls was a great success, so we still have it. What happened to the sable scarf? She swapped it for a pair of Queen Anne chairs and a lawnmower. As they came to rest in front of the hotel, she said, They won't let me wait here. I'll go over to the parking place and wait for you. But aren't you going to pack for me? Pack for you? Certainly not. But your aunt said you were to. That was a mere figure of speech. Not the way I figure it. Anyhow, come up and watch while I pack. Lend me your advice and countenance. It's a nice countenance. In the end, it was actually Liz who packed the things into his two cases, while he took them out of the drawers and tossed them over to her. They were all very expensive things, she observed, custom-made of the best materials. Are you very rich or just very extravagant? She asked. Fastidious, let us say. By the time they left the hotel, the first street lamps were decorating the daylight. This is when I think lights look best, Liz said, while it is still daylight. They are daffodil yellow and magic. Presently, when it grows dark, they will go white and ordinary. They drove back to Bloomsbury, only to find that Miss Fitch had gone. The Ross part of the firm, sprawled in large exhaustion in a chair, and thoughtfully consuming what was left of the sherry, roused himself to a shadow of his professional bonhomie to say that Miss Fitch had decided that there would be more room in Mr. Whitmore's car and had gone over to the studio to pick him up when he had finished his half-hour. Miss Garraby and Mr. Searle were to follow them down to Salcott St. Mary. Searle was silent as they made their way out of London, from deference to the driver, Liz supposed, and liked him for it. It was not until green fields appeared on either hand that he began to talk about Walter. Cooney, it seemed, had thought a lot of Walter. You weren't in the Balkans with Cooney-Wiggin then?
No, I knew Cooney back in the States, but he wrote me a lot in letters about your cousin.
That was nice of him. But Walter isn't my cousin, you know.
Not. But Miss Fitch is your aunt, isn't she?
No, I'm no relation to any of them. Lavinia's sister, Emma, married my father when I was little. That's all. Mother, Emma that is, practically surrounded him, if the truth must be told. He didn't have a chance. You see, she brought up Lavinia, and it was a frightful shock to her when Vinnie upped and did something on her own, especially anything so outre as becoming a bestseller. Emma looked round to see what else she could lay hands on that would do to go broody about, and there was father, stranded with a baby daughter, and simply asking to be arrested. So she became Emma Garraby, and my mother. I never think of her as my step, because I don't remember any other. When my father died, Mother came to live at Trimmings with Aunt Lavinia, and when I left school I took over the job of her secretary. Hence the line about packing for you.
And Walter, where does he come in?
He is the eldest sister's son. His parents died in India, and Aunt Lavinia has brought him up since then. I mean, since he was 15 or so.
He was silent for a little, evidently disentangling this in his mind. Why had she told him that, she wondered. Why had she told him that her mother was possessive, even if she had made it clear that she was possessive in the very nicest way? Was it possible that she was nervous? She who was never nervous and never chattered. What was there to be nervous about? There was surely nothing disconcerting in the presence of a good-looking young man. Both as Liz Garraby and as Miss Lavinia Fitch's secretary, she had entertained a great many good-looking young men in her time, and had not been, as far as she could remember, greatly impressed. She turned from the black-polished surface of the arterial road into a side one. The last raw scar of new development had faded behind them, and they were now in an altogether country world. The little lanes ran in and out of each other, anonymous and irrelevant, and Liz picked the ones she wanted without hesitation. How do you choose? Searle asked. All these little dirt roads look alike to me. They look alike to me too, but I have done this trip so often that my hands do it for me, the way my fingers know the keys of a typewriter. I couldn't repeat the keys of a typewriter by trying to visualize them, but my fingers know where each key is. Do you know this part of the world? No, this is new to me. It's a dull county, I think, quite featureless. Walter says that it is a constant permutation of the same 7 props, 6 trees and a haystack. Indeed, he says that there is a phrase in the county regiment's official march that says, quite plainly, 6 trees and a haystack. She sang the phrase for him. But where you see the bump in the road is the beginning of Orfordshire, and that is much more satisfying. Orfordshire was, in truth, a satisfactory stretch of territory. In the growing dusk, its lines flowed together in ever-changing combinations that were dreamlike in their perfection. Presently they paused on the lip of a shallow valley and looked down on the dark smudge of roofs and the scattered lights of a village. Salkett St. Mary, Liz said, introducing it. A once beautiful English village that is now occupied territory. Occupied by whom? By what the remaining natives call they artist folk. It is very sad for them, poor things. They took Aunt Lavinia in their stride because she was the owner of the big house and not part of their actual lives at all, and she has been here so long that she is almost beginning to belong. The big house has never been part of the village in the last 100 years anyhow, so it didn't matter much who lived in it. The rot started when the mill house fell vacant, and some firm was going to buy it for a factory. I mean, to turn it into a factory. Then Martha Hallard heard about it and bought it to live in, right under the various lawyers' noses, and everyone was delighted and thought they were saved. They didn't much want an actress creature living in the mill house, but at least they weren't after all to have a factory in their nice village. Poor darlings, if they could only have foreseen. She set the car in motion,
and drove slowly along the slope, parallel with the village.
I take it there was a sheep track from London to here in about 6 months, Searle said.
How did you know?
I see it all the time on the coast. Someone finds a good quiet spot, and before they've got the plumbing fixed, they're being asked to vote for mayor.
Yes, every third cottage in the place has an alien in it. All degrees of wealth, from Toby Tullis, the playwright, you know, who has a lovely Jacobean house in the middle of the village street, to Serge Ratoff, the dancer who lives in a converted stable. All degrees of living in sin, from Deanie Paddington, who never has the same weekend guest twice, to poor old Atlanta Hope and Bart Hobart, who have been living in sin, bless them, for the best part of 30 years. All degrees of talent, from Silas Weekly, who writes those dark novels of country life, all steaming manure and slashing rain, to Miss Easton Dixon, who writes a fairy tale book once a year for the Christmas trade.
It sounds lovely, Searle said.
It's obscene, Liz said, more hotly than she intended, and then wondered again why she should be so on edge this evening. And talking of the obscene, she said, pulling herself together, I'm afraid it is too dark for you to appreciate trimmings, but the full flavour of it can keep till the morning. You can just get the general effect against the sky.
She waited, while the young man took in the frieze of dark pinnacles and crenellations against the evening sky.
The special gem is the Gothic conservatory, which you can't see in this light.
Why did Miss Fitch choose this? Searle asked in wonder.
Because she thought it was grand, Liz said, her voice warm with affection. She was brought up in a rectory, you know, the kind of rectory that was built circa 1850, so her eye became conditioned to Victorian Gothic. Even now, you know, she doesn't honestly see what is wrong with it. She knows people laugh at it, and she is quite philosophical about it, but she doesn't really know why they laugh. When she first brought Cormac Ross, her publisher, here, he complimented her on the appropriateness of the name, and she had no idea what he was talking about.
Well, I'm in no mood to be critical, even of Victorian Gothic, the young man said. It was extraordinarily nice of Miss Fitch to have me down here without even stopping to look me up in the reference books. Somehow, over in the States, we expect more caution from the English.
It isn't a matter of caution with the English, it's a matter of domestic calculation. Aunt Lavinia asked you down on the spur of the moment because she didn't have to do any domestic reckoning. She knows that there is enough spare linen to furnish a spare bed, and enough food in the house to feed a guest, and enough labour to provide for his comfort, and so she has no need to hesitate. Do you mind if we go straight round to the garage and take your things in through the side door? It's a day's march to the front door from the domestics' quarters, the baronial hall unfortunately intervening.
Who built this, and why? Searle asked, looking up at the bulk of the house as they skirted it.
A man from Bradford, I understand. There was a very pleasant early Georgian house on the spot. There is a print of it in the gun-room, but he thought it a poor-looking object and pulled it down.
So it was, through ugly passages, dimly lit, that Searle carried his luggage. Passages that Liz said always reminded her of boarding school.
Just drop them there, she said, indicating a service stair, and someone will take them up presently. Come through now to comparative civilization, and get warm and have a drink and meet Walter. She pushed open a baize door and led him into the front of the house.
Do you roller skate? He asked, as they crossed the meaningless spaces of the hall.
Liz said that she hadn't thought of it, but that the place was, of course, useful for dances. The local hunt use it once a year, she said, though you mightn't think it. It's less draughty than the Corn Exchange in Wickham.
She opened a door, and they went from the grey spaces of Orfordshire and the dreary dim corridors of the house into warmth and firelight, and the welcome of a lived-in room full of well-used furniture and scented with burning logs and narcissi. Lavinia was sunk in a chair with her neat little feet on the edge of the steel fender and her untidy mop of hair escaping from its pins all over the cushions. Facing her with his elbow on the mantelpiece and one foot on the fender in his favourite attitude, was Walter Whitmore, and Liz saw him with a rush of affection and relief. Why relief? She asked herself as she listened to the greetings. She had known Walter would be here. Why relief? Was it just that she could now hand over the social burden to Walter? But social duties were her daily task, and she took them in her stride. Nor could Searle be justly considered a burden. She had rarely met anyone so easy or so undemanding. Why this gladness to see Walter, this absurd feeling that now it would be all right, like a child coming back from strangeness to a familiar room? She watched the pleasure on Walter's face as he welcomed Searle, and loved him. He was human and imperfect, and his face was already growing lined, and his hair showed signs of growing back above the temples, but he was Walter, and real, not something of inhuman beauty that had walked out of some morning of the world beyond our remembering. She took pleasure in remarking that, face to face with Walter's tallness, the newcomer looked nearly short, and his shoes, for all their expensiveness, were, from an English point of view, distinctly regrettable. After all, he's only a photographer, she said to herself, and was caught up by her own absurdity. Was she so impressed by Leslie Searle that she needed protection against him? Surely not. It was not uncommon to find that morning of the world beauty among northern peoples, nor was it to be wondered at that it made one think of tales of the Seal people and their strangeness. The young man was just a good-looking Scandinavian American with a deplorable taste in shoes and a talent for using the right kind of lens. There was not the slightest need for her to cross herself or utter charms against him. Even so, when her mother asked him at dinner whether he had any family in England, she was conscious of a vague surprise that he should be possessed of anything so mundane as relations. He had a girl cousin, he said, that was all. We don't like each other. She paints. Is the painting a non sequitur? Walter asked. Oh, I like her painting well enough, what I've seen of it. It's just that we annoy each other, so we don't bother with one another. Lavinia asked what she painted. Was it portraits? Liz wondered while they talked if she had ever painted her cousin. It must be nice to be able to take a brush and a box of paints and put on record for one's own pleasure and satisfaction a beauty that could otherwise never belong to one. To have it to keep and look at whenever one wanted to until one died. Elizabeth Garraby, she said to herself, in no time at all you will be hanging up actors' photographs. But no, it wasn't like that at all. It was no more reprehensible than admiring a work of Praxiteles. If Praxiteles had ever decided to immortalize a hurdler, the hurdler would have looked just like Leslie Searle. She must ask him sometime where he went to school, and if he had ever run races over hurdles. She was a little sorry to see that her mother did not like Searle. No one would ever suspect it, of course, but Liz knew her mother very well and could gauge with micrometer accuracy her secret reactions to any given situation. She was aware now of the distrust that seethed and bubbled behind that bland front, as lava seethes and bubbles behind the smiling slopes of Vesuvius. In that she was, of course, right. When Walter had borne his guest away to show him his room, and Liz had gone to tidy for dinner, Mrs. Garraby had catechized her sister about this unknown quantity that she had unloaded on the household. How do you know that he ever knew Cooney Wiggin at all? She asked. If he didn't, Walter will soon find out, Lavinia said reasonably. Don't bother me, Em, I'm tired. It was an awful party, everyone screaming their heads off. If his little plan is to burgle trimmings, it will be too late tomorrow morning for Walter to find out that he didn't know Cooney at all. Anyone could say they knew Cooney. If it comes to that, anyone could say they knew Cooney and get away with it. There was practically no part of Cooney Wiggins' life that wasn't public property. I can't think why you should be so suspicious about him. We have often had people we didn't know anything about down here at a moment's notice. Indeed we have, Emma said grimly.
And so far they have always been what they said they were. Why pick on Mr. Searle for your suspicions? He is much too personable to be wholesome. It was typical of Emma to shy at the word beauty and to substitute a bastard compromise like personable. Lavinia pointed out that since Mr. Searle was staying only till Monday, the amount of unwholesomeness he could manage to disseminate was necessarily small. And if it is burglary you are thinking of, he's going to have a sad shock when he goes through trimmings. I can't think, offhand, of anything that is worth lugging as far as Wickham. There's the silver. Somehow I can't believe that anyone went to all the trouble of appearing at Cormac's party and pretending to know Cooney and asking for Walter just to obtain possession of a couple of dozen forks, some spoons and a salver. Why not just force a lock one dark night? Mrs. Garraby looked unconvinced. It must be very useful to have someone who is dead when you want to be introduced to a family. Oh, Em, Lavinia had said, breaking into laughter as much at the sentence as at the sentiment. So Mrs. Garraby sat and brooded darkly behind her gracious exterior. She was not afraid for the trimming silver, of course. She was afraid of what she called the young man's personableness. She distrusted it for itself and hated it as a potential threat to her house. Chapter 3. But Emma did not, as Martha Hallard had prophesied, get the young man out of the house first thing on Monday morning. By Monday morning, it was incredible to the inhabitants of Trimmings, all but Emma herself, that on the previous Friday they had never heard of Leslie Searle. There had never been any guest at Trimmings who had merged himself with the household as Searle did, nor had there ever been anyone who intensified the life of each one of them to the same extent. He walked round the farm with Walter, admiring the new brick paths, the piggery, and the separator. He had spent his school holidays on a farm and was knowledgeable as well as receptive. He stood patiently in green lanes while Walter recorded in his little notebook a hedgerow sprout or a bird note that would do for his broadcast next Friday. He photographed with equal enthusiasm the 17th century honesty of the little farmhouse and the surrealist irrelevance of Trimmings, and contrived to convey the essential quality of each. Indeed, his photographic comment on Trimmings was so witty that Walter, after his involuntary laughter, had a moment of discomfort. This amiable young man had more sides to him than were apparent in a discussion on husbandry. He had so taken for granted the boy's discipleship that it was as disconcerting to look at these photographs as if his shadow had suddenly spoken to him. But he forgot the moment almost before it had passed. He was not an introspective person. For the introspective Liz, on the other hand, life had become, all of a sudden, a sort of funfair, a kaleidoscope, a place where no surface ever stayed still or horizontal for more than a few seconds together, where one was plunged into swift mock danger and whirled about in coloured lights. Liz had been falling in and out of love more or less regularly since the age of 7, but she had never wanted to marry anyone but Walter. Who was Walter and different? But never in that long progression from the baker's roundsman to Walter had she been aware of anyone as she was aware of Searle. Even with Tino Tresca, of the yearning eyes and the tenor that dissolved one's heart like a melting ice, even with Tresca, craziest of all her devotions, it was possible to forget for minutes together that she was in the same room with him. With Walter, of course, there was nothing remarkable in the fact that they should be sharing the same air. He was just there, and it was nice. But it was never possible to forget that Searle was in a room. Why? She kept asking herself. Or rather, why not? It had nothing to do with falling in love, this interest, this excitement. If on Sunday night, after 2 days in his company, he had turned to her and said, "Come away with me, Liz," she would have laughed aloud at so absurd a notion. She had no desire to go away with him. But a light went out of the room with him and sprang up again when he came back. She was aware of every movement of his, from the small mallet of his forefinger as it flicked the radio switch, to the lift of his foot as it kicked a log in the fireplace. Why? She had gone walking with him through the woods. She had shown him the village and the church, and always the excitement had been there, in his gentle, drawling courtesy, and in those disconcerting grey eyes that seemed to know too much about her. For Liz, all American men were divided into two classes, those who treated you as if you were a frail old lady, and those who treated you as if you were just frail. Searle belonged to the first class. He helped her over stiles and shielded her from the crowding dangers of the village street. He deferred to her opinion and flattered her ego, and as a mere change from Walter, Liz found it pleasant. Walter took it for granted that she was adult enough to look after herself, but not quite adult enough to be consulted by Walter Whitmore, household word throughout the British Isles and a large part of overseas. Searle's was a charming reversal of form. She had thought, watching him move slowly round the interior of the church, what a perfect companion he would have made if it were not for this pricking excitement, this sense of wrongness. Even the unimpressionable Lavinia, always but semi-detached from her current heroine, was, Liz noticed, touched by this strange attraction. Searle had sat with her on the terrace after dinner on Saturday night, while Walter and Liz walked in the garden and Emma attended to household matters. As they passed below the terrace each time on their round of the garden, Liz could hear her aunt's light, childlike voice babbling happily, like a little stream in the half-dark of the early moonrise. And on Sunday morning, Lavinia had confided to Liz that no one had ever made her feel so abandoned as Mr. Searle. "I am sure that he was something very wicked in ancient Greece," she said, and had added with a giggle, "But don't tell your mother that I said so." Against the entrenched opposition of her sister, her nephew, and her daughter, Mrs. Garraby would have found it difficult to rid Trimmings of the young man's presence, but her final undoing came at the hands of Miss Easton Dixon. Miss Easton Dixon lived in a tiny cottage on the slope behind the village street. It had 3 windows, asymmetrical in their own right and in relation to each other, a thatched roof, and a single chimney, and it looked as if one good sneeze would bring the whole thing round the occupant's ears, but its aspect of disintegration was equalled only by its spick-and-span condition. The cream wash of the plaster, the lime-green paint of door and windows, the dazzling crispness of the muslin curtains, the swept condition of the red brick path, together with the almost conscientious crookedness of everything that normally would be straight, made a picture that belonged by right to one of Miss Easton Dixon's own fairy tale books for Christmas. In the intervals of writing her annual story, Miss Easton Dixon indulged in handcrafts. In the schoolroom she had tortured wood with red-hot pokers. When pen painting came in, she had pen painted with assiduity, and had graduated from that to barbola work. After a spell of sealing wax, she had come to raffia, and thence to hand-weaving. She still weaved now and then, but her ingrained desire was not to create but to transform. No plain surface was safe against Miss Easton Dixon. She would take a cold cream jar and reduce its functional simplicity to a nightmare of mock meissen. In times which have seen the disappearance of both the attic and the box-room, she was the scourge of her friends, who, incidentally, loved her. As well as being a prop of the Women's Rural Institute, a lavish provider of goods for bazaars, a devoted polisher of church plate, Miss Easton Dixon was also an authority on Hollywood and all its ramifications. Every Thursday she took the 1 o'clock bus into Wickham and spent the afternoon having 1 and 9pence worth at the converted Followers of Moses Hall that did duty as a cinema. If the week's film happened to be something of which she did not approve, ukulele opus, for instance, or the tribulations of some blameless housemaid, she put the 1 and 9pence, together with the 8-penny bus fare, into the china pig on the mantelpiece, and used the fund to take her to Crome, when some film that she specially looked forward to was being shown in that comparative metropolis. Every Friday she collected her screen bulletin from the newsagent in the village, read through the releases for the week, marked those she intended to view, and put away the paper for future reference. There was no bit player in 2 hemispheres that Miss Easton Dixon could not give chapter and verse for. She could tell you why the makeup expert at Grand Continental had gone over to Wilhelm's, and the exact difference that had made to Madeline Rice's left profile. So that poor Emma, walking up the spotless brick path to hand in a basket of eggs on her way to evensong, was walking all unaware into her Waterloo. Miss Easton Dixon asked about the party to celebrate the birth of Maureen's lover and Lavinia Fitch's literary coming-of-age. Had it been a success? Emma supposed so. Ross and Cromarty's parties always were. A sufficiency of drink was all that was ever necessary to make a party a success.
"I hear that you have a very good-looking guest this weekend,"
Miss Easton Dixon said, less because she was curious than because it was against her idea of good manners to have gaps in the conversation. Yes, Lavinia brought him back from the party, a person called Searle.
"Oh,"
said Miss Easton Dixon in absent-minded encouragement, while she transferred the eggs to a 10-penny white bowl that she had painted with poppies and corn. "An American, he says that he is a photographer. Anyone who takes photographs can say that he is a photographer, and there is no one to deny it. It is a very useful profession, almost as useful as nurse used to be before it became a matter of registration and reference books."
"Searle,"
Miss Easton Dixon said, pausing with an egg in her hand.
"Not Leslie Searle, by any chance?"
"Yes," said Emma, taken aback. "His name is Leslie, at least. That is what he says. Why?"
"You mean Leslie Searle is here, in Salcott St. Mary? How simply unbelievable!"
"What is unbelievable about it?" Emma said on the defensive.
"But he is famous."
"So are half the residents of Salcott St. Mary," Emma reminded her tartly.
"Yes, but they don't photograph the most exclusive people in the world. Do you know that Hollywood stars go down on their knees to get Leslie Searle to photograph them? It is something that they can't buy. A privilege. An honor."
"And, I take it, an advertisement," said Emma.
"Are we talking about the same Leslie Searle, do you think?"
"But of course, there can hardly be 2 Leslie Searles who are American and photographers."
"I see nothing impossible in that,"
said Emma, a last-ditcher by nature.
"But of course it must be the Leslie Searle. If it won't make you late for evensong, we can settle the matter here and now."
"How?"
"I have a photograph of him somewhere."
"Of Leslie Searle?"
"Yes, in a screen bulletin. Just let me look it out. It won't take a moment. This really is exciting. I can't think of anyone more exotic to find in Salcott of all places."
She opened the door of a yellow-painted cupboard, decorated Bavarian fashion with scrolls of stylized flowers, and disclosed the neat stacks of hoarded bulletins.
"Let me see. It must be 18 months ago, or perhaps 2 years.
With a practised hand, she thumbed down the edges of the pile so that the date in the corner of each was visible for a moment, and picked 2 or 3 from the pile.
"There is a contents list on the outside of each," she pointed out, shuffling them on the table, "so it doesn't take a moment to find what one wants. So useful."
And then, as the required issue did not turn up at once,
"But if this is going to make you late, do leave it and come in on your way home. I shall look it out while you are in church."
But nothing would now have moved Emma from the house until she had seen that photograph.
"Ah, here it is," said Miss Easton Dixon at last. "Lovelies and the Lens," it was called. I suppose one cannot expect style and information for 3 a week. However, if I remember rightly, the article was more respect-worthy than the title. Here it is. These are samples of his work. That is a very clever one of Lotta Marlowe, isn't it? And here, over the page, you see, is a self-portrait. Isn't that your weekend guest?
It was a photograph taken at an odd angle and full of odd shadows, a composition rather than a likeness in the old sense. But it was unmistakably Leslie Searle. The Leslie Searle who was occupying the tower bedroom at Trimmings. Unless, of course, there were twins, both called Leslie, both called Searle, both Americans, and both photographers, which was something at which even Emma balked. She skimmed through the article, which, as Miss Easton Dixon had indicated, was a perfectly straightforward account of the young man and his work, and might equally well have come out of Theatre Arts Monthly. The article welcomed him back to the coast for his annual stay, envied him being free of the world for the rest of the year, and commended his new portraits of the stars, more especially that of Danny Minsky in Hamlet clothes.
The tears of laughter that Danny has wrung from us have no doubt blinded us to that Forbes-Robertson profile. It took Searle to show us that, they said.
Yes, said Emma, that's... She had nearly said the creature, but stopped herself in time. That is the same person. No, she said cautiously. She did not know how long he was staying. He was Lavinia's guest. But Miss Easton Dixon should certainly meet him before he left, if that were humanly possible. If not, said Miss Easton Dixon, do please tell him how much I admire his work. But that, of course, Emma had no intention of doing. She was not going to mention this little matter at home at all. She went to evensong and sat in the Trimmings pew, looking placid and benevolent, and being thoroughly miserable. The creature was not only personable, he was a personality, and by that much more dangerous. He had a reputation that for all she knew might vie with Walter's in worldly worth. He no doubt had money too. It was bad enough when she had only his personableness to fear. Now it turned out that he was eligible as well. He had everything on his side. If it had been possible to call up the powers of darkness against him, she would have done it. But she was in church, and must use the means to hand. So she invoked God and all his angels to guard her Liz against the evils in her path. That is to say, against not inheriting Lavinia's fortune when the time came. "Keep her true to Walter," she prayed, "and I'll—" She tried to think of some bribe or penance that she could offer, but could think of none at the moment, so she merely repeated, "Keep her true to Walter," with no inducement added, and left it to the unselfish goodness of the deity. It did nothing to reassure her, nor to bolster her faith in the deity, to come on her daughter and Searle, leaning on the little side gate into the Trimmings' garden, and laughing together like a pair of children. She came up behind them along the field path from the church, and was dismayed by some quality of loveliness, of youth, that belonged to their gaiety. A quality that was not apparent in any communion between Liz and Walter. "What I like best is the yard or two of Renaissance before the bit of border peel," Liz was saying. They were evidently at their favourite game of making fun of the Bradford magnate's folly.
"How did he forget a moat, do you think?"
Searle asked. "Perhaps he started life digging ditches and didn't want to be reminded of them."
"It's my guess he didn't want to spend money on digging a hole just to put water in it. They're Yankees, aren't they, up there?"
Liz allowed that North Country blood had probably much in common with New England. Then Searle saw Emma and greeted her, and they walked up to the house with her, not self-conscious in her presence or stopping their game, but drawing her into it and sharing their delight with her. She looked at Liz's sallow little countenance and tried to remember when she had last seen it so alive, so full of the joy of life. After a little, she remembered. It was on a Christmas afternoon long ago, and Liz had experienced, in the short space of an hour, her first snow and her first Christmas tree. So far she had hated only Leslie Searle's beauty. Now she began to hate Leslie Searle.
Chapter 4. It was Emma's hope that Searle would go quietly away before any further evidences of desirableness were revealed to the family. But in that, too, she was bound to be frustrated. Searle had avowedly come to England for a holiday. He had no relations or intimate friends to visit. He had a camera and every intention of using it,
and there seemed no reason why he should not stay at Trimmings and use it. His expressed intention, once he had seen the largely unspoiled loveliness of Orfordshire, was to find a good hotel in Crome and make that a centre for photographic foraging among the cottages and country houses of the neighbourhood. But that, as Lavinia swiftly pointed out, was absurd. He could stay at Trimmings, among his friends, and forage just as far afield, and with as good results as he could at Crome. Why should he come back each night to a hotel room and the company of casual acquaintances in a hotel lounge, when he could return to a home and the comfort of his own room in the Tower? Searle would no doubt have accepted the invitation in any case, but the final make-weight was the suggestion that he and Walter might do a book together. No one could remember afterwards who first made the suggestion, but it was one that anyone might have made. It was from journalism that Walter had graduated to the eminence of radio commentator, and an alliance between one of Britain's best-known personalities and one of America's most admired photographers would produce a book that might, with luck, have equal interest for Weston-super-Mare and Lynchburg, Virginia. In partnership, they could clean up. So there was no question of Searle's departing on Monday morning, nor on Tuesday, nor on any specific day in a foreseeable future. He was at Trimmings to stay, it seemed, and no one but Emma found any fault with that arrangement. Lavinia offered him the use of her Rolls two-seater to take him round the country. It did nothing but lie in the garage, she said, when she was working, but Searle preferred to hire a small cheap car from Bill Maddox, who kept the garage at the entrance to the village. "If I'm going nosing up lanes that are not much better than the bed of a stream, some of them, I want a car I don't have to hold my breath about," he said. But Liz felt that this was merely a way of declining Lavinia's offer gracefully, and liked him for it. Bill Maddox reported well of him to the village. "No airs at all, can't be fooled neither. Upped with the bonnet and went over her as if he was bred to the trade," so that by the time he appeared in the Swan with Walter of an evening, Salcott St. Mary knew all about him and were prepared to accept him in spite of his reprehensible good looks. The Salcott aliens, of course, had no prejudice against good looks and no hesitation whatever in accepting him. Toby Tullis took one look at him and straightway forgot his royalties, the new comedy he had just finished, the one he had just begun, and the infidelity of Christopher Hatton. How had he ever been such a half-wit as to trust a creature of a vanity so pathological that he could take to himself a name like that? And made a beeline for the bench where Walter had deposited Searle while he fetched the beer. "I think I saw you at Lavinia's party in town," he said in his best imitation tentative manner. "My name is Tullis. I write plays." The modesty of this phrase always enchanted him. It was as if the owner of a transcontinental railroad were to say, "I run trains." "How do you do, Mr. Tullis?" said Leslie Searle. "What kind of plays do you write?" There was a moment of silence while Tullis got his breath back, and while he was still searching for words, Walter came up with the beer. "Well," he said, "I see you have introduced yourselves." "Walter," said Tullis, deciding on his line and leaning towards Walter with empressement. "I have met him." "Met whom?" asked Walter, who always remembered his accusatives. "The man who never heard of me. I have met him at last." "And how does it feel?" asked Walter, glancing at Searle and deciding yet once again that there was more in Leslie Searle than met the eye. "Wonderful, my boy, wonderful. A unique sensation." "If you care, his name is Searle. Leslie Searle, a friend of Cooney Wiggin." Walter saw a shadow of doubt cross the fish-grey eye of Toby Tullis and followed the thought quite clearly. If this beautiful young man had been a friend of the very international Cooney, then was it possible that he had never heard of the even more international Toby Tullis? Was it possible that the young man was taking him for a ride? Walter set the beer mugs down, slid into the seat beside Searle, and prepared to enjoy himself. Across the room, he could see Serge Ratov glaring at this new piece of grouping. Ratov had at one time been the raison d'etre and prospective star of an embryo play of Toby Tullis's, which was to be called Afternoon, and was all about a faun. Unfortunately, it had suffered considerable changes in the processes of birth, and had eventually become something called Crépuscule, which was all about a little waiter in the Bois, and was played by a newcomer with an Austrian name and a Greek temperament. Ratov had never recovered from this betrayal. At first he had drunk himself into scintillations of self-pity, then he had drunk to avoid the ache of self-pity that filled him when he was sober. Then he was sacked because he had become independable both at rehearsals and performance. Then he reached the ultimate stage of a ballet dancer's downfall and ceased even to practice. So that now, vaguely but surely, the fatty tissue was blurring the spare tautness. Only the furious eyes still had the old life and fire. The eyes still had meaning and purpose. When Toby ceased to invite him to the house at Solcott, Ratov had bought the old stable next the village shop, a mere lean-to against the shop's gable end, and made it into a dwelling for himself. This had proved in a quite unexpected way his salvation, for his point of vantage, next the only shop in the place, had turned him from a mere reject of Toby's into a general purveyor of gossip to the community, and therefore a person in his own right. The villagers, lured by the childish quality in his make-up, treated him without the reservation that they used to the other aliens, employing to him the same tolerance that they used to their own innocence. He was therefore the only person in the village who was equally free of both communities. No one knew what he lived on, or if he ever ate as opposed to drinking. At almost any hour of the day he could be found draped in incorrigible grace against the post-office counter of the shop, and in the evenings he drank at the Swan like the rest of the community. In the last few months, a rapprochement had taken place between him and Toby, and there were rumours that he was even beginning to practice again. Now he was glaring at this newcomer to Solcott, this unsmirched, unblurred, radiant newcomer who had taken Toby's interest. In spite of betrayal and downfall, Toby was still his property and his god. Walter thought with a mild amusement how scandalised poor Serge would be if he could witness the treatment to which his adored Toby was being subjected. Toby had by now discovered that Leslie Searle was a fellow who photographed the world's celebrities, and was therefore confirmed in his suspicion that Searle had known quite well who he was. He was puzzled, not to say wounded. No one had been rude to Toby Tullis for at least a decade. But his actor's need to be liked was stronger than his resentment, and he was putting forth all his charm in an effort to win over this so unexpected antagonist. Sitting watching the charm at work, Walter thought how ineradicable was the bounder in a man's personality. When he was a child, his friends at school had used the word bounder loosely to describe anyone who wore the wrong kind of collar. But of course it was not at all like that. What made a man a bounder was a quality of mind, a crassness, a lack of sensitivity. It was something that was quite incurable, a spiritual astigmatism. And Toby Tullis, after all those years, stayed unmistakably a bounder. It was a very odd thing. With the possible exception of the Court of St. James's, there was no door in the world that was not wide open to Toby Tullis. He travelled like royalty and was given almost diplomatic privileges. He was dressed by the world's best tailors and had acquired the social tricks of the world's best people. In everything but essence, he was the well-bred man of the world. In essence, he remained a bounder. Martha Hallard had once said, "Everything that Toby does is just a little off-key." And that described it very well. Looking sideways to see how Searle was taking this odd wooing, Walter was delighted to observe a sort of absent-mindedness in Searle as he consumed his beer. The degree of absent-mindedness was beautifully graded, Walter noticed. Any more would have laid him open to the charge of rudeness, and so put him in the wrong. Any less might not have been obvious enough to sting Tullis. As it was, Toby was baffled into trying far too hard and making a fool of himself. He did everything but juggle with plates. That anyone should be unimpressed by Toby Tullis was a state of affairs not to be borne. He sweated, and Walter smiled into his beer, and Leslie Searle was gentle and polite and a little absent-minded. And Serge Ratov continued to glare from the other side of the room. Walter reckoned that he was 2 drinks short of making a scene, and wondered if they should drink up and go before Serge joined them in a torrent of unintelligible English and unfathomable accusations. But the person who joined them was not Serge, but Silas Weekly. Weekly had been watching them from the bar for some time, and now brought his beer over to their table and greeted them. He came, as Walter knew, for 2 reasons: because he had a woman's curiosity, and because everything beautiful had for him the attraction of the repulsive. Weekly resented beauty, and it was not entirely to be held against him that he made a very large income indeed out of that resentment. His resentment was quite genuine. The world he approved of was, as Liz had said, all steaming manure and slashing rain, and not even the clever parodies of his individual style had sufficed to ruin his vogue. His lecture tours in America were wild successes, not so much because his earnest readers in Peoria and Paducah loved steaming manure, but because Silas Weekly looked the part so perfectly. He was cadaverous and dark and tall, and his voice was slow and sibilant and hopeless, and all the good ladies of Peoria and Paducah longed to take him home and feed him up and give him a brighter outlook on life, in which they were a great deal more generous than his English colleagues, who considered him an unmitigated bore and a bit of an ass. Lavinia always referred to him as that tiresome man who always tells you that he was at a board school, and held that he was just a little mad. He, on his part, referred to her as the woman Fitch, as one speaking of a criminal. Weekly had come over to them because he could not keep away from the hateful beauty of Leslie Searle, and Walter caught himself wondering if Searle knew it. For Searle, who had been all gentle indifference with the eager Toby, was now engaged in throwing a rope over the antagonistic Silas. Walter, watching the almost feminine dexterity of it, was willing to bet that in about 15 minutes Searle would have Silas roped and hog-tied. He glanced at the big bland clock behind the bar and decided to time him. Searle did it with 5 minutes to spare. In 10 minutes he had Weekly, resentful and struggling, a prisoner in his toils, and the bewilderment in Weekly's sunken eyes was greater than ever the bewilderment in Toby's fish-scale ones had been. Walter nearly laughed aloud. And then Searle put the final touch of comedy to the act. At a moment when both Silas and Toby were doing their rival best to be entertaining, Searle said in his quiet drawl, "Do forgive me, won't you, but I see a friend of mine," and got up without haste and walked away to join the friend at the bar. The friend was Bill Maddox, the garage keeper. Walter buried his face in his beer mug and enjoyed the faces of his friends. It was only afterwards, rolling it over in his mind to savour it, that a vague discomfort pricked him. The fun had been so bland, so lightly handled, that its essential quality, its ruthlessness, had not been apparent. At the moment he was merely amused by the typical reactions of Searle's 2 victims. Silas Weekly gulped down what was left of his beer, pushed the mug away from him with a gesture of self-disgust, and went out of the pub without a word. He was like a man fleeing from the memory of some frowsy backroom embrace, a man sickened by his own succumbing. Walter wondered for a moment if Lavinia could possibly be right, and Weekly was after all a little mad. Toby Tullis, on the other hand, had never known either retreat or self-disgust. Toby was merely deploying his forces for further campaigning. "A little farouche, your young friend," he remarked, his eye on Searle as he talked to Bill Maddox at the bar. Farouche was the last word that Walter would have used of Leslie Searle, but he understood that Toby must justify his temporary overthrow.
You must bring him to see Who House.
Who House was the beautiful stone building that stood so unexpectedly in Salcott's row of pink and cream and yellow gables. It had once been an inn, and before that it was said its stones had been part of an abbey farther down the valley. Now it was a showpiece of a quality so rare that Toby, who normally changed his dwelling place, one could hardly say his home, every second year, had refused all offers for it for several years now.
Is he staying long with you?
Walter said that he and Searle planned to do a book together. They had not yet decided on the form of it.
Gypsying through Orfordshire?
Something like that. I do the spiel and Searle does the illustrations. We haven't thought of a good central theme yet.
A little early in the year to go gypsying.
Good for photography, though, before the county becomes clotted with greenery.
Perhaps your young friend would like to photograph Who House,
Toby said, picking up the 2 mugs and moving with admirable casualness to the bar with them. Walter stayed where he was and wondered how many drinks Serge Ratoff had had since last he noticed him. He had been only 2 short of a row then, he had reckoned. Now he must be almost at explosion point. Toby put the mugs on the counter, entered first into conversation with the landlord, then with Bill Maddox, and so quite naturally with Searle again. It was dexterously done.
You must come and see Who House, Walter heard him say presently. It is very beautiful. You might even like to photograph it.
Has it not been photographed? Asked Searle, surprised. It was quite an innocent surprise, an astonishment that a thing so beautiful should be unrecorded, but what it conveyed to his hearers was, is it possible that any facet of Toby Tullis's life has remained unpublicized? This was the spark that ignited Serge. Yes, he shrieked, shooting out of his corner like a squib and sticking his furious small face within an inch of Searle's. It has been photographed. It has been photographed 10,000 times by the greatest photographers in the world, and it does not need to be made cheap by any stupid amateur from a country that was stolen from the Indians, even if he has a profile and dyed hair and no morals and a—
Serge, said Toby, shut up.
But the wild babble poured out of Serge's ravaged face without a pause.
Serge, do you hear? Stop it,
Toby said, and pushed Ratoff lightly on the shoulder so as to urge him away from Searle. This was the final touch, and Serge's voice rose into one high, continuous stream of vituperation, most of it couched in mercifully unintelligible English, but spattered liberally with phrases in French or Spanish, and studded here and there with epithets and descriptions of a freshness that was delightful.
You Middle West Lucifer,
was one of the better ones. As Toby's hand took him by the back of the collar to drag him away from Searle by force, Serge's arm shot out to where Toby's new-filled beer mug was waiting on the counter. He reached it a split second before Reeve, the landlord, could save it, grabbed it, and launched the whole contents into Searle's face. Searle's head moved sideways by instinct, so that the beer streamed over his neck and shoulder. Screaming with baffled rage, Serge lifted the heavy mug above his head to fling it, but Reeve's large hand closed on his wrist. The mug was prized out of his convulsive clutch, and Reeve said,
Arthur?
There was no chucker out at the Swan, since there had never been any need for one, but when any persuading had to be done, Arthur Tebbets did it. Arthur was cattleman up at Silver Lace Farm, and he was a large, slow, kind creature who would go out of his way to avoid treading on a worm.
Come now, Mr. Ratoff,
Arthur said, enveloping with his Saxon bulk the small, struggling cosmopolitan.
There's no call to get fussed over little things. It's that there gin, Mr. Ratoff. I've told you afore, that ain't no drink for a man, Mr. Ratoff. Now you come with me, and see if you don't feel the better of a dose of fresh air, see if you don't.
Serge had no intention of going anywhere with anyone. He wanted to stay and murder this newcomer to Solcott. But there was never any successful argument against Arthur's methods. Arthur just put a friendly arm round one and leaned. The arm was like a limb of a beech tree, and the pressure was that of a landslide. Serge went with him to the door under pressure, and they went out together. Not for one moment had Serge stopped his torrent of accusation and offence, and not once, as far as anyone knew, had he repeated himself. As the high babbling voice died into the outer air, the onlookers stirred into relief and conversation again.
"Gentlemen," said Toby Tullis, "I apologise on behalf of the theatre."
But it was not said lightly enough. Instead of being an actor's gay smoothing over of an awkward moment, it was Toby Tullis reminding them that he spoke for the English theatre. As Martha had said, everything that Toby did was a little off-key. There was a murmur of amusement, but if anything, his speech added to the village's embarrassment. The landlord mopped Searle's shoulder with a glass cloth, and begged him to come in behind, and his missus would take some clean water to his suit and get the smell of the beer off it before it dried in. But Searle refused. He was quite amiable about it, but seemed to want to get out of the place. Walter thought that he was looking a little sick. They said good evening to Toby, who was still explaining Serge's temperament in terms of the theatre, and went out into the sweet evening.
"Does he often sound off like that?"
Searle asked.
"Right off. He has made scenes before, yes, but never such a violent one. I've never known him use physical means before."
They met Arthur, returning to his interrupted beer, and Walter asked what had become of the disturber.
"He run away home," Arthur said, with his large smile. "Went off like an arrow from a bow. He could beat a hare, that one."
And went back to his drink.
"It's early for dinner yet," Walter said. "Let us walk home by the river and up by the field path. I am sorry about the row, but I expect that in your job you are used to temperaments."
"Well, I have been called things, of course,
but so far nothing has actually been flung at me. I dare swear no one ever thought of calling you a Middle West Lucifer before. Poor Serge."
Walter paused to lean on the bridge below the mill house and look at the reflection of the afterglow in the waters of the Rushmere.
"Perhaps the old saying is true, and it is not possible to love and be wise. When you are as devoted to anyone as Serge is to Toby Tullis, I expect you cease to be sane about the matter."
"Sane?" said Searle sharply.
"Yes, things lose their proper proportions, which, I take it, is a loss of sanity."
Searle was quiet for a long time, staring at the smooth water as it flooded so slowly towards the bridge, and then was flicked under it with the sudden hysteria of water sucked round obstacles in its path.
"Sane,"
he repeated, watching the place where the water lost control and was sucked under the culvert.
"I'm not suggesting the fellow is mad," Walter said. "He has just lost hold of common sense."
"And is common sense so desirable a quality?"
"An admirable quality. Nothing great ever came out of common sense,"
Searle said.
"On the contrary, lack of common sense is responsible for practically every ill in life. Everything from wars to not moving up in the bus. I see there is a light in the mill house. Martha must be back."
They looked up at the pale bulk of the house, glowing in the half-dark as a pale flower glows. A single light, still bright yellow in what was left of the daylight, starred the side that looked on the river.
"A light the way Liz likes them," Searle said. "Liz? She likes them golden like that in the daylight, before the dark turns them white."
For the first time, Walter was forced into considering Searle in relation to Liz. It had not crossed his mind until now to consider them in relation to each other at all, since he was not in the least possessive about Liz. This unpossessiveness might have been accounted to him for virtue, if it had not sprung directly from the fact that he took her for granted. If, by some method of hypnotism, the last dregs of Walter's subconscious could have been dragged to the surface, it would have been found that he thought that Liz was doing very well for herself. Even the shadow of such a thought would have shocked Walter's conscious mind, of course, but since he was entirely unself-analytical and largely unself-conscious, a quality that enabled him to perpetrate the broadcasts which so revolted Martha and endeared him to the British public, the farthest his conscious mind went was to hold it gratifying and proper that Liz should love him. He had known Liz so long that she had no surprises for him. He took it for granted that he knew everything about Liz, but he had not known a simple little fact like her pleasure in lights in the daytime. And Searle, the newcomer, had learned that. And what was more, remembered it. A faint ripple stirred the flat waters of Walter's self-satisfaction. "Have you met Martha Hallard?" he asked. "No." "We must remedy that. I have seen her act, of course." "In what?" "A play called Walk in Darkness." "Oh, yes, she was good in that. One of her best parts, I think," Walter said, and dropped the subject. He did not want to talk about Walk in Darkness. Walk in Darkness might be a Hallard memory, but it was one that held also Marguerite Merriam. "I suppose we couldn't drop in now?" Searle said, looking up at the light. "It's a little too near dinner time, I think. Martha isn't the kind of person you drop in on very easily. That, I suspect, is why she chose the isolated mill house. Perhaps Liz could take me down and present me tomorrow." Walter had nearly said, "Why Liz?" when he remembered that tomorrow was Friday and that he would be away all day in town. Friday was broadcast day. Searle had remembered that he would not be here tomorrow, although he himself had forgotten. Another ripple stirred. "Yes, or we might ask her up to dinner. She likes good food. Well, I suppose we had better be getting along." But Searle did not move. He was looking up the avenue of willows that bordered the flat pewter surface of the darkening water. "I've got it," he said. "Got what?" "The theme, the connecting link, the motif." "For the book, you mean?" "Yes, the river, the Rushmere. Why didn't we think of that before?" "The river, yes. Why didn't we? I suppose because it isn't entirely an Orfordshire river. But of course it is the perfect solution. It has been done repeatedly for the Thames and for the Severn. I don't see why it shouldn't work with the smaller Rushmere. Would it give us the variety we need for the book?" "Indubitably," said Walter. "It couldn't be better. It rises in that hilly country, all sheep and stone walls and sharp outlines. Then there's the pastoral bit, with beautiful farmhouses and great barns and English trees at their best, and village churches like cathedrals. And then Wickham, the essence of English market towns, where the villain that marched from the town cross to speak to King Richard in London is the same man that prods today's heifer onto the train on its way to the Argentine." Walter's hand stole up to the breast pocket where he kept his notebook, but fell away again. "Then the marshes, you know, skeins of geese against an evening sky. Great cloudscapes and shivering grasses. Then the port, Mere Harbour, almost Dutch, a complete contrast to the county at its back, a town full of lovely individual building, and a harbour full of fishing and coastwise traffic. Gulls and reflections and gables. Searle, it's perfect." "When do we start?" "Well, first, how do we do it?" "Will this thing take a boat?" "Only a punt, or a skiff, where it widens below the bridge." "A punt," Searle said doubtfully. "That's one of those flat duck shooting things." "Approximately." "That doesn't sound very handy. It had better be canoes." "Canoes?" "Yes, can you manage one?" "I've paddled one round an ornamental pond when I was a child. That's all." "Oh, well, at least you've got the hang of it. You'll soon remember the drill. How far up could we start with canoes?" Man, it's a wonderful idea. It even gives us our title, Canoes on the Rushmere. A title with a nice swing to it, like Drums Along the Mohawk or Oil for the Lamps of China. We shall have to tramp the first bit of it, the sheep country bit, down to about Otley. I expect the stream will take a canoe at Otley, though God help me, I don't anticipate being much at home in a canoe. We can carry a small pack from the source of the river, it's a spring in the middle of a field, I've always understood, down to Otley or Capel, and from there to the sea we canoe. Canoes on the Rushmere, yes, it sounds all right. When I go up to town tomorrow, I'll go and see Cormac Ross and put the proposition to him and see what he is moved to offer. If he doesn't like it, I have half a dozen more who will jump at it. But Ross is in Lavinia's pocket, so we might as well make use of him if he will play. Of course he will, Searle said. You're practically royalty in this country, aren't you? If there was any feeling in the jibe, it was not apparent. I should really offer it to Debhams, Walter said. They did my book about farm life, but I quarrelled with them about the illustrations. They were dreadful, and the book didn't sell. That was before you took to the air, I infer. Oh, yes. Walter pushed himself off the bridge and began to walk towards the field path and dinner. They did refuse my poems after the farm book, so I can use that as a get-out. You write poems, too. Who doesn't? I, for one. Clod, said Walter amiably. And they went back to discussing the ways and means of their progress down the Rushmere. Chapter 5. Come up to town with me and see Ross, Walter said at breakfast next morning. But Searle wanted to stay in the country. It was blasphemy, he said, to spend even one day in London with the English countryside bursting into its first green. Besides, he did not know Ross. It would be better if Walter put the proposition to Ross first and brought him into the business later. And Walter, though disappointed, did not stop to analyse the exact quality of his disappointment. But as he drove up to town, his mind was much less occupied than usual with the matter of his broadcast, and a great deal oftener than usual it strayed back to trimmings. He went to see Ross and laid before him the plans for Canoes on the Rushmere. Ross professed himself delighted and allowed himself to be beaten up an extra 2.5% on a provisional agreement. But of course nothing could be settled, he pointed out, until he had consulted Cromarty. It was popularly supposed that Ross had taken Cromarty into partnership for the fun of it, as a matter of euphony. He had been doing quite well for himself as Cormac Ross, as far as anyone could judge, and there seemed, on the surface, no reason to rope in a partner, more especially a partner as colourless as Cromarty. But Cormac Ross had sufficient West Highland blood in him to find it difficult to say no. He liked to be liked. So he engaged Cromarty as his smokescreen. When an author could be received with open arms, the open arms were Cormac Ross's. When an author had regretfully to be turned down, it was on account of Cromarty's intransigence. Cromarty had once said to Ross in a fit of temper, "You might at least let me see the books I turned down." But that was an extreme case. Normally, Cromarty did read the books that he was going to be responsible for rejecting. Now, faced with the offer of a book by the British public's current darling, Ross used the automatic phrase about consulting his partner, but his round pink face shone with satisfaction, and he bore Walter off to lunch and bought him a bottle of Romanée Conti, which was wasted on Walter, who liked beer. So, full of good Burgundy and the prospect of cheques to come, Walter went on to the studio, and his mind once more began to play tricks on him and run away back to Salcott instead of staying delightedly in the studio as was its habit. For half of his weekly time on the air, Walter always had a guest, someone connected with the open air, a commodity in which Walter had lately taken so much stock as to make it a virtual Whitmore monopoly. Walter compared the open air in the shape of a poacher, a sheep farmer from the back blocks of Australia, a bird watcher, a keeper from Sutherland, an earnest female who went round pushing acorns into roadside banks, a young dilettante
who hunted with a hawk, and anyone else who happened to be both handy and willing. For the latter half of his time, Walter merely talked. Today his guest was a child who kept a tame fox, and Walter was dismayed to find himself disliking the brat. Walter loved his guests. He felt warm and protective, and all brothers together about them. He never loved mankind so largely or so well as when he and his guests were talking together in his half-hour. He loved them to the point of tears. And now it upset him to feel detached and critical about Harold Dibbs and his silly fox. Harold had a sadly underdeveloped jaw, he noticed, and looked regrettably like a fox himself. Perhaps the fox had stayed with him because it had felt at home. He felt guilty about having had this thought, and tried to compensate by giving his voice more warmth than it would carry, so that his interest had a forced note. Harold and his fox were Walter's first failure. Nor was the talk successful enough to blot out the memory of Harold. The talk was about what earthworms do for England. The "for England" was a typical Whitmore touch. Other men might speak on the place of the earthworm in nature, and no one cared two hoots either about nature or earthworms. But Walter pinned his worm onto a Shakespearean hook and angled gently with it, so that his listeners saw the seething legions of blind purpose turning the grey rock in the western sea into the green paradise that was England. There would be 57 letters tomorrow morning by the first available post from north of the border, of course, to point out that Scotland too had her earthworms. But this was just so much additional evidence of Walter's drawing power. It was Walter's secret habit to speak to one particular person when broadcasting, a trick which helped him to achieve that unself-conscious friendliness which was his trademark. It was never a real person, nor did he ever visualize his imaginary hearer in detail. He merely decided that today he would talk to an old lady in Leeds, or a little girl in hospital in Bridgewater, or a lighthouse keeper in Scotland. Today, for the first time, he thought of speaking to Liz. Liz always listened to his broadcast, and he took it for granted that she would listen, but his imaginary listener was so much a part of his act that it had never occurred to him before to use Liz as the person he'd talked to. Now, today, some obscure need to bind Liz closely to him, to make sure that she was there, blotted out his pretense listener, and he talked to Liz. But it was not the success it should have been. The mere recollection of Liz wooed his mind from the script, so that he remembered last night by the river, and the darkening willows, and the single golden star in the side of the mill house. A daffodil pale light, the way Liz liked them. And his attention wandered from the worms and from England, and he stumbled over the words, so that the illusion of spontaneity was lost. Puzzled and a little annoyed, but still not greatly disturbed, he signed the autograph books that had been sent to the studio for that purpose, decided what was to be done in the case of A, a request for his presence at a christening, B, a request for one of his ties, C, 19 requests to appear on his programme, and D, 7 requests for financial loans, and turned his face homewards. As an afterthought, he turned back and bought a pound boot of chocolate dragée for Liz. As he tucked it into the glove compartment, it occurred to him that it must be some time since he took Liz something on his way home. It was a pleasant habit. He must do it more often. It was only when the traffic dropped behind him and the Roman directness of the arterial highway stretched uneventful in front of him that his mind went past Liz to the thing her image was hiding. Searle. Searle. Poor Serge's Middle West Lucifer. Why Lucifer, he wondered. Lucifer, Prince of the Morning. He had always pictured Lucifer as a magnificent burning figure, 6.5 feet tall, not at all like Searle. What in Searle had suggested Lucifer to Ratoff's accusing mind? Lucifer, a fallen glory, a beauty turned evil. He saw in his mind a picture of the Searle who walked round the farm with him, his hatless blonde hair blown into untidy ends by the wind, his hands pushed deep into very English flannels. Lucifer.
He nearly laughed aloud. But there was, of course, a strangeness in Searle's good looks. What was it? An unplaceable quality, something not quite of the world of men. Perhaps that was what had suggested fallen angels to Serge's fertile mind. Anyhow, Searle seemed a good chap, and they were going to do a book together, and Searle knew that he was engaged to marry Liz so that he would not— He did not finish the thought, even to himself. Nor did it occur to him to wonder how a beauty that made one think of fallen angels was likely to affect a young woman engaged to a BBC commentator. He drove home at a better speed than normally, put away the car, took Liz's favourite sweets out of their place in the glove compartment, and went in to present them and be kissed for his forethought. He was also the bearer of the good news that Cormac Ross liked the idea of the book and was prepared to pay them well for it. He could hardly wait to reach the drawing-room. The baronial hall was very silent and cold as he crossed it, and it smelled, in spite of anachronistic baize doors, of sprouts and stewed rhubarb. In the drawing-room, which as usual was warm and gay, there was no one but Lavinia, who was sitting with her feet on the fender and her lap covered with that day's issue of the highbrow weeklies. "It's a strange thing," said Lavinia, taking her nose out of the Watchman, "how immoral it is to make money out of writing."
"Hello, Aunt Vin. Where are the others?"
"This rag used to worship Silas Weekly until he went and made himself a fortune. Em is upstairs, I think. The others aren't back yet."
Back? Back from where?"
"I don't know. They went out in that dreadful little car of Bill Maddox's after lunch."
"After lunch?"
"The slick repetition of a technique as lacking in subtlety as a poster. Don't they make you sick? Yes, I didn't need Liz this afternoon, so they went out. It has been a glorious day, hasn't it?"
"But it is only 10 minutes till dinner time."
"Yes, looks as though they're going to be late," said Lavinia, her eyes pursuing the slaughter of Silas.
So Liz hadn't heard the broadcast. He had been talking to her, and she hadn't even been listening. He was dumbfounded. The fact that the old lady in Leeds, and the child in the hospital in Bridgewater, and the lighthouse keeper in Scotland hadn't been listening either made no difference. Liz always listened. It was her business to listen. He was Walter, her fiancé, and if he spoke to the world it was right that she should listen, and now she had gone out gaily with Leslie Searle and left him talking into thin air. She had gone out gadding without a thought on a Friday, on his broadcast afternoon, gone out God knew where, with Searle, with a fellow she had known only 7 days, and they stayed out to the very last minute. She wasn't even there to have chocolates given her, when he had gone out of his way to get them for her. It was monstrous. Then the vicar arrived. No one had remembered that he was coming to dinner. He was that kind of man. And Walter had to spend another 15 minutes with earthworms when he had already had more than enough of them. The vicar had listened to his broadcast and was enchanted by it. He could talk of nothing else. Mrs. Garraby came in, greeted the vicar with commendable presence of mind, and went away to arrange for a supplement of tinned peas to the entree and a pastry covering for the stewed rhubarb. By the time that the missing pair were 20 minutes late, and Mrs. Garraby had decided not to wait for them, Walter had changed his attitude and decided that Liz was dead. She would never be late for dinner. She was lying dead in a ditch somewhere, perhaps with the car on top of her. Searle was an American, and it was well known that all Americans were reckless drivers and had no patience with English lanes. They had probably gone round a corner, slap into something. He played with his soup, his heart black with dread, and listened to the vicar on demonology. He had heard, at one time or another, everything that the vicar had to say on the subject of demonology, but at least it was a relief to get away from worms. Just when his heart had blackened and shrunk to the state of a very old mushroom, the gay voices of Searle and Liz could be heard in the hall. They came in, breathless and radiant, full of offhand apology for their lateness and commendation for the family in that they had not kept dinner back for them. Liz presented Searle to the vicar, but did not think of casting any special word to Walter before falling on her soup like a starving refugee.
They had been all over the place, they said. First they had viewed Twells Abbey and adjacent villages, then they had met Peter Massey and had gone to look at his horses and given him a lift into Crome. Then they had had tea at the Star and Garter in Crome, and they had been on the way home out of Crome when they found a cinema which was showing the Great Train Robbery. And it was, of course, not in anyone's power to refuse a chance of viewing the Great Train Robbery. They had had to sit through several modern exhibits before the Great Train Robbery appeared, which was what had made them late, but it had been worth waiting for. An account of the Great Train Robbery occupied most of the fish course. "How was the broadcast, Walter?" Liz said, reaching for some bread. It was bad enough that she did not say, "I am desolated to have missed your broadcast, Walter," but that she should spare for the broadcast only the part of her mind that was not occupied with the replenishing of her bread plate was the last straw. "The vicar will tell you," said Walter. "He listened." The vicar told them con amore. Neither Liz nor Leslie Searle, Walter noticed, really listened. Once, during the recital, Liz met Searle's glance as she passed him something and gave him her quick, friendly smile. They were very pleased with themselves, with each other, and with the day they had had. "What did Ross say about the book?" Searle asked, when the vicar had at last run down. "He was delighted with the idea," Walter said, wishing passionately that he had never begun this partnership with Searle. "Have you heard what they plan, Vicar?" Mrs. Garraby said. "They are going to write a book about the Rushmere, from its source to the sea. Walter is going to write it, and Mr. Searle to illustrate it." The vicar approved of the idea and pointed out its classic form. Was it to be on Shanks's mare or with a donkey, he asked. "On foot down to Otley or thereabouts," Walter said, "and by water from there." "By water, but the Rushmere is full of snags in its early reaches," the vicar said. They told him about the canoes. The vicar thought canoes a sensible craft for a river like the Rushmere, but wondered where they could be got. "I talked to Cormac Ross about that today," Walter said, "and he suggested that Kilner's, the small craft builders at Mere Harbour, might have some. They build for all over the world. It was Joe Kilner who designed that collapsible raft boat tent that Mansell took up the Orinoco on his last trip, and then said afterwards that if he had thought in time, he could have made it a glider too. I was going to suggest that Searle and I should go over to Mere Harbour tomorrow and see Kilner, if he has no other plans." "Fine," Searle said. "Fine." Then the vicar asked Searle if he fished. Searle did not, but the vicar did. The vicar's other interest, the short head behind demonology, was the dry fly. So for the rest of dinner they listened to the vicar on flies, with the detached interest that they might bring to cement mixing or gum chewing or turning the heel of a sock, a subject of academic interest only. And each of them used the unoccupied half of their minds in their own fashion. Walter decided that he would leave the little white packet of chocolates on the hall table, where he had dropped it as he went into dinner, until Liz asked about it, when he would tell her casually what it was. She would be full of compunction, he decided, that he had thought of her while she had entirely forgotten him. As they walked out of the dining room, he glanced sideways to make sure that the little packet was still there. It certainly was. But Liz, too, it seemed, had dropped something on the table on her way into dinner. A great flat box of candy from the most expensive confectioners in Crome. 4 pounds weight at the very least. Comfy, it said, in dull gold freehand across its cream surface, and it was tied up with yards of broad ribbon finished in a most extravagant bow. Walter considered the confit affected and the ribbon deplorably ostentatious. The whole thing was in the worst of taste. So like an American to buy something large and showy. It made him quite sick to look at it. What made him sick, of course, was not the box of candy. He was sick of an emotion that was old before candy was invented. As he poured brandy for Searle, the vicar, and himself to drink with their coffee, he looked round in his mind for comfort, and found it. Searle might give her boxes of expensive sweetmeats, but it was he, Walter, who knew what her favourite sweets were. Or did Searle know that too? Perhaps the Chrome confectioner didn't happen to have dragées. He tilted the brandy bottle again. He needed an extra spot tonight. Chapter 6. If Emma Garraby could ever be said to be glad of any connection of Leslie Searle with Trimmings, she was glad of the plan for the book. It would take him away from the household for the rest of his stay in Orfordshire, and once the Rushmere trip was over, he would go away and they would see no more of him. No harm had been done so far that she could see. Liz liked being with the creature, of course, because they were both young and because they seemed to laugh at the same things, and because, naturally, he was attractive to look at. But she showed no signs of being seriously attracted. She never looked at Searle unless she had something to say to him, never followed him with her eyes as girls in love did, never sat near him in a room. For all her apprehensiveness, Emma Garraby was an imperceptive woman. It was the semi-detached Lavinia, oddly enough, who observed and was troubled. The trouble welled up and overflowed into words almost against her will some 7 days later. She was dictating, as usual, to Liz, but was making heavy weather of it. This was so rare that Liz was puzzled. Lavinia wrote her books with great ease, being genuinely interested in the fate of her current heroine. She might not remember afterwards whether it was Daphne or Valerie who had met her lover when she was gathering violets in the dawn on Capri, but while Daphne, or Valerie, had been in the process of that meeting and that gathering, Lavinia Fitch watched over her like a godmother. Now, contrary to all precedent, she was distrait and had great difficulty in remembering even what Sylvia looked like.
"Where was I, Liz? Where was I?"
she said, striding up and down the room, a pencil stuck through the bird's nest mop of sandy hair, and another being chewed to pulp between her sharp little teeth. Sylvia is coming in from the garden through the French window.
"Oh, yes." Sylvia paused in the window, her slim form outlined against the light, her large blue eyes wary and doubtful.
"Brown," said Liz.
"What?"
Her eyes. Liz flipped back some pages of the script. Page 59, her brown eyes limpid as rain pools lying on autumn leaves.
All right. Her large brown eyes wary and doubtful. With a graceful movement of resolution, she stepped into the room, her tiny heels tapping lightly on the parquet floor.
No heels.
"What'd you say?"
No heels.
"Why not?"
She has just been playing tennis."
"She could have changed, couldn't she?"
Lavinia said with a touch of asperity that was foreign to her. "I don't think so," Liz said patiently. "She is still carrying her racket. She came along the terrace, swinging her racket lightly."
"Oh, did she?"
Lavinia said explosively.
"I bet she can't even play. Where was I? She stepped into the room. Her white frock fluttering. No, wait. She stepped into the room. Oh, damn, Sylvia," she burst out, flinging her chewed pencil onto the desk. "Who cares what the silly moron does? Let her stay in the blasted window and starve."
"What is the matter, Aunt Vin?"
"I can't concentrate."
"Are you worried about something?"
"No. Yes. No. At least, yes, I suppose I am, in a way."
"Can I help?" Lavinia ran her fingers through the bird's nest, found the pencil there, and looked gratified.
"Why, there's my yellow pencil."
She put it back again in her hairdo.
"Liz, dear, don't think me interfering or anything, will you? But you're not by any chance getting a little smitten with Leslie Searle, are you?"
Liz thought how like her aunt it was to use an out-of-date Edwardianism like smitten. She was always having to modernize Lavinia's slang for her. "If by smitten you mean in love with him, be comforted. I'm not."
"I don't know that that's what I do mean. You don't love a magnet, if it comes to that."
"A what? What are you talking about?"
"It isn't a falling in love so much.
It's an attraction. He fascinates you, doesn't he?"
She made it a statement, not a question. Liz looked up at the troubled, childish eyes and hedged. "Why should you think that?" she asked.
"I suppose because I feel it too,"
Lavinia said. This was so unexpected that Liz had no words.
"I wish now I had never asked him down to trimmings," Lavinia said miserably. "I know it isn't his fault. It isn't anything he does, but there's no denying that he is an upsetting person. There's Serge and Toby Tullis not on speaking terms."
"That is nothing new."
"No, but they had become friends again, and Serge was behaving quite well and working, and now—"
"You can hardly blame Leslie Searle for that. It would have happened inevitably. You know it would."
"And it was very odd, the way Marta took him back with her after dinner the other night, and kept him till all hours. I mean, the way she appropriated him as her escort, without waiting to see what the others were doing."
"But the vicar was there to see Miss Easton Dixon home. Marta knew that. It was natural that he should go with Miss Dixon. They live in the same direction."
"It wasn't what she did, it was the way she did it. She grabbed—"
"Oh, that is just Marta's lordly way."
"Nonsense. She felt it too. The fascination."
"Of course he is exceedingly attractive," Liz said, and thought how utterly the cliché failed to convey any quality of Leslie Searle's.
"He is uncanny," Lavinia said unhappily. "There is no other word. You wait and watch for the next thing he is going to do, as if it were a sign or a portent or a revelation or something."
She used the you impersonally, but caught Liz's eye, and said challengingly,
"Well, you do, don't you?"
"Yes," Liz said. "Yes, I suppose it is like that. As if the smallest thing he does had significance." Lavinia picked up the chewed pencil from the desk and doodled with it on the blotter. Liz noticed that she was making figures of 8. Lavinia must be very troubled indeed. When she was happy, she made herringbones.
"It's very odd, you know,"
Lavinia said, mulling it over in her mind.
"I get the same kick out of being in a room with him that I would get out of being in a room with a famous criminal. Only nicer, of course, but the same feeling of wrongness."
She made several furious figures of 8.
"If he were to disappear tonight, and someone told me that he was just a beautiful demon, and not a human being at all, I would believe them. So help me, I would."
Presently she flung the pencil back onto the desk and said with a little laugh,
"And yet it's all so absurd. You look at him and try to find out what is so extraordinary about him, and what is there? Nothing. Nothing that can't be matched elsewhere, is there? That radiant fairness and that skin like a baby. That Norwegian correspondent of the Clarion that Walter used to bring down had those. He is extraordinarily graceful for a man, but so is Serge Ratoff. He has a nice gentle voice and an engaging drawl, but so have half the inhabitants of Texas and a large part of the population of Ireland. You catalogue his attractions, and what do they add up to? I can tell you what they don't add up to. They don't add up to Leslie Searle."
"No," said Liz soberly. "No, they don't."
The exciting thing is left out. What is it that makes him different? Even Emma feels it, you know."
"Mother?"
"Only it takes her the opposite way. She hates it. She quite often disapproves of the people I bring down. Sometimes she even dislikes them, but she loathes Leslie Searle."
"Has she told you so?"
"No, she didn't have to."
No, thought Liz, she did not have to. Lavinia Fitch, dear, kind, abstracted Lavinia, manufacturer of fiction for the permanently adolescent, had, after all, a writer's intuition.
"I wondered for a while if it was that he was a little mad," Lavinia said.
"Mad?"
"Only nor-west, of course. There is an unholy attraction about people who are stark crazy in one direction but quite sane every other way."
"Only if you know about their craziness," Liz pointed out. "You would have to know about their mental kink before you suffered any unholy attraction." Lavinia considered that.
"Yes, I suppose you are right. But it doesn't matter because I decided for myself that the mad theory didn't work. I have never met anyone saner than Leslie Searle, have you?
Liz hadn't.
You don't think, do you,
Lavinia said, taking to doodling again and avoiding her niece's eye,
that Walter is beginning to resent Leslie?
Walter? Liz said, startled.
No, of course not. They are the greatest friends.
Lavinia, having with 7 neat strokes erected a house, put the door in it.
Why should you think that about Walter?
Liz said, challenging. Lavinia added 4 windows and a chimney stack, and considered the effect.
Because he is so considerate to him.
Considerate?
But Walter is always. When Walter likes people, he takes them for granted, Lavinia said, making smoke. The more he likes them, the more he takes them for granted. He even takes you for granted, as you have no doubt observed before now. Until lately he took Leslie Searle for granted. He doesn't any more.
Liz considered this in silence.
If he didn't like him, she said at length, he wouldn't be doing the Rushmere with him or the book. Well, would he? She added,
as Lavinia seemed wholly absorbed in the correct placing of a doorknob.
The book is going to be very profitable,
Lavinia said, with only a hint of dryness.
Walter would never collaborate with someone he didn't like,
Liz said stoutly.
And Walter might find it difficult to explain why he didn't want to do the book after all,
Lavinia said, as if she had not spoken.
Why are you telling me this? Liz said, half angry.
Lavinia stopped doodling and said disarmingly,
Liz, darling, I don't quite know, except perhaps that I was hoping you would find some way of reassuring Walter, in your own clever way. Which is to say, without dotting any I's or crossing any T's.
She caught Liz's glance and said,
Oh, yes, you are clever, a great deal cleverer than Walter will ever be. He is not very clever, poor Walter. The best thing that ever happened to him was that you should love him.
She pushed the defaced blotter away from her and smiled suddenly.
I don't think, you know, that it is entirely a bad thing that he should have a rival to contend with, as long as there is no chance of the contention becoming serious.
Of course it isn't serious, Liz said.
Then suppose we get that moron out of the window and finish the chapter before lunch,
Lavinia said, and picking up the pencil, began to chew on it again. But a sense of shock stayed with Liz while she recorded, for the ultimate benefit of the lending libraries and the inland revenue, the doings of Sylvia the moron. It had not occurred to her that her awareness of Searle could be known to anyone but herself. Now it seemed that not only did Lavinia know very accurately how she felt about him, but she hinted that Walter too might know. But that surely was impossible. How could he know? Lavinia knew because, as she so frankly said, she too was a victim of the Searle charm. But Walter would have no such pointer to her emotions. And yet Lavinia had been so right. Walter's first easy, taking-for-granted attitude to the visitor had changed to a host and guest relationship. It had changed imperceptibly, and yet almost overnight. When and why had it changed? There was the unfortunate coinciding of the 2 so different boxes of sweets, but that could hardly have rankled in any adult mind. The buying of candy for a girl was an automatic reflex with Americans, of no more significance than letting her go first through a doorway. Walter could hardly have resented that. How then could Walter have guessed the secret that was shared only by her fellow sufferer Lavinia? Her mind went on to consider Lavinia and her perceptions. She considered the one count that Lavinia had left out of the indictment, the snubbing of Toby Tullis, and wondered whether Lavinia had not mentioned it because she did not know, or whether she was merely indifferent to any suffering that Toby might be subjected to. Toby, as the whole village knew, was enduring the finest tortures of frustration since Tantalus. Searle had refused, with the most unimaginably kind indifference, to go to see Who House, or to take part in any of the other activities that Toby was eager to arrange for him. He had even failed to show any interest when Toby offered to take him over to Stanworth and present him. This had never happened to Toby before.
His freedom to trot in and out of the ducal splendours of Stanworth was his trump card. He had never before played it in vain. With Americans especially it took the trick, but not with this American. Searle wanted no part of Toby Tullis, and made it clear with the most charming good manners. He stonewalled with a grace that for all its mordant quality was delightful to watch. Intellectual Solcott watched it with open delight. And it was that excoriated Toby. To be snubbed by Leslie Searle was bad enough. To have it known that he was snubbed was torture. Truly, thought Liz, the advent of Leslie Searle had not been a particularly fortunate happening for Salcott St. Mary. Of all the people whose lives he touched, only Miss Easton Dixon, perhaps, was wholly glad of his coming. He had been lovely with Miss Dixon, as kind and patient with her endless questions as though he had been a woman himself, and interested in the small talk of the film world. He had trotted out for her benefit all the light gossip of studio politics, and had exchanged with her reminiscences of films good and films bad, until Lavinia had said that they were like a couple of housewives swapping recipes. That was the night that Martha had come to dinner, and there had been a moment during that evening when Liz, watching him with Miss Dixon, was seized with a terrible fear that she might after all be falling in love with Leslie Searle. She was still grateful to Martha for reassuring her, for it was when Martha commandeered him and carried him off with her into the night, and she felt no slightest pang at seeing them go, that she knew that however strongly she felt Searle's attraction, she was in no bondage to him. Now, recording the doings of Sylvia the moron, she decided that she would take Lavinia's advice and find some way of reassuring Walter so that he went away on this trip happy and with no grudge against Searle in his heart. When they came back from Mere Harbour, where they were taking possession of the 2 canoes and arranging for their transport to Otley to await them there, she would think up some small exclusive thing to do with Walter, something that would be tete-a-tete. It had been too often a triangle lately. Or too often, perhaps, the wrong tete-a-tete.
Chapter 7. Walter had welcomed the idea of progression by canoe, not because he looked forward to folding himself into an inadequate small boat, but because it would give him his story. If the book was to be a success, he must have adventures, and an unusual method of locomotion was the easiest way of providing them. It is difficult to garner quaint experience when being borne along comfortably in a car, and walking has lost face since it became universal in the form of an activity called hiking. Walter, who had walked over a great part of Europe with a toothbrush and a spare shirt in his Burberry pocket, would have been glad to do the Rushmere Valley on foot, but felt that he could not hope to satisfy any modern devotee. His toothbrush and spare shirt technique would merely puzzle the masochistic enthusiasts who plodded, packed, and hobnailed to the horizon their glazed eye was fixed on, more Atlas than Odysseus. And to do the valley as an incidental accompaniment to puppets or a Punch and Judy might be productive of copy, but was a little infra-dig in one whose holding in the open air was of almost proprietorial dimensions. So Walter welcomed the idea of a canoe. And in the last week or so he had begun to welcome the idea for a different reason altogether. In a car or on foot, he would be cheek by jowl with Leslie Searle day after day. In a canoe, he would be virtually free of him. Walter had reached the stage when the very sound of Searle's quiet drawl annoyed him into the need for momentary self-control. And a dim awareness that he was being a little ridiculous did nothing to soothe his annoyance. The last straw had been when Liz started being kind to him. He had never analysed Liz's attitude to him, which had always seemed an appropriate one. That is to say that Liz supplied the undemanding devotion that he considered ideal in a woman after 8 months of Marguerite Merriam. And now Liz had gone kind on him. Condescending was his private word for it. But for his new awareness of Liz, he might not have noticed the change. But Liz had moved to the very forefront of his thoughts, and he analysed her lightest word, her most fleeting expression. And so he caught her being kind to him. Kind! To him! To Walter Whitmore!
Nothing so revolutionary or so unbecoming could have happened but for the presence of Leslie Searle. Walter needed a great deal of self-control when he thought of Leslie Searle. They had planned to camp out each night, weather permitting, and of this too Walter was glad. Not only would it give him opportunities for tangling the great bear in the branches of some oak, or describing the night-life of field and stream, but it would excuse him from the close quarters of night in some tiny inn. You can stroll away by yourself from a bivouac, but not without remark from a pub. The canoes were dubbed Pip and Emma, the Rushmere, according to Searle, being a place where it was always afternoon, and Mrs. Garraby was unreasonably annoyed to find that Searle owned the Emma one. But what dismayed her far more was a dawning realization that she might not, after all, be getting rid of Searle. There was to be one piece of comparative cheating about the trip, it seemed. To photograph the larger pieces of landscape needed more apparatus than could conveniently be carried in a canoe that was already occupied by a sleeping bag and ground sheet. So Searle was to come back later and photograph the set pieces at his leisure. But for all the subterranean tremors that agitated Trimmings, Lavinia's misgiving, Walter's resentment, Liz's feeling of guilt, Emma's hatred, life on the surface was smooth. The sun shone with the incongruous brilliance so common in England before the last trees are in leaf. The nights were windless and warm as summer. Indeed, Searle, standing on the stone terrace after dinner one night, had pointed out that this England might very well be that France.
"Reminds you of Villefranche on a summer night," he said. "Until now that has been my measuring rod for magic. The lights on the water, and the warm air smelling of geranium, and the last boat out to the ship between 1 and 2 in the morning."
"What ship?"
someone had asked. "Any ship," Searle said lazily. "I had no idea that perfidious Albion had the magic too."
"Magic?" Lavinia had said. "Why, we're the original firm." And they laughed a little, and were all friendly together. And nothing disturbed that friendliness up to the moment when Walter and Searle departed together into the English landscape late on a Friday night. Walter had given his usual talk, had come home for dinner, always put back an hour and a half on talks day, and they had all drunk to the success of canoes on the Rushmere. Then Liz drove them through the sweet spring evening, up the valley of the Rushmere to their starting point 20 miles away. They were going to spend the night in Grimm's house, a cave that overlooked the high pastures where the river originated. Walter said that it was apt and fitting that they should begin their tale in prehistoric England, but Searle doubted if the domestic arrangements were likely to be any more prehistoric than some he had already sampled. A lot of England, he said, didn't seem to have come far from Grimm, whoever he was. However, he was all for sleeping in a cave. He had slept in his time on the floor of a truck, on the open desert, in a bath, on a billiard table, in a hammock, and inside the cabin of a giant wheel at a fair. But so far he had not sampled a cave. He was all for the cave. Liz took them to where the track ended and walked up the 100 yards of grassy path with them to inspect their shelter for the night. They were all very gay, full of good food and good drink, and a little drunk with the magic of the night. They dumped their food and sleeping bags and walked Liz back to the car. When they stopped talking for a moment, the quiet pressed against their ears, so that they stayed their steps to listen for some sound. "I wish I wasn't going home to a roof," Liz said into the silence. "It's a night for the prehistoric." But she went away down the rutted track to the road, her headlights making metallic green stains on the dark grass, and left them to the silence and the prehistoric. After that, the two explorers became mere voices on the telephone. Each evening they rang up Trimmings from some pub or call box to report progress. They had walked successfully down to Otley and found their canoes waiting for them. They took to the river and were delighted with their craft. Walter's first notebook was already full, and Searle was lyrical on the beauty of this England in its first light powdering of blossom. From Capel he called specially for Lavinia to tell her that she had been right about the magic. England did really have the original blueprint. "They sound very happy," Lavinia said, in a half-doubtful, half-relieved way as she hung up. She longed to go and see them, but the compact was that they were to be as strangers in a strange land, passing down the river and through Salcott St. Mary as though they had never seen it before. "You spoil my perspective if you bring trimmings into it," Walter had said. "I must see it as if I had never seen it before, the countryside, I mean, see it fresh and new." So Trimmings waited each night for their telephoned report, mildly amused at this make-believe gulf. And then, on Wednesday evening, 5 days after they had set out, they walked into the Swan and were hailed as the Stanleys of the Rushmere, and treated to drinks by all and sundry. They were tied up at Pet's Hatch, they said, and were sleeping there, but they had not been able to resist walking across the fields to Salcott. By water it was 2 miles downriver from Pet's Hatch to Salcott, but thanks to the loop of the Rushmere, it was only a mile over the fields from one to the other. There was no inn at Pet's Hatch, so they had walked by the field path to Salcott and the familiar haven of the Swan. Talk was general at first, as each newcomer inquired as to how they did. But presently Walter took his beer to his favourite table in the corner, and after a little Searle followed him. Several times from then on, one or other of the loungers at the bar made a movement towards the two to engage them once more in conversation, only to pause and change his mind as something in the attitude of the two men to each other struck him as odd. They were not quarrelling. It was just that something personal and urgent in their intercourse kept the others, almost unconsciously, from joining them. And then, quite suddenly, Walter was gone. He went without noise and without a good night. Only the bang of the door called their attention to his exit. It was an eloquent slam, furious and final, a very pointed exit. They looked in a puzzled fashion from the door to the unfinished beer at Walter's empty place, and decided, in spite of that angry sound, that Walter was coming back. Searle was sitting at his ease, relaxed against the wall, smiling faintly, and Bill Maddox, encouraged by the easing of that secret tension that had hung like a cloud in the corner, moved over and joined him. They talked outboard motors and debated clinker versus carvel until their mugs were empty. As Maddox got up to refill them, he caught sight of the flat liquid in Walter's mug and said, "I'd better get another for Mr. Whitmore, that stuff's stale." "Oh, Walter has gone to bed," Searle said. "But it's only—" Maddox was beginning, and realized that he was about to be tactless. "Yes, I know, but he thought it would be safer." "Is he sickening for something?" "No, but if he stayed any longer, he was liable to throttle me," Searle said amiably. "And at the school Walter went to, they take a poor view of throttling. He is putting temptation behind him. Literally." "You've been annoying poor Mr. Whitmore," said Bill, who felt that he knew this young American much better than he knew Walter Whitmore. "Horribly," Searle said lightly, matching a smile with Bill's. Maddox clicked his tongue and went away to get the beer. After that, conversation became general. Searle stayed until closing time, said good night to Reeve the landlord as he locked the door behind them, and walked down the village street with the others. At the narrow lane that led between the houses to the fields, he turned off, pelted by their mock condolences on his lack of a snug bed, and throwing back in his turn accusations of frowst and aging arteries. "Good night," he called from far down the lane. And that was the last that anyone in Salcott St. Mary ever saw of Leslie Searle. 48 hours later, Alan Grant stepped back into the affairs of the Trimmings household. Chapter 8. Grant had just come back from Hampshire, where a case had ended unhappily in suicide, and his mind was still reviewing the thing, wondering how he might have managed things differently to a different end, so that he listened with only an ear and a half to what his superior was saying to him, until a familiar name caught his whole attention. "Salcott St. Mary," said Grant. "Why," said Bryce, stopping his account.
"Do you know the place?"
"I've never been there, but I know of it, of course."
"Why, of course?"
"It's a sort of artistic thieves' kitchen. There's been a migration of intelligentsia to the place. Silas Weekly lives there, and Marta Hallard, and Lavinia Fitch. Tullis has a house there too." "It isn't Toby Tullis who is missing by any chance?" he asked hopefully.
"No, unfortunately. It's a chap called Searle. Leslie Searle. A young American, it seems."
For a moment Grant was back in the crowded doorway of Cormac Ross's room, listening to a voice saying, "I've forgotten my megaphone." So the beautiful young man had disappeared.
"Orfordshire say they want to put it in our laps, not because they think the problem is insoluble, but because it's a kid-glove affair. They think it would be easier for us than for them to pursue inquiries among the local bigwigs, and if there is any arresting to be done, they would rather that we did it."
"Arresting? Are they suggesting that it was murder?"
"They have a strong leaning to that theory, I understand, but as the local inspector said to me, it sounds so absurd when you say it aloud that they shrink from uttering the name even."
"What name?"
"Walter Whitmore."
Walter Whitmore? Grant let out his breath in a soundless whistle.
I don't wonder they don't like saying it aloud. Walter Whitmore? What is he supposed to have done to Searle?
"They don't know. All they've got is some suggestion of a quarrel before the disappearance. It seems that Walter Whitmore and Searle were travelling down the Rushmere in canoes and—"
"Canoes?"
"Yes, a kind of stunt. Whitmore was going to write about it, and this chap Searle was going to supply the illustrations."
"Is he an artist, then?"
"No, a photographer. They camped out each night, and on Wednesday night they were sleeping on the riverbank about a mile from Salcott. They both came to the pub at Salcott for a drink that evening. Whitmore left early in some sort of pet, it is alleged. Searle stayed till closing time and was seen to start off down the track to the river. After that, he was not seen by anyone."
"Who reported the disappearance?"
"Whitmore did, next morning, when he woke and found that Searle had not occupied his sleeping bag."
"He didn't see Searle at all on Wednesday night, after leaving the pub?"
"No, he says he fell asleep, and though he woke in the night, he took it for granted that Searle had come back and was sleeping. It was too dark to see anything. It was only when daylight came that he realised that Searle had not been to bed."
"The theory is that he fell into the river, I suppose?"
"Yes. The Wickham people took charge and dragged for a body, but it's a bad, muddy stream there, between Capel and Salcott St. Mary, the Wickham people say, so they weren't unbearably surprised not to find one."
"I don't wonder they don't want to touch the business,"
Grant said dryly.
"No, it's a delicate affair. No real suggestion of anything but accident, and yet one big question mark."
But Walter Whitmore," Grant said. "There is something inherently absurd about it, you know. What would that lover of little bunnies have to do with murder?"
"You've been in the force long enough to know that it is just those lovers of little bunnies that commit murder," his chief said snappily. "Anyhow, it is going to be your business to sift this artistic thieves' kitchen of yours through a fine mesh riddle until you're left with something that won't go through the mesh. You had better take a car. Wickham say it is 4 miles from a station, with a change at Crome, anyhow."
"Very good. Do you mind if I take Sergeant Williams with me?"
"As chauffeur or what?"
"No," Grant said amiably, "just so that he knows the layout. Then if you pull me off this for something more urgent, as you will at any moment, Williams can carry on."
"You do think up the most convincing excuses for snoozing in a car."
Grant took this rightly as capitulation and went away to collect Williams. He liked Williams, and liked working with him. Williams was his opposite and his complement. He was large and pink and slow-moving, and he rarely read anything but an evening paper. But he had terrier qualities that were invaluable in a hunt. No terrier at a rat-hole ever displayed more patience or more pertinacity than Williams did when introduced to a quarry.
"I would hate to have you on my tail."
Grant had said to him more than once in their years of working together. To Williams, on the other hand, Grant was everything that was brilliant and spontaneous. He admired Grant with passion and envied him without malice. Williams had no ambition and coveted no man's shoes.
"You've no idea how lucky you are, sir," Williams would say, "not looking like a policeman. Me, I go into a pub, and they take one look at me and think, copper. But with you, they just cast an eye over you and think, army in plain clothes. And they don't think another thing about you. It's a great advantage in a job like ours, sir." "But you have advantages that I lack, Williams," Grant had once pointed out.
"As what, for instance?" Williams had said, unbelieving.
"You only have to say, hop it, and people just dissolve. When I say hop it to anyone, they are as likely as not to say, who do you think you're talking to?" "Lord love you, sir," Williams had said, "you don't even have to say, hop it. You just look at them and they begin to recollect appointments."
Grant had laughed and said,
"I must try that sometime."
but he enjoyed Williams's mild hero worship, and still more, he enjoyed his reliability and his persistence.
"Do you listen to Walter Whitmore, Williams?"
he asked, as Williams drove him down the unswerving road that the legions had first surveyed 2,000 years ago.
"Can't say I do, sir. I'm not one for the country much. Being born and brought up in it is a drawback." "A drawback?" "Yes, you know just how work-a-day it really is." "More Silas Weekly than Walter Whitmore?" "I don't know about the Silas bloke, but it certainly isn't like anything Walter Whitmore makes of it."
He thought of it for a little.
"He's a dresser-upper," he said.
"Look at this Rushmere trip."
"I'm looking."
"I mean, there wasn't anything to prevent him staying at home with his aunt and doing the River Valley like a Christian, in a car. The Rushmere isn't all that long, but no, he has to frill it up with a canoe and things." Mention of Walter's aunt prompted Grant to another question.
"I suppose you don't read Lavinia Fitch?" "No, but Nora does."
Nora was Mrs. Williams and the mother of Angela and Leonard.
"Does she like them?"
"Loves them. She says 3 things make her feel cosy in advance: a hot water bottle, a quarter-pound of chocolate, and a new Lavinia Fitch."
"If Miss Fitch did not exist, it seems, it would be necessary to invent her," Grant said.
"Must make a fortune," said Williams. "Is Whitmore her heir?"
"Her presumptive heir, at any rate. But it isn't Lavinia who has disappeared."
"No. What could Whitmore have against this Searle chap?"
"Perhaps he just objects to fawns on principle."
"To what, sir?"
"I saw Searle once."
"You did?"
"I spoke to him in passing at a party about a month ago."
"What was he like, sir?"
"A very good-looking young man indeed."
"Oh," Williams said, in a thoughtful way.
"No," said Grant.
"No?"
"American,"
Grant said irrelevantly, and then, remembering that party, added,
"He seemed to be interested in Liz Garraby, now that I remember."
"Who is Liz Garraby?"
"Walter Whitmore's fiancée."
"He was?"
"Wow." "But don't go making 5 of it until we get some evidence. I can't believe that Walter Whitmore ever had enough red blood in him to conk anyone on the head and push them into a river."
"No," Williams said, considering it. "Come to think of it, he's more of a pushy," which put Grant in a good mood for the rest of the journey. At Wickham, they were welcomed by the local inspector, Rogers, a thin, anxious individual who looked as though he slept badly. He was alert, however, and informative and full of forethought. He had even booked 2 rooms at the Swan in Salcott and 2 at the White Hart in Wickham so that Grant could have his choice. He bore them off to lunch at the White Hart, where Grant confirmed the room booking and caused the Salcott booking to be cancelled. There was to be no suggestion yet that Scotland Yard were interested in the matter of Leslie Searle's disappearance, and it was not possible to conduct inquiries from the Swan without creating a sensation in Salcott.
"I'd like to see Whitmore, though," Grant said. "I suppose he is back at, what do you call it, Miss Fitch's place?" "Trimmings,
but he's up in town today giving his broadcast."
"In London?" said Grant, a little surprised.
"It was arranged like that before they set out on this trip. Mr. Whitmore's contract calls for a month off in August, when broadcasting has its off-season, so there was no question, it seems, of passing up this week's broadcast just because he was canoeing on the Rushmere. They had arranged to be in Wickham today and to spend the night there. They had booked 2 rooms at the Angel. It's the oldie-worldy showplace in Wickham, very photogenic. Then this happened, for since there was nothing Mr. Whitmore could do here, he went up to do his half-hour, just as he would have if they had reached Wickham." "I see, and is he coming back tonight?" "If he doesn't vanish into thin air." "About this vanishing, did Whitmore agree that there had been disagreement between them?" "I didn't put it to him. That's what—"
The inspector broke off.
"That's what I'm here for,"
Grant said, finishing the sentence for him.
"That's about it, sir."
"Where did the disagreement story come from?"
"The Swan. Everyone who was there on Wednesday night had the impression that there was some kind of tension between them." "No overt quarrel?" "No, nothing like that. If there had been anything like that, I could have taxed him with it. All that happened was that Mr. Whitmore left early without saying good night, and Searle said he was angry about something." "Searle said? To whom?" "To the local garage keeper, a chap called Maddox. Bill Maddox." "Have you talked to Maddox?" "I talked to them all. I was in the Swan last night. We spent the day dragging the river in case he had fallen in, and making inquiries all round the neighbourhood in case he had lost his memory and was just wandering. We couldn't find any body, and no one had seen him or anyone answering his description. So I finished up at the Swan, and saw most of the people who had been there on Wednesday night. It's the only pub in the place, and a very nice respectable little house run by a Joey, an ex-sergeant of Marines. And it's the meeting place for the whole village. None of them was exactly anxious to involve Mr. Whitmore." "Popular, is he?" "Well, popular enough. He probably shines by comparison. There's a very odd crew lives here. I don't know if you know." "Yes, I've heard." "So they didn't want to get Walter Whitmore into trouble, but they had to explain why the 2 friends didn't go back to their camp together. And once they broke down and talked, they were unanimous that there was some sort of trouble between them." "Did this Maddox volunteer his story?" "No, the local butcher did. Maddox had told them about it on the way home on Wednesday, after they had seen Searle go away by himself down the lane. Maddox confirmed it, though." "Well, I'll go and see Whitmore when he comes back tonight and ask for his story. Meanwhile, we'll go and see the place where they camped on Wednesday night."
Chapter 9.
"I don't want to appear in Salcott just yet,"
Grant said, as they drove out of Wickham.
"Is there some other way to the riverbank?" "There's no way at all to the riverbank, properly speaking. There's about a mile of field path from Salcott to where they were, but we could reach the place just as easily from the main Wickham-Crome road across the fields, or we could turn off the road by a lane that goes to Pet's Hatch and walk down the riverbank from there. They were moored about a quarter mile below Pet's Hatch." "On the whole, I'd rather walk across the fields from the main road. It would be interesting to see how much of a walk it is. What kind of a village is Pet's Hatch?" "It isn't a village at all, just a ruined mill and the few cottages that used to house the workers there. That is why Whitmore and Searle walked into Salcott for their evening drink." "I see."
The ever-efficient Rogers pulled a 1-inch survey map out of the pocket of his car and studied it. The field opposite which they had stopped looked to Grant's urban eye exactly like any other field that they had passed since leaving Wickham, but the inspector said, "It should be about opposite here, I think. Yes, that's where they were. And here is us." He showed the layout to Grant. North and south ran the road from Wickham south to Crome. West of it lay the Rushmere, out of sight in its valley, running northeast to meet the road at Wickham. At a point level with where they were now halted, the river ran back on itself in a wide loop over the flat bed of the valley. At the point where it first curved back, Whitmore and Searle had made their camp. On the farther side of the valley, where the river came back level with them, was Salcott St. Mary. Both their camp and the village of Salcott
were on the right bank of the river, so that only a short mile of alluvial land lay between their camp and the village. As the three men reached the third field from the road, the countryside opened below them, so that the relevant section of the Rushmere Valley was laid out for them as it had been on Rogers's map. The flat green floor with the darker green scarf of the Rushmere looped across it, the huddle of roofs and gardens on the far side where Salcott St. Mary stood in its trees, the lonely cluster back up the river to the south, that was Pet's Hatch.
"Where is the railway from here?" Grant asked.
"There is no railway nearer than Wickham. No station, that is. The line runs the other side of the Wickham-Crome Road, not in the valley at all."
"Plenty of buses on the Wickham-Crome Road?"
"Oh, yes, but you're not suggesting that the fellow just ducked, are you?"
"I'm keeping the possibility in mind. After all, we know nothing about him. I'll admit there are more likely possibilities."
Rogers led them down the long slope to the riverbank, where the river turned away southwest. Two large trees broke the line of pollarded willows, a tall willow and an ash. Under the ash were moored two canoes. The grass still had a trampled look.
"This is the place," Rogers said. "Mr. Whitmore spread his sleeping bag under that big willow, and Searle put his round the other side of the ash where there is a hollow between the roots that makes a natural shelter. So that it was quite natural that Mr. Whitmore should not know that he wasn't there."
Grant moved over to where Searle's bed had been and considered the water.
"How much current is there? If he had tripped over those roots in the dark and taken a header into the river, what would happen? It's a horrid stream, the Rushmere, I admit, all potholes and undertows, and a bottom of what the Chief Constable calls immemorial mud. But Searle could swim, or so Walter Whitmore says." "Was he sober?" "Cold stone sober." "Then if he went into the water unconscious, where would you expect to find his body?"
"Between here and Salcott. Depends on the amount of rain. We've had so little lately that you'd normally find the river low. But they had a cloudburst at Tunstall on Tuesday, out of the blue in the good old English fashion, and the Rushmere came down like a mill race."
"I see. What became of the camp stuff?"
"Walter Whitmore had it taken up to trimmings."
"I take it that Searle's normal belongings are still at trimmings."
"I expect so."
"Perhaps I'd better take a look through them tonight. If there was anything interesting to us among them, it will have gone by now, but they may be suggestive. Had Searle been on good terms with the other inhabitants of Salcott, do you know?"
"Well, I hear there was a scene about a fortnight ago. A dancer chap flung a mug of beer over him."
"Why?"
asked Grant, identifying the dancer chap without difficulty. Marta was a faithful recorder of Salcott history.
"He didn't like the attentions that Toby Tullis was paying to Searle, so they say."
"Did Searle?"
"No, if all reports are true,"
Rogers said, his anxious face relaxing to a moment's amusement.
"So Tullis wouldn't love him very much either?"
"Perhaps not."
"You haven't had time, I suppose, to get round to alibis?"
"No, it wasn't until early evening that we found it might be more than a simple case of missing. Up till then, it was a simple matter of drag and search. When we found what was turning up, we wanted outside help and sent for you."
"I'm glad you sent so soon. It's a great help to be there when the tapes go up. Well, I don't think there is anything else we can do here. We had better get back to Wickham, and I'll take over."
Rogers dropped them at the White Hart and left them with assurances of any help that was within his power.
"Good man, that,"
Grant said, as they climbed the stairs to inspect their rooms under the roof. Rooms with texts in wools and flowered wallpaper.
"He ought to be at the yard."
"It's a queer set-up, isn't it?" Williams said, firmly taking the pokier of the two rooms.
"The rope trick in an English meadow? What do you think happened to him, sir?" "I don't know about rope trick, but it does smell strongly of sleight of hand. Now you see it, now you don't. The old conjurer's trick of the distracted attention. Ever seen a lady sawn in half, Williams?"
"Many's a time."
"There's a strong aroma of sawn lady about this. Or don't you smell it?" "I haven't got your nose, sir.
All I see is a very queer setup. A spring night in England, and a young American goes missing in the mile between the village and the river. You really think he might have ducked, sir? I can't think of any adequate reason why he should, but perhaps Whitmore can. I expect he will be very anxious to, Williams said dryly. But oddly enough, Walter Whitmore showed no anxiety to put forward any such theory. On the contrary, he scorned it. It was absurd, he said, manifestly absurd to suggest that Searle should have left of his own accord. Quite apart from the fact that he was very happy, he had a very profitable deal to look forward to. He had been enormously enthusiastic about the book they were doing together, and it was fantastic to suggest that he would just walk out like that. Grant had come to Trimmings after dinner, tactfully allowing for the fact that dinner at Trimmings must be very late on broadcast day. He had sent in word to ask if Mr. Whitmore would see Alan Grant, and had not mentioned his business until he was face to face with Walter. His first thought on seeing Walter Whitmore in the flesh was how much older he looked than he had expected, and then wondered whether it was that Walter looked much older than he had done on Wednesday. He looked disorientated, Grant thought, adrift. Something had happened to him that did not belong to the world he knew and recognized. But he took Grant's announcement of his identity calmly.
I was almost expecting you,
he said, offering cigarettes.
Not you personally, of course, just a representative of what has come to be known as the higher levels.
Grant had asked about their trip down the Rushmere, so as to set him talking. If you got a man to talk enough, he lost his defensive quality. Whitmore was drawing too hard on his cigarette, but talking quite freely. Before he had actually reached their Wednesday evening visit to the Swan, Grant deflected him. It was too early yet to ask him about that night.
You don't really know much about Searle, do you? He pointed out. Had you heard of him at all before he turned up at that party of Ross's? No, I hadn't, but that isn't strange. Photographers are two a penny, almost as common as journalists. There was no reason why I should have heard of him. You have no reason to believe that he may not be what he represented himself to be? No, certainly not. I may never have heard of him, but Miss Easton Dixon certainly had. Miss Easton Dixon. One of our local authors. She writes fairy tales and is a film addict. Not only did she know about Searle, but she has a photograph. A photograph? Grant said, startled and pleased. In one of those film magazines. I haven't seen it myself. She talked about it one night when she came to dinner. And she met Searle when she came to dinner? And identified him? She did. They had a wonderful get-together. Searle had photographed some of her pet actors, and she had reproductions of them too. So there is no doubt in your mind that Searle is what he says he is. I notice you use the present tense, Inspector. That cheers me. But he sounded more ironic than cheered. Have you yourself any theory as to what could have happened, Mr. Whitmore? Short of fiery chariots or witches' broomsticks, no. It is the most baffling thing.
Grant caught himself thinking that Walter Whitmore, too, was moved to think of sleight of hand.
The most reasonable explanation, I suppose, Walter went on, is that he lost his way in the dark and fell into the river at some other spot where no one would hear him. And why don't you approve of that theory? Grant asked, answering the tone that Whitmore used. Well, for one thing, Searle had eyes like a cat. I had slept out with him for 4 nights, and I know. He was wonderful in the dark. Secondly, he had an extra good bump of locality. Thirdly, he was by all accounts cold sober when he left the Swan. Fourthly, it is a beeline from Salcott to the riverbank, where we were camped, by the hedges all the way. You can't stray, because if you walk away from the hedge, you walk into plough or crop of some kind. And lastly, though this is hearsay evidence, Searle could swim very well indeed. There is a suggestion, Mr. Whitmore, that you and Searle were on bad terms on Wednesday evening. Is there any truth in that? I thought we should get to that sooner or later, Walter said. He pressed the half-smoked cigarette into the ashtray until it was a misshapen wreck.
Well? Grant prompted, as he seemed to have nothing more to say.
We had what might be called a spat, I suppose. I was annoyed. Nothing more than that. He annoyed you so much that you left him at the pub and walked back by yourself. I like being by myself. And you went to sleep without waiting for his return. Yes, I didn't want to talk to him any more that night. He annoyed me, I tell you. I thought that I might be in a better humour, and he in a less provocative mood in the morning. He was provocative. I think that is the word. About what? I don't have to tell you that. You don't have to tell me anything, Mr. Whitmore. No, I know I don't, but I want to be as helpful as I can. God knows I want this thing cleared up as soon as possible. It is just that what we disagreed about is something personal and irrelevant. It has no bearing whatever on anything that happened to Searle on Wednesday night. I certainly didn't lie in wait for him on the way home, or push him into the river, or subject him to violence. Do you know of anyone who would be likely to want to?
Whitmore hesitated, presumably with Serge Ratov in his mind.
Not that kind of violence, he said at length. Not what kind? Not that waiting in the dark kind. I see, just the ordinary sock-in-the-jaw kind. There was a scene with Serge Ratov, I understand. Anyone who gets through life in close proximity to Serge Ratov and doesn't have a scene with him must be abnormal, Walter said. You don't know of anyone who might have a grudge against Searle? No one in Salcott. I don't know anything of his friends or enemies elsewhere. Have you any objection to my looking through Searle's belongings? I haven't, but Searle might. What do you expect to find, Inspector? Nothing specific. A man's belongings are very revealing, I find. I am merely looking for suggestion of some sort, help of any kind in a very puzzling situation. I'll take you up now, then, unless there is anything else you want to ask me. No, thank you. You have been very helpful. I wish you could have trusted me far enough to tell me what the quarrel was about. There was no quarrel, Whitmore said sharply. I beg your pardon. I mean, in what way Searle riled you. It would tell me even more about Searle than it would about you, but perhaps it is too much to expect you to see that.
Whitmore stood by the door, considering this.
No, he said slowly. No, I do see what you mean, but to tell you involves... No, I don't think I can tell you. I see you can't. Let us go up.
As they emerged into the baronial hall from the library where the interview had taken place, Liz had just come out of the drawing-room and was crossing to the stairs. When she saw Grant, she paused, and her face lighted with joy. "Oh," she said, "you've come with news of him." When Grant said no, that he had no news, she looked puzzled. "But it was you who introduced him," she insisted, "at that party." This was news to Walter, and Grant could feel his surprise. He could also feel his resentment at that flash of overwhelming joy on Liz's face.
"This, Liz dear," he said in a cool, faintly malicious tone, "is Detective Inspector Grant, from Scotland Yard."
"From the Yard? But you were at that party."
"It is not unheard of for policemen to be interested in the arts," Grant said, amused. "But—"
"Oh, please, I didn't mean it that way."
"I had only looked in at the party to pick up a friend. Searle was standing by the door, looking lost because he didn't know Miss Fitch by sight, so I took him over and introduced them. That is all."
"And now you've come down here to investigate—"
"To investigate his disappearance. Have you any theories, Miss Garraby?"
"I? No, not even a rudimentary one. It just doesn't make sense. It's fantastically senseless."
"If it isn't too late, may I talk to you for a little, when I have been through Searle's belongings?"
"No, of course it isn't too late. It isn't 10 o'clock yet." She sounded weary. "Since this happened, time stretches out and out. It's like having hashish, is it? Are you looking for anything in particular, Inspector?"
"Yes. Grant said. Inspiration, but I doubt if I shall find it.
I shall be in the library when you come down. I hope you will find something that will help. It is very dreadful being suspended from a spider's thread this way.
As he went through Searle's belongings, Grant thought about Liz Garraby, Marta's dear niece Liz, and her relations with William's pushee. There was never any saying what a woman saw in any man, and Whitmore was, of course, a celebrity as well as a potentially good husband. He had said as much to Marta, coming away from the party that day. But how right had Marta been about Searle's power to upset? How much had Liz Garraby felt Searle's charm? How much of that eager welcome of hers in the hall had been joy at Searle's imagined safety, and how much mere relief from the burden of suspicion and gloom? His hands turned over Searle's things with automatic efficiency, but his mind was busy deciding how much or how little to ask Liz Garraby when he went downstairs again. Searle had occupied a first-floor room in the battlemented tower that stuck out to the left of the Tudor front door, so that it had windows on 3 sides of it. It was large and high, and was furnished in very superior Tottenham Court Road, a little too gay and coy for its Victorian amplitude. It was an impersonal room, and Searle had evidently done nothing to stamp it with his personality. This struck Grant as odd. He had rarely seen a room, occupied for so long, so devoid of atmosphere. There were brushes on the table and books by the bedside, but of their owner there was no trace. It might have been a room in a shop window. Of course, it had been swept and tidied since last it was occupied 6 days ago, but still. The feeling was so strong that Grant paused to look round and consider. He thought of all the rooms he had searched in his time. They had all, even the hotel rooms, been redolent of their late occupier. But here was nothing but emptiness, an impersonal blank. Searle had kept his personality to himself. Grant noticed, as Liz had noticed on that first day, how expensive his clothes and luggage were. As he turned over the handkerchiefs in the top drawer, he noticed that they had no laundry mark, and wondered a little. Done at home, perhaps. The shirts and linen were marked, but the mark was old and probably American. As well as the 2 leather suitcases, there was a japanned tin case like a very large paint box, with the name L. Searle in white letters on the lid. It was fitted with a lock, but was unfastened, and Grant lifted the lid with some curiosity, only to find that it was filled with Searle's photographic material. It was built on the lines of a paint box, with a top tray that was made to lift out. Grant hooked out the top tray with his forefingers and surveyed the deeper compartment below it. The lower compartment was full except for an oblong of empty space where something had been taken out. Grant put down the tray he was holding and went to unroll the camp outfit that had been brought back from the riverbank. He wanted to know what fitted into that oblong space. But there was nothing that fitted. There were 2 small cameras in the pack and some rolls of film. Neither separately nor together did they fit into the space in the tin box, nor did anything else in the pack. Grant came back and stood for some time considering that empty space. Something roughly 10 inches by 3.5 by 4 had been taken out. And it had been taken out when the box was in its present position. Any heaving about of the box would have dislodged the other objects from their packed position and obliterated the empty space. He would have to ask about that when he went downstairs. Meanwhile, having given the room a quick going over, he now went over it in detail. Even so, he nearly missed the vital thing. He had run through the rather untidy handkerchief and ties drawer, and was in the act of closing it when something among the ties caught his attention, and he picked it out. It was a woman's glove. A very small woman's glove. A glove about Liz Garraby's size. Grant looked for its mate, but there was none. It was the usual lover's trophy. So the beautiful young man had been sufficiently attracted to steal one of his beloved's gloves. Grant found it oddly endearing, an almost Victorian gesture. Nowadays, fetish worship took much more sinister forms. Well, whatever the glove proved, it surely proved that Searle had meant to come back. One does not leave stolen love objects in one's tie drawer to be exposed to the unsympathetic gaze of the stranger. The question to be decided was, whose glove, and how much or how little did it mean? Grant put it in his pocket and went downstairs. Liz was waiting for him in the library as she had promised, but he noticed that she had had company. No one person could have smoked so many cigarettes as the ends in the ashtray indicated. Grant deduced that Walter Whitmore had been in consultation with her over this affair of police interrogation. But Liz had not forgotten that she was also a secretary and official receptionist for Trimmings, and she had caused drinks to be brought. Grant refused them because he was on duty, but approved of her effort on his behalf. "I suppose this is only a beginning," Liz said, indicating the Wickham Times, once weekly every Friday, which was lying open on the table. "Young man missing," said a modest headline in an inconspicuous position, and Walter was referred to as Mr. Walter Whitmore of Trimmings, Salcott St. Mary, the well-known commentator.
"Yes," Grant said. "The Daily Press will have it tomorrow."
"Whitmore's companion drowned," they would say tomorrow on the front page. "Whitmore mystery. Friend of Whitmore disappears." It is going to be very bad for Walter.
"Yes. Publicity is suffering from a sort of inflation. Its power is out of all proportion to its worth."
"What do you think happened to him, Inspector?" To Leslie.
"Well, for a time I had a theory that he might have disappeared of his own accord."
"Voluntarily, but why?"
"That I wouldn't know without knowing more about Leslie Searle. You don't think, for instance, that he was the type to play a practical joke?"
"Oh no, quite definitely not. He wasn't that kind at all. He was very quiet and had excellent taste. He wouldn't see anything funny in practical joking. Besides, where could he disappear to, with all his belongings left behind? He would have only what he stood up in."
"About those belongings, did you ever happen to see inside the japanned tin box that belongs to him?"
"The photographic box? I think I must have once, because I remember thinking how neatly packed everything was."
"Something has been taken out of the lower compartment, and I can't find anything that fits the space. Would you be able to tell what is missing, do you think?"
"I'm sure I shouldn't. I don't remember anything in detail, only the neatness. It was chemical stuff and slides and things like that."
"Did he keep it locked?"
"It did lock, I know. Some of the stuff was poisonous, but I don't think it was kept permanently locked. Is it locked now?"
"No, otherwise I shouldn't have known about the empty space."
"I thought policemen could open anything."
"They can, but they may not."
She smiled a little and said, "I was always in trouble with that at school."
"By the way," he said, "do you recognize this glove?" and produced it from his pocket.
"Yes," she said, mildly interested. "It looks like one of mine. Where did you find it?"
"In Searle's handkerchief drawer."
It was exactly like touching a snail, he thought, the instant closing up and withdrawal. One moment she was frank and unself-conscious, the next moment she was startled and defensive. "How odd," she said, through a tight throat. "He must have picked it up and meant to give it back to me. I keep a spare pair in the pocket of the car, a respectable pair, and drive in old ones. Perhaps one of my respectable pair dropped out one day."
"I see."
"That one certainly is one of the kind I keep in the car pocket, presentable enough to go calling or shopping with, but not too grand for everyday wear."
"Do you mind if I keep it for a little?"
"No, of course not. Is it an exhibit?"
It was a gallant effort to sound light. "Not exactly, but anything that was in Searle's room is of potential value at the moment."
"I think that glove is more likely to mislead you than help you, Inspector, but keep it by all means." He liked the touch of spirit, and was glad of her quick recovery. He had never enjoyed teasing snails.
Would Mr. Whitmore be able to tell what is missing from that case?
I doubt it, but we can see. She made for the door to summon Walter.
Or anyone else in the household?
Well, Aunt Lavinia wouldn't. She never knows even what is in her own drawers. And Mother wouldn't, because she never goes near the tower room except to put her head in to see that the bed had been done and the place dusted. But we can ask the staff. Grant took them up to the tower bedroom and showed them what he meant about the empty space. What had lain in that oblong gap?
Some chemical that he has already used up?
Walter suggested.
I thought of that, but all the necessary chemicals are still there, and hardly used at all. You can't think of anything that you have seen him with that would fill that gap?
They could not, and neither could Alice the housemaid. No one did Mr. Searle's room but her, she said. A Mrs. Clamp came from the village every day to help, but she did not do bedrooms, just stairs and corridors and offices and that. Grant watched their faces and speculated. Whitmore was poker-faced, Liz half-interested by the puzzle, half-troubled, Alice apprehensive that she might be held responsible for whatever was missing from the case. He was getting nowhere. Whitmore came to the front door with him and, peering into the dark, said,
"Where is your car?"
"I left it down the avenue," Grant said.
"Good night, and thank you for being so helpful."
He moved away into the darkness and waited while Walter closed the door. Then he walked round the house to the garage. It was still open and it held 3 cars. He tried the pockets of all 3, but none of them held an odd glove. None of them held any gloves whatever. Chapter 10. Williams was sitting in the corner of the coffee room at the White Hart, consuming a late supper, and the landlord greeted Grant and went away to bring supper for him too. Williams, with the aid of the local police, had spent a long, tiring and unproductive afternoon and evening on Grant's theory that Searle might have, for reasons of his own, disappeared. At 10 o'clock, having interviewed his 23rd bus conductor and the last available railway porter, he had called it a day, and was now relaxed over beer and sausage and mashed.
"Not a thing," he said, in answer to Grant's question. "No one even remotely like him. Any luck with you, sir?" "Nothing that makes the situation any clearer." "No letters among his belongings?" "Not one. They must all be in his wallet, if he has any at all. Nothing but packets of photographs."
"Photographs?" Williams's ears pricked.
"Local ones that he has taken since he came here." "Oh. Any of Walter Whitmore's girl by any chance?" "A very great number indeed." "Yes? Posed ones?" "No, Williams, no. Romantic. Her head against a sunlit sky with a spray of almond blossom across it. That kind of thing." "Is she photogenic, would you say? A blonde?" "No, she is a small, dark, plainish creature with a nice face." "Oh, what does he want to go on photographing her for? Must be in love with her." "I wonder," Grant said, and was silent while food was put in front of him. "You really ought, just for once, to try those pickles, sir," Williams said. "They're wonderful." "For the 507th time, I do not eat pickles. I have a palate, Williams, a precious possession, and I have no intention of prostituting it to pickles." There was something among Searle's things that was a great deal more suggestive than any photograph. "What, sir?" "One of the girl's gloves," Grant said, and told him where it had been found. "Well, well," Williams said, and chewed the information over in silence for a little. "Doesn't sound as if it had gone very far." "What?" "The affair, if he was still at the stage of stealing her glove. Honestly, sir, in this day and age, I didn't imagine that anyone was driven to making do with a glove." Grant laughed. "I told you, she is a nice girl. Tell me, Williams, what kind of object would fit a space 10 inches by 3.5 by 4? "A bar of soap," said Williams, without hesitation. "Unlikely. What else?" Box of cigarettes? No, not a smoker. Food of some kind? Processed cheese is that shape? No. Revolver. Revolver in a case, I mean. I wonder, why should he have a revolver? What space are you trying to fill, sir? Williams asked, and Grant described the photographic box and the gap in the neatly fitted compartment. Whatever had been there was something solid, so that the outline was hard and clear. Nothing that was still available among his belongings fitted the gap, so either he took it out and got rid of it, or it was removed for some reason after he had disappeared. That would mean that someone at Trimmings is suppressing evidence. You still think Whitmore not the type, sir? Type? Not the bumping off type? I think Whitmore would be more liable to get into a pet than to see red. But he wouldn't need to see red to drown Searle. A shove when he was in a pet would have done it, and he mightn't have been able to do anything about rescue in the dark. Then he might lose his head and pretend he knew nothing about it. Heaven knows that happens often enough. You think Whitmore did it, but did it in half-accident? I don't know who did it, but it's my firm conviction that Searle is still in the river, sir. But Inspector Rogers says he dragged it thoroughly. The sergeant in charge at Wickham Police Station says the mud in the bed of the Rushmere goes halfway to Australia. Yes, I know. The chief constable, I understand, made the same observation in a less vivid phrase. After all, Williams said, not listening, what could have become of him if he didn't drown? If all reports are true, he wasn't a type you look at and never remember. No, that was true. Grant thought of the young man who had stood in Cormac Ross's doorway and reflected how little the official description of the missing man conveyed the individual they were looking for. A man in his early 20s, 5 feet 8.5 or 9 inches, slim build, very fair, grey eyes, straight nose, cheekbones rather high, wide mouth, hatless, wearing belted mackintosh over grey tweed jacket, grey pullover, blue sports shirt and grey flannels, brown American shoes with instep buckle instead of lacing, low voice with American accent. No one reading that description would visualise the actuality that was Leslie Searle. On the other hand, as Williams pointed out, no one could set eyes on the actual Searle and not look back for a second glance. No one would see him and not remember. Besides, what could he want to disappear for? Persisted Williams. That I can't guess, without knowing much more of his background. I must get the Yard onto it first thing tomorrow. There's a female cousin somewhere in England, but it is his American background that I want to know about. I can't help feeling that the bumping off trade is more native to California than it is to the BBC. No one from California took whatever it was from Searle's case, Williams pointed out. No, Grant said, contemplative, and went over the inhabitants of Trimmings in his mind. Tomorrow he would have to begin the collection of alibis. Williams was of course right. It was unlikely to the point of fantasy that Searle should have disappeared in such a manner of his own accord. He had suggested to Liz Garraby that Searle might have planned a practical joke for Walter's discomfiture, and Liz had scorned the suggestion. But even if Liz had been wrong in her estimate, how could Searle have done it? There is still your passing motorist, he said aloud. What's that, sir? We have interviewed the people on the regular transport services, but we have had no way yet of reaching the casual motorist who might have given him a lift. Williams, dilated with sausage and beer, smiled benevolently on him. You make the 57th look like a girls' school, sir. The 57th? You die awfully hard. You still in love with that theory about his ducking of his own accord? I still think that he could have walked on from the river bend, up across the fields to the main Wickham Crome Road and got a lift there. I'll ask Bryce in the morning if we could have a radio SOS about it. And after he got the lift, sir, what then? All his luggage is at Trimmings? We don't know that. We don't know anything about him before he walked into that party of Ross's. He is a photographer. That is all we know for certain. He says he has only a female cousin in England,
but he may have half a dozen homes and a dozen wives for all we know. Maybe, but why not go in a natural fashion when this trip was finished? After all, he would want to collect on that book they were doing, surely. Why all the mumbo-jumbo? To make things awkward for Walter, perhaps? Yes, you think that? Why? Perhaps because I wouldn't mind making things awkward for Walter myself, Grant said with a half-smile. Perhaps, after all, it is just wishful thinking on my part. It certainly is going to be very uncomfortable for Whitmore, Williams said, without any noticeable regret. Very. Shouldn't wonder if it leads to civil war. War? The faithful Whitmorites versus the doubters. Is he taking it hard? I don't think he quite realises yet what has hit him. He won't, I think, until he sees the daily press tomorrow morning. Haven't the press been at him already? They haven't had time. The Clarion arrived on the doorstep at 5 this afternoon, I understand, and went away to get information at the Swan when he failed to get it at Trimmings. Trust the Clarion to be first. Whitmore would have done better to see whoever it was. Why didn't he? Waiting for his lawyer to arrive from town, so he said. Who was it, do you know? The Clarion? Jammy Hopkins. Jammy! I'd as soon have a flamethrower on my tail as Jammy Hopkins. He has no conscience whatever. He'll make up a story out of whole cloth if he doesn't get an interview. You know, I begin to be sorry for Walter Whitmore. He couldn't really have given a thought to Jammy, or he wouldn't have been so quick to shove Searle into the river. And who is being die-hard now? Grant said.
Chapter 11. In the morning, Grant telephoned to his chief, but he had no sooner begun his story than Bryce interrupted him.
That's you, Grant. You send back that man Friday of yours straight away. Benny Skull cleaned out Poppy Plumtree's bedroom safe last night. I thought all Poppy's valuables were with Uncle. Not since she got herself a new daddy. Are you sure that it's Benny? Quite sure. It has all his trademarks. The telephone call to get the hall porter out of the way, the lack of fingerprints, the bread and jam and milk meal, the exit by the service entrance. Short of signing his name in the visitor's book, he couldn't have written his signature more clearly over it. Ah well, the day criminals learn to vary their technique, we go out of business. I need Williams to pick up Benny. Williams knows Benny like a book. So, send him back. How are you doing? Not too well. No? How? We have no corpse, so we have two possibilities. Searle is dead, either by accident or by design, or he has just disappeared for ends of his own. What sort of end? Practical joke, perhaps? He had better not try that stuff with us. It might, of course, be plain amnesia. It had better be. There are two things I need, sir. A radio SOS is one, and the other is some information from the San Francisco police about Searle. We are working in the dark, knowing nothing about him. His only relation in England is a cousin, a woman artist with whom he had no contact, or says he hadn't. She will probably get in touch with us when she sees the papers this morning, but she will probably know very little about him. And you think the San Francisco police will know more? Well, San Francisco was his headquarters, I understand, when he spent the winter months on the coast, and they can no doubt dig up something about him there. Let us know whether he was in any bother, and if anyone was liable to kill him for any reason. A lot of people would like to kill a photographer, I should think. Yes, we'll do that. Thank you, sir. And about the SOS? The BBC don't like their nice little radio cluttered up with police messages. What did you want to say? I want to ask anyone who gave a lift to a young man between Wickham and Crome on Wednesday night to get in touch with us. Yes, I'll see to that. I suppose you have covered all the regular services. Everything, sir. Not a sign of him anywhere. And he is hardly inconspicuous. Short of his having a rendezvous with a waiting plane, which only happens in boys' stories as far as I'm aware, the only way he could have got away from the district is by walking over the fields and getting a lift on the main road. No evidence of homicide? None so far, but I shall see what alibis the locals have this morning. You push Williams off before you do anything else. I'll send the San Francisco information to the Wickham station when it comes through. Very good, sir. Thank you.
Grant hung up and went to tell Williams. Damn Benny, Williams said, just when I was beginning to like this bit of country. It's no day to wrestle with Benny anyhow.
Is he tough?
Benny? No, he's a horror. He'll cry and carry on and say that we are hounding him, and that he is no sooner out of stir and trying to make good, Benny, than we are down on him to come and be questioned, and what chance has he in the circs, and so on. He turns my stomach. If Benny saw an honest day's work coming his way, he'd run for his life. He's a wonderful crier, though. He once got a question asked in Parliament. You'd wonder how some of those MPs ever had brains enough to ask for a railway ticket from their hometowns. Have I got to take a train to town?
I expect Rogers will give you a car to Crome, and you can get a fast train there,
Grant said, smiling at the horror on his colleague's face at the thought of train travel. He himself went back to the telephone and called Martha Hallard at the mill house in Salcott St. Mary. Alan, she said, how nice. Where are you?
At the White Hart in Wickham.
You poor dear.
Oh, it isn't too bad.
Don't be so noble. You know it is primitive to the point of being penitential. Have you heard about our latest sensation, by the way?
I have. That is why I am in Wickham.
There was a complete silence at that. Then Martha said, You mean the Yard are interested in Leslie Searle's drowning?
In Searle's disappearance, let us say.
You mean that there is some truth in this rumour of a quarrel with Walter?
I'm afraid I can't discuss it over the telephone. What I wanted to ask you was whether you would be at home this evening if I came along.
But you must come and stay, of course. You can't stay at that dreary place. I'll tell Mrs.
Thank you, with all my heart, but I can't do that. I must be here in Wickham at the centre of things, but if you like to give me dinner...
Of course I shall give you dinner. You shall have a beautiful meal, my dear, with one of my omelettes and one of Mrs. Thrupp's chickens, and a bottle from the cellar that will take the taste of the White Hart beer out of your mouth. So, a little heartened at the prospect of civilization at the end of the day, Grant went out on his day's task, and he began with trimmings. If there was to be a reckoning of alibis, it was fitting that the inhabitants of Trimmings should be the first to give an account of themselves. It was a fine blue morning, growing soft after an early frost, and no day, as Williams had pointed out, to waste on the bennies of this life. But the sight of Trimmings standing up unblushingly in the bright sunlight restored Grant's wavering good humour. Last night it had been a lighted doorway in the dark. Today it stood revealed, extravagantly monstrous, in all its smug detail, and Grant was so enraptured that his foot came down on the brake and he brought the car to a standstill at the curve of the drive, and sat there, gazing. I know just how you are feeling, a voice said at his elbow. And there was Liz, a little heavy-eyed, he noticed, but otherwise calm and friendly.
Good morning, he said. I was a little dashed this morning because I couldn't drop everything and go fishing, but I feel better now.
It is a beauty, isn't it? She agreed. You don't quite believe it is there at all. You feel that no one could possibly have thought it up. It just appeared. Her thoughts shifted from the house to his presence, and he saw the question coming.
I am sorry to be a nuisance, but I am busy this morning getting rid of the undergrowth in this case.
Undergrowth?
I want to get rid of all the people who can't possibly enter into the case at all.
I see. You are collecting alibis.
Yes.
He opened the car door so that she might ride the short distance to the house. Well, I hope we have good ones. I regret to say that I haven't one at all. It was the first thing I thought of when I knew who you were. It's very odd, isn't it, how guilty an innocent person feels when he can't account for himself on the umpteenth inst. Do you want everyone's alibi? Aunt Lavinia's and Mother's and all?
And those of the staff, too. Of everyone who had any connection with Leslie Searle.
Well, you had better start with Aunt Vin, before she begins her morning chore. She dictates for 2 hours every morning, and she likes to begin punctually.
"Where were you, Miss Garraby?" he asked, as they arrived at the door.
"At the Material Time?" He thought she was being deliberately cold-blooded about it. The Material Time was when Leslie Searle had presumably lost his life, and he did not think that she was forgetting that fact.
"Yes, on Wednesday night."
"I had what they call in detective stories retired to my room. And don't tell me that it was early to retire either. I know it was. I like going upstairs early. I like being alone at the end of the day."
"Do you read?"
"Don't tell, Inspector, but I write."
"You too?"
"Do I disappoint you?"
"You interest me. What do you write? Or shouldn't I ask?"
"I write innocuous heroines out of my system, that's all."
Tilda the tweenie with the hare lip and the homicidal tendencies as antidote to Maureen.
She looked at him for a long moment, and then said, "You are a very odd sort of policeman."
"I suspect that it is your idea of policeman that is odd," Grant said briskly. "Will you tell your aunt that I am here?"
But there was no need to announce him. Miss Fitch was in the hall as Liz ran up the steps, and she said, in tones more surprised than grieved, "Liz, you are 5 minutes late." Then she saw the inspector and said, "Well, well, they were right. They said that no one would ever take you for a policeman. Come in, Inspector. I have wanted so much to meet you, officially, as it were. Our last encounter could hardly be termed a meeting, could it? Come into the morning room. That is where I work."
Grant apologized for keeping her from her morning's dictation, but she professed herself glad to postpone for at least 10 minutes her business with the tiresome girl. Grant took the tiresome girl to be the current Fitch heroine. Miss Fitch, too, it seemed, had retired early on Wednesday night, at 9:30 to be exact.
"When a family are in each other's pocket all day long, as we are," she said, "they tend to go to their rooms early at night."
She had watched a radio play and had lain awake a little, half listening for her sister coming in, but had fallen asleep quite early after all. "Coming in?" Grant said. "Was Mrs. Garraby out, then?"
"Yes, she was at a WRI meeting."
He asked her about Searle, then, what she had thought of him, and what, in her opinion, he was liable to do or not to do. She was surprisingly guarded about Searle, he thought, as if she were picking her steps, and he wondered why. When he said, "Did Searle, in your opinion, show signs of being in love with your niece?" she looked startled and said, "No, of course not," too quickly and too emphatically. "He did not pay her attentions?"
"My dear man," Miss Fitch said, "any American pays a girl attentions. It is a conditioned reflex, as automatic as breathing."
"You think he was not seriously interested in her?"
"I am sure that he wasn't."
"Your nephew told me last night that he and Searle had telephoned to you each night on their way down the river."
"Yes."
"Did everyone in the household know about the message on Wednesday night? I mean, know where the two men were camped?"
"I expect so. The family certainly did, and the staff were always anxious to hear about their progress, so I suppose everyone knew."
"Thank you very much, Miss Fitch. You have been very kind."
She called Liz in, and Liz took him to her mother and went back to the morning room to record the doings of the latest Maureen.
Mrs. Garraby was another person without an alibi. She had been at the WRI meeting at the village hall, had left there when the meeting broke up at 9:30, had accompanied Miss Easton Dixon part of the way home, and had left her where their roads branched. She had come in about 10, or later perhaps. She had strolled home because it was a lovely night, and had locked up the front of the house. The back door was always locked by Mrs. Brett, the cook housekeeper. Emma Garraby did not fool Grant for a moment. He had met her counterpart too often, that ruthless maternalism masquerading in a placid exterior. Had Searle got in the way of plans she had made for her daughter? He asked her about Searle, and there was no step-picking at all. He had been a charming young man, she said, quite exceptionally charming. They all liked him enormously, and were shattered by this tragedy. Grant caught himself receiving this mentally with an expressive monosyllable. He felt a little suffocated by Mrs. Garraby, and was glad when she went away to find Alice for him.
Alice had been walked out on Wednesday night by the under-gardener and had come in at 10:15, whereupon the door had been locked behind her by Mrs. Brett, and they had gone up together after having a cup of cocoa to their rooms in the back wing. Alice really was shattered by the fate that had overtaken Leslie Searle. Never, she said, had she had to do for a nicer young man. She had met dozens of young men, gentlemen and others, who considered a girl's ankles, but Mr. Searle was the only one she had ever met who considered a girl's feet.
Feet.
She had said as much to Mrs. Brett and to Edith the parlour-maid. He would say, "You can do this or that, and that will save you coming up again, won't it?" And she could only conclude that this was an American characteristic, because no Englishman she had ever come across had ever cared two hoots whether you had to come up again or not. Edith, too, it seemed, mourned for Leslie Searle, not because he considered her feet, but because he was so good-looking. Edith proved to be very superior and refined, much too refined to be walked out by an under-gardener. She had gone to her room to watch the same play that her mistress was watching. She heard Mrs. Brett and Alice come up to bed, but the wing bedrooms were too far away to hear anyone come into the main block, so she did not know when Mrs. Garraby had come in. Neither did Mrs. Brett. After dinner, Mrs. Brett said the family did not worry the staff at all. Edith laid out the bedtime drinks, and after that, the baize door in the hall was not normally opened again until the following morning. Mrs. Brett had been 9 years with Miss Fitch, and Miss Fitch could trust her to manage the staff and the staff premises. When Grant went to the front door on his way to the car, he found Walter Whitmore propped against the terrace wall. He bade Grant good morning and hoped that the alibis had been satisfactory. It seemed to Grant that Walter Whitmore was visibly deteriorating. Even the few hours since last night had made a difference. He wondered how much a reading of this morning's papers had contributed to the slackening of Walter's facial structure.
"Have the press been hounding you yet?"
he asked.
"They were here just after breakfast." "Did you talk to them?" "I saw them, if that is what you mean. There wasn't much I could say. They'll get far more copy down at the Swan." "Did your lawyer come?" "Yes, he's asleep." "Asleep? He left London at 5:30 and saw me through the interview. He had to leave things in a hurry, so he didn't get to bed last night till 2 this morning, if you take my meaning." Grant left him with an illogical feeling of relief and went down to the Swan. He ran his car into the paved brick yard at the rear of it and knocked at the side door. A bolt was drawn with noisy impatience, and Reeves' face appeared in the gap. "It's not a bit of use," he said. "You'll have to wait till opening time." "As a policeman, I appreciate that snub at its true value," Grant said, "but I'd like to come in and talk to you for a moment." "You look more service than police, if you ask me," said the ex-Marine, amused, as he led the way into the bar parlour. "You're the spit of a major we had with us up the Straits once. Vandeleur was his name. Ever come across him?" Grant had not come across Major Vandeleur. "Well, what can I do for you, sir? It's about this Searle affair, I take it." "Yes, you can do 2 things for me. I want your considered opinion, and I mean considered, on the relations between Whitmore and Searle on Wednesday evening. And I should like a list of all the people in the bar that night and the times they left." Reeve had all a serviceman's objective attitude to a happening. He had no desire to dress it up or to make it reflect his own personality as an artist did. Grant felt himself relaxing. It was almost like listening to the report of one of his own men. There was no obvious ill feeling between the men, Reeve said. He would not have noticed them at all if they had not been isolated by the fact that no one moved away from the bar to join them. Normally, someone or other would have moved over to resume a conversation they had begun when they were at the bar together. But on Wednesday, there was something in their unconsciousness of the rest that kept people from intruding. "They were like 2 dogs walking round each other," Reeve said. "No row, but a sort of atmosphere. The row might burst out any minute, if you see what I mean." "Did you see Whitmore go?" "No one did. The boys were having an argument about who played cricket for Australia in what year. They paused when the door banged, that was all. Then Bill Maddox, seeing that Searle was alone, went over and talked to him. Maddox keeps the garage at the end of the village. Thanks. And now the list of those in the bar.
Grant wrote the list down, county names, most of them, unchanged since Doomsday Book. As he went out to get his car, he said,
Have you any press staying in the house? 3, Reeves said. The Clarion, the Morning News, and the Post. They're all out now, sucking the village dry. Also ran Scotland Yard, Grant said wryly, and drove away to see Bill Maddox. At the end of the village was a high clapboarded structure on which faded paint said, William Maddox and Son, Carpenters and Boat Builders. At one corner of this building, a bright black and yellow sign pointed into the yard at the side and said simply, Garage. You managed to make the best of both worlds, I see, he said to Bill Maddox when he had introduced himself and tilted his head at the sign. Oh, Maddox and Son is father, not me. I thought that perhaps you were son. Bill looked amused. Oh no, my grandfather was son. That's my great-grandfather's business, and still the best woodworkers this side of the county, though it's me that says it. You looking for information, Inspector? Grant got all the information Maddox could give him, and as he was going away, Maddox said, You happen to know a newspaper man called Hopkins by any chance? Hopkins of the Clarion, we have met. He was round here for hours this morning. Do you know what that bloke actually believes? He believes that the whole thing is just a publicity stunt to sell that book they planned to write. The combination of this typically Hopkins reaction and Bill's bewildered face was too much for Grant. He leant against the car and laughed. It's a debasing life for journalists, he said, and Jamie Hopkins is a born debasee, as a friend of mine would say. Oh, said Bill, still puzzled. Silly, I call it. Plain silly. Do you know where I can find Serge Ratoff, by the way? I don't suppose he's out of bed yet, but if he is, you'll find him propping up the counter of the post office. The post office is in the shop, halfway up the street. Serge lives in the lean-to place next door to it. But Serge had not yet reached his daily stance by the post office counter. He was coming down the street from the newsagent's with a paper under his arm. Grant had never seen him before, but he knew the occupational signs well enough to spot a dancer in a village street. The limp clothes covering an apparently weedy body, the general air of undernourishment, the wilting appearance that made one feel that the muscles must be flabby as tired elastic. It was a never-ceasing amazement to Grant that the flashing creatures who tossed ballerinas about with no more effort than a slight gritting of teeth went out of the stage door looking like underprivileged barrow boys. He brought the car to a halt at the pavement as he came level with Serge and greeted him. Mr. Ratoff? That is me. I'm Detective Inspector Grant. May I speak to you for a moment? Everyone speaks to me, Serge said complacently. Why not you? It is about Leslie Searle. Ah, yes. He has become drowned. Delightful. Grant offered some phrases on the virtue of discretion. Ah, discrétion, said Serge, making 5 syllables of it. A bourgeois quality. I understand that you had a quarrel with Searle. Nothing of the sort. But I fling a mug of beer in his face, that is all. And you don't call that a quarrel? Of course not. To quarrel is to be on a level, equal, how do you say, of the same rank. One does not quarrel with canaille. My grandfather in Russia would have taken a whip to him. This is England, and decadent, and so I fling beer over him. It is a gesture, at least.
When Grant recounted this conversation to Marta, she said, I can't think what Serge would do without that grandfather in Russia. His father left Russia when he was 3. Serge can't speak a word of Russian, and he is half Neapolitan anyhow, but all his fantasies are built on that grandfather in Russia.
You will understand, Grant said patiently, that it is necessary for the police to ask all those who knew Searle for an account of their movements on Wednesday night. Is it? How tiresome for you. It is a sad life, a policeman's. The movements. So limited, so rudimentary.
Serge made himself into a semaphore and worked his arms marionette-wise in a travesty of point-duty signals.
Tiresome, very tiresome. Lucid, of course, but without subtlety. Where were you on Wednesday night from 9 o'clock onwards? Grant said, deciding that an indirect approach was just a waste of time. I was dancing, Serge said. Oh, at the village hall?
Serge looked as if he were going to faint.
You suggest that I, Serge Ratov, was taking part in a op? Then where were you dancing? By the river. What? I work out the choreography for a new ballet. I burst with ideas there by the river on a spring night. They rise up in me like fountains. There is so much atmosphere there that I get drunk on it. I can't do anything. I work out a very charming idea to go with the river music of Mashako. It begins with a... What part of the river? What? What part of the river? How should I know? The atmosphere is the same overall. Well, did you go upriver or down from Salcott? Oh, up, most certainly. Why, most certainly? I need the wide flat spaces to dance. Upriver, they are there. Downriver from the village, it is all steep banks and tiresome root crops. Roots, clumsy, obscene things. Could you identify the place where you were dancing on Wednesday night? Identify? Point it out to me. How can I? I don't even remember where it was. Can you remember if you saw anyone while you were there? No one who was memorable. Memorable? I trip over lovers in the grass now and then, but they, how you say, go with the house. They are part of the setup. Not memorable. Do you remember, then, what time you left the riverbank on Wednesday night? Ah, yes, that I remember perfectly. When was it that you left? When the shooting star fell. What time was that? How should I know? I dislike shooting stars. They make butterflies in my stomach. Though I did think that it would be a very fine ending to my ballet to have a shooting star. A spectre de la rose leap, you know? That would set the town talking and show them that I can still... Mr. Ratov, can you suggest how Leslie Searle came to be in the river? Came to be? He fell in, I suppose. Such a pity. Pollution. The river is so beautiful it should be kept for beautiful things. Ophelia, Charlotte. Do you think Charlotte would make a ballet? All the things she sees in the mirror. It is an idea, that, isn't it?
Grant gave up. He left his car where it was and walked up the street to where the flat stone front of Who House broke the pinks and chromes and limes of the village's plastered gables. The house stood on the pavement like the other cottages, but 3 steps to the front door raised the ground floor of the house above street level. It withdrew itself a little, in a dignity entirely natural from everyday affairs. As Grant pulled the Victorian bell in its bright brass circle, he spared a thought to bless the man, whoever he was, who had been responsible for restoring the place. He had preserved the structure, but had made no attempt to turn it back into its original form, and so make a museum piece of it. The tale of the centuries was there, from the worn mounting block to the brass bell. A great amount of money had obviously been spent to bring it to its present condition of worthiness, and Grant wondered if perhaps the saving of Who House was sufficient to justify Toby Tullis's existence. The door was opened by a manservant who might have walked out of one of Toby's plays. He stood in the doorway, polite but impenetrable, a one-man roadblock. "Mr. Tullis does not see anyone before lunch," he said in answer to Grant's inquiry. "He works in the morning. The appointment with the press is for 2 o'clock. He began to move his hand towards the door. "Do I look like press?" Grant said tartly. "Well, no, I can't say that you do, sir." "Shouldn't you have a little tray?" Grant said, suddenly silky. The man turned submissively and took a silver card tray from the Jacobean chest in the hall. Grant dropped a piece of pasteboard onto the tray and said, "Present my compliments to Mr. Tullis and say that I would be grateful for 3 minutes of his time." "Certainly, sir," said the man, not allowing his eyes to stray even to the vicinity of the card.
"Will you be kind enough to step into the hall and wait?"
He disappeared into a room at the rear of the house and closed the door behind him on some very unworkmanlike sounds of chatter. But he was back in a moment. Would Inspector Grant come this way, please? Mr. Tullis would be very pleased to see him. The room at the back, Grant found, looked into a large garden sloping down to the riverbank. It was another world altogether from the village street that he had just left. It was a sitting room furnished with the most perfect pieces that Grant had ever seen out of a museum. Toby, in a remarkable dressing gown, was sitting behind an array of silver coffee things, and behind him, in still more remarkable day clothes, hovered a callow and eager young man clutching a notebook. The notebook, from its virgin condition, appeared to be more a badge of office than the implement of a craft.
"You are modest, Inspector," Toby said, greeting him. "Modest? 3 minutes. Even the press expect 10.
It had been meant as a compliment to Grant, but the effect was merely a reminder that Toby was the most interviewed individual in the English-speaking world, and that his time was priceless. As always, what Toby did was a little off-key. He presented the young man as Gilles Verlaine, his secretary, and offered Grant coffee. Grant said that it was at once too late and too early for him, but would Mr. Tullis go on with his breakfast? And Toby did.
"I am investigating the disappearance of Leslie Searle," Grant said, "and that involves, I'm afraid, some disturbances of people who are only remotely connected with Searle. We have to ask everyone at Salcott who knew Searle to account for their time, as far as they can, on Wednesday night." "Inspector, you offer me a felicity I have never hoped to enjoy. I have always been madly desirous of being asked what I was doing at 9:30 p.m. on the night of Friday the 13th, but I never really dared to hope that it would happen to me. Now that it has happened, I hope your alibi is worthy of the occasion."
"It has the virtue of simplicity, at least. Gilles and I spent the hours of that lovely midnight discussing Act 2, Scene 1.
Pedestrian, Inspector, but necessary. I am a businessman."
Grant glanced from the businessman to Gilles and decided that in his present stage of discipleship the young man would probably confess to the murder if it would pleasure Toby. A little thing like providing an alibi would be merely routine.
"And Mr. Verlaine corroborates that, of course," Grant said.
"Yes, oh yes, of course I do, yes," said Gilles, squandering affirmatives in the service of his patron.
"It is a tragic thing indeed, this drowning," Toby said, sipping coffee. "The sum total of the world's beauty is not so great that we can afford to waste any. A Shelleyan end, of course, and to that extent fitting. Do you know the Shelley Memorial at Oxford, Inspector?"
Grant knew the memorial, and it reminded him of an overboiled chicken, but he refrained from saying so. Nor did Toby expect an answer.
"A lovely thing. Drowning is surely the ideal way of going out of this life." "After a close acquaintanceship with a great variety of corpses taken from the water, I can't say that I agree with you."
Toby cocked a fish-scale eye at him and said,
"Don't shatter my illusions, Inspector. You are worse than Silas Weekly. Silas is always pointing out the nastiness of life. Have you got Silas's alibi, by the way?" "Not yet. I understand that he hardly knew Mr. Searle." "That wouldn't stop Silas. I shouldn't wonder if he did it as a bit of local colour." "Local colour?"
"Yes. According to Silas, country existence is one cesspool of rape, murder, incest, abortion, and suicide, and perhaps Silas thinks that it is time that Salcott St. Mary lived up to his idea of it. Do you read our Silas, Inspector?"
"I'm afraid not."
"Don't apologise. It's an acquired taste. Even his wife hasn't acquired it yet, if all reports are true. But then, poor woman, she is so busy suckling and suffering that she probably has no time to spare for the consideration of the abstract. No one seems to have indicated to her the possibilities of contraception. Of course, Silas has a thing about fertility. He holds that the highest function of a woman is the manufacture of progeny. So disheartening for a woman, don't you feel, to be weighed against a rabbit and to know that she will inevitably be found wanting. Life by fertility out of ugliness. That is how Silas sees it. He hates beauty. Beauty is an offence. He must mash it down and make it fertile. Make mulch of it. Of course, he is just a little crazy, poor sweet, but it is a very profitable kind of craziness, so one need not drench oneself in tears about it. One of the secrets of a successful life is to know how to be a little profitably crazy.
Grant wondered whether this was merely a normal sample of Toby's chatter, or whether it was designed to edge him on to Silas weakly. Where a man's personality is entirely facade, as in the case of Toby Tullis, it was difficult to decide how much of the facade was barricade and how much was mere poster hoarding.
"You didn't see Searle at all on Wednesday evening," he said.
No, Toby had not seen him. His time for the pub was before dinner, not after.
I don't want to be intrusive, Inspector, but there seems to me a needless furore over a simple drowning.
Why drowning?
Why not?
We have no evidence at all that Searle was drowned, and some fairly conclusive evidence that he wasn't.
That he wasn't? What evidence have you that he wasn't?
The river has been dragged for his body.
Oh, that.
What we are investigating, Mr. Tullis, is the disappearance of a man in Salcott St. Mary on Wednesday night.
You really ought to see the vicar, Inspector. He has the perfect solution for you.
And what is that?
The dear vicar believes that Searle was never really here at all. He holds that Searle was merely a demon who took human shape for a little and disappeared when the joke grew stale or the juice ran dry, so to speak.
Very interesting.
I suppose you never saw Searle, Inspector?
Oh, yes, I have met him.
This surprised Toby so much that Grant was amused.
The demon attended a party in Bloomsbury just before he came to Salcott, he said.
My dear Inspector, you must see the vicar. This contribution to the predilections of demons is of inestimable value to research.
Why did you ask me if I had ever seen Searle?
Because he was so perfectly what one would imagine a materialized demon to be.
His good looks, you mean?
Was it only a question of good looks?
Toby said, half quizzing, half in challenge.
No, said Grant. No.
Do you think Searle was a wrong 'un?
Toby said, forgetting the facade for a moment and dropping into the vernacular.
There is no evidence whatever on that score.
Ah, me,
Toby said, resuming the facade with a small mock sigh.
The blank wall of bureaucratic caution. I have few ambitions left in life, Inspector, but one of them is a passionate desire to know what made Leslie Searle tick.
If I ever find out, bureaucratic caution will crack sufficiently to let you know,
Grant said, getting up to go. He stood for a moment looking out at the bright garden with the gleam of the river at the far end.
This might be a country house miles from anywhere, he said.
Toby said that that was one of the charms of Who House, but that of course most of the cottages on the riverside of the street had gardens that ran to the river, but most of them were broken into allotments or market gardens of some sort. It was the keeping of the Who House grounds as lawns and trees that made it spacious seeming.
And the river makes a boundary without breaking the view. It is a sadly mixed blessing, the river.
Mosquitoes?
No, every now and then it has an overwhelming desire to get into the house. About once in every 6 winters it succeeds. My caretaker woke one morning last winter to find the boat knocking against his bedroom window.
You keep a boat?
Just as a prop, a punt affair that is pleasant to lie in on summer afternoons.
Grant thanked him for being so helpful, apologised once more for having intruded on his breakfast, and took his leave. Toby showed signs of wanting to show him the house, but Grant avoided that for 3 reasons. He had work to do, he had already seen most of the house in the illustrated press, and he had an odd reluctance to be shown the world's finest craftsmanship by a slick little operator like Toby Tullis.
Chapter 12.
Silas Weekly lived in a cottage down the lane that led to the far bend of the river, or rather, that started off towards the river. The lane, where it met the fields, turned at right angles along the back of the village, only to turn up again and rejoin the village street. It was an entirely local affair. In the last cottage before the fields lived Silas Weekly, and Grant, proceeding their police fashion, was surprised to find it so poor a dwelling. It was not only that Weekly was a bestseller and could therefore afford a home that was more attractive than this, but there had been no effort to beautify the place, no generosity of paint and wash such as the other cottagers had used to make the street of Salcott St. Mary a delight to the eye. No window plants, no trim curtains. The place had a slum air that was strange in its surroundings. The cottage door was open, and the combined howls of an infant and a child poured out into the sunny morning. An enamel basin of dirty water stood in the porch, the soap bubbles on it bursting one by one in slow resignation. An animal toy of soft fur, so worn and grubby as to be unidentifiable as any known species, lay on the floor. The room beyond was unoccupied for the moment, and Grant stood observing it in a kind of wonder. It was poorly furnished and untidy beyond belief. The crying continued to come from some room in the rear, so Grant knocked loudly on the front door. At his second knock, a woman's voice called, "Just leave it there, thank you." At his third knock, supplemented with a call, she came from the darkness at the back and moved forward to inspect him.
"Mrs. Weekly?"
Grant said doubtfully.
"Yes, I'm Mrs. Weekly."
She must have been pretty once, pretty and intelligent, and independent. Grant remembered hearing somewhere that Weekly had married an elementary school teacher. She was wearing a sacking apron over a print wrapper and the kind of old shoes that a woman all too easily gets used to as good enough to do chores in. She had not bothered to put on stockings, and the shoes had left smudges on her bare insteps. Her unwaved hair was pulled back into a tight, desperate knot, but the front strands were too short to be confined there for long, and now hung down on either side of her face. It was a rather long face, and very tired. Grant said that he would like to see her husband for a moment.
"Oh."
She took it in slowly, as if her mind was still with the crying children.
"I'm sorry things are so untidy," she said vaguely. "My girl from the village didn't come today. She often doesn't. It just depends on how she is feeling. And with the children it is difficult. I don't think I can disturb my husband in the middle of the morning."
Grant wondered whether she considered the children were making no disturbance at all.
"He writes in the morning, you see."
"I see, but if you would give him my card, I think he will see me."
"Are you from the publishers?"
"No, I'm—"
"Because I think it would be better to wait and not interrupt him. He could meet you at the Swan, couldn't he, just before lunch, perhaps?"
"No, I'm afraid that I must see him. You see, it is a matter—"
"It is very important that he shouldn't be disturbed. It interrupts his train of thought, and then he finds it difficult to get back. He writes very slowly, carefully, I mean. Sometimes only a paragraph a day, so you see it is—"
"Mrs. Weekly," Grant said bluntly, "please give that card to your husband and say that I must see him, whatever he happens to be doing."
She stood with the card in her fingers, not even glancing at it, her mind obviously busy with the search for some excuse that would convince him. And he was all of a sudden aware that she was afraid to take that card to her husband. Afraid to interrupt him. To help her, he said that surely there would be no interruption where the children had been making so much noise. Her husband could hardly be concentrating very hard.
"Oh, he doesn't work here," she said. "In the house, I mean. He has a little house of his own at the end of the garden."
Grant took back the card she was holding and said grimly,
"Will you show me the way, Mrs. Weekly?"
Dumbly she led him through a dark kitchen, where a toddler sat splay-legged on the floor, enjoying his tears, and an infant in a perambulator sobbed in elemental fury. Beyond, in the bright sunshine of the garden, a boy of 3 or so was throwing stones from the pebble path against the wooden door of an outhouse, an unproductive occupation which nevertheless made a satisfying noise.
"Stop that, Freddie,"
she said automatically, and Freddie, as automatically, went on throwing the stones against the door. The back garden was a long, thin strip of ground that ran along the side of the back lane, and at the very end of it, a long way from the house, was a wooden shed. Mrs. Weekly pointed it out and said, "Perhaps you would just go and introduce yourself, would you? The children will be coming in from school for their midday meal, and it isn't ready."
"Children?"
Grant said. "Yes, the 3 eldest, so if you don't mind."
"No, of course I don't mind,"
Grant said. Indeed, few things would please him like interrupting the great Silas Weekly this morning, but he refrained from saying so to Silas Weekly's wife. He knocked twice on the door of the wooden hut, a very trim wooden hut, without getting an answer, and so opened the door. Silas Weekly swung round from the table at which he was writing and said, "How dare you walk into my—" and then stopped as he saw Grant. He had quite obviously expected the intruder to be his wife.
"Who are you?" he said rudely. "If you are a journalist, you will find that rudeness doesn't pay. This is private ground, and you are trespassing." "I am Detective Inspector Grant from Scotland Yard," Grant said, and watched the news sink home. After a moment or two, Silas got his lower jaw under control again and said, "And what do you want, may I ask?" It was an attempt at truculence, and it was not convincing. Grant said his regulation piece about investigating the disappearance of Leslie Searle and accounting for the movements of all those who knew Searle, and noted, with the unoccupied half of his mind, that the ink on the script that Weekly was working on was not only dry but dark. It was yesterday's ink. Weekly had done not a line this morning, although it was now past noon. At the mention of Searle, Weekly began a diatribe against moneyed dilettantes, which, in view of Weekly's income and the sum total of his morning's work, Grant thought inappropriate. He cut him short and asked what he had been doing on Wednesday night. "And if I do not choose to tell you, I record your refusal and go away."
Weekly did not like the sound of this, so he muttered something about being badgered by the police.
"All that I am doing," Grant pointed out, "is asking for your cooperation as a citizen. As I have pointed out, it is within your right to refuse cooperation."
Silas said sulkily that he had been writing on Wednesday night from supper-time onwards.
"Any witnesses to that?" Grant asked, wasting no frills on Silas. "My wife, of course." "She was here with you?" "No, of course not. She was in the house." "And you were here alone?" "I was." "Thank you, and good morning," Grant said, walking out of the hut and shutting the door crisply behind him. The morning smelt very fresh and sweet. The sour smell of vomited milk and rough-dried dishcloths that had hung about the house was nothing to the smell of soured humanity that filled the place where Silas Weekly worked. As he walked back to the house, he remembered that it was from this joyless and distorted mind that the current English masterpieces came. The thought did nothing to reassure him. He avoided the joyless house, where the agitated clattering of pans, an appropriate orchestration, he couldn't help thinking, conveyed the preoccupation of its mistress, and walked round the side of it to the front gate, accompanied by Freddie. "Hello, Freddie," he said, sorry for the bored brat.
"Hello," Freddie said without enthusiasm.
"Isn't there a more exciting game than flinging stones at a door?"
"No," said Freddie.
"Couldn't you find one if you looked about you?"
"No," said Freddie, with cold finality. Grant stood for a moment contemplating him.
"There will never be any doubt about your paternity, Frederick," he said, and walked away up the lane to the spot where he had left his car. It was down this lane that Leslie Searle had walked on Wednesday night, calling farewells to the group in the village street. He had walked past the Weekly cottage to where a stile led into the first of the fields that lay between the village and the river bend. At least, that is what one took for granted that he did. He could have walked along the back lane and come to the village street again,
But there would have been little point, surely, in that. He was never seen again in the village. He had walked into the darkness of the lane and disappeared. A little crazy, Tullis had said of Silas Weekly, but Silas Weekly didn't strike Grant as being crazy. A sadist, perhaps. A megalomaniac, almost certainly. A man sick of a twisted vanity. But actually crazy, no. Or would an alienist think differently? One of the most famous alienists in the country had once said to him that to write a book was to give oneself away. Someone else had said the same thing more wittily and more succinctly, but he could not think at the moment who it was. There was unconscious betrayal in every line, said the alienist. What, wondered Grant, would the alienist's verdict be after reading one of Silas Weekly's malignant effusions? That it was the outpouring of a petty mind, a mere fermentation of vanity, or that it was a confession of madness? He thought for a moment of going back to the Swan and ringing up Wickham police station from there, but the Swan would be busy just now, and the telephone a far from confidential affair. He decided to go back to Wickham and have lunch there, so that he could see Inspector Rogers at his leisure and pick up any messages that might be waiting for him from headquarters. In Wickham, he found the higher orders at the police station preparing to retire into the peace of the weekend, and the lower ranks preparing for the weekly liveliness of Saturday night. Rogers had little to say. He was never a talkative man, and nothing to report. The disappearance of Searle was the talk of Wickham, he said, now that the morning papers had made it general news, but no one had come in to suggest that they had seen him.
Not even a nut to confess to the murder, he said dryly. Well, that is a nice change, Grant said. He'll be along, Rogers said resignedly, and invited Grant home to lunch. But Grant preferred to eat at the White Hart. He was sitting in the dining room of the White Hart, eating the unpretentious but ample lunch that they provided, when the radio music in the kitchen ceased, and presently, oddly urbane among the castanet racket, came the voice of the announcer.
Before the news, here is a police message. Would anyone who gave a lift to a young man on Wednesday night on the road between Wickham and Crome in Orfordshire, or anywhere in that vicinity, please communicate with Scotland Yard?
Telephone Whitehall 1212, chanted the kitchen staff happily. And then there was a rush of high-pitched conversation as the staff fell to on this latest titbit of news. Grant ate the very good roly-poly without relish and went out again into the sunlight. The streets, which had been teeming with Saturday shoppers when he came in to lunch, were deserted, the shops shut. He drove out of town, wishing once more that he was going fishing. How had he ever chosen a profession where he could not count on a Saturday afternoon holiday? Half the world was free to sit back and enjoy itself this sunny afternoon, but he had to spend it pottering about asking questions that led nowhere. He drove back to Salcott in a state of mental dyspepsia, being only slightly cheered by Dora Siggins. He picked up Dora in the long straight of dull-hedged lane that ran for a mile or more parallel to the river just outside the town. In the distance, he had taken the plodding figure to be a youth carrying a kit of tools, but as he came nearer and slowed in answer to the raised thumb, he found that it was a girl in dungarees carrying a shopping bag. She grinned cheekily at him and said, "Saved my life, you have. I missed the bus because I was buying slippers for the dance tonight."
"Oh," said Grant, looking at the parcel that had evidently refused to go into the overflowing bag. "Glass ones?"
"Not me," she said, banging the door shut behind her and wriggling comfortably into the seat. "None of that home-by-midnight stuff about me. Besides, it wasn't a glass slipper at all, you know. It was fur, French or something. We learned that at school."
Grant wondered privately if modern youth had been left any illusions at all. What would a world without fantasy be like? Or did the charming illusion that he was all-important fill for the modern child the place of earlier and more impersonal fantasies? The thought improved his temper considerably. At least they were quick of wit, these modern children. The cinema, he supposed. It was always the 1 and 2pennies,
the regulars who got the point while the front balcony was still groping. His passenger had got his reference to dance slippers without a second for consideration. She was a gay child, even after a week's work and missing the bus on a Saturday half-holiday, and poured out her history without any encouragement. Her name was Dora Siggins, and she worked at a laundry, but she had a boyfriend in a garage at Salcott, and they were going to get married as soon as the boyfriend got a rise, which would be at Christmas, if all went as they expected. When, long afterwards, Grant sent Dora Siggins a box of chocolates as an anonymous tribute to the help she had been to him, he hoped heartily that it would lead to no misunderstanding with the boyfriend who was so sure of his rise at Christmas. "You a commercial?" she asked presently, having exhausted her personal story.
"No," said Grant. "I'm a policeman."
"Go on," she said, and then, struck by the possibility that he might be telling the truth, took a more careful look at the interior of the car. "Coo," she said at length. "Blamed if you aren't at that."
"What convinced you?" Grant said curiously.
"Spit and polish," she said. "Only the fire service and the police have the spare time to keep a car shiny this way. I thought the police were forbidden to give lifts."
"You're thinking of the post office, aren't you? Here is Salcott on the horizon. Where do you live?"
"The cottage with the wild cherry tree. My, I can't tell you how glad I am I didn't have to walk those 4 miles. You got the car out on the fly?"
"No," Grant said, and asked why she should think that.
"Oh, the plain clothes and all. Thought maybe you were out for the day on your little own. There's one thing you ought to have that the American police have."
"What is that?" Grant asked, bringing the car to a halt opposite the cottage with the cherry tree.
"Sirens to go yelling along the roads with."
"God forbid," Grant said.
"I've always wanted to go tearing along the streets behind a siren, seeing people scattering every way."
"Don't forget your shoes," Grant said, unsympathetically, indicating the parcel she was leaving on the seat.
"Oh, gee, no, thanks. Thanks a million for everything. I'll never say a word against the police as long as I live."
She ran up the cottage path, paused to wave to him, and disappeared. Grant moved on into the village to resume his questioning. Chapter 13. When Grant walked into the mill house at 6:45, he felt that he had riddled Salcott St. Mary through a small meshed sieve, and what he had left in the sieve was exactly nothing. He had had a very fine cross-section of life in England, and he was by that much the richer, but towards solving the problem that had been entrusted to him, he had advanced not 1 foot. Marta greeted him with her best contralto coo and drew him in to peace and refreshment. The living room of the mill house stood over the water, and in the daytime its furnishings swam in the wavering light, a green subaqueous light. But this evening Marta had drawn the curtains over the last of the sunset and shut out the river light. She had prepared a refuge of warmth and reassurance, and Grant, tired and perplexed, was grateful to her.
"I am so glad that it is not Walter who has disappeared," she said, wafting him to a chair with one of her favourite gestures and beginning to pour sherry.
"Glad," Grant said, remembering Marta's expressed opinion of Walter.
"If it was Walter who had disappeared, I should be a suspect instead of a sleeping partner."
Grant thought that Marta as a sleeping partner must have much in common with sleeping dogs.
"As it is, I can sit at the side of the law and see the wheels go round. Are you being brilliant, my dear?"
"I'm flummoxed," Grant said brutally, but Marta took it in her stride.
"You feel that way only because you are tired and hungry, and probably suffering from dyspepsia anyhow after having to eat at the White Hart for 2 days. I'm going to leave you with the sherry decanter and go down and get the wine. Cellar cooled Moselle. The kitchen is under this room, and the cellar is under the kitchen, and the wine comes up as cold as running water. Oh dear, I promised myself I wasn't going to think of running water any more today. I drew the curtains to shut out the river. I'm not so stuck on the river as I used to be. Perhaps we'll both feel better after the Moselle.
When I've brought the wine up from the cellar, I'm going to cook you an omelette as only I can cook one, and then we'll settle down. So relax for a little and get back your appetite. If the sherry isn't dry enough for you, there's some Tio Pepe in the cupboard, but I think it is overrated stuff." She went away, and Grant blessed her that she had not plagued him with the questions that must have been crowding her mind. She was a woman who not only appreciated good food and good drink, but was possessed of that innate good sense that is halfway to kindness. He had never seen her to better advantage than in this unexpected country home of hers. He lay back in the lamplight, his feet to the wickering logs, and relaxed. It was warm and very quiet. There was no river song. The Rushmere was a silent stream. No sound at all except the small noises of the fire. On the couch opposite him lay a newspaper, and behind it stood a bookcase, but he was too tired to fetch either paper or book. At his elbow was a shelf of reference books. Idly he read the titles till he came to the London telephone book. The sight of those familiar volumes sent his mind flying down a new channel. They had said this evening, when he talked to the Yard, that so far Searle's cousin had not bothered to get in touch with them. They were not surprised by that, of course. The news had broken only that morning, and the artist cousin might live anywhere from the Scilly Isles to a farm in Cumberland. She might never read newspapers anyway. She might, if it came to that, be entirely indifferent to any fate that might overtake her cousin. After all, Searle had said quite frankly that they did not care for each other. But Grant still wanted to talk to someone who knew Searle's background, or at least a little of that background. Now, relaxed and at leisure for the first time in 2 days, he put out his hand for the S volume, and on the chance that she lived in London, and that she and Searle were the children of 2 brothers, turned up the Searles. There was a Miss Searle who lived in Holly Pavement, he noticed. Holly Pavement was in Hampstead, and was a well-known artists' colony. On an impulse, he picked up the telephone and asked for the London number. "1 hour's delay, call you back," said the triumphant voice at the other end.
"Priority,"
Grant said, and gave his credentials. "Oh," said the voice, disappointed but game. "Oh well, I'll see what I can do."
"On the contrary," Grant said, "I'll see what you can do," and hung up. He put the telephone book back in its place and pulled out Who's Who in the theatre to amuse himself with while he waited. Some of it made him feel very old. Actors and actresses he had never heard of already had long lists of successes to their credit. The ones he knew had pages of achievement stretching back into the already quaint past. He began to look up the people he knew, as one does in the index of an autobiography. Toby Tullis, son of Sidney Tullis and his wife Martha, speak. It was surprising to think that a national institution like Toby Tullis had ever been subjected to the processes of conception and brought into this world by the normal method. He observed that Toby's early days as an actor were decently shrouded under "was at one time an actor." His one-time colleagues, Grant knew, would deny with heat that he had ever been even approximately an actor. On the other hand, Grant thought, remembering this morning, his whole life was an act. He had created a part for himself, and had played it ever since. It was surprising, too, to find that Marguerite Merriam, daughter of Geoffrey Merriam and his wife Brenda Matson, had been considerably older than her adolescent fragility had led one to believe. Perhaps if she had lived, that adolescent quality would have worn thin, and her power to break the public heart would have declined. There was no doubt what Martha had meant when she said that if she had lived another 10 years, her obituaries would have been back-page stuff. Martha, daughter of Gervais Swing Strutt, MRCS LRCP, and his wife Anne Hallard, was, of course, entirely orthodox. She had been educated at the best schools and had sneaked her way onto the stage by the back door of elocution like so many of her well-bred predecessors. Grant hoped that when in the next edition, or at most the next after, the letters DBE followed Martha's name, it would comfort Gervais Wing Strutt and his wife Anne for being fooled by their daughter a quarter of a century ago.
He had not even taken the cream off the possible entertainment provided by this enchanting volume when the telephone rang. "Your call to London is through. Will you go ahead, please?" the voice said.
"Hello," Grant said. "Could I speak to Miss Searle?"
"Miss Searle speaking," said a pleasant voice, a shade on the efficient side.
"Miss Searle, I'm truly sorry to bother you, but have you by any chance a cousin called Leslie Searle?"
"I have, and if he has borrowed money from you, you are wasting your time if you think that I will pay it back."
"Oh, no, it is nothing like that. Your cousin has disappeared while staying with friends in the country, and we hoped that you might help us to trace him. My name is Grant. I'm a detective inspector at Scotland Yard."
"Oh," said the voice, considering but not apparently dismayed. "Well, I don't see what help I can be to you. Leslie and I never had much to do with each other. He wasn't my cup of tea, and I certainly am not his."
"It would be some help if I could come and talk to you about him. Would you perhaps be at home tomorrow afternoon if I called?"
"Well, tomorrow afternoon I was going to a concert at the Albert Hall."
"Oh, then I might manage it just before lunch if that is any better for you."
"You are very accommodating for a policeman," she remarked.
"Criminals don't find us that way,"
he said. "I thought providing accommodation for criminals was the end and object of Scotland Yard."
"It's all right, Inspector. I won't go to the concert. It is not a very good one anyway." "You'll be in if I call?"
"Yes, I'll be here."
"That is very kind of you."
"That overrated photographer didn't take the family jewels with him when he left, did he?"
"No, oh no, he has just disappeared."
She gave a small snort. It was apparent that whatever Miss Searle had to tell him about her cousin, there would be no suppression of facts or false modesty in her story. As Grant hung up, Marta came back, preceded by a small boy carrying wood for the fire. The boy put the logs neatly in the hearth, and then eyed Grant with respectful awe. "Tommy has something he wants to ask you," Marta said. "He knows that you are a detective."
"What is it, Tommy?"
"Will you show me your revolver, sir?"
"I would if I had it with me, but it's in a drawer in Scotland Yard, I'm afraid."
Tommy looked cut to the heart. "I thought you always carried one. The American cops do. You can shoot, can't you, sir?"
"Oh, yes,"
Grant said, relieving the awful fear that was clearly dawning.
"I'll tell you what, next time you come to London, you can come to Scotland Yard and I'll show you the revolver."
"I can come to the yard? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. That would be just bonza." He went, with a polite good night in an aura of radiance a foot thick. And parents think they can cure boys of liking lethal weapons by not giving them toy soldiers, Marta said, as she set the omelette out on the table. "Come and eat."
"I owe you for a trunk call to London."
"I thought that you were going to relax."
"I was, but I got an idea, and it has taken me the first step forward in this case since I took it over."
"Good," she said. "Now you can feel happy and let your digestive juices do their work." A small round table had been set near the fire, with candles for pleasure and decoration, and they ate together in a friendly quiet. Mrs. Thrupp came up with the chicken and was introduced, and was volubly grateful for Grant's invitation to Tommy. After that, peace was uninterrupted. Over coffee the talk went to Silas Weekly, and the oddness of the menage in the lane. Silas prides himself on living working class, whatever that may mean. None of his children is going to begin any better off than he did. He's a frightful bore about his elementary school origins. You would think he was the first elementary school boy to go to Oxford since the place was founded. He's the classic case of inverted snobbery.
"But what does he do with all the money he makes?"
"God knows, buries it under the floor of that little hut where he works, perhaps. No one is ever allowed to go inside that hut."
"I interviewed him in that hut this morning."
"Alan, how clever of you. What was inside?"
"One well-known writer doing very little work."
"I expect he sweats blood over his writing. He has no imagination, you know. I mean, he has no idea how another person's mind works. So his situations and his characters' reactions to the situations are all cliches. He sells because of his earthiness, his elemental strength. God save us all. Let us push back the table and get nearer the fire." She opened a cupboard and said, in an excellent imitation of the boys who used to sell things off trays on railway platforms, Drambuie, Benedictine, Strega, Grand Marnier, Bulls, Chartreuse, Slivovitz, Armagnac, Cognac, Rakia, Cumel, various French syrups of unspeakable sweetness, and Mrs. Thrupp's ginger cordial.
Is it your intention to seduce official secrets from the Criminal Investigation Department?
No, darling, I am offering homage to your palate. You are one of the few men I know who possesses such a thing. She put the Chartreuse and the liqueur glasses on a tray and arranged her long legs in comfort on the couch. Now tell me, she said.
But I have nothing to tell,
he protested. I don't mean that kind of tell. I mean, talk at me. Pretend I'm your wife, which God forbid, and just make an audience of me. For instance, you don't really think that that poor stick Walter Whitmore ever got up enough red blood to tap the Searle boy on the head, do you?
No, I don't think so. Sergeant Williams calls Walter a pushy, and I think I agree with him.
Calls him a what? Grant explained, and Martha said, and how right your Sergeant Williams is. Walter's taking off is long overdue.
He may do his own taking off if this affair isn't cleared up.
Yes, I suppose he is having a bad time, poor silly creature. The gossip in a small country place is deadly. Have you had any answer to your police appeal, by the way? I heard it at 1 o'clock.
No, not up to 6:45, when I last talked to the yard. I gave them this number for the next 2 hours. I hope you don't mind.
Why do you think he might have been given a lift?
Because if he isn't in the river, he must have walked away from it.
Of his own accord, but that would be a very odd thing to do.
He may be suffering from amnesia. There are 5 possibilities altogether.
5?
On Wednesday night, Searle walked away down that lane, healthy and sober, and he has not been near since. The possibilities are: 1. That he fell into the water accidentally and was drowned. 2. That he was murdered and thrown in the river. 3. That he walked away for reasons of his own. 4. That he wandered away because he forgot who he was and where he was going. 5. That he was kidnapped.
Kidnapped?
We don't know anything about his American life. We have to make allowances for that. He may even have come to this country to get away from the States for a little. I shan't know about that until we have a report about him from the coast. If then. Tell me, what did you think of Searle?
In what way?
Well, would you say he was a practical joker, for instance?
Anything but.
Yes, Liz Garraby was against that too. She said he wouldn't think a practical joke funny. How impressed do you think he was with Liz Garraby? You were there to dinner.
Impressed enough to make Walter sick with jealousy.
Really?
They were nice together, Leslie and Liz. They were a natural pair somehow. Something that Walter and Liz will never be. I don't think Walter knows anything about Liz. And I had an idea that Leslie Searle knew quite a lot.
Did you like him when you met him? You took him back with you that night after dinner.
Yes to both. I liked him with reservations.
What kind of reservations?
It's difficult to describe. I could hardly take my eyes off him. And yet he never struck me as being real. That sounds mad, doesn't it?
You mean there was something phony about him?
Not in the accepted sense. He was obviously what he said he was. In any case, our Miss Easton Dixon bears witness to that, as you probably know.
Yes, I was talking to Miss Easton Dixon this afternoon about him. Her photograph of him may prove very useful. What did you and Searle talk about the night you brought him back with you?
Oh, cabbages and kings, people he had photographed, people we had both met, people he wanted to meet. We spent a long time in mutual adoring of Danny Minsky, and another long time in furious disagreement about Marguerite Merriam. Like everyone else, he thought Marguerite the world's genius and wouldn't hear a word against her. I got so annoyed with him that I told him a few home truths about Marguerite. I was ashamed of myself afterwards. It's a mean thing to break children's toys.
I expect it did him good. He was too old to have the facts of life kept from him.
I hear you've been collecting alibis today.
How did you hear?
The way I hear everything, from Mrs. Thrupp. Who are the unlucky people who have none?
Practically the whole village, including Miss Easton Dixon.
Our Dixie is out. Who else?
Miss Lavinia Fitch.
Dear Lavinia,
Marta said, laughing outright at the thought of Miss Fitch on murder bent. Liz Garraby.
Poor Liz must be having a thin time over this. I think she was half in love with the boy.
Mrs. Garraby?
Marta paused to consider this. Do you know, I wouldn't put it past the woman. She would do it and not turn a hair because she would persuade herself that it was the right thing to do. She'd even go to church afterwards and ask God's blessing on it.
Toby Tullis?
No, I hardly think so. Toby would find some other way of getting even, something much less risky for Toby and just as satisfying. Toby is fertile in inventing small revenges. I don't think he would need to murder anyone.
Silas Weekly?
I wonder. Yes, I think Silas would commit murder, especially if the book he happened to be writing at the moment was not going well. The books are Silas's outlet for his hatred, you see. If that was dammed up, he might kill someone who seemed to him rich and well-favoured and undeservedly fortunate.
You think Weekly mad?
Oh, yes. Not certifiable, perhaps, but definitely unbalanced. Is there any truth, by the way, in the rumour of a quarrel between Walter and the Searle boy?
Whitmore denies that it was a quarrel. He says it was just a spat.
So there was bad feeling between them.
I don't know if we have even evidence for that. A temporary annoyance is hardly the same thing as bad feeling. Men can disagree quite fundamentally in a pub of an evening without any fundamental bad feeling on either side.
Oh, you are maddening. Of course there was bad feeling. And of course we know why. It was about Liz.
Having no connections in the fourth dimension, I couldn't say, Grant said, mocking her jumped-to conclusion. Whitmore said Searle was provocative. What, can you tell me from your point of vantage, would he be provocative about?
He probably told Walter how little he appreciated Liz, and that if Walter didn't mend his ways, he would take Liz from him, and if Walter thought he wasn't up to it, he was wrong, and he would get Liz to pack and walk away with him by a week next Tuesday. And there was £5 that said he was right. And Walter said, very huffy and stiff, that in this country we did not bet on the possible bestowal of women's favours, at least gentlemen didn't, and to put £5 on Liz was simply insulting. Walter has no sense of the ridiculous at all, you know. That is how he perpetrates those broadcasts, and endears himself to old ladies who avoid the country like the plague and wouldn't know a wren if they saw one. And Leslie probably said that if he thought a £5 too little, he was willing to make it 10, since if Liz had been engaged to a prig like Walter for nearly 12 months, she was just ripe for a change, and the 10 would be just found money. And so then Walter got up and went out and banged the door behind him.
How did you know about the banged door?
My dear soul, everyone in Orfordshire knows about the banged door by this time. That is why Walter is suspect number 1. Is that all your list of lacking alibis, by the way?
No, there is Serge Ratoff.
Oh, what was Serge doing?
Dancing on the green sward by the river in the dark.
That has the ring of truth, anyhow.
Why, have you seen him?
No, but it is just the kind of thing Serge would do. He is still full of the idea of a comeback, you know. Before the scene about Leslie Searle, he was planning the comeback as a way of pleasing Toby. Now he is planning it just to show Toby.
Where do you get all this inside knowledge?
I haven't played parts for 25 years on just the producer's directions, she said. He looked across at her, elegant and handsome in the firelight, and thought of all the different parts that he had seen her play. Courtesans and frustrated hags, careerists and domestic doormats. It was true that actors had a perception, an understanding of human motive that normal people lacked. It had nothing to do with intelligence, and very little to do with education. In general knowledge, Marta was as deficient as a not very bright child of 11.
Her attention automatically slid off anything that was alien to her own immediate interests, and the result was an almost infantine ignorance. He had seen the same thing in hospital nurses, and sometimes in overworked GPs, but put a script in her hands, and from a secret and native store of knowledge she drew the wherewithal to build her characterization of the author's creation.
"Supposing that this really is a case of homicide," he said, "judging entirely on looks and recent form, so to speak, who would you put your money on?"
She considered this for a little, turning her empty liqueur glass in the firelight. "Emma Garraby, I think," she said at last. "Could Emma have done it? Physically speaking, I mean?"
"Yes, she left Miss Easton Dixon where their ways parted on Wednesday night, and after that time was her own. No one knows what time she came back to Trimmings. The others had gone to bed, or rather to their rooms. It is Mrs. Garraby who locks up the front of the house, anyhow."
"Yes, ample time. It isn't so very far from Trimmings to that bend in the river. I do wonder what Emma's shoes were like on Thursday morning, or did she clean them herself?"
"Believe me, if there was any unwanted mud on the shoes, she cleaned them herself. Mrs. Garraby looks to me a very methodical person. Why do you pick on Emma Garraby?"
"Well, I take it you commit murder because you are one-ideaed, or have become one-ideaed. As long as you have a variety of interests, you can't care about any one of them to the point of murder. It is when you have all your eggs in the same basket, or only one egg left in the basket, that you lose your sense of proportion. Do I make myself clear, Inspector Grant?"
"Perfectly."
"Good. Have some more chartreuse." "Well, Emma seems to me the most concentrated of the possible suspects. No one could call Serge concentrated, except on the thing of the moment. Serge spends his life having flaring rows and has never shown signs of killing anyone. The farthest he ever gets is to fling whatever happens to come handiest."
"Lacking a whip," Grant said, and told her of his interview with Serge. "And weakly?"
"On form, to use your own excellent metaphor, Silas is only a pound or two behind Emma, but quite definitely behind. Silas has his own success, his family, the books he is going to write in the future, even if they are just the same old ones over again in different words. Silas's interest isn't channeled the way Emma's is. Short of having a brainstorm, some unreasoning hatred, Silas would have no urge to get rid of Leslie. Nor would Toby. Toby's life simply coruscates with variety. Toby would never think of killing anyone. As I told you, he has too many other ways of making the score even. But Emma has nothing but Liz." She thought it over for a moment, and Grant let the silence lie uninterrupted. "You should have seen Emma when Walter and Liz announced their engagement," she said at last. She positively glittered. She was a walking Christmas tree. It was what she had always wanted, and against all probability it had happened. Walter, who met all the clever and beautiful women of this generation, had fallen in love with Liz, and they were going to be married. Walter would get Trimmings one day, and Lavinia's fortune, so even if his vogue went, they would have as much of this world's goods as anyone could possibly want or use. It was a fairy tale come true. She was floating just an inch or two off the ground. Then Leslie Searle came. Marta, the actress, let the silence come back, and being also an artist, she left it unbroken. The logs slipped and spluttered, sending up fresh jets of flame, and Grant lay still in his chair and thought about Emma Garraby, and about the two things that Marta did not know. It was odd that Marta's chosen suspect should occupy the same area as the two unaccountables in this case: the glove in Searle's drawer, and the space in the photographic box. Emma Garraby, the woman who had brought up a younger sister, and when that sister moved out from under her wing, married a widower with a young child. She channeled her interest as naturally as Toby Tullis spread his wide, didn't she? She had been radiant, a walking Christmas tree over the engagement, and in the period since that engagement, it was 5 months, he happened to know, not 12, her initial delight must have spread and amplified to something much more formidable. an acceptance, a sense of achievement, of security. The engagement had stood whatever small shocks it had encountered in these 5 months, and Emma must have got used to thinking of it as safe and immutable. And then, as Martha said, Leslie Searle. Searle with his charm and his fly-by-night life. Searle with his air of being not quite of this world. No one could view this modern shower of gold with more instant distrust than Emma Garraby.
What would fit into a space 10.5 inches by 3.5 by 4? He asked.
A hairbrush, said Martha. There was a game played by psychologists, Grant remembered, where the victim said the first thing that occurred to him on hearing a given word. It must work out pretty well, all things considered. He had put this same proposition to Bill Maddox, and Maddox, as unhesitatingly as Martha had said a hairbrush, had said a spanner. He remembered that Williams had proffered a bar of soap.
Anything else?
A set of dominoes? A box of envelopes? No, a shade on the small side. Packs of cards? Enough cards to set up on a desert island? Table cutlery? The family spoons? Someone been secreting the family silver?
No, it is just something I wondered about.
If it's the trimmings silver, just let it go, my dear. It wouldn't fetch 30 shillings the lot at an auction sale. Her eye went in unconscious satisfaction to the Georgian simplicity of her own implements on the table behind her. Tell me, Alan, it wouldn't be indiscreet or unprofessional, would it, to tell me who is your own favourite for the part?
The part?
The killer.
It would be both unprofessional and indiscreet, but I don't think there is any wild indiscretion in telling you that I don't think there is one.
What? You really think Leslie Searle is still alive? Why?
Why indeed, he asked himself. What was there in the setup that gave him this feeling of being at a performance, of being pushed into the stalls so that an orchestra pit intervened between him and reality? The assistant commissioner had once said to him, in an unwonted moment of expansiveness, that he had the most priceless of all attributes for his job: flair. But don't let it ride you, Grant, he had said. Keep your eye on the evidence. Was this a sample of letting his flair ride him? The chances were 99 to 1 that Searle had fallen into the river. All the evidence pointed that way. If it hadn't been for the complication of the quarrel with Whitmore, he, Grant, would not have entered into the affair at all. It would have been a simple case of missing, believed, drowned. And yet. Now you see it, now you don't. That old conjurer's phrase. It haunted him. Half-consciously he said it aloud. Martha stared and said, "A conjuring trick? By whom, for what?" "I don't know. I just have a strong feeling that I'm being taken for a ride."
"You think that Leslie just walked away somehow?"
"Or someone planned it to look like that. Or something. I have a strong feeling of watching something being sawn in half."
"You're overworking," Martha said. "Where do you think Leslie could have disappeared to, unless he just came back to the village and laid doggo somewhere?" Grant came wide awake and regarded her with admiration.
"Oddly enough," he said, amused, "I had never thought of that. Do you think Toby is hiding him to make things difficult for Walter?"
"No, I know it doesn't make sense, but neither does your idea about his walking away. Where would he walk to in the middle of the night, in nothing but flannels and a raincoat?"
"I shall know more about that when I have seen his cousin tomorrow."
"He has a cousin? How surprising. It's like finding Mercury with an in-law. Who is he?"
"It's a woman, a painter, I understand. A delightful creature who has given up an Albert Hall Sunday afternoon concert to be at home for me. I used your telephone to make an assignation with her."
"And you expect her to know why Leslie walked away in the middle of the night in nothing but flannels and a raincoat?"
"I expect her to be able to suggest where Leslie might have been headed for."
To borrow the call boy's immortal phrase, "I hope it keeps fine for you," Martha said.
Chapter 14. Grant drove back to Wickham through the spring night, cheered in body and soul, and Emma Garraby sat beside him all the way.
Flare might whisper soft seductions to him, but Emma was there in the middle of the picture, where Marta had set her, and she was much too solid to be conjured away. Emma made sense. Emma was example and precedent. The classic samples of ruthlessness were domestic. The Lizzie Bordens. Emma, if it came to that, was primordial. A female creature protecting its young. It required immense ingenuity to find a reason why Leslie Searle should have chosen to disappear. It needed no ingenuity at all to suggest why Emma Garraby should have killed him. In fact, it was a sort of perversity to keep harking back to the idea that Searle might have ducked. He could just hear the AC if he ever came before him with a theory like that. Evidence, Grant. Suggestive evidence. Common sense, Grant. Common sense. Don't let your flair ride you, Grant. Don't let your flair ride you. Disappear of his own accord? This happy young man who could pay his bills at the Westmoreland, buy expensive clothes to wear and expensive sweets to give away, travel the world at other people's expense? This young man of such surprisingly good looks that every head he encountered was turned either literally or metaphorically? This charming young man who liked plain little Liz so much that he kept a glove of hers? This professionally successful young man who was engaged in a deal that would bring him both money and kudos? Common sense, Grant. Evidence, Grant. Don't let your flair ride you. Consider Emma Garraby, Grant. She had the opportunity, she had the motive, and on form, she probably had the will. She knew where the camp was that night. But she didn't know that they had come into Solcott for a drink. He wasn't drowned in Solcott. She couldn't have known that she would find him alone. It was sheer chance that they separated that night. Someone found him alone. Why not Emma? How could it happen? Perhaps she arranged it. Emma, how? Has it struck you that Searle engineered that exit of Walter's? No, how? It was Searle who was provocative. He provoked Walter to the point where he couldn't stand it a minute longer and had either to go or stay and have a row. Searle got rid of Walter that evening. Why should he? Because he had an appointment. An appointment? With whom? Liz Garraby. That is absurd. There is no evidence whatever that the Garraby girl had any serious interest in... Oh, it was not Liz who sent Searle the message to meet her. No? Who then? Emma. You mean that Searle went to meet someone he thought was Liz? Yes, he behaved like a lover if you think about it. How? Do you remember how he took farewell of his acquaintances that night? The banter about going to their beds on so fine a spring night, the gaiety, the on-top-of-the-worldness. He had just had several beers. So had his companions, some of them a great deal more than several, but were they singing metaphorical songs to the spring night? They were not. They were taking the shortest cut home to bed, even the youngest of them. Well, it's a theory. It is more than that. It is a theory in accordance with the evidence. Evidence, Grant, evidence. Don't let your flair ride you, Grant. All the way along the dark lanes between Solcott St. Mary and Wickham, Emma Garraby sat beside him, and when he went to bed, he took her with him. Because he was tired, and had dined well, and had at last seen a path of some kind open in front of him, he slept well, and when his eyes opened in daylight on the hour cometh in purple wool cross-stitch, he regarded the text as a promise rather than a warning. He looked forward to going to town, if only as a mental bath after his plunge into Solcott St. Mary. He could then come back and see it in proportion. You couldn't get the flavour of anything properly unless you cleaned your palate between times. He had wondered often how married men managed to combine their domestic lives with the absorbing demands of police work. It occurred to him now for the first time that married life must be the perfect palate cleanser. There could be nothing like a spell of helping young Bobby with his algebra to bring you back with a fresh mind to the problem of the current crime. At least he would be able to get some clean shirts, he thought. He put his things into his bag and turned to go down to breakfast. It was Sunday and still early, but they would manage to give him something. As he opened the door of his room, the telephone rang. The White Hart's only concession to progress was to install bedside telephones. He crossed the room to the instrument and picked it up.
"Inspector Grant," said the voice of the landlord. "Just a minute, please. You're wanted on the phone."
There was a moment's silence, and then he said, "Go ahead, please. You're through."
"Hello?"
"Alan?" said Marta's voice. "Is that you, Alan?"
"Yes, it's me. You're awake early, aren't you?"
"Listen, Alan, something has happened. You must come out straight away."
"Out? To Salcott, you mean?"
"To the mill house. Something has happened. It's very important, or I wouldn't have called you so early."
"But what has happened? Can't you—"
"You're on a hotel telephone, aren't you?"
"Yes."
"I can't very well tell you, Alan. Something has turned up, something that alters everything, or rather, everything you believed in, so to speak."
"Yes, all right. I'll come at once."
"Have you had breakfast?"
"Not yet."
"I'll have some ready for you."
What a woman, he thought, as he put back the receiver. He had always thought that the first requisite in a wife was intelligence, and now he was sure of it. There was no room in his life for Marta, and none in her life for him, but it was a pity all the same. A woman who could announce a surprising development in a homicide case without babbling on the telephone was a prize, but one who could in the same breath ask if he had had breakfast and arrange to supply him with the one he had not had was above rubies. He went to collect his car, full of speculation. What could Marta possibly have unearthed? Something that Searle had left the night he was there? Some piece of gossip that the milkman had brought? One thing was certain. It was not a body. If it had been a body, Marta, being Marta, would have conveyed as much, so that he could bring out with him all the necessary paraphernalia and personnel to deal with such a discovery. It was a day of high wind and rainbows, the halcyon time of windless sunlight that comes each year to the English spring when the first dust lies on the roads was over. Spring was all of a sudden wild and robust. Glittering showers slanted across the landscape. Great clouds soared up over the horizon and swept in shrieking squalls across the sky. The trees cowered and plumed themselves and cowered again. The countryside was deserted. Not because of the weather, but because it was Sunday. Some of the cottages, he observed, still had their blinds drawn. People who got up at the crack of dawn during the week and had no animals to get them up on Sunday must be glad to sleep late. He had grumbled often when his police duties had broken into his private life. A luxury grumble, since he could have retired years ago when his aunt left him her money. But to spend one's life in bondage to the predilections of animals must be a sad waste of a free man's time. As he brought the car up to the landward side of the mill house where the door was, Marta came out to greet him. Marta never dressed the part in the country, as so many of her colleagues did. She looked on the country rather as the country people themselves did, as a place to be lived in, not something that one put on specially bright and casual clothes for. If her hands were cold, she wore gloves. She did not feel that she must look like a gypsy just because she happened to live in the mill house at Salcott St. Mary. She was therefore looking as chic and sophisticated this morning as though she were receiving him on the steps of Stanworth. But he thought she had a shocked look. Indeed, she looked as though she had quite lately been very sick.
"Alan, you can't imagine how glad I was to hear your voice on the telephone. I was afraid that you might have gone to town, early as it was."
"What is this that has turned up so unexpectedly?" he asked, making for the door.
But she led him round and down to the kitchen door at the side of the house.
"It was your follower, Tommy Thrupp, that found it. Tommy is mad on fishing, and he quite often goes out before breakfast to fish. Because apparently that is a good time."
The apparently was typically Marta, he thought. Marta had lived by the river for years, and still had to take someone else's word about the proper time for fishing.
"On Sundays he usually takes something in his pocket and doesn't come back. Something to eat, I mean. But this morning he came back inside an hour because he had caught something very odd."
She opened the bright green door and led him into the kitchen. In the kitchen were Tommy Thrupp and his mother. Mrs. Thrupp was huddled over the stove as if she also was feeling not too well, but Tommy came to meet them in sparkling form. There was nothing sickly about Tommy. Tommy was transfigured. He was translated. He was 6 feet high and crowned with lightning. "Look, sir, look what I fished up," he said, before Martha could say anything, and drew Grant to the kitchen table. On the table, carefully placed on several thicknesses of newspaper so as to preserve the scrubbed perfection of the wood, was a man's shoe.
"I'll never be able to bake on that table again," moaned Mrs. Thrupp, not looking round.
Grant glanced at the shoe and remembered the police description of the missing man's clothes.
"It's Searle's, I take it,"
he said. "Yes," Martha said. It was a brown shoe, and instead of being laced, it was tied with a buckle and strap across the instep. It was waterlogged and very muddy.
"Where did you fish it up, Tommy?"
"About 100 yards downstream from the Big Bend."
"I suppose you didn't think of marking the place?"
"Of course I marked it," Tommy said, hurt.
"Good for you. Presently, you'll have to show me the place. Meanwhile, wait here, will you? Don't go out and talk about this."
"No, sir, I won't. No one's in on this but me and the police." A little brightened by this version of the situation, Grant went upstairs to the telephone in the living room and called Inspector Rogers. After some delay, since the station had to connect him to the Rogers' home, he was put through to him and broke the news that the river would have to be dragged again, and why.
"Oh, Lord," groaned Rogers. "Did the Thrupp boy say where he fished it up?" "About 100 yards down from the Big Bend, if that conveys anything to you. Yes, that's about 200 yards downstream from where they had their bivouac. We did that stretch with a small tooth comb."
"You don't think that perhaps— Does the shoe look as if it had been in the water since Wednesday night?"
"It does indeed." "Oh, well, I'll make arrangements. It would happen on a Sunday, wouldn't it? Do it as quietly as you can, will you? We don't want more spectators than we can help."
As he hung up, Martha came in with a tray and began to put his breakfast on the table. "Mrs. Thrupp is still what she calls heaving, so I judged it better to do your breakfast myself. How do you like your eggs? Sunny side up?"
"If you really want to know, I like them broken when they are half-cooked and rumbled up with a fork."
"Panache," Martha said, delighted. "That is one I have not met before. We are growing intimate, aren't we? I am probably the only woman alive, except your housekeeper, who knows that you like your breakfast eggs streaky. Or am I?"
"Well, there's a woman in a village near Amiens that I once confessed it to, but I doubt if she would remember."
"She is probably making a fortune out of the idea. Eggs à l'anglaise probably has a totally new meaning in France nowadays. Brown bread or white?"
"Brown, please. I'm going to have to owe you for another trunk call."
He picked up the telephone again and called Williams's home address in London. While he waited for the connection, he called Trimmings and asked to speak to the housekeeper. When Mrs. Brett, a little breathless, arrived on the wire, he asked who was in the habit of cleaning the shoes at Trimmings, and was told that it was the kitchen girl, Polly.
"Could you find out from Polly whether Mr. Searle was in the habit of taking off his brown buckled shoes without unbuckling them, or if he always unbuckled them first?"
Yes, Mrs. Brett would do that, but wouldn't the inspector like to speak to Polly himself?
"No, thank you. I'll confirm anything she says later on, of course, but I think she is less likely to get flustered if you ask her a quite ordinary question than if she was brought to the telephone to be questioned by a stranger. I don't want her to be agitated into thinking about the question at all. I want her first natural reaction to the question. Were the shoes buckled or unbuckled when she cleaned them?"
Mrs. Brett understood, and would the inspector hang on?
"No, I'm expecting an important call, but I shall call you back in a very short time."
Then London came on the wire, and Williams's not-too-pleased voice could be heard telling the exchange, all right, I've been ready any time this last 5 minutes."
"That you, Williams? This is Grant. Listen, I was coming up to town today to interview Leslie Searle's cousin. Yes, I found out where she lived. Her name is Searle, Miss Searle, and she lives at 9 Holly Pavement in Hampstead. It's a sort of coagulation of artists. I talked to her last night on the telephone, and I arranged to see her this afternoon about 3. Now I can't. A boy has just fished a shoe belonging to Leslie Searle out of the river." "Yes, all right, Crow. So we have to start dragging all over again, and I have to be here. Are you free to go and see Miss Searle for me, or shall I get someone else from the yard? No, I'll go, sir. What do you want me to ask her? Get everything she knows about Leslie Searle, when she saw him last, what friends he had in England. Everything she can give you about him. Very good. What time shall I call you back? Well, you ought to be there at 2:45 and leaving an hour clear, 4 o'clock perhaps? At the Wickham station? Well, no, perhaps not. In view of the slowness of dragging, perhaps you had better call me at the mill house at Salcott. It is Salcott 5. It was only when he had hung up that he realised that he had not asked Williams how his mission to Benny Skull had turned out. Martha came in with his breakfast, and as she poured his coffee, he talked to Trimmings again. Mrs. Brett had talked to Polly, and Polly had no doubt about the matter at all. The straps on Mr. Searle's brown shoes had always been undone when he put them out for cleaning. She knew because she used to rebuckle them so as to keep the straps from banging about when she cleaned them. She buckled them to keep the straps still and unbuckled them when she had finished. So that was that. He began to eat his breakfast, and Martha poured out a cup of coffee for herself and sat sipping it. She looked cold and pale, but he could not resist the question. Did you notice anything odd about the shoe? Yes, it hadn't been unfastened. A marvellous woman. He supposed that she must have vices to counterbalance so many excellences, but he couldn't imagine what they could be. Chapter 15. It was very cold by the river. The willows shivered and the water was pewter colour, its surface alternately wrinkled by the wind and pitted by the passing showers. As the slow hours went by, Rogers's normally anxious face slipped into a settled melancholy, and the tip of his nose peering out from the turned-up collar of his waterproof was pink and sad. So far, no intruders had come to share their vigil. The mill house had been sworn to secrecy, and had not found the secrecy any strain. Mrs. Thrupp had retired to bed still heaving, and Tommy, as police ally, was part of the dragging party. The wide sweep of the river across the alluvial land was far from road or path, and devoid of dwellings, so there were no passers-by to stop and stare, to pause for a little, and then go on to spread the news. They were in a world by themselves down there by the river, a timeless world, and comfortless. Grant and Rogers had exhausted professional post-mortems long ago, and had got no further. Now they were just two men alone in a meadow on a chilly spring day. They sat together on the stump of a fallen willow, Grant watching the slow sweep of the questing drag, Rogers looking out across the wide flats of the valley floor. "This is all flooded in winter," he said. "Looks quite lovely, too, if you could forget the damage it's doing." "Swift beauty come to pass has drowned the blades that strove," Grant said. "What is that?" "What an army friend of mine wrote about floods. Where once did wake and move the slight and ardent grass, swift beauty come to pass has drowned the blades that strove." "Nice," Rogers said. "Sadly old-fashioned," Grant said. "It sounds like poetry. A fatal defect, I understand. Is it long?" "Just 2 verses, and the moral." "What is the moral?" "Oh, final beauty found in many a drowned place, we love not less thy face, for lesser beauties drowned." Rogers thought it over. "That's good, that is," he said. "Your army friend knew what he was talking about. I was never one for reading poems in books. I mean, collections, but magazines sometimes put verses in to fill up the space when a story doesn't come to the bottom of the page, you know?" "I know. I read a lot of these, and every now and then one of them rings a bell. I remember one of them to this day. It wasn't poetry, properly speaking. I mean, it didn't rhyme, but it got me where I lived. It said, 'My lot is cast in inland places, far from sounding beach and crying gull, and I, who knew the sea's voice from my babyhood, must listen to a river purling through green fields and small birds gossiping among the leaves.' Now, you see, I was bred by the sea over at Mere Harbour, and I've never quite got used to being away from it. You feel hedged in, suffocated. But I never found the words for it till I read that. I know exactly how that bloke felt. Small birds gossiping.
The scorn and exasperation in his voice amused Grant, but something amused him much more, and he began to laugh.
What's funny?
Rogers asked, a shade defensively.
I was just thinking how shocked the writers of slick detective stories would be if they could witness two police inspectors sitting on a willow tree swapping poems. Oh, them,
Rogers said, in the tone that in lower circles is followed by a spit.
Ever read any of these things? Oh, yes, now and then. My sergeant makes a hobby of it, collects the howlers. His record so far is 92 to a book, in a thing called Gods to the Rescue, by some woman or other.
He stopped to watch something and added,
There's a woman coming now, pushing a bike.
Grant took a look and said,
That's not a woman. It's a goddess to the rescue.
It was the unconquerable martyr, with vacuum flasks of hot coffee and sandwiches for all. The bicycle was the only way I could think of for carrying them, she explained. But it is tricky with the stiles.
How did you get through them then?
I unloaded the bicycle, lifted the thing over, and loaded it again the other side.
The spirit that made the empire.
That's as maybe, but Tommy must come with me on the way back and help me. Sure I will, Miss Hallard, Tommy said, his mouth full of sandwich. The men came up from the river and were presented to Marta. It amused Grant to notice the camaraderie of those who quite patently had never heard of her, and the awed good manners of those who had. I think the news has leaked out, Marta said. Toby rang me up and asked if it was true that the river was being dragged again.
You didn't tell him why?
No, oh no, she said, her face going a little bleak again at the memory of the shoe. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon they had a large attendance, and by 3 o'clock the place was like a fair, with the local constable making valiant efforts to preserve some kind of decency. At 3:30, when they had dragged the river almost as far as Solcott itself, and had still turned up nothing, Grant went back to the mill house and found Walter Whitmore there.
It was kind of you to send us the message, Inspector, he said. I should have come to the river, but somehow I couldn't. There was not the slightest need for you to come. Marta said that you were coming back here at tea time, so I waited here. Any results? Not so far. Why did you want to know about the shoe this morning? Because it was fastened when found. I wanted to know if Searle normally pulled off those shoes without unbuckling them. Apparently, he always unbuckled them. Then why? How could the shoe be fastened now? Either it was sucked off by the current, or he kicked it off to make swimming easier. I see, Walter said drearily.
He refused tea and went away looking more disorientated than ever. I do wish I could be as sorry for him as I should be, Marta said. China or Indian? Grant had had 3 large cups of scalding tea. So bad for your inside, Marta said, and was beginning to feel human again when Williams rang to report. The report, in spite of Williams's best endeavours, was meagre. Miss Searle didn't like her cousin and made no bones about it. She, too, was an American, but they had been born at opposite sides of the United States and had never met until they were grown up. They had fought at sight, apparently. He sometimes rang her up when he came to England, but not this time. She had not known that he was in England. Williams had asked her if she was out a lot, and if she thought it possible that Searle could have called or telephoned and not found her. She said that she had been in the Highlands painting, and that Searle might have called her many times without her knowledge. When she was away, the studio was empty, and there was no one to take telephone messages.
Did you see the paintings? Grant asked. The ones of Scotland? Oh, yes, the place was full of them. What were they like? Very like Scotland. Oh, orthodox. I wouldn't know. The west of Sutherland and Skye, mostly. And about his friends in this country? She said she was surprised to hear that he had any friends anywhere. She didn't suggest to you that Searle was a wrong 'un? No, sir, nothing like that. And she couldn't suggest any reason why he should suddenly disappear or where he could disappear to. No, she couldn't. He has no people, she did tell me that. Parents dead, apparently, and he was an only child. But about his friends, she seemed to know nothing. What he said about having only a cousin in England was true, anyhow. Well, thank you very much, Williams. I quite forgot to ask you this morning if you found Benny. Benny? Oh, yes, quite easily. And did he cry?
Grant heard Williams laugh.
No, he pulled a new one this time. He pretended to faint. What did that get him? It got him 3 free brandies and the sympathy of the multitude. We were in a pub, I need hardly say. After the second brandy, he began to come to and moan about the way he was being persecuted, so they gave him a third. I was very unpopular.
Grant considered this a fine sample of understatement.
Luckily, it was a West End pub,
Williams said. This being translated meant that there was no actual interference with his performance of his duty.
Did he agree to go with you for questioning? He said he would go if I let him telephone first. I said he knew quite well that he was free to telephone anyone at any hour of the day or night. That was a post office arrangement, but if his call was innocent, I supposed he didn't mind my being the fly on the telephone booth wall. And did he agree? He practically dragged me into the box. And who do you think that little bastard was telephoning to? His MP? No, I think MPs are a bit shy of him nowadays. He overstayed his welcome last time. No, he rang up some bloke he knows who writes for the Watchman and told him the tale. Said he was no sooner out than some policeman or other was on his tail, wanting him to go to Scotland Yard for questioning. And how was a man to go straight if he was having an innocent drink with his friends who didn't know anything about him, and an obvious plainclothes tech came up and wanted to speak to him, and so on and go on. Then he came with me, quite pleased with himself. Was he any help to the Yard? No, but his girl was. Did she blab? No, she was wearing Poppy's earrings. Poppy plum trees. No. If we didn't happen to be taking Benny out of circulation for a little, I think his girl would put him out of it for good. She's raving mad. He hasn't had her long, and it seems she was thinking of leaving him, so Benny bought her a pair of diamond earrings. The amount of intelligence Benny has wouldn't inconvenience a ladybird. Did you get the rest of Poppy's stuff? Yes, Benny coughed up. He hadn't had time to get to a fence with them. Good work. What about the Watchman? Well, I did want to let that Watchman bit of silliness stew in his own juice, but the super wouldn't let me. Said it was no good having trouble that we could avoid, even if we had the pleasure of seeing the Watchman making a fool of itself. So I had to ring him up and tell him. At least you must have got something back out of that. Oh, yes, I don't deny I got some kick out of that. I said, Mr. Ritter, I'm Detective Sergeant Williams. I was present when Benny Scholl rang you up a few hours ago. You were present, he said. But he was lodging a complaint against you. Oh, yes, I said. It's a free country, you know. I don't call it so free for some, he said. You were dragging him away to be questioned at Scotland Yard. I said I invited him to accompany me, and he didn't have to if he didn't want to. Then he gave me the old spiel about hounding criminals and Benny Scholl having paid his debt to society and that we had no right to hound him now that he was a free man again and so forth. You have shamed him before his friends, says Mr. Ritter, and pushed him back to hopelessness. How much the better is Scotland Yard for having badgered poor little Benny Scholl this afternoon? £2,000 worth, I said. What? He said. What are you talking about? That is the amount of jewellery he stole from Poppy Plumtree's flat on Friday night. How do you know it was Benny? He asked. I said Benny had handed over the loot in person, with the exception of 2 large, single diamond earrings, which were gracing the ears of his current lady friend. Then I said, Good night, sir. Very sweet and low, the way they do in the children's hour, and hung up. You know, I think he had already written that letter about poor innocent Benny. He was so dashed. Writers must feel very flat when they've written something that no one can use. Wait till Mr. Ritter's flat is burgled, Grant said. He'll come to us screaming for the criminal's blood. Yes, sir, funny, isn't it? They're always the worst when it happens to themselves. Any word from San Francisco? Not yet, but it may come any minute. It doesn't seem so important now. No. When I think of the whole notebook I filled, interviewing bus conductors in Wickham, no good for anything but the waste paper basket. Never throw notes away, Williams. Keep them for 7 years and find a use for them. Keep them for your autobiography if you like, but keep them. I would like to have you back here, but at the moment the work doesn't warrant it. It is just a matter of standing about in the cold. Well, I hope something turns up before sunset, sir. I hope it does. Literally.
Grant hung up and went back to the riverbank. The crowd had thinned a little as people began to go home to their Sunday high tea, but the solid core who would happily starve in order to see a man's dead body dragged from the river was still there. Grant looked at their blue moronic faces and speculated for the 1,000th time since he became a policeman about what made them tick. One thing was certain. If we revived public executions tomorrow, the gate would be of cup-tie proportions. Rogers had gone back to Wickham, but it seemed that the press had arrived. Both the local man and the Chrome correspondent of the London dailies wanted to know why the river was being re-dragged. There was also the oldest inhabitant. The oldest inhabitant had a nose and chin that approximated so closely that Grant wondered how he shaved. He was a vain old party, but he was the representative in this gathering of something more powerful than any of them. Race memory, and as such was to be respected.
No use you dragging any further the village, he said to Grant, as one giving the under-gardener instructions. No, no use. She lets everything down, there, down into the mud.
She was evidently the river.
Why? She goes slow there. Tired like. Drops everything. Then when she be round the turn, halfway to Wickham there, she go tearing off again all light and happy. Ah, that is what she do. Drops everything she be carrying into the mud, and then she go quiet for a little, looking round to see if people notice what she done, then whoops, she be off to Wickham at the tear.
He cocked a surprisingly clear blue eye at Grant.
Sly, he said. That's what she be. Sly.
Rogers had said when first he had talked to him that it was no use dragging below Salcott St. Mary, and he had accepted the local man's verdict without asking for an explanation. Now here was race memory offering him the explanation.
Not much use you dragging anyway, said race memory, wiping the drop from its nose with a gesture that was subtly contemptuous. Why, don't you believe there is a body there? Oh, body there all right, but that mud there, it don't give up nothing except in its own time. And when is that likely to be, would you say? Oh, any time 'tween 1,000 years and tomorrow. Powerful sticky that mud be. Quicksand mud. When my great-grandfer were a little boy, he had a barra run down the bank like into the water. Quite shallow it were there. He could see the barra, but he were frightened, see, to wade in for it. So he run to the cottage, no more'n a few yards, and brung his father out to reach the barra for him. But the mud had it. Ah, the mud had it in the time you'd turn your back. Not a blink of the barra left, not even when they got a rake and dragged for it. The mud had it, see? Cannibal mud, that is, I tell ye, cannibal mud. But you say it does give up its victims sometimes. Oh, happen. When? In flood? Nah, in flood she just spread herself. Go broody and drop more mud than ever, nah. But sometimes she be taken aback. Then she let go in surprise. Taken aback? Ah, same as she were a week since. Cloud come and hit the high country above Otley and burst there and pour water into the river like someone pouring bath water away. She have no time to spread out decent and quiet. The water come down channel like a scouring brush and churn her up. Then happens sometimes she lose something from the mud.
It was a poor outlook, Grant felt, if he had to wait until the next cloudburst to recover Searle's body. The gathering greyness of the day depressed him. In a couple of hours they would have to call it off. By that time, moreover, they would have reached Salcott, and if they had found nothing, what hope was there? He had had a horrible feeling all day that they were merely scratching the surface of that immemorial mud. If this second dragging proved useless, what then? No inquest, no case, no nothing. By the time a watery sunset was bathing the scene in pallid light, they were within 50 yards of the end of their beat. And at that moment, Rogers reappeared and produced an envelope from the pocket of his coat.
This came for you when I was at the station. It's a report from the States.
There was no urgency about it now, but he opened it and read it through. The San Francisco police had no record against Leslie Searle and knew of none. He was in the habit of coming to the coast for the winter months. For the rest of the year, he travelled and photographed abroad. He lived well, but very quietly, and there was no record of expensive parties or other extravagances of conduct. He had no wife with him, and no history of emotional entanglements. The San Francisco police had no record of his origins, but they had applied to the publicity department at Grand Continental, for which studios Searle had photographed Lotta Marlowe and Danny Minsky, the reigning stars of the moment. According to Grand Continental, Searle had been born in Jobling, Connecticut, only child of Durfee Searle and Christina Matson. Police at Jobling, Connecticut asked about the Searles, said they left town more than 20 years ago and went south somewhere. Searle was a chemist with a passion for photography, but that is all anyone remembered about them. Well, it was a dull enough report, an uninspiring collection of unhelpful facts. No clue to the thing he had wanted most, Searle's intimates in the States. No illumination on Searle himself. But something in the report rang a bell in his head. He read it over again, waiting for that warning click in his mind that was like the sound a clock makes when it is preparing to strike. But this time there was no reaction. Puzzled, he read it through again, slowly. What was it that had made that warning sound in his mind? He could find nothing. Still puzzled, he folded up the paper and put it away in his pocket.
We're finished, I suppose you know, Rogers said. We'll find nothing now. Nothing has ever been taken back from the river at Solcott. In this part of the country they have a proverb. When they want to say, give a thing up or put it out of your mind for good, they say, throw it over the bridge at Solcott.
Why don't they dredge the channel, instead of letting all this stuff silt up on them? Grant said, out of temper.
If they did, they wouldn't have the river flooding their houses every second winter.
Rogers's long face shortened into amusement and kindliness.
If you'd ever smelt a bucket of Rushmere mud, you'd think a long time before you'd willingly arrange for it to be dragged up in wagon loads and carted through the street. Shall I stop them now?
No, said Grant mulishly.
Let them go on dragging as long as the light lasts. Who knows? We may make history and be the first to take something back from the river at Solcott. I never did believe in those country superstitions anyhow.
They did go on dragging till the light went, but the river gave nothing back. Chapter 16.
Shall I give you a lift back to Wickham? Rogers asked Grant,
but Grant said no, that he had his own car up at the mill house and would walk up and fetch it. Marta came out into the windy twilight to meet him and put her arm through his. No, she said.
No.
Come in and get warm. She walked beside him in silence into the house and poured him an outsize whiskey. The thick walls shut out the sound of the wind, and the room was quiet and warm as it had been last night. A faint smell of curry came up from the kitchen. Do you smell what I am cooking for you?
Curry, but you can't be expected to feed the department.
Curry is what you need after a whole day of our English spring glories. You can, of course, go back to the White Hart and have the usual Sunday evening supper of cold tinned beef, 2 slices of tomato, 3 cubes of beetroot, and a wilting lettuce leaf. Grant shivered unaffectedly. The thought of the White Hart on a Sunday evening was death. Besides, tomorrow I shan't be here to give you dinner. I am going back to town. I can't stand the mill house any more at the moment. I'll stay in town till Faint Heart goes into rehearsal.
Having you here has practically saved my life, Grant said.
He pulled the American report from his pocket and said,
Read that, would you? and tell me if anything rings a bell for you."
"No," she said, having read. "No bells. Should it?"
"I don't know. It seemed to me when I read it first that it rang a bell in my mind."
He puzzled over it again for a moment and then put it away. "When we are both back in town," Martha said, "I want to be introduced to your Sergeant Williams. Perhaps you would bring him to dinner one night?"
"But of course,"
Grant said, pleased and amused.
"Why this sudden passion for the unknown Williams?"
"Well, I have actually two different reasons. The first is that anyone who has the mother wit to see that Walter Whitmore is a pushy is worth meeting. And the second is that the only time I have seen you look happy today was after talking to Sergeant Williams on the telephone."
"Oh, that,"
he said, and told her about Benny's skull and the watchman, and Williams rebuking virtue. And so they were gay after all over their Sunday supper, with Martha supplying libellous stories of the watchman's theatre critic, so that it was not until he was going that she asked what he was going to do now that the search for Searle had failed.
"I tidy up some ends here in Salcott tomorrow morning," he said, "and then I go back to London to report to my chief."
"And what happens then?"
"There is a conference to decide what action, if any, is to be taken."
"I understand. Well, when you have got things straightened out, ring me up and tell me, won't you? And then we can arrange a night when Sergeant Williams is free."
How admirable, he thought as he drove away, how truly admirable. No questions, no hints, no little feminine probings. In her acceptance of a situation, she was extraordinarily masculine. Perhaps it was this lack of dependence that men found intimidating. He went back to the White Hart, called the police station to know if there were any messages, picked the menu off the dining room sideboard to verify Martha's prognostication as to supper. She had forgotten the stewed rhubarb and custard, he must tell her, and for the last time went to bed in the little room under the roof. The text was no promise tonight. The hour cometh indeed. What a lot of leisure women seemed to have had once. Now they had everything in cans and had no leisure at all. But no, it wasn't that, of course. It was that they didn't spend their leisure making texts in coloured wools any more. They went to see Danny Minsky and laughed themselves sick for 1 and 2pence. And if you asked him, it was a better way of recovering from the day's work than making meaningless patterns in purple cross-stitch. He glared at the text, tilted the lamp until the shadow blotted out his vision of it, and took his notebooks to bed with him. In the morning he paid his bill and pretended not to see the landlord's surprise. Everyone knew that the river dragging had been unsuccessful, and everyone knew that a piece of clothing recovered from the river had caused that dragging. There were various accounts of which particular piece of clothing, so the landlord hardly expected Scotland Yard to be taking its departure at this juncture, unless there was a clue that no one knew about. "Coming back, sir?" "Not immediately," Grant said, reading his mind like a book, and not particularly liking the stigma of failure that was being tacked onto his name at this moment. And he headed for Trimmings. The morning had an air of bland apology. It was smiling wetly and the wind had died. The leaves glittered and the roads steamed in the sun. "Just my fun, dears," the English spring was saying to the soaked and shivering mortals who had trusted her. As the car purred along the slope towards Trimmings, he looked down at Salcott St. Mary in the valley and thought how odd it was that 3 days ago it was just a name that Martha used occasionally in conversation. Now it was part of his mind. And God send it wasn't going to be a burr stuck there for good. At Trimmings, he was received by the refined Edith, who broke down enough to look humanly scared for a moment when she saw him and asked to see Walter. She showed him into the fireless library from which Walter rescued him. "Come into the drawing room," he said. "We use it as a living room, and there is a fire there." And Grant caught himself wondering ungratefully whether it was his own comfort that Walter was considering or his guests. Walter did affect one that way, he observed. "I am going back to town this morning," Grant said, "and there are 1 or 2 small points I want to clear up before I make my report to my superiors. Yes?
Walter was nervous and looked as if he had not slept.
When I asked you about your journey down the Rushmere, you said that you had picked up mail at arranged post offices. Yes. On Monday there would have been nothing to pick up, but on Tuesday and Wednesday you presumably picked up what was there. Did Searle have any letters on either of those 2 days, can you remember? There's no difficulty in remembering. Inspector, Searle never had any mail. Never? You mean Searle had no letters at all while he was at Trimmings? None that I ever knew about. But Liz would tell you. She deals with the post when it comes in.
How had he missed this small item of information, he wondered?
Not even forwarded from his hotel or bank? Not that I know of. He may have been letting it mount up. Some people are constitutionally indifferent to letters.
That was true, and Grant left it there.
Then about this daily telephoning, he said. You telephoned from Tunstall on Sunday night, from Capel on Monday night, from Friday Street on Tuesday, and from where on Wednesday? There's a call box at Pet's Hatch. We had meant to camp, actually, at Pet's Hatch, but that ruined mill looked dreary somehow, and I remembered the sheltered bit farther on, where the river turns south, so we went on to there. And you told Trimmings about this proposed camp? Yes, I told you already that we did. I know you did. I don't mean to badger you. What I want to know now is who talked to whom during that call from Pet's Hatch.
Walter thought for a moment.
Well, I talked to Miss Fitch first because she was always waiting for the call. Then Searle talked to her. Then Aunt Em came, Mrs. Garraby, and talked to Searle for a little, and then I finished up by talking to Mrs. Garraby myself. Liz hadn't come in from an errand in the village, so neither of us talked to her on Wednesday. I see, thank you.
Grant waited and then said,
I suppose you don't feel able yet to tell me what the subject of your disagreement was on Wednesday night?
And as Walter hesitated,
Is it because it was about Miss Garraby that you are reluctant to discuss it? I don't want her dragged into this,
Walter said, and Grant could not help feeling that this cliché was less the result of emotion than of a conviction that it was thus an Englishman behaved in the circumstances.
I ask, as I said before, more as a way of obtaining enlightenment on the subject of Leslie Searle than of pinning you down to anything. Was there anything in that conversation, apart from Miss Garraby's entry into it, that you would rather I didn't know? No, of course not. It was just about Liz, about Miss Garraby. It was an extremely silly conversation.
Grant smiled heartlessly.
Mr. Whitmore, a policeman has experienced the absolute in silliness before he has finished his 3rd year in the force. If you are merely reluctant to put silliness on record, take heart. To me, it will probably sound like something near wisdom. There was no wisdom about it. Searle had been in a very odd mood all the evening. Odd? Depressed?
Surely, thought Grant, we aren't going to have to consider suicide at this late stage.
No, he seemed to be invaded by an unwonted levity, and on the way from the river he began to twit me about it. Well, about my not being good enough for Liz, for my fiancée. I tried to change the subject, but he kept at it, until I grew annoyed. He began enumerating all the things he knew about her that I didn't. He would trot out something and say, I bet you didn't know that about her. Nice things? Oh, yes, Walter said instantly. Yes, of course, charming things. But it was also needless and so provocative. Did he suggest that he would be more appreciative in your place? He did more. He said, quite frankly, that if he put his mind to it, he could cut me out. He could cut me out in a fortnight, he said. He didn't offer to bet on it, I suppose?
Grant couldn't help asking.
No,
Walter said, looking a little surprised. Grant thought that some day he must tell Martha that she had slipped up in one particular.
It was when he said that, Walter said, about cutting me out, that I felt I couldn't stand him any more that night. It wasn't the suggestion of my not being his equal that I resented. I hope you understand, Inspector. It was the implied reflection on Liz, on Miss Garraby, the implication that she would succumb to anyone who used his charms on her. I understand, said Grant gravely. Thank you very much for telling me. Do you think, then, that Searle was deliberately provoking a quarrel? I hadn't thought of it. I just thought he was in a provocative mood. That he was a little above himself. I see, thank you. Could I speak to Miss Fitch for just one moment? I won't keep her.
Walter took him to the morning room, where Miss Fitch, with a yellow and a red pencil stuck in her ginger bird's nest and another in her mouth, was prowling up and down like an enraged kitten. She relaxed when she saw Grant, and looked tired and a little sad. "Have you come with news, Inspector?" she asked. And Grant, looking past her, saw the fright in Liz's eyes.
No, I've come to ask you one question, Miss Fitch, and then I shan't bother you again. I apologise for bothering you as it is. On Wednesday night, you were waiting for the evening call from your nephew with an account of their progress.
Yes.
So that you talked to him first. I mean, first of the people at Trimmings. Will you go on from there?
Tell you what we talked about, you mean?
No. Who talked to whom?
Oh. Well, they were at Pet's Hatch, I suppose you know, and I talked to Walter, and then to Leslie. They were both very happy. Her voice wavered. Then I called Emma, my sister, and she spoke to them both.
Did you wait while she spoke to them?
No, I went up to my room to see Susie Slander's imitations. She does 10 minutes on a Wednesday once a month, and she is wonderful, and of course I couldn't listen to her properly with Em talking.
I see. And Miss Garraby?
Liz arrived back from the village just too late to talk to them.
What time was this? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact time, but it must have been about 20 minutes before dinner. We had dinner early that night because my sister was going out to a WRI meeting. Dinner at Trimmings is always being put either back or forwards because someone is either going somewhere or coming from some place.
Thank you very much, Miss Fitch. And now, if I might see Searle's room once more, I won't bother you again.
Yes, of course.
I'll take the inspector up, Liz said, ignoring the fact that Walter, who was still hovering, was the normal person to escort him. She got up from the typewriter before Miss Fitch could intervene with any alternative proposal, and led the inspector out. Are you going away because you have come to a conclusion, Inspector, or because you haven't? Or shouldn't I ask that? She said as they went upstairs.
I'm going as a matter of routine, to do what every officer is expected to do, to present his report to his seniors and let them decide what the facts add up to.
But you do some adding first, surely.
A lot of subtraction, too, he said dryly.
The dryness was not lost on her. Nothing makes sense in this case, does it? She agreed. Walter says he couldn't have fallen into the river accidentally. And yet he did fall in. Somehow. She paused on the landing outside the tower room. There was a roof light there, and her face was clear in every detail as she turned to him and said, The one certain thing in this mess is that Walter had nothing to do with Leslie's death. Please believe that, Inspector. I'm not defending Walter because he is Walter and I am going to marry him. I've known him all my life, and I know what he is capable of and what he is not capable of. And he is not capable of using physical violence to anyone. Do please believe me. He just hasn't the guts. Even his future wife thought him a pushy, Grant observed. Don't be misled by that glove either, Inspector. Do please believe that the most probable explanation is that Leslie picked it up and put it into his pocket, meaning to give it back to me. I have looked for the other one of the pair in the car pocket, and it isn't there. So the most likely explanation is that they fell out, and Leslie found one and picked it up.
Why didn't he put it back in the car pocket?
I don't know. Why does one do anything? Putting something in one's pocket is almost a reflex. The point is that he wouldn't have kept it for the sake of keeping it. Leslie didn't feel about me like that at all. The point, Grant thought to himself, wasn't whether Leslie was in love with Liz, but whether Walter believed Liz to be in love with Leslie. He longed to ask Liz what happens to a girl when she is engaged to a pushy, and along comes a leftover from Eden, an escapee from Atlantis, a demon in plain clothes. But the question, though pertinent, would certainly be unproductive.
Instead, he asked her if Searle had ever received letters during his stay at Trimmings, and she said that as far as she knew, he had had none. Then she went away downstairs, and he went into the tower room. The tidy room where Searle had left everything except his personality. He had not seen it in daylight before, and he spent a few moments having a look at the garden and the valley from the 3 huge windows. There was one advantage in not caring what your house looked like when it was finished. You could have your windows where they were likely to do most good. Then he turned once more to the task of going through Searle's belongings. Patiently, garment by garment, article by article, he went through them, vainly hoping for some sign, some revelation. He sat in a low chair with the photographic box open on the floor between his feet and accounted for everything that a photographer might conceivably use. He could think of nothing, neither chemical nor gadget, that was missing from the collection. The box had not been moved since last he saw it, and the empty space still held the outline of what had been abstracted. It was an innocent space. Articles are abstracted every day from packed cases, leaving the outline of their presence. There was no reason whatever to suppose that what had been taken out was of any significance. But why, in heaven's name, couldn't anyone suggest what that thing might have been? Once more he tried the small cameras in the space, knowing quite well that they would not fit. He even clapped a pair of Searle's shoes together and tried to fit them into the space. They were half an inch too long, and the soles protruded above the general level so that the tray would not fit home and the lid was prevented from shutting. Anyhow, why carry clothing in a photographic box when you had ample room in the appropriate cases? Whatever had occupied the space had not been put in at random or in haste. It had been a neat and methodical packing, which suggested that the thing was put there because only Searle himself would have the unpacking of it. Well, this, in the elegant phrase, was where he got off. He put everything neatly back as he had found it, took another look at the Rushmere Valley, and decided that he had had enough of it, and closed the door on the room where Leslie Searle had left everything but his personality.
Chapter 17. It was grey in town, but it was a friendly grey and comforting after the rainy levels of the Rushmere, and the young green of the trees in Westminster was vivid as fire against the dark background. It was nice to be among his own kind again, to get into that mental undress that one wears among one's colleagues, to talk the elusive, unexplanatory talk that constituted headquarters shop. But it was not so nice to think of the coming interview with Bryce. Would it be one of Bryce's good days or one of his off ones? The superintendent's average was 1 off day to 3 good ones, so the odds were 3 to 1 in his favour. On the other hand, it was damp weather, and the superintendent's rheumatism was always worst in damp weather. Bryce was smoking a pipe, so it was one of his good days. On his off days he lit cigarettes and extinguished them in the ashtray 5 seconds after he had extinguished the match. Grant wondered how to begin. He couldn't very well say, 4 days ago you handed over a situation to me, and the situation, as far as I'm concerned, is in all essentials exactly what it was 4 days ago. But that, put brutally, was how the case stood. It was Bryce who saved him. Bryce examined him with his small, shrewd eyes and said, "If ever I saw, 'Please, sir, it wasn't me,' written on a man's face, it is on yours now." And Grant laughed. "Yes, sir, it's a mess." He laid his notebooks on the table and took the chair at the other side of the table that was known in the office as the suspect's seat. "You don't think that Bunny Boy Whitmore did it, then?" "No, sir, I think it's unlikely to the point of absurdity." "Accident?" "Bunny Boy doesn't think so," Grant said with a grin. "Doesn't he indeed? Hasn't he even enough sense to come in out of the rain?" "He's a simple sort of creature in some ways. He just doesn't believe that it was accident, and says so. The fact that it would be to his advantage to have it proved an accident is irrelevant in his view, apparently. He is wildly puzzled and troubled about the disappearance. I am quite sure he had nothing to do with it." "Any alternative suggestion?"
Well, there is someone who had the opportunity, the motive and the means. What are we waiting for? Bryce said, flippant. Unfortunately, the fourth ingredient is missing. No evidence? Not one sliver of a tittle. Who is it? The mother of Walter Whitmore's fiancée, stepmother, actually. She brought Liz Garraby up from babyhood and is fanatically maternal about her. I don't mean possessive, but all the best for our Liz. Yes, she was enormously pleased about her stepdaughter marrying her nephew and keeping everything in the family, and I think Searle looked like upsetting the apple cart. That is a possible motive. She has no alibi for the night in question, and she could have reached the place where they were camped quite easily. She knew where it was because each evening the men telephoned Trimmings, the Fitch place, to report progress, and on Wednesday night they described the place where they were going to bivouac. But she couldn't know that the men would quarrel and go back to the river separately. How was she going to work it? Well, there's an odd thing about that quarrel. Searle, from all accounts, was a markedly equable person, but it was he who provoked that quarrel. At least, Whitmore says so, and I have no reason to doubt him. He twitted Whitmore about not being good enough for Liz Garraby and boasted that he could take her from him in a week. He was quite sober, so anything so completely out of character must have had an ulterior motive. You think he manufactured a parting with Searle that evening? Why? It could have been because he hoped to meet Liz Garraby somewhere. The Garraby girl was not at home that evening when the two men telephoned, so Mrs. Garraby did proxy. I suggest that she might also have done proxy in a more serious way. Liz says, will you meet her at the Third Oak past the old mill? Something like that. And then raging mother waits for him with a blunt instrument and tips the body into the river. I wish to heaven you had been able to recover that body. You don't wish it as badly as I do, sir. Without a corpse, where are we? Even with a corpse you have no case. No, but it would be comforting, not to say illuminating, to know the state of the skull bones. Any evidence that Searle was interested in the girl? He had one of her gloves in his collar drawer. Bryce grunted. I thought that sort of thing went out with valentines, he said, unconsciously paraphrasing Sergeant Williams. I showed it to her, and she took it well, said that he had probably picked it up and meant to give it back to her. And now I'll tell one, commented the superintendent. She's a nice girl, Grant said mildly. So was Madeline Smith. Any second favourite in the suspect stakes? No, just the field. The men who had no reason to love Searle and had the opportunity and no satisfactory alibi. Are there many? Bryce said, surprised by the plural. There's Toby Tullis, who is still sick at the snubbing Searle administered. Tullis lives on the riverbank and has a boat. His alibi depends on the word of an infatuated follower. There's Serge Ratoff, the dancer, who loathed Searle because of the attention Toby paid him. Serge, according to himself, was dancing on the green sward by the river's rim on Wednesday night. There's Silas Weekly, the distinguished English novelist, who lives in the lane down which Searle disappeared from human ken on Wednesday night. Silas has a thing about beauty, has a constant urge to destroy it. He was working in a hut at the end of the garden that night, so he says. No bets on the field? No, I think not. A saver on Weekly, perhaps? He is the type that might go over the borderline any day and spend the rest of his life happily typing away in Broadmoor, but Tullis wouldn't jeopardize all he has built up by a silly murder like this. He is much too shrewd. As for Ratoff, I can imagine him setting off to do a murder, but long before he was halfway there he would have another fine idea and forget what he originally set out to do. Is this village entirely inhabited by crackpots? It has been discovered, unfortunately. The Aborigines are sane enough. Well, I suppose there is nothing we can do until the body turns up. If it turns up. They usually do, in time. According to the local police, 5 people have been drowned in the Rushmere in the last 40 years. That is, leaving Mere Harbour and the shipping part out of the reckoning. 2 were drowned higher up than Salcott, and 3 lower down. The 3 who were drowned lower down than Solcott all turned up within a day or 2. The 2 who were drowned above the village have never turned up at all. It's a nice lookout for Walter Whitmore, Bryce commented. Yes, Grant said, thinking it over. They weren't very kind to him this morning. The papers? No, awfully good-mannered and discreet, but they couldn't have made pleasant reading for Bunny Boy. A nasty spot to be in. No accusation, so no possible defence. Not that he has any, he added. He was silent for a little, tapping his teeth with his pipe, as was his habit when cogitating. Well, I suppose there is nothing we can do at the moment. You make a neat ship-shape report, and we'll see what the Commissioner says, but I don't see that there is anything more we can do. Death by drowning. No evidence so far to show whether accidental or otherwise. That's your conclusion, isn't it? As Grant did not answer immediately, he looked up and said sharply, Isn't it? Now you see it, now you don't. Something wrong in the setup. Don't let your flair ride you, Grant. Something phony somewhere. Now you see it, now you don't. Conjurer's patter. The trick of the distracted attention. You could get away with anything if you distracted the attention. Something phony somewhere. Grant! He came back to the realization of his chief's surprise. What was he to say? Acquiesce and let it go? Stick to the facts and the evidence and stay on the safe side? With a detached regret, he heard his own voice saying, Have you ever seen a lady sawn in half, sir? I have, Bryce said, eyeing him with a wary disapproval. It seems to me that there is a strong aroma of sawn lady about this case, Grant said, and then remembered that this was the metaphor he had used to Sergeant Williams. But Bryce's reaction was very different from the sergeant's. Oh, my God, he groaned. You're not going to do a Lamont on us, are you, Grant? Years ago, Grant had gone into the farthest highlands after a man and had brought him back sewn up in a case so fault-proof that only the sentence remained to be said, and had handed him over with the remark that on the whole he thought they had got the wrong man. They had. The Yard had never forgotten it, and any wild opinion in contradiction to the evidence was still known as doing a Lamont. The sudden mention of Jerry Lamont heartened Grant. It had been even more absurd to feel that Jerry Lamont was innocent in the face of an unbreakable case than it was to smell sawn lady in a simple drowning. Grant? There's something very odd about the setup, Grant said stubbornly. What is odd? If I knew that, it would be down in my report. It isn't any one thing, it's the whole setup, the atmosphere, the smell of it. It doesn't smell right. Couldn't you just explain to an ordinary hard-working policeman what smells so wrong about it? Grant ignored the superintendent's heavy-handedness and said, It's all wrong from the beginning, don't you see? Searles walking in from nowhere, into the party. Yes, I know that we know about him, that he is who he says he is, and all that. We even know that he came to England just as he says he did, via Paris. His place was booked by the American Express office at the Madeleine. But that doesn't alter the fact that the whole episode has something queer about it. Was it so likely that he would be all that keen to meet Walter just because they were both friends of Cooney Wiggin? Don't ask me, was it? Why this need to meet Walter? Perhaps he had seen him broadcast and just couldn't wait. And he had no letters. Who hadn't? Searle, he had no letters all the time he was at Solcott. Perhaps he is allergic to the gum on envelopes, or I have heard that people leave letters lying at their bank to be called for. That's another thing. None of the usual American banks or agencies has ever heard of him. And there is one tiny thing that seems odd to me out of all proportion to its actual value. Actual value to this case, I mean. He had a tin box, rather like an outsized paint box, that he used to hold all his photographic stuff. Something is gone out of the box, something roughly 9 inches by 3.5 by 4, that was packed in the lower compartment. It has a tray like a paint box with a deeper space below. Nothing that is now among his belongings fits the space, and no one can suggest what the thing could have been. And what is so odd about that? There must be 101 things that might have been packed in a space that size. As what, for instance, sir? Well, I can't think offhand, but there must be dozens. There is ample space in his other cases for anything he wanted to pack, so it wouldn't be clothes or ordinary possessions. Whatever was there, in the tin box, was something that he kept where only he would be likely to handle it. Bryce's attention grew more sober at that. Now it is missing. It is of no obvious importance in this case, no importance at all, perhaps. It is just an oddity, and it sticks in my mind. What do you think he might have been after at Trimmings? Blackmail? Bryce asked, with interest at last. I don't know. I hadn't thought of blackmail. What could have been in the box that he could turn into cash? Not letters, that shape. Documents, perhaps? Documents in a roll? I don't know. Yes, perhaps. The thing against the blackmail idea is that he seemed to have ample means. Blackmailers usually have. Yes, but Searle had a profession that kept him very nicely. Only a hog would want more. And somehow he didn't look to me like a hog. Be your age, Grant. Just sit quiet for a moment and think of the blackmailers you have known. He watched this shot go home and said dryly, Exactly. And then, who would you say was the blackmailee at Trimmings? Mrs. Garraby got a pass, do you think? Possibly, Grant said, considering Emma Garraby in a new light. Yes, I think it's quite possible. Well, the choice isn't very wide. I don't suppose Lavinia Fitch was ever out on the tiles? Grant thought of kind, anxious little Miss Fitch, with the bristling pencils in her mop of hair, and smiled. There isn't much choice, you see. I suppose if it was blackmail at all, it must have been Mrs. Garraby. So your theory is that Searle was murdered for a reason that has nothing to do with Liz Garraby. And as Grant made no immediate answer to that, you believe that it was murder, don't you? No. No? I don't believe he's dead. There was a moment of silence. Then Bryce leaned forward over the table and said with immense self-control, Now look here, Grant. Flare's flare, and you're entitled to your whack of it, but when you take to throwing it about in chunks, it becomes too much of a good thing. Have a little moderation, for Pete's sake. You've been dragging a river for a whole day yesterday trying to find a drowned man, and now you have the nerve to sit there and tell me you don't think he was drowned at all. What do you think he did? Walked away barefoot? Or hobbled away, disguised as a one-legged man, supported by crutches which he had tossed off in an idle moment from a couple of oak branches? Where do you think he went to? What is he going to live on from now on? Honestly, Grant, I think you must need a holiday. What? Just tell me, what put this notion into your head? How does a trained detective mind jump from a straightforward case of missing believed drowned into a wild piece of fantasy that has no connection with anything in the case at all? Grant was silent. Come on, Grant, I'm not ribbing you. I really want to know. How do you arrive at the conclusion that a man isn't drowned after finding his shoe in the river? How did the shoe get there? If I knew that, sir, I'd have my case. Did Searle have a spare pair of shoes with him? No, just the ones he was wearing. The one that was found in the river? Yes, sir. And you still think he didn't drown? Yes. There was a silence. I don't know which to admire more, Grant, your nerve or your imagination. Grant said nothing. There seemed to be nothing to say. He was bitterly aware that he had already said too much. Can you think of any theory, however wild, that would fit your idea of his being alive? I can think of one. He could have been abducted and the shoe tossed in the river as evidence of drowning. Bryce regarded him with dramatized respect. You mistook your vocation, Grant. You're a very good detective, but as a writer of detective fiction, you'd make a fortune. I was only answering your challenge and supplying a theory to fit the facts, sir, Grant said mildly. I didn't say I believed in it. This slowed Bryce down a little. Take them out of a hat like rabbits, do you? Theories in all sizes to fit any figure. No compulsion to buy. Walk up, walk up.
He stopped and looked for a long moment at Grant's imperturbable face, sat slowly back in his chair, relaxed and smiled.
You damned poker face, you,
he said amiably. He searched in his pocket for matches.
Do you know what I envy about you, Grant? Your self-control. I'm always flying off the handle about something or other, and it doesn't do me or anyone else any good. My wife says that it is because I'm not sure of myself, and I'm afraid I'm not going to get my way. She attended a course of 6 lectures on psychology at Morley College, and there is nothing about the human mind she doesn't know. I can only conclude that you must be damned sure of yourself behind that nice, equable temper of yours.
I don't know, sir, Grant said, amused. I was anything but equable when I came in to report, and had nothing to show you but a situation that was exactly the same as it was when you handed it over to me 4 days ago.
So you said, how's the old man's rheumatism today? Is he approachable, or do I go on all fours?
His little elephant eyes twinkled for a moment.
Well, I suppose we present the Commissioner with your neat report of the facts as they exist, and leave him in ignorance of the finer flights of your imagination.
Oh, yes, sir, I can't very well explain to the Commissioner that I have a feeling in the pit of my stomach.
No, and if you'll take my advice, you'll stop paying so much attention to the rumblings of your stomach and stick to what goes on in your head. There is a little phrase, commonly used in police work, that says, in accordance with the evidence. You say that over 6 times a day as a grace before and after meals, and perhaps it will keep your feet on the ground and stop you ending up thinking you're Frederick the Great or a hedgehog or something.
Chapter 18. In his school days, Grant had learned that if he was stumped by a problem, it paid to leave it alone for a while. A proposition that had seemed insoluble the night before was simple to the point of being obvious in the light of morning. This was a lesson that he learned for himself and consequently never forgot, and he took it with him both into his personal life and into his work. Whenever he reached deadlock, he transferred his attention. So now, although he did not follow Bryce's advice about the daily ritual, he did give heed to his words about ignoring the rumblings of his stomach. Where the Searle affair was concerned, he had reached deadlock. So he withdrew his attention and thought upon Tom Thumb. The current Tom Thumb being an Arab potentate who had lived at a Strand hotel for a fortnight and had disappeared without the formality of paying his bill. The daily routine, a routine where there was always more work than men to do it, sucked him back into its vortex, and Solcott St. Mary disappeared from the forefront of his mind. Then, on a morning 6 days later, his mind flung it back at him. He was walking along the south pavement of the Strand on his way to lunch in Maiden Lane, pleased with the report that he was going to give Bryce when he went back to the yard, and wondering idly at the large display of women's shoes in a street as unpopular with women as the Strand. The thought of women's shoes reminded him of Dora Siggins and the slippers she had bought for the dance, and he smiled a little to himself as he began to cross the street, remembering her vitality and her chatter and her friendly sharpness. She had nearly left the shoes behind after all, he remembered, even after missing a bus home in order to buy them. They had been lying on the seat because they wouldn't fit into her packed shopping bag, and he had had to point them out to her. An untidy parcel in cheap brown paper, with the heels. He stopped dead. A taxi driver, his face contorted with rage and fright, yelled something into his ear. Brakes screamed as a lorry came to a halt at his elbow. A policeman, hearing the yelling brakes and the protests, made slow but purposeful movements in his direction. But Grant did not wait. He flung himself against the next approaching taxi, wrenched the door open, and said, "Scotland Yard, and quick," to the driver. "Exhibitionist," said the driver, and chugged away to the embankment. But Grant did not hear him. His mind was busy on the old sucked-dry problem that suddenly seemed so new and exciting now that he had taken it out again. At the yard he looked for Williams, and when he had found him he said,
"Williams, remember saying on the telephone that all your Wickham notes were good for was the waste paper basket, and I said never to destroy notes?" "I remember," Williams said, "when I was in town picking up Benny's skull, and you were at Sulcott dragging the river." "You didn't, by any chance, take my advice, did you?" "Of course I took your advice, sir. I always take your advice." "You have those notes somewhere?" "I have them right here in my desk." "May I see them?" "Certainly, sir, though I don't know if you can read them." It was certainly not easy. When Williams wrote a report, it was in a faultless schoolboy script, but when making notes for his own use, he indulged in a hieroglyphic shorthand of his own. Grant flipped over the pages, looking for what he wanted. "The 9:30 Wickham to Crome," he murmured. "The 10:05 Crome to Wickham. The 10:15 Wickham to Crome. Farm Lane, old what and child?" "Old labourer and child. I didn't detail what they had in the buses to start with, just what they picked up on the road." Yes, I know. I understand. Longleat Crossroads. Where is that?" "It's a green place, a sort of common on the outskirts of Wickham, where there's a collection of fair stuff, a merry-go-round and things." "I remember. 2 roundabout men known. Is it known?" "Yes, known to the conductor personally from other journeys." "Woman going to Warren Farm. Known. What comes after that, Williams?" Williams translated to him what came after that. Grant wondered what Williams would think if he flung his arms round him and embraced him, after the fashion of association footballers to successful goal-shooters. "May I keep this for the moment?" he asked. He could keep it for good, Williams said. It wasn't likely to be much good now. Unless, of course. Grant could see the dawning realization that this sudden interest in his notes must come from more than academic curiosity on Grant's part. But he did not wait to answer the coming question. He went to see Bryce. "It's my belief," Bryce said, glaring at him, "that the lower ranks in this institution prolong hotel cases so that they can sit in the back room with the manager and be given drinks on the house." Grant ignored his libelous pleasantry. "Is this a routine report before you sit down to a nice leisurely lunch, or have you something to tell me?" "I think I've got something that will please you, sir." "It will have to be very good to please me today, as perhaps you've noticed." I've discovered that he had a passion for cherry brandy. "Very interesting, I must say. Fascinatingly interesting. And what good do you think—" A wonderful thought suddenly brightened the bleak small eye. He looked at Grant, as one colleague to another. "No," he said. "Not Hamburg Willie." "Looks like it, sir. It has all the earmarks. And he'd make a very good Arab with that Jewish profile of his." "Hamburg. Well, well. What did he get out of it that was worth the risk?" "Soft living for a fortnight, and some fun." "It's going to be expensive fun. I suppose you've no idea where he kind of skipped to?" "Well, I remembered that he has been living with Mabs Hankey, and Mabs is doing a turn at the Acacias in Nice this spring. So I spent most of the morning on the telephone, and I find that our Willie, or what I take to be our Willie, is staying there as Monsieur Goujon. What I came to ask, sir, was if, now that it is routine, someone else could take over the extradition and all that, and leave me free for a day or two to do something else." "What do you want to do?" "I've got a new idea about the Searle case." "Now, Grant," Bryce said in warning. "It's too new, and too silly," he added to himself, "to talk about, but I would very much like to spend a little time on it and see if it works out, sir." "Well, I suppose, after the cherry brandy, you think I can't very well refuse you." "Thank you, sir. But if it doesn't look like panning out, I hope you'll drop it. There's plenty of work right here without you running after rainbows and pots of gold." So Grant walked out of the superintendent's room in pursuit of his pot of gold, and the first thing he did was to go to his own room and take out the report
that the San Francisco police had sent them about Searle. He studied it for a long time and then sent a polite request to the police of Jobling, Connecticut. Then he remembered that he had not yet had lunch. He wanted quiet in which to think, so he put the precious sheet of paper into his wallet and went out to his favourite pub where the rush would be over and they would manage to scrape up something for him. He still did not know what in that account of Searle's life in America had rung a bell in his mind when he had first read it, but he was beginning to have an idea as to what kind of thing it was that had rung that bell. As he was walking out of the pub after lunch, he knew what it might have been. He went back to the yard and consulted a reference book. Yes, it was that. He took out the San Francisco report and compared it with the entry in the reference book. He was jubilant. He had the important thing, the thing he needed to stand on. He had the connection between Searle and Walter Whitmore. He rang up Marta Hallard and was told that she was rehearsing for Faint Heart. She would be at the Criterion this afternoon. Feeling ridiculously like a bubble, so help me you could bounce me like a ball, he thought, he floated up to Piccadilly Circus. I feel just the way Tommy Thrupp looked last Sunday morning, he thought, twice as large as life, with lightning shooting out of my head like toasting forks. But the Criterion, in the throes of a rehearsal afternoon, soon reduced him to life-size and brought his feet back onto the ground. He walked in through the foyer, stepped over the symbolical barrier of a draped cord, and went down the stairs into the earth without interference from anyone. Perhaps they think I look like an author, he thought, and wondered who had written Faint Heart. No one ever did know who had written a play. Playwrights must lead blighted lives. 50-1 on an actuary's reckoning against their play running more than 3 weeks, and then no one even noticed their name on the programme. And something like 1,000-1 against any play ever getting as far as rehearsals even. He wondered whether the author of Faint Heart was aware that he was 1 in 1,000, or whether he was just sure of it. Somewhere in the bowels of the earth, he came on the elegant little box that was the Criterion's auditorium. A little ghostly in the cold light of unshaded electrics, but reticent and well-bred. Various dim shapes lay about in the stalls, and no one made any move to ask his business. Marta, alone on the stage with a horsehair sofa and a scared-looking young man, was saying, "But I must lie on the sofa, Bobby darling. It's a waste of my legs if I just sit. Everyone looks the same from the knees down."
"Yes, Marta, you are right, of course," said Bobby, who was the dim figure prowling up and down in front of the orchestra pit.
"I don't want to alter your conception in any way, Bobby, but I do think—"
"Yes, Marta dear, you are right, of course, so right. No, of course it won't make any difference. No, I assure you, it really is all right. It'll look grand."
"Of course it may be difficult for Nigel."
"No, Nigel can come round behind you before he says his line. Try it, Nigel, will you?"
Marta draped herself over the horsehair, and the scared-looking boy went away and made his entrance. He made his entrance 9 times.
"Well, it's coming,"
Bobby said, letting him away with the 9th. Someone in the stalls went out and came back with cups of tea. Nigel said his line above the sofa, to the right of the sofa, to the left of the sofa, and without relation to the sofa at all. Someone came into the stalls and collected the empty cups. Grant moved over to a lonely lounger and asked,
"When do you think I shall be able to speak to Miss Hallard?"
"No one will be able to speak to her if she has much more of Nigel today."
"I have very important business with her."
"Are you the clothes man?" Grant said that he was a personal friend of Miss Hallard's and must talk to her for a few moments. He wouldn't keep her longer than that.
"Oh." The dim figure crawled away and consulted with another. It was like some muffled ritual. The consulted one detached himself from the group of shadows to which he belonged and came over to Grant. He introduced himself as the stage manager and asked what exactly it was that Grant wanted. Grant said that at the very first opportunity would someone tell Miss Hallard that Alan Grant was here and wanted to speak to her for a moment. This worked, and during the next pause, the stage manager crept onto the stage and, bending apologetically over Marta, murmured something in a wood-pigeon undertone. Marta got up from the couch
and came down to the edge of the stage, shading her eyes in an effort to see beyond the lights into the dark auditorium. "Are you there, Alan?" she said. "Come through the pass door, will you? Show him where it is, someone." She came to meet him at the pass door and was plainly glad to see him. "Come and have a cup of tea in the wings with me while the young lovers get on with it. Thank God that I shall never again have to be one of a pair of young lovers. The theatre's most boring convention. You've never come to rehearsal before, Alan. What moved you to it?"
I would like to say that it was intellectual curiosity, but I'm afraid it is just business. You can help me, I think.
She helped him enormously and never once asked what these questions might mean. "We haven't had that dinner with your Sergeant Williams," she said as she went away to make the young lovers look like amateurs and wish that they had gone on the land.
"If you wait for a week or so, Sergeant Williams and I may have a story to tell you."
"Splendid. I've earned it, I feel. I've been so good and discreet."
"You've been wonderful,"
he said, and went away out the back way into the lane with a slight recurrence of the jubilation that had floated him down the stairs at his entrance. Armed with the information Martha had given him, he went to Cadogan Gardens and interviewed the housekeeper of some furnished flats. "Oh, yes, I remember," she said. "They ran about a lot together. Oh, no, she didn't stay here. These are bachelor flats. I mean, flats for one, but she was around a lot."
And by that time, London was shutting up shop for the night, and there was nothing more he could do until the police of Jobling, Connecticut, supplied him with the information he had asked for. So he went home early for once, had a light supper and went to bed. He lay for a long time working it out in his mind, working out the details, working out the wherefore. Toby Tullis had wanted to know what made Leslie Searle tick, and Grant, too, lying with his eyes on the ceiling, unmoving for an hour at a time, was looking for the mainspring of Leslie Searle's mind. Chapter 19. It was 48 hours before word came from Jobling, Connecticut, and half a dozen times in those 48 hours, Grant was on the brink of going to that woman in Hampstead and dragging the truth from her by main force. But he restrained himself. He would deal with her presently. Her lies would be neatly laid out on a plate and presented to her when the time came. He would wait for that report, and the report, when it came, proved worth waiting for. Grant read it through in one swift eye movement, and then he sat back and laughed. "If anyone wants me for the rest of the day," he said to Sergeant Williams, "I'll be at Somerset House." "Yes, sir," Williams said, subdued. Grant glanced at Williams's unwontedly sober features. Williams was a little hurt that Grant was playing a lone hand over this, and was reminded of something. "By the way, Williams, Miss Hallard is very anxious to meet you. She has asked me if I would bring you to dinner one night." "Me?" said Williams, going pink. "What on earth for?" "She has fallen a victim to your reported charms. She asked me to arrange a night when you were free. I feel in my bones this morning that by Saturday, both you and I will be in a state for celebration, and it would be appropriate if we celebrated with Martha, I think. Saturday any good to you?" "Well, Nora and I usually go to the movies on Saturday, but when I'm on duty she goes with Jen, that's her sister, so I don't see why she shouldn't go with Jen this week. When she hears that you are going to dine with Martha Hallard, she'll probably start divorce proceedings." "Not her. She'll wait up for me, so that she can ask me what Martha Hallard was wearing," said Williams the Benedict. Grant rang to ask Martha if he could bring Sergeant Williams to meet her on Saturday night, and then went away and buried himself in Somerset House. And that night he did not lie awake. He was like a child that goes to sleep because that way it will quickly be tomorrow. Tomorrow the one small piece would fall into place and make the pattern whole. If the one small piece happened not to fit, of course, then the whole picture was wrong. But he was pretty sure that it would fit. In the short interval between putting out the lamp and falling asleep, he ranged sleepily over the field. When that one small piece fell into place tomorrow, life would be a great deal happier for a great many people.
For Walter, naturally. Walter would have the shadow of suspicion lifted from him. For Emma Garraby, with her Liz made safe. For Liz? Relief unspeakable for Liz, and relief for Miss Fitch, who might, he suspected, be a little sad too. But she could always put it in a book. In a book was where the thing belonged. Toby would have quite special reasons for self-congratulation, Grant thought, and laughed, and Serge Ratov would be comforted. Silas Weekly would not care at all. He remembered that Marta had remarked on how nice Leslie and Liz had been together. A natural pair, she said. But she could never have guessed how natural. Was it just possible that Liz would be hurt when that one small piece fell into place tomorrow? He hoped not. He liked Liz Garraby. He would like to think that Searle had meant nothing to her, that she would find nothing but happiness and relief in the vindication of her Walter. What was it Marta had said? I don't think Walter knows anything about Liz, and I have an idea that Leslie Searle knew quite a lot. Surprising how Marta had seen that without any clue to the source of Searle's understanding. But it did not matter very much, Grant thought, that Walter did not know very much about Liz. Liz, he was quite sure, knew all that was to be known about Walter, and that was a very good basis for a happy married life. He fell asleep, wondering if being married to someone as nice and intelligent and lovable as Liz Garraby would compensate a man for the loss of his freedom. A procession of his loves, romantic devotions most of them, trailed away into the distance as his mind blurred into unconsciousness. But in the morning, he had thought for only one woman. That woman in Hampstead. Never, even at his most callow, had he gone to see any woman with an eagerness as great as the one that was taking him to Holly Pavement this morning. And he was a little shocked as he got off the bus and walked towards the Holly Pavement turning to find that his heart was thumping. It was a very long time indeed since Grant's heart had thumped for any but a purely physical reason. Damn the woman, he thought. Damn the woman. Holly Pavement was a backwater filled with sunlight, a place so quiet that the strutting pigeons seemed almost rowdy. Number 9 was a 2-story house, and the upper story had been apparently converted into a studio. There were 2 push-buttons on the bell plaque with neat wooden labels alongside. Miss Lee Searle, said the upper one. Nat Gansage, accessories, said the lower. Wondering what accessories were, Grant pressed the upper button and presently heard her coming down the wooden stairs to the door. The door opened and she was standing there. Miss Searle, he heard himself say. Yes, she said, waiting there in the sunlight, unperturbed but puzzled. I'm Detective Inspector Grant of the CID. Her puzzlement deepened at that, he noticed. A colleague of mine, Sergeant Williams, came to see you in my stead a week ago because I was otherwise engaged. I would like very much to talk to you myself, if it is convenient. And it had better be convenient, blast you, he said in his mind, furious at his racing heart. Yes, of course, she said equably. Come in, won't you? I live upstairs. She shut the door behind him and then led him up the wooden stairs to her studio. A strong smell of coffee, good coffee, pervaded the place, and as she led him in, she said, I've just been having my breakfast. I have made a bargain with the paper boy that he should leave a roll for me every morning with the paper, and that is my breakfast. But there is lots of coffee. Will you have some, Inspector? They said at the yard that Grant had 2 weaknesses, coffee and coffee. And it smelt wonderful, but he wasn't going to drink anything with Lee Searle. Thank you, but I have just had mine. She poured another cup for herself, and he noticed that her hand was quite steady. Damn the woman. He was beginning to admire her. As a colleague, she would be wonderful. She was a tall woman, and spare, very good-looking in her bony fashion, and still quite young. She wore her hair in a thick plait, coronet-wise. The long housecoat she was wearing was made of some dull green stuff, rather like one Marta had, and she had the long legs that helped to give Marta her elegance. Your resemblance to Leslie Searle is remarkable, he said. So we have been told, she said shortly. He moved round the room to look at the Scottish pictures that were still propped up on view. They were orthodox impressions of orthodox scenes, but they were painted with a savage confidence, a fury, so that they shouted at one from the canvas. They didn't present themselves to one, they attacked.
"Look, I'm Sylvan!"
shouted Sylvan, looking odder and more individual than even that mountain had ever looked. The cooling, a grape blue rampart against a pale morning sky, were a whole barrier of arrogance. Even the calm waters of Kishorn were insolent.
"Did it stay fine for you?" Grant asked, and then, feeling that that was too impudent, added, "The west of Scotland is very wet."
"Not at this time of year. This is the best time."
"Did you find the hotels comfortable? I hear they are apt to be primitive."
"I didn't trouble the hotels. I camped out in my car."
Neat, he thought. Very neat.
"What was it you wanted to talk to me about?" But he was in no hurry. She had caused him a lot of trouble, this woman. He would take his time. He moved from the pictures to the rows of books on the shelves and considered the titles.
"You have a liking for oddities, I see."
"Oddities?"
"Poltergeists, showers of fish, stigmata, that sort of thing."
"I think all artists are attracted by the odd, whatever their medium, don't you?"
"You don't seem to have anything on transvestism."
"What made you think of that?"
"Then you know the term."
"Of course."
"It is something that doesn't interest you?"
"The literature of the subject is very unsatisfactory, I understand. Nothing between learned pamphlets and news of the world."
"You ought to write a treatise on the subject."
"I?"
"You like oddities,"
he said smoothly. "I am a painter, Inspector, not a writer. Besides, no one is interested nowadays in female pirates."
"Pirates?"
"They were all pirates or soldiers or sailors, weren't they?"
"You think the fashion went out with Phoebe Hessel?" "Oh, by no means. The thing is continually turning up. Only the other day a woman died in Gloucestershire who had worked for more than 20 years hauling timber and coal, and even the doctor who attended her in her last illness had no idea that she was not a man. I knew a case personally, not long ago. A young man was charged in a London suburb with theft. Quite a normal, popular young man. Played a good game of billiards, belonged to a men's club, and was walking out with one of the local beauties. But when medically examined, he turned out to be quite a normal young woman. It happens somewhere or other every year or two. Glasgow, Chicago, Dundee. In Dundee, a young woman shared a lodging-house ward with 10 men and was never questioned. Am I boring you?
Not at all. I was only wondering whether you considered them oddities in the sense that stigmata and poltergeists are.
No. Oh, no. Some, of course, are genuinely happier in men's things, but a great many do it from love of adventure, and a few from economic necessity, and some because it is the only way in which they can work out their schemes.
She sipped her coffee with polite interest, as one indulging an uninvited guest until he should reach the point of stating what he had come for. Yes, he thought, she would make a wonderful ally. His heart had slowed down to its proper rate. These were moves in a game that he had been playing a long time, the game of mind against mind. And now he was interested in her reaction to his moves. She had withstood undermining. How would she stand up to direct attack? He came away from the bookshelves and said,
You were very devoted to your cousin, Miss Searle.
Leslie, but I have already—
No. Marguerite Merriam.
I don't know what you are talking about. That was a mistake. If she had stopped to think for a moment, she would have realized that there was no reason at all to deny the connection with Marguerite. But the unexpectedness of that name on his lips had startled her, and she had fallen headlong.
So devoted that you couldn't think quite straight about her.
I tell you—
No, don't tell me anything. I'll tell you something. Something that ought to make confidences between us quite easy, Miss Searle. I encountered Leslie Searle at a party in Bloomsbury, one of those literary gatherings. He wanted to be introduced to Lavinia Fitch, and I agreed to present him. As we pushed through the crowd, we were flung together at very close quarters. In fact, it was breathing room only. A policeman is trained to observe, but I think, even without that, I would have noticed any variation in detail that was presented to me at that range. He had very fine grey eyes, Leslie Searle, and there was a small brown fleck in the iris of the left one. I have lately spent a good deal of time and a great deal of labour and thought trying to account for Leslie Searle's disappearance, and with native wit and considerable luck, I got to the stage where I needed only one small thing to make my case complete. A small brown fleck. I found it on the doorstep down there.
There was complete silence. She was sitting with her coffee cup in her lap, looking down at it. The slow ticking of a wall clock sounded loud and ponderous in the quiet.
"It's an odd thing, Sex," Grant said. "When you laughed with me, caught in the crush that day, I had a moment of being suddenly out of countenance, disconcerted, the way a dog is sometimes when it is laughed at. I knew it had nothing to do with your laughing, and I could not think why else I should have been disconcerted. About 12:45 last Monday, I began the process of realizing why, and was nearly run over by a taxi in consequence."
She had looked up at this, and now she said in a kind of detached interest, "Are you the star turn at Scotland Yard?"
"Oh, no," Grant assured her. "I come in bundles."
"You don't talk like something out of a bundle. Not any bundles I've been acquainted with, and no one out of a bundle could have found out what happened to Leslie Searle."
"Oh, I'm not responsible for that."
"No? Who is then?"
"Dora Siggins."
"Dora? Who is she?"
"She left her shoes on the seat of my car, tied up in a neat parcel. At the time, they were just Dora Siggins's shoes tied up in a parcel. But at 12:45 last Monday, right in the path of a taxi, they became a parcel of the required dimensions."
"What dimensions?"
"The dimensions of that empty space in your photographic box. I did try a pair of Searle's shoes in that space. You must allow me so much, but you'll admit that no run-of-the-mill, hard-working, one-of-a-bundle detective would think up anything so outre as a parcel containing one pair of women's shoes and a coloured silk headsquare. By the way, my sergeant's recorded description of the woman who joined the bus at that crossroads where the fair is says, 'loose gabardine raincoat.'"
"Yes, my Burberry is a reversible one."
"Was that part of the preparation too?"
"No, I got it years ago so that I could travel light. I could camp out in it and go to afternoon tea with the inside out."
"It is a little galling to think that it was I who paved the way for this practical joke of yours by my anxiety to be helpful to the stranger within the gates. I'll let strangers stand after this."
"Is that how it seems to you?" she said slowly. "A practical joke."
"Let us not quibble about terms. I don't know what you call it to yourself. What it actually is a practical joke of particular brutality. I take it that your plan was either to make a fool of Walter Whitmore or to leave him in the soup."
"Oh, no," she said simply. "I was going to kill him." Her sincerity was so patent that this brought Grant up all standing.
"Kill him?"
he said, all attention and his flippancy gone. "It seemed to me that he shouldn't be allowed to go on living," she said. She took her coffee cup off her lap to put it on the table, but her hand was shaking so much that she could not lift it. Grant moved over and took it from her gently and set it down.
"You hated him because of what you imagined he had done to Marguerite Merriam," he said.
And she nodded. Her hands were clasped in her lap in a vain effort to keep them steady. He was silent for a moment or two, trying to get used to the idea that all the ingenuity that he had taken to be her slick exit from a masquerade had been in reality a planned get-out to murder.
"And what made you change your mind?"
"Well, oddly enough, the first small thing was something Walter said. It was one evening after Serge Ratoff had made a scene in the pub."
"Yes?"
"Walter said that when one was as devoted as Serge was to anyone, one ceased to be quite sane about it. That made me think a bit." She paused. "And then I liked Liz. She wasn't at all what I had pictured. You see, I had pictured her as the girl who had stolen Walter from Marguerite, and the real Liz wasn't like that at all. That sort of bewildered me a little, but the real thing that stopped me was that...
You found out that the person you loved had never existed, Grant said quietly.
She caught her breath and said, I don't know how you could have guessed that.
But that is what happened, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, I found out. People didn't know that I had any connection with her, you see, and they talked quite unguardedly. Marta especially. Marta Hallard. I went back with her one night after dinner. She told me things that shocked me. I had always known that she was wild and headstrong, Marguerite, I mean. But one expects that of genius, and she seemed so vulnerable that one forgave.
Yes, I understand.
But the Marguerite that Marta and those other people knew was someone I didn't know at all, someone I wouldn't even have liked if... I remember when I said that at least she lived, Marta said, the trouble was that she didn't allow anyone else to. The suction she created, Marta said, was so great that her neighbors were left in a vacuum. They either expired from suffocation, or they were dashed to death against the nearest large object. So you see, I didn't feel like killing Walter anymore. But I still hated him for leaving her. I couldn't forget that he had walked out on her and she had killed herself because of it. Oh, I know, she added, as she saw his interruption coming. It was not that she loved him so much. I know that now. But if he had stayed with her, she would be alive today. Alive with her genius and her beauty and her gay loveliness. He might have waited...
Till she tired, Grant supplied, more dryly than he had intended, and she winced.
It wouldn't have been long,
she said, with sad honesty. May I change my mind, and have some of that coffee after all? Grant said.
She looked at her uncontrolled hands and said, Will you pour it out? She watched him as he poured and said, You are a very strange policeman.
As I said to Liz Garraby when she made the same remark, it may be your idea of policeman that's strange.
If I had had a sister like Liz, how different my life would have been. I had no one but Marguerite, and when I heard that she had killed herself, I suppose I just went a little crazy for a spell. How did you find out about Marguerite and me?
The police in San Francisco sent us an account of you, and in it your mother's name was given as Matson. After much too long an interval, I remembered that in Who's Who in the Theatre, which I had been using one night to pass the time while I waited for a telephone call, Marguerite Merriam's mother was also given as a Matson, and since I had been looking for some connection between you and Walter, it seemed that I might have found it if you and Marguerite were cousins.
Yes, we were more. We were both only children. Our mothers were Norwegian, but one married in Britain and one in America. And then when I was 15, my mother took me to England, and I met Marguerite for the first time. She was nearly a year older than me, but she seemed younger. Even then she was brilliant. Everything she did had a shining quality. We wrote to each other every week from then on, and every year until my parents died we came to England in the summer, and I saw her.
How old were you when your parents died?
They died in a flu epidemic when I was 17. I sold the pharmacy but kept the photographic side because I liked it and was good at it. But I wanted to travel, to photograph the world and everything that was beautiful in it. So I took the car and went west. I wore pants in those days just because they were comfortable and cheap, and because when you are 5'10" you don't look your best in girlish things. I hadn't thought of using them as camouflage until one day, when I was leaning over the engine of the car, a man stopped and said, "Got a match, bud?" And I gave him a light. And he looked at me and nodded and said, "Thanks, bud," and went away without a second glance. That made me think. A girl alone is always having trouble. At least in the States she is, even a girl of 5'10", and a girl has a more difficult time getting an in a racket. So I tried it out for a little. And it worked. It worked like a dream. I began to make money on the coast. first photographing people who wanted to be movie actors, and then photographing actors themselves. But every year I came to England for a little, as me. My name actually is Leslie, but mostly they call me Lee. She always called me Lee.
So your passport is a woman's one?
Oh yes, it is only in the States that I am Leslie Searle, and not all the time there.
And all you did before going to the Westmoreland was to hop over to Paris and lay the track of Leslie Searle in case anyone proved inquisitive?
Yes, I've been in England for some time, but I didn't actually think I'd need that track. I meant to do away with Leslie Searle, too, to find some joint end for Walter and him, so that it would not be apparent that it was murder.
Whether it was murder or just, as it turned out, leaving Whitmore in the soup, it was a pretty expensive amusement, wasn't it?
Expensive?
One very paying photographer's business, one complete gent's outfit in very expensive suitings, and assorted luggage from the best makers. Which reminds me, you didn't steal a glove of Liz Garaby's, did you?
No, I stole a pair, out of the car pocket. I hadn't thought of gloves, but I suddenly realized how convincing women's gloves are. If there is any doubt, I mean as to your sex. They are almost as good as lipstick. You forgot my lipstick, by the way, in the little parcel, so I took that pair of Liz's. They wouldn't go on, of course, but I meant to carry them. I grabbed them in a hurry out of my collar drawer because Walter was coming along the passage calling to know if I was ready, and later I found that I had only one. Was the other one still there in the drawer?
It was, with the most misleading results.
Oh, she said, and looked amused and human for the first time. She thought for a little, and then said, Walter will never take Liz for granted again. That is one good thing I have done. It is poetic justice that it should have been a woman who did that. It was clever of you to guess that I was a woman just from the outside of a little parcel.
You do me too much honor. It never even crossed my mind that you might be a woman. I merely thought that Leslie Searle had gone away disguised as a woman. I thought they were probably your things and that he had gone to you. But the giving up of the whole of Searle's life and belongings puzzled me. He wouldn't do that unless he had another personality to step into. It was only then that I began to wonder whether Searle was masquerading and wasn't a man at all. It didn't seem as wild an idea as it might have, because I had so lately seen that case of arrest for theft that turned out so surprisingly. I had seen how easily it could be done. And then there was you, staring me in the face, so to speak. A personality all ready for Searle to dissolve into. A personality who had most conveniently been painting in Scotland while Searle was fooling the intelligentsia in Orfordshire.
His glance went to the art display.
Did you hire these for the occasion, or did you paint them?
Oh, I painted them. I spend my summers in Europe painting.
Ever been in Scotland?
No.
You must go and see it sometime. It's grand. How did you know that Sylvan had that look-at-me look?
That is the way it looked on the postcard. Are you Scottish? Grant is a Scottish name, isn't it?
A renegade Scot. My grandfather belonged to Strathspey.
He looked at the serried ranks of canvas evidence and smiled.
As fine and wholesale and convincing an alibi as ever I saw.
I don't know, she said doubtfully, considering them. I think to another painter they might be far more of a confession. They're so arrogantly destructive and angry, aren't they? I would paint them all differently today now that I have known Liz and grown up, and Marguerite has died in my heart as well as in reality. It is very growing up to find that someone you loved all your life never existed at all. Are you married, Inspector?
No. Why?
I don't know, she said vaguely. I just wondered how you understood so quickly about what had happened to me over Marguerite. And I suppose one expects married people to be more sympathetic to emotional vagaries. Which is quite absurd, because they are normally far too cluttered up with their own emotional problems to have spare sympathy. It is the unattached person who helps. Won't you have some more coffee?
You make coffee even better than you paint.
You haven't come to arrest me, or you wouldn't be drinking my coffee.
Quite right, I wouldn't. I wouldn't even drink the coffee of a practical joker.
But you don't mind drinking with a woman who planned long and elaborately to kill someone?
And changed her mind. There are quite a few people I would willingly have killed in my time. Indeed, with prison no more penitential than a not very good public school, and the death sentence on the point of being abolished, I think I'll make a little list, a la Gilbert. Then, when I grow a little aged, I shall make a total sweep, 10 or so for the price of one, and retire comfortably to be well cared for the rest of my life.
You are very kind, she said irrelevantly. I haven't really committed any crime, she said presently, so they can't prosecute me for anything, can they?
My dear Miss Searle, you have committed practically every known crime in the book. The worst, and most unforgivable, being to waste the time of the overworked police forces of this country.
But that isn't a crime, is it? That is what the police are there for. I don't mean to have their time wasted, but to make sure that there has been nothing fishy about a happening. There isn't any law that can punish one for what you have called a practical joke, surely.
There is always breach of the peace. It is quite wonderful what a variety of things can be induced to come under the heading of breach of the peace.
And what happens when you breach the peace?
You are treated to a little homily and fined.
Fined?
A quite inappropriate sum, more often than not.
Then I shan't be sent to prison.
Not unless you have done something that I don't yet know about. And I wouldn't put it past you, as they say in Strathspey.
Oh, no, she said. No, you really do know all about me. I don't know how you know all you do, if it comes to that.
Our policemen are wonderful. Hadn't you heard?
You must have been pretty sure that you knew all about me before you came looking for that brown fleck in my iris.
Yes, your policemen are wonderful, too. They looked up the births in Jobling, Connecticut for me. The infant that Mr. and Mrs. Durfee Searle took with them when they left Jobling for Point South was, they reported, female. After that, I would have been surprised to death if there had been no brown fleck.
So you ganged up on me.
Her hands had stopped shaking, he noticed. He was glad that she had reached the stage of achieving a flippancy.
Are you going to take me away with you now?
On the contrary, this is my farewell to you.
Farewell? You can't have come to take farewell of someone you don't know.
Where our mutual acquaintance is concerned, I, as they say, have the advantage of you. I may be quite new to you, or practically new, but you have been in my hair for the last 14 days, and I shall be very glad to get you out.
Then you don't take me to a police station or anything like that?
No, not unless you show any signs of beating it out of the country, in which case an officer would no doubt appear at your elbow with a pressing invitation to remain.
Oh, I'm not going to run away. I am truly sorry for what I have done. I mean, for the trouble, and I suppose the misery I have caused.
Yes. Misery is the appropriate word, I feel.
I am sorry most of all for what Liz must have suffered.
It was gratuitously wicked of you to stage that quarrel at the Swan, wasn't it?
Yes, it was unforgivable. But he maddened me so. He was so smug, so unconsciously smug. Everything had always been easy for him.
She saw the comment in his face and protested.
Yes, even Marguerite's death. He went straight from that into Liz's arms. He never really knew desolation, or fear, or despair, or any of the big grinding things in life. He was quite convinced that nothing irretrievable would ever happen to him. If his Marguerite died, there would always be a Liz there. I wanted him to suffer, to be caught in something that he couldn't get out of, to meet trouble and for once be stuck with it. And you can't say I wasn't right. He'll never be so smug again. Will he? Will he then?
No, I suppose not. Indeed, I'm sure not.
I'm sorry Liz had to be hurt. I would go to prison if I could undo that. But I've given her a much better Walter than the one she was going to marry. She really is in love with that poor egotistical wretch of a creature, you know. Well, I've made him over for her. I'll be surprised if he isn't a new man from now on.
If I don't go, you'll be proving to me that you are a public benefactor instead of an offender under breach of the peace.
What happens to me now? Do I just sit and wait?
A constable will no doubt serve you solemnly with a summons to appear at a magistrate's court. Have you a lawyer, by the way?
Yes, I have an old man in a funny little office who keeps my letters till I want them. He's called Bing, Parry, Parry and Bing, but I don't think he is any of them, actually.
Then you had better go and see him and tell him what you have done.
All of it?
The relevant bits. You can probably leave out the quarrel at the Swan and anything else that you're particularly ashamed of.
She reacted to that, he noticed.
But don't leave out too much. Lawyers like to know. And they are almost as unshockable as the police.
Have I shocked you, Inspector?
Not noticeably. You've been a pleasant change from the armed robberies and the blackmail and the confidence tricks.
Shall I see you when I am charged?
No, a lowly sergeant will be there to give evidence, I expect.
He took his hat and prepared to go, looking once more at the one-man show of the West Highlands.
I really ought to take a picture with me as a souvenir,
he said. You can have any one you want. They are going to be obliterated anyhow. Which would you like? It was obvious that she did not quite know whether he was serious or not.
I don't know. I like Kishorn, but I can't remember Kishorn being as aggressive as that. And if I took the cooling, there would be no room for me in the room too.
But it's only 30 inches by... She was beginning and then understood. Oh, I see. Yes, it is intrusive.
I don't think I have time to wait and choose. I must leave it, I'm afraid, but thank you for the offer.
Come back one day when you have more time, and choose at your leisure, she said.
Thank you, I may do that.
When the court has made an honest woman of me. She went to the stairs with him. It's a bit of an anticlimax, isn't it? To set out to kill someone and end with breach of the peace. The detachment in this caught his attention, and he stood for a long moment looking at her. After a little he said, as one giving judgment,
You're cured.
Yes, I'm cured, she said sadly. I shall never be green again. It was lovely while it lasted.
It's nice grown up, too, Grant said comfortingly, and went away down the stairs.
When he opened the door, he looked back to find that she was still there watching him.
By the way, he said, what are accessories?
What? Oh. She laughed a little. Belts and bibs and bows and brash little bouquets for women to put in their hair.
Goodbye,
Grant said. Goodbye, Detective Inspector Grant. I am grateful to you. He went away into the sunlight, at peace with the world. As he walked down to the bus stop, a lovely mad notion came to him. He would ring up Marta and ask her if she wanted another woman for Saturday night, and she would say, yes, bring anyone you would like, and he would bring them Lee Searle. But of course he could not do that. It would be sadly unbecoming in an officer of the Criminal Investigation Department, indicating a lightness of mind, a frivolity that could only be described as deplorable in the circumstances. It was all very well for the Lee Searles of this world, people who had not yet quite grown up, to indulge their notions, but for adults, and sober adults at that, there were the convenances. And of course there were compensations. Life was entirely constructed of compensations. The fantastical was for adolescents, for adults there were adult joys. And no joy of his green years had ever filled his breast with a more tingling anticipation than the thought of Superintendent Bryce's face when he made his report this morning. It was a glorious and utterly satisfying prospect. He could hardly wait.
The Daughter of Time, written by Josephine Tay. Read by Karen Cass. Chapter 1. Grant lay on his high white cot and stared at the ceiling. Stared at it with loathing. He knew by heart every last minute crack on its nice clean surface. He had made maps of the ceiling and gone exploring on them. Rivers, islands, and continents. He had made guessing games of it and discovered hidden objects, faces, birds, and fishes. He had made mathematical calculations of it and rediscovered his childhood, theorems, angles, triangles. There was practically nothing else he could do but look at it,
He hated the sight of it. He had suggested to the midget that she might turn his bed round a little so that he could have a new patch of ceiling to explore, but it seemed that that would spoil the symmetry of the room, and in hospitals, symmetry ranked just a short head behind cleanliness and a whole length in front of godliness. Anything out of the parallel was hospital profanity. Why didn't he read? She asked. Why didn't he go on reading some of those expensive, brand-new novels that his friends kept on bringing him?
There are far too many people born into the world and far too many words written. Millions and millions of them pouring from the presses every minute. It's a horrible thought.
You sound constipated, said the midget. The midget was Nurse Ingham, and she was in sober fact a very nice 5'2" with everything in just proportion. Grant called her the midget to compensate himself for being bossed around by a piece of Dresden china which he could pick up in one hand. When he was on his feet, that is to say. It was not only that she told him what he might or might not do, but she dealt with his 6 feet odd with an offhand ease that Grant found humiliating. Weights meant nothing, apparently, to the midget. She tossed mattresses around with the absent-minded grace of a plate spinner. When she was off duty, he was attended to by the Amazon, a goddess with arms like the limb of a beech tree. The Amazon was Nurse Darrell, who came from Gloucestershire and was homesick each daffodil season. The midget came from Lytham St Anne's, and there was no daffodil nonsense about her. She had large soft hands and large soft cow's eyes, and she always looked very sorry for you, but the slightest physical exertion set her breathing like a suction pump. On the whole, Grant found it even more humiliating to be treated as a dead weight than to be treated as if he was no weight at all. Grant was bedborne, and a charge on the midget and the Amazon because he had fallen through a trapdoor. This, of course, was the absolute in humiliation, compared with which the heavings of the Amazon and the light slingings of the midget were a mere corollary. To fall through a trapdoor was the ultimate in absurdity, pantomimic, pathetic, grotesque. At the moment of his disappearance from the normal level of perambulation, he had been in hot pursuit of Benny's skull, and the fact that Benny had careered round the next corner slap into the arms of Sergeant Williams provided the one small crumb of comfort in an intolerable situation. Benny was now away for 3 years, which was very satisfactory for the Lieges, but Benny would get time off for good behaviour. In hospitals, there was no time off for good behaviour. Grant stopped staring at the ceiling and slid his eyes sideways at the pile of books on his bedside table, the gay, expensive pile that the midget had been urging on his attention. The top one, with the pretty picture of Valletta in unlikely pink, was Lavinia Fitch's annual account of a blameless heroine's tribulations. In view of the representation of the Grand Harbour on the cover, the present Valerie or Angela or Cecile or Denise must be a naval wife. He had opened the book only to read the kind message that Lavinia had written inside. The Sweat and the Furrow was Silas Weekly being earthy and spade-conscious, all over 700 pages. The situation, to judge from the first paragraph, had not materially changed since Silas's last book. Mother lying in with her 11th upstairs, father laid out after his 9th downstairs, eldest son lying to the government in the cowshed, eldest daughter lying with her lover in the hayloft, everyone else lying low in the barn. The rain dripped from the thatch, and the manure steamed in the midden. Silas never omitted the manure. It was not Silas's fault that its steam provided the only uprising element in the picture. If Silas could have discovered a brand of steam that steamed downwards, Silas would have introduced it. Under the harsh shadows and highlights of Silas's jacket was an elegant affair of Edwardian curlicues and Baroque nonsense entitled Bells on Her Toes, which was Rupert Rouge being arch about vice. Rupert Rouge always seduced you into laughter for the first 3 pages. About page 3, you noticed that Rupert had learned from that very arch, but of course not vicious, creature, George Bernard Shaw, that the easiest way to sound witty was to use that cheap and convenient method, the paradox. After that, you could see the jokes coming 3 sentences away. The thing with a red gun flash across a night green cover was Oscar Oakley's latest. Toughs talking out of the corners of their mouths in synthetic American that had neither the wit nor the pungency of the real thing. Blondes, chromium bars, breakneck chases. Very remarkable bunk. The Case of the Missing Tin Opener by John James Mark had 3 errors of procedure in the first 2 pages and had at least provided Grant with a pleasant 5 minutes while he composed an imaginary letter to its author. He could not remember what the thin blue book at the bottom of the pile was. Something earnest and statistical, he thought. Tsetse flies, or calories, or sex behaviour, or something. Even in that, you knew what to expect on the next page. Did no one any more, no one in all this wide world, change their record now and then? Was everyone nowadays thrilled to a formula? Authors today wrote so much to a pattern that their public expected it. The public talked about a new Silas Weekly or a new Lavinia Fitch exactly as they talked about a new brick or a new hairbrush. They never said a new book by whoever it might be. Their interest was not in the book but in its newness. They knew quite well what the book would be like. It might be a good thing, Grant thought, as he turned his nauseated gaze away from the motley pile, if all the presses of the world were stopped for a generation. There ought to be a literary moratorium. Some Superman ought to invent a ray that would stop them all simultaneously. Then people wouldn't send you a lot of fool nonsense when you were flat on your back, and bossy bits of Meissen wouldn't expect you to read them. He heard the door open but did not stir himself to look. He had turned his face to the wall, literally and metaphorically. He heard someone come across to his bed and closed his eyes against possible conversation. He wanted neither Gloucestershire sympathy nor Lancashire briskness just now. In the succeeding pause, a faint enticement, a nostalgic breath of all the fields of grass, teased his nostrils and swam about his brain. He savoured it and considered. The midget smelt of lavender dusting powder, and the Amazon of soap and iodoform. What was floating expensively about his nostrils was l'enclos numéro 5. Only one person of his acquaintance used l'enclos number 5, Martha Hallard. He opened an eye and squinted up at her. She had evidently bent over to see if he was asleep, and was now standing in an irresolute way, if anything Martha did could be said to be irresolute, with her attention on the heap of all too obviously virgin publications on the table. In one arm she was carrying 2 new books, and in the other a great sheaf of white lilac. He wondered whether she had chosen white lilac because it was her idea of the proper floral offering for winter. It adorned her dressing room at the theatre from December to March, or whether she had taken it because it would not detract from her black and white chic. She was wearing a new hat and her usual pearls, the pearls which he had once been the means of recovering for her. She looked very handsome, very Parisian, and blessedly unhospital-like. "Did I waken you, Alan?"
"No, I wasn't asleep."
"I seem to be bringing the proverbial coals," she said, dropping the 2 books alongside their despised brethren. "I hope you will find these more interesting than you seem to have found that lot. Didn't you even try a little teensy taste of our Lavinia?"
"I can't read anything."
"Are you in pain?"
"Agony. But it's neither my leg nor my back."
"What then?"
"It's what my cousin Laura calls the prickles of boredom."
"Poor Alan, and how right your Laura is." She picked a bunch of narcissi out of a glass that was much too large for them, dropped them with one of her best gestures into the wash basin, and proceeded to substitute the lilac. "One would expect boredom to be a great yawning emotion, but it isn't, of course. It's a small niggling thing."
"Small nothing. Niggling? Nothing. It's like being beaten with nettles.
Why don't you take up something?
Improve the shining hour.
Improve your mind, to say nothing of your soul and your temper. You might study one of the philosophies, yoga or something like that. But I suppose an analytical mind is not the best kind to bring to the consideration of the abstract.
I did think of going back to algebra. I have an idea that I never did algebra justice at school, but I've done so much geometry on that damned ceiling that I'm a little off mathematics.
Well, I suppose it is no use suggesting jigsaws to someone in your position. How about crosswords? I could get you a book of them if you like.
God forbid.
You could invent them, of course. I have heard that that is more fun than solving them.
Perhaps, but a dictionary weighs several pounds. Besides, I always did hate looking up something in a reference book.
Do you play chess? I don't remember. How about chess problems? White to play and mate in 3 moves or something like that.
My only interest in chess is pictorial.
Pictorially?
Very decorative things, knights and pawns and whatnot. Very elegant.
Charming. I could bring you along a set to play with. All right, no chess. You could do some academic investigating. That's a sort of mathematics, finding a solution to an unsolved problem.
Crime, you mean? I know all the case histories by heart, and there is nothing more that can be done about any of them, certainly not by someone who is flat on his back.
I didn't mean something out of the files at the yard. I meant something more, what's the word? Something classic. Something that has puzzled the world for ages.
As what, for instance?
Say, the casket letters.
Oh, not Mary, Queen of Scots.
Why not? Asked Marta, who, like all actresses, saw Mary Stuart through a haze of white veils.
I could be interested in a bad woman, but never in a silly one.
Silly? Said Marta in her best lower register Electra voice.
Very silly.
Oh, Alan, how can you?
If she had worn another kind of headdress, no one would ever have bothered about her. It's that cap that seduces people.
You think she would have loved less greatly in a sunbonnet?
She never loved greatly at all, in any kind of bonnet.
Marta looked as scandalized as a lifetime in the theatre and an hour of careful make-up allowed her to. Why do you think that?
Mary Stuart was 6 feet tall. Nearly all outsized women are cold. Ask any doctor.
And as he said it, he wondered why, in all the years since Marta had first adopted him as a spare escort when she needed one, it had not occurred to him to wonder whether her notorious level-headedness about men had something to do with her inches. But Marta had not drawn any parallels. Her mind was still on her favourite queen. At least she was a martyr. You'll have to allow her that.
Martyr to what?
Her religion.
The only thing she was a martyr to was rheumatism. She married Darnley without the Pope's dispensation and Bothwell by Protestant rites.
In a moment you'll be telling me she wasn't a prisoner.
The trouble with you is that you think of her in a little room at the top of a castle, with bars on the window and a faithful old attendant to share her prayers with her. In actual fact, she had a personal household of 60 persons. She complained bitterly when it was reduced to a beggarly 30, and nearly died of chagrin when it was reduced to 2 male secretaries, several women, an embroiderer and a cook or 2. And Elizabeth had to pay for all that out of her own purse. For 20 years she paid, and for 20 years Mary Stuart hawked the crown of Scotland round Europe to anyone who would start a revolution and put her back on the throne that she had lost. Or, alternatively, on the one Elizabeth was sitting on.
He looked at Marta and found that she was smiling. Are they a little better now? She asked.
Oh, what better?
The prickles. He laughed.
Yes, for a whole minute I had forgotten about them. That is at least one good thing to be put down to Mary Stuart's account.
How do you know so much about Mary?
I did an essay about her in my last year at school.
And didn't like her, I take it?
Didn't like what I found out about her.
You don't think her tragic, then?
Oh, yes, very, but not tragic in any of the ways that popular belief makes her tragic. Her tragedy was that she was born a queen with the outlook of a suburban housewife. Scoring off Mrs. Tudor in the next street is harmless and amusing. It may lead you into unwarrantable indulgence in higher purchase, but it affects only yourself. When you use the same technique on kingdoms, the result is disastrous. If you are willing to put a country of 10 million people in pawn in order to score off a royal rival, then you end by being a friendless failure.
He lay thinking about it for a little.
She would have been a wild success as a mistress at a girls' school.
Beast.
I meant it nicely. The staff would have liked her, and all the little girls would have adored her. That is what I meant about her being tragic.
Ah, well. No casket letters, it seems. What else is there? The man in the iron mask.
I can't remember who that was, but I couldn't be interested in anyone who was being coy behind some tin plate. I couldn't be interested in anyone at all, unless I could see his face.
Ah, yes. I forgot your passion for faces. The Borgias had wonderful faces. I should think they would provide a little mystery or two for you to dabble in if you looked them up. Or there was Perkin Warbeck, of course. Imposture is always fascinating. Was he or wasn't he? A lovely game. The balance can never come down wholly on one side or the other. You push it over and up it comes again, like one of those weighted toys.
The door opened and Mrs. Tinker's homely face appeared in the aperture, surmounted by her still more homely and historic hat. Mrs. Tinker had worn the same hat since first she began to do for Grant, and he could not imagine her in any other. That she did possess another one he knew because it went with something that she referred to as "me blue." Her blue was an occasional affair in both senses, and never appeared at 19 Tenby Court. It was worn with a ritualistic awareness, and having been worn, it was used in the event as a yardstick by which to judge the proceedings. "Did you enjoy it, Tink? What was it like?"
"Not worth putting on me blue for." She had worn it to Princess Elizabeth's wedding, and to various other royal functions, and had indeed figured in it for 2 flashing seconds in a newsreel shot of the Duchess of Kent cutting a ribbon, but to Grant it was a mere report, a criterion of the social worth of an occasion. A thing was or was not worth putting on me blue for. "I heard you had a visitor," said Mrs. Tinker, "and I was all set to go away again when I thought the voice sounded familiar like, and I says to myself, 'It's only Miss Hallard,' I says, so I come in." She was carrying various paper bags and a small tight bunch of anemones. She greeted Martha as woman to woman, having been in her time a dresser, and having therefore no exaggerated reverence for the goddesses of the theatre world, and looked askance at the beautiful arrangement of lilac sprays that had blossomed under Martha's ministrations. Martha did not see the glance, but she saw the little bunch of anemones, and took over the situation as if it was something already rehearsed. "I squander my vagabond's hire on white lilac for you, and then Mrs. Tinker puts my nose out of joint by bringing you the lilies of the field." "Lilies?" said Mrs. Tinker doubtfully. "Those are the Solomon in all his glory things, the ones that toiled not, neither did they spin." Mrs. Tinker went to church only for weddings and christenings, but she belonged to a generation that had been sent to Sunday school. She looked with a new interest at the little handful of glory encased by her woolen glove. "Well now, I never knew that. Makes more sense that way, don't it? I always pictured them Arums. Fields and fields of Arums. Awful expensive, you know, but a bit depressing. So they was coloured. Well, why can't they say so? What do they have to call them lilies for?" And they went on to talk about translation and how misleading Holy Writ could be. "I always wondered what bread on the waters was," Mrs. Tinker said, and the awkward moment was over.
While they were still busy with the Bible, the midget came in with extra flower vases. Grant noticed that the vases were designed to hold white lilac and not anemones. They were tribute to Marta, a passport to further communing. But Marta never bothered about women unless she had an immediate use for them. Her tact with Mrs. Tinker had been mere savoir-faire, a conditioned reflex. So the midget was reduced to being functional instead of social. She collected the discarded narcissi from the wash basin and meekly put them back into a vase. The midget, being meek, was the most beautiful sight that had gladdened Grant's eyes for a long time. "Well," Marta said, having finished her arrangement of the lilac and placed the result where he could see it. "I shall leave Mrs. Tinker to feed you all the titbits out of those paper bags. It couldn't be, could it, Mrs. Tinker, darling, that one of those bags contains any of your wonderful bachelor's buttons?" Mrs. Tinker glowed. "You'd like one or two, maybe? Fresh out of me oven? Well, of course I shall have to do penance for it afterwards. Those little rich cakes are death on the waist, but just give me a couple to put in my bag for my tea at the theatre." She chose two with a flattering deliberation. "I like them a little brown at the edges," dropped them into her handbag and said, "Well, au revoir, Alan. I shall look in a day or two and start you on a sock. There is nothing so soothing, I understand, as knitting. Isn't that so, nurse?" "Oh, yes, yes, indeed. A lot of my gentlemen patients take to knitting. They find it whiles away the time very nicely." Marta blew him a kiss from the door and was gone, followed by the respectful midget. "I'd be surprised if that hussy is any better than she ought to be," Mrs. Tinker said, beginning to open the paper bags. She was not referring to Marta. Chapter 2. But when Marta came back 2 days later, it was not with knitting needles and wool. She breezed in, very dashing in a Cossack hat worn at a casual rake that must have taken her several minutes at her mirror just after lunch. "I haven't come to stay, my dear. I'm on my way to the theatre. It's matinee day, God help me. Tea trays and morons. And we've all got to the frightful stage when the lines have ceased to have any meaning at all for us. I don't think this play is ever coming off. It's going to be like those New York ones that run by the decade instead of by the year. It's too frightening. One's mind just won't stay on the thing. Geoffrey dried up in the middle of the second act last night. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. I thought for a moment he was having a stroke. He said afterwards that he had no recollection of anything that happened between his entrance and the point where he came to and found himself halfway through the act."
"A blackout, you mean?"
"No, oh no, just being an automaton. Saying the lines and doing the business and thinking of something else all the time."
"If all reports are true, that's no unusual matter where actors are concerned."
"Oh, in moderation, no. Johnny Garson can tell you how much paper there is in the house while he is sobbing his heart out on someone's lap. But that's different from being away for half an act. Do you realize that Geoffrey had turned his son out of the house, quarrelled with his mistress, and accused his wife of having an affair with his best friend, all without being aware of it?"
"What was he aware of?"
"He says he had decided to lease his Park Lane flat to Dolly Dacre and buy that Charles II house at Richmond that the Latimers are giving up because he has got that governor's appointment. He had thought about the lack of bathrooms and decided that the little upstairs room with the 18th century Chinese paper would make a very good one. They could remove the beautiful paper and use it to decorate that dull little room downstairs at the back. It's full of Victorian panelling, the dull little room. He had also reviewed the drainage, wondered if he had enough money to take the old tiling off and replace it, and speculated as to what kind of cooking range they had in the kitchen. He had just decided to get rid of the shrubbery at the gate when he found himself face to face with me on a stage in the presence of 987 people in the middle of a speech. Do you wonder that his eyes popped? I see that you have managed to read at least one of the books I brought you, if the rumpled jacket is any criterion."
"Yes, the mountain one. It was a godsend. I lay for hours looking at the pictures. Nothing puts things in perspective as quickly as a mountain.
The stars are better, I find.
Oh no, the stars merely reduce one to the status of an amoeba. The stars take the last vestige of human pride, the last spark of confidence from one. But a snow mountain is a nice human-size yardstick. I lay and looked at Everest and thanked God that I wasn't climbing those slopes. A hospital bed was a haven of warmth and rest and security by comparison. And the midget and the Amazon, two of the highest achievements of civilization.
Ah, well, here are some more pictures for you.
Marta upended the quarto envelope she was carrying and spilled a collection of paper sheets over his chest.
What is this?
Faces, said Marta delightedly. Dozens of faces for you. Men, women, and children. All sorts, conditions, and sizes.
He picked a sheet off his chest and looked at it. It was an engraving of a 15th century portrait. A woman.
Who is this?
Lucrezia Borgia. Isn't she a duck?
Perhaps, but are you suggesting that there was any mystery about her?
Oh, yes. No one has ever decided whether she was her brother's tool or his accomplice.
He discarded Lucrezia and picked up a second sheet. This proved to be the portrait of a small boy in late 18th century clothes, and under it, in faint capitals, was printed the words, Louis XVII.
Now there's a beautiful mystery for you, Marta said. The Dauphin. Did he escape? Or did he die in captivity?
Where did you get all these?
I routed James out of his cubbyhole at the Victoria and Albert and made him take me to a print shop. I knew he would know about that sort of thing, and I'm sure he has nothing to interest him at the V&A.
It was so like Marta to take it for granted that a civil servant, because he happened also to be a playwright and an authority on portraits, should be willing to leave his work and delve about in print shops for her pleasure. He turned up the photograph of an Elizabethan portrait, a man in velvet and pearls. He turned the back to see who this might be and found that it was the Earl of Leicester.
So that is Elizabeth's Robin,
he said.
I don't think I ever saw a portrait of him before.
Marta looked down on the virile, fleshy face and said,
It occurs to me for the first time that one of the major tragedies of history is that the best painters didn't paint you till you were past your best. Robin must have been quite a man. They say Henry VIII was dazzling as a young man, but what is he now? Something on a playing card. Nowadays we know what Tennyson was like before he grew that frightful beard. I must fly. I'm late as it is. I've been lunching at the Blag, and so many people came up to talk that I couldn't get away as early as I meant to.
I hope your host was impressed, Grant said, with a glance at the hat.
Oh, yes, she knows about hats. She took one look and said, Jacques Tous, I take it.
She, said Grant, surprised.
Yes, Madeline March, and it was I who was giving her luncheon. Don't look so astonished. It isn't tactful. I'm hoping, if you must know, that she'll write me that play about Lady Blessington, but there was such a toing and froing that I had no chance to make any impression on her. However, I gave her a wonderful meal, which reminds me that Tony Bitmaker was entertaining a party of 7, magnums galore. How do you imagine he keeps going?
Lack of evidence, Grant said,
and she laughed and went away. In the silence, he went back to considering Elizabeth's Robin. What mystery was there about Robin? Oh, yes, Amy Robsart, of course. Well, he wasn't interested in Amy Robsart. He didn't care how she had fallen downstairs or why. But he spent a very happy afternoon with the rest of the faces. Long before he had entered the force, he had taken a delight in faces, and in his years at the Yard, that interest had proved both a private entertainment and a professional advantage. He had once, in his early days, dropped in with his superintendent at an identification parade. It was not his case, and they were both there on other business. But they lingered in the background, and watched while a man and a woman separately walked down the line of 12 nondescript men looking for the one they hoped to recognize.
"Which is chummy, do you know?"
the super had whispered to him.
"I don't know," Grant had said, "but I can guess."
"You can? Which do you make it?"
"The third from the left."
"What is the charge?"
"I don't know. Don't know anything about it."
His chief had cast him an amused glance, but when both the man and the woman had failed to identify anyone and had gone away, and the line broke into a chattering group, hitching collars and settling ties, preparatory to going back to the street and the world of every day from which they had been summoned to assist the law, the one who did not move was the third man from the left. The third man from the left waited submissively for his escort and was led away to his cell again.
"'Struth,"
the superintendent had said.
"1 chance out of 12, and you made it. That was good going. He picked your man out of the bunch,"
he said, in explanation to the local inspector.
"Did you know him?"
the inspector said, a little surprised.
"He's never been in trouble before, as far as we know." "No, I never saw him before. I don't even know what the charge is." "Then what made you pick him?"
Grant had hesitated, analysing for the first time his process of selection. It had not been a matter of reasoning. He had not said, "That man's face has this characteristic or that characteristic, therefore he is the accused person." His choice had been almost instinctive. The reason was in his subconscious. At last, having delved into his subconscious, he blurted, "He was the only one of the 12 with no lines on his face." They had laughed at that, but Grant, once he had pulled the thing into the light, saw how his instinct had worked and recognized the reasoning behind it.
"It sounds silly, but it isn't," he had said. "The only adult, entirely without face lines, is the idiot." "Freeman's no idiot, take it from me," the inspector broke in. "A very wide-awake, wide boy he is, believe me." "I didn't mean that. I mean that the idiot is irresponsible. The idiot is the standard of irresponsibility. All those 12 men in that parade were 30-ish, but only one had an irresponsible face. So I picked him at once." After that, it had become a mild joke at the yard that Grant could pick them at sight, and the assistant commissioner had once said teasingly, "Don't tell me that you believe that there is such a thing as a criminal face, Inspector." But Grant had said no, he wasn't as simple as that. "If there was only one kind of crime, sir, it might be possible. But crimes being as wide as human nature, if a policeman started to put faces into categories, he would be sunk. You can tell what the normal run of disreputable women look like by a walk down Bond Street any day between 5 and 6. And yet the most notorious woman in London looks like a cold saint." "Not so saintly of late. She's drinking too much these days," the AC had said, identifying the lady without difficulty. And the conversation had gone on to other things. But Grant's interest in faces had remained, and enlarged until it became a conscious study, a matter of case records and comparisons. It was, as he had said, not possible to put faces into any kind of category, but it was possible to categorize individual faces. In a reprint of a famous trial, for instance, where photographs of the principal actors in the case were displayed for the public's interest, there was never any doubt as to which was the accused and which the judge. Occasionally, one of the counsel might, on looks, have changed places with the prisoner in the dock. Counsel were, after all, a mere cross-section of humanity, as liable to passion and greed as the rest of the world. But a judge had a special quality, an integrity and a detachment. So even without a wig, one did not confuse him with the man in the dock, who had had neither integrity nor detachment. Maria's James, having been dragged from his cubbyhole, had evidently enjoyed himself, and a fine selection of offenders or their victims kept Grant entertained until the midget brought his tea. As he tidied the sheets together to put them away in his locker, his hand came in contact with one that had slipped off his chest and had lain all the afternoon unnoticed on the counterpane. He picked it up and looked at it.
It was the portrait of a man dressed in the velvet cap and slashed doublet of the late 15th century. A man about 35 or 36 years old, lean and clean-shaven. He wore a rich jewelled collar and was in the act of putting a ring on the little finger of his right hand. But he was not looking at the ring. He was looking off into space. Of all the portraits Grant had seen this afternoon, this was the most individual. It was as if the artist had striven to put on canvas something that his talent was not sufficient to translate into paint. The expression in the eyes, that most arresting and individual expression, had defeated him. So had the mouth. He had not known how to make lips so thin and so wide look mobile. So the mouth was wooden and a failure. What he had best succeeded in was in the bone structure of the face. The strong cheekbones, the hollows below them, the chin too large for strength. Grant paused in the act of turning the thing over to consider the face a moment longer. A judge? A soldier? A prince? Someone used to great responsibility and responsible in his authority. Someone too conscientious. A warrior, perhaps a perfectionist. A man at ease in a large design, but anxious over details. A candidate for gastric ulcer. Someone, too, who had suffered ill health as a child. He had that incommunicable, that indescribable look that childhood suffering leaves behind, less positive than the look on a cripple's face, but as inescapable. This the artist had both understood and translated into terms of paint. The slight fullness of the lower eyelid, like a child that has slept too heavily. The texture of the skin. The old man look in a young face. He turned the portrait over to look for a caption. On the back was printed, Richard III, from the portrait in the National Portrait Gallery. Artist unknown. Richard III. So that was who it was. Richard III. Crouchback, the monster of nursery stories, the destroyer of innocence, a synonym for villainy. He turned the paper over and looked again. Was that what the artist had tried to convey when he had painted those eyes? Had what he had seen in those eyes been the look of a man haunted? He lay a long time looking at that face, at those extraordinary eyes. They were long eyes, set close under the brows slightly drawn in that worried, over-conscientious frown. At first glance they appeared to be peering, but as one looked, one found that they were in fact withdrawn, almost absent-minded. When the midget came back for his tray, he was still staring at the portrait. Nothing like this had come his way for years. It made La Gioconda look like a poster. The midget examined his virgin teacup, put a practised hand against the teapot's tepid cheek, and pouted. She had better things to do, she conveyed, than bring him trays for him to ignore. He pushed the portrait at her. What did she think of it? If that man were her patient, what would be her verdict? Liver, she said crisply, and bore away the tray in heel-tapping protest, all starch and blonde curls. But the surgeon, strolling in against her draught, kindly and casual, had other views. He looked at the portrait as invited, and said, after a moment's interested scrutiny, Poliomyelitis. Infantile paralysis, Grant said, and remembered all of a sudden that Richard III had a withered arm. Who is it? The surgeon asked. Richard III. Really? That's interesting. Did you know that he had a withered arm? Had he? I didn't remember that. I thought he was a hunchback. So he was. What I do remember is that he was born with a full set of teeth and ate live frogs. Well, my diagnosis seems to be abnormally accurate. Uncanny. What made you choose polio? I don't quite know, now that you ask me to be definitive. Just the look of the face, I suppose. It's the look one sees on the face of a crippled child. If he was born hunchbacked, that probably accounts for it, and not polio.
I notice the artist has left out the hump. Yes, court painters have to have a modicum of tact. It wasn't until Cromwell that sitters asked for warts and all. If you ask me, the surgeon said, absent-mindedly considering the splint on Grant's leg, Cromwell started that inverted snobbery from which we are all suffering today. I'm a plain man, I am, no nonsense about me, and no manners, grace, or generosity either. He pinched Grant's toe with detached interest. It's a raging disease, a horrible perversion. In some parts of the States, I understand, it's as much as a man's political life is worth to go to some constituencies with his tie tied and his coat on. That's being stuffed shirt. The beau ideal is to be one of the boys. That's looking very healthy, he added, referring to Grant's big toe, and came back of his own accord to the portrait lying on the counterpane. Interesting, he said. That about the polio. Perhaps it really was polio, and that accounts for the shrunken arm. He went on considering it, making no movement to go. Interesting, anyhow. Portrait of a murderer. Does he run to type, would you say? There isn't a murder type. People murder for too many different reasons. But I can't remember any murderer, either in my own experience or in case histories, who resembled him. Of course he was hors concours in his class, wasn't he? He couldn't have known the meaning of scruple. No. I once saw Olivier play him. The most dazzling exhibition of sheer evil it was, always on the verge of toppling over into the grotesque, and never doing it. When I showed you the portrait, Grant said, before you knew who it was, did you think of villainy? No, said the surgeon. No, I thought of illness. It's odd, isn't it? I didn't think of villainy either. And now that I know who it is, now that I've read the name on the back, I can't think of it as anything but villainous. I suppose villainy, like beauty, is in the eye of the beholder. Well, I'll look in again towards the end of the week. No pain to speak of now? And he went away, kindly and casual as he had come. It was only after he had given the portrait further puzzled consideration — it piqued him to have mistaken one of the most notorious murderers of all time for a judge. To have transferred a subject from the dock to the bench was a shocking piece of ineptitude — that it occurred to Grant that the portrait had been provided as the illustration to a piece of detection. What mystery was there about Richard III? And then he remembered. Richard had murdered his 2 boy nephews, but no one knew how. They had merely disappeared. They had disappeared, if he remembered rightly, while Richard was away from London. Richard had sent someone to do the deed, but the mystery of the children's actual fate had never been solved. 2 skeletons had turned up, under some stairs, in Charles II's day, and had been buried. It was taken for granted that the skeletons were the remains of the young princes, but nothing had ever been proved. It was shocking how little history remained with one after a good education. All he knew about Richard III was that he was the younger brother of Edward IV. That Edward was a blonde 6-footer with remarkable good looks and a still more remarkable way with women, and that Richard was a hunchback who usurped the throne on his brother's death in place of the boy heir and arranged the death of that heir and his small brother to save himself any further trouble. He also knew that Richard had died at the Battle of Bosworth, yelling for a horse, and that he was the last of his line. The last Plantagenet. Every schoolboy turned over the final page of Richard III with relief, because now, at last, the Wars of the Roses were over, and they could get on to the Tudors, who were dull but easy to follow. When the midget came to tidy him up for the night, Grant said, "You don't happen to have a history book by any chance, do you?"
A history book? No, what would I be doing with a history book?
It was not a question, so Grant did not try to provide an answer. His silence seemed to fret her.
If you really want a history book, she said presently, you could ask Nurse Darrell when she brings your supper. She has all her school books on a shelf in her room, and it's quite possible she has a history among them.
How like the Amazon, To keep her schoolbooks, he thought. She was still homesick for school, as she was homesick for Gloucestershire every time the daffodils bloomed. When she lumbered into the room bearing his cheese pudding and stewed rhubarb, he looked at her with a tolerance that bordered on the benevolent. She ceased to be a large female who breathed like a suction pump and became a potential dispenser of delight. Oh, yes, she had a history book, she said. Indeed, she rather thought that she had too. She had kept all her schoolbooks because she had loved school. It was on the tip of Grant's tongue to ask her if she had kept her dolls, but he stopped himself in time. And of course I loved history, she said. It was my favourite subject. Richard the Lionheart was my hero. An intolerable bounder, Grant said. Oh, no, she said, looking wounded. A hypothyroid type, Grant said pitilessly, rocketing to and fro about the earth like a badly made firework. Are you going off duty now? Whenever I finish my trays. Could you find that book for me tonight? You're supposed to be going to sleep, not staying awake over history books. I might as well read some history as look at the ceiling, which is the alternative. Will you get it for me? I don't think I could go all the way up to the nurse's block and back again tonight for someone who is rude about the Lionheart. All right, he said. I'm not the stuff that martyrs are made of. As far as I'm concerned, Coeur de Lion is the pattern of chivalry, the chevalier sans peur et sans reproche, a faultless commander, and a triple DSO. Now will you get the book? It seems to me you've sore need to read a little history, she said, smoothing a mitred sheet corner with a large admiring hand. So I'll bring you the book when I come past. I'm going out to the pictures anyhow. It was nearly an hour before she reappeared, immense in a camel hair coat. The room lights had been put out, and she materialized into the light of his reading lamp like some kindly genie. I was hoping you'd be asleep, she said. I don't really think you should start on these tonight. If there is anything that is likely to put me to sleep, he said, it would be an English history book, so you can hold hands with a clear conscience. I'm going with Nurse Burrows. You can still hold hands. I've no patience with you, she said patiently, and faded backwards into the gloom. She had brought 2 books. One was the kind of history book known as a historical reader. It bore the same relation to history as Stories from the Bible bears to Holy Writ. Canute rebuked his courtiers on the shore. Alfred burned the cakes. Raleigh spread his cloak for Elizabeth. Nelson took leave of Hardy in his cabin on the Victory. All in nice, clear, large print and 1-sentence paragraphs. To each episode went 1 full-page illustration. There was something curiously touching in the fact that the Amazon should treasure this childish literature. He turned to the flyleaf to see if her name was there. On the flyleaf was written, Ella Darrell, Form 3, Newbridge High School, Newbridge, Gloucestershire, England, Europe, the world, the universe. This was surrounded by a fine selection of coloured transfers. Did all children do that, he wondered, write their names like that, and spend their time in class making transfers? He certainly had, and the sight of those squares of bright primitive colour brought back his childhood as nothing had for many years. He had forgotten the excitement of transfers, that wonderfully satisfying moment when you began the peeling off and saw that it was coming perfectly. The adult world held few such gratifications. A clean smacking drive at golf, perhaps, was the nearest, or the moment when your line tightened and you knew that the fish had struck. The little book pleased him so much that he went through it at his leisure, solemnly reading each childish story. This, after all, was the history that every adult remembered. This was what remained in their minds when tonnage and poundage and ship money and Lord's Liturgy and the Rye House Plot and the Triennial Acts and all the long muddle of schism and shindy, treaty and treason had faded from their consciousness. The Richard III story, when he came to it, was called The Princes in the Tower, and it seemed that young Ella had found the princes a poor substitute for Coeur de Lion, since she had filled every small O throughout the tale with neat pencil shading. The two golden-haired boys who played together in the sunbeam from the barred window in the accompanying picture had each been provided with a pair of anachronistic spectacles, and on the blank back of the picture page someone had been playing noughts and crosses. As far as young Ella was concerned, the princes were a dead loss. And yet it was a sufficiently arresting little story. Macabre enough to delight any child's heart. The innocent children, the wicked uncle, the classic ingredients in a tale of classic simplicity. It had also a moral. It was the perfect cautionary tale. But the king won no profit from this wicked deed. The people of England were shocked by his cold-blooded cruelty and decided that they would no longer have him for king. They sent for a distant cousin of Richard's, Henry Tudor, who was living in France, to come and be crowned king in his stead. Richard died bravely in the battle which resulted, but he had made his name hated throughout the country, and many deserted him to fight for his rival. Well, it was neat, but not gaudy, reporting at its simplest. He turned to the second book. The second book was the school history proper. The 2,000 years of England's story were neatly parcelled into compartments for ready reference. The compartments, as usual, were reigns. It was no wonder that one pinned a personality to a reign, forgetful that that personality had known and lived under other kings. One put them in pigeonholes automatically. Pepys, Charles II, Shakespeare, Elizabeth, Marlborough, Queen Anne. It never crossed one's mind that someone who had seen Queen Elizabeth could also have seen George I. One had been conditioned to the reign idea from childhood. However, it did simplify things when you were just a policeman with a gammy leg and a concussed spine hunting up some information on dead and gone royalties to keep yourself from going crazy. He was surprised to find the reign of Richard III so short. To have made oneself one of the best-known rulers in all those 2,000 years of England's history, and to have had only 2 years to do it in, surely augured a towering personality. If Richard had not made friends, he had certainly influenced people. The history book, too, thought that he had personality. Richard was a man of great ability, but quite unscrupulous as to his means. He boldly claimed the crown on the absurd ground that his brother's marriage with Elizabeth Woodville had been illegal and the children of it illegitimate. He was accepted by the people who dreaded a minority and began his reign by making a progress through the south, where he was well received. During this progress, however, the 2 young princes, who were living in the Tower, disappeared and were believed to have been murdered. A serious rebellion followed, which Richard put down with great ferocity. In order to recover some of his lost popularity, he held a parliament which passed useful statutes against benevolences, maintenance, and livery. But a second rebellion followed. This took the form of an invasion, with French troops by the head of the Lancaster branch, Henry Tudor. He encountered Richard at Bosworth, near Leicester, where the treachery of the Stanleys gave the day to Henry. Richard was killed in the battle, fighting courageously, leaving behind him a name hardly less infamous than that of John. What on earth were benevolences, maintenance, and livery? And how did the English like having the succession decided for them by French troops? But of course, in the days of the Roses, France was still a sort of semi-detached part of England, a country much less foreign to an Englishman than Ireland was. A 15th century Englishman went to France as a matter of course, but to Ireland only under protest. He lay and thought about that England, the England over which the Wars of the Roses had been fought. A green England, with not a chimney stack from Cumberland to Cornwall. An England still unhedged, with great forests alive with game and wide marshes thick with wildfowl. An England with the same small group of dwellings repeated every few miles in endless permutation. Castle, church, and cottages. Monastery, church, and cottages. Manor, church, and cottages. The strips of cultivation round the cluster of dwellings, and beyond that, the greenness. The unbroken greenness. The deep-rutted lanes that ran from group to group, mired to bog in the winter and white with dust in the summer, decorated with wild roses or red with hawthorn as the seasons came and went. For 30 years, over this green, uncrowded land, the wars of the roses had been fought. But it had been more of a blood feud than a war, a Montague and Capulet affair, of no great concern to the average Englishman. No one pushed in at your door to demand whether you were York or Lancaster, and to hail you off to a concentration camp if your answer proved to be the wrong one for the occasion. It was a small, concentrated war, almost a private party. They fought a battle in your lower meadow, and turned your kitchen into a dressing station, and then moved off somewhere or other to fight a battle somewhere else, and a few weeks later you would hear what had happened at that battle, and you would have a family row about the result, because your wife was probably Lancaster and you were perhaps York, and it was all rather like following rival football teams. No one persecuted you for being a Lancastrian or a Yorkist, any more than you would be persecuted for being an Arsenal fan or a Chelsea follower. He was still thinking of that green England when he fell asleep. And he was not a whit wiser about the two young princes and their fate. Chapter 3. "Can't you find something more cheerful to look at than that thing?" the midget asked next morning, referring to the Richard portrait which Grant had propped up against the pile of books on his bedside table.
"You don't find it an interesting face?"
"Interesting? It gives me the willies. A proper dismal Desmond."
"According to the history books, he was a man of great ability."
"So was Bluebeard."
"And considerable popularity, it would seem."
"So was Bluebeard."
"A very fine soldier, too," Grant said wickedly, and waited. "No Bluebeard offers?"
"What do you want to look at that face for? Who was he anyway?"
"Richard III."
"Oh, well, I ask you."
"You mean that's what you expected him to look like?"
"Exactly."
"Why?"
"A murdering brute, wasn't he?"
"You seem to know your history."
"Everyone knows that. Did away with his two little nephews, poor brats. Had them smothered."
"Smothered?" said Grant, interested. "I didn't know that."
"Smothered with pillows."
She banged his own pillows with a fragile, vigorous fist and replaced them with speed and precision. "Why smothering? Why not poison?" Grant inquired.
"Don't ask me. I didn't arrange it."
"Who said they were smothered?"
"My history book at school said it."
"Yes, but whom was the history book quoting?"
"Quoting? It wasn't quoting anything. It was just giving facts."
"Who smothered them, did it say?"
"A man called Tyrrell. Didn't you do any history at school?"
"I attended history lessons. It is not the same thing. Who was Tyrrell?"
"I haven't the remotest. A friend of Richard's."
"How did anyone know it was Tyrrell?"
"He confessed."
"Confessed?"
"After he had been found guilty, of course. Before he was hanged."
"You mean that this Tyrrell was actually hanged for the murder of the two princes?"
"Yes, of course. Shall I take that dreary face away and put up something gayer? There were quite a lot of nice faces in that bundle Miss Hallard brought you yesterday."
"I'm not interested in nice faces. I'm interested only in dreary ones, in murdering brutes who are men of great ability."
"Well, there's no accounting for tastes," said the midget inevitably. "And I don't have to look at it, thank goodness, but in my humble estimation, it's enough to prevent bones knitting, so help me it is."
"Well, if my fracture doesn't mend, you can put it down to Richard III's account. Another little item on that account won't be noticed, it seems to me." He must ask Martha when next she looked in if she too knew about this Tyrrell.
Her general knowledge was not very great, but she had been educated very expensively at a highly approved school, and perhaps some of it had stuck. But the first visitor to penetrate from the outside world proved to be Sergeant Williams, large and pink and scrubbed-looking, and for a little Grant forgot about battles long ago and considered wide boys alive today. Williams sat planted on the small, hard visitor's chair, his knees apart and his pale blue eyes blinking like a contented cat's in the light from the window, and Grant regarded him with affection. It was pleasant to talk shop again, to use that elliptical, elusive speech that one uses only with another of one's trade. It was pleasant to hear the professional gossip, to talk professional politics, to learn who was on the mat and who was on the skids.
"The super sent his regards," Williams said as he got up to go, "and said if there was anything he could do for you to let him know."
His eyes, no longer dazzled by the light, went to the photograph propped against the books. He leant his head sideways at it.
"Who's the bloke?"
Grant was just about to tell him when it occurred to him that here was a fellow policeman, a man as used professionally to faces as he was himself, someone to whom faces were of daily importance.
"Portrait of a man by an unknown 15th century painter," he said. "What do you make of it?" "I don't know the first thing about painting." "I didn't mean that. I meant, what do you make of the subject?" Oh, I see."
Williams bent forward and drew his bland brows into a travesty of concentration.
"How do you mean, make of it?"
"Well, where would you place him? In the dock or on the bench?" Williams considered for a moment, and then said with confidence,
"Oh, on the bench." "You would?" "Certainly. Why, wouldn't you?" "Yes, but the odd thing is that we're both wrong. He belongs in the dock."
"You surprise me," Williams said, peering again.
"Do you know who he was then?"
"Yes,
Richard III."
Williams whistled.
"So that's who it is it? Well, well, the prince is in the tower and all that. The original wicked uncle. I suppose once you know you can see it, but offhand it wouldn't occur to you. I mean, that he was a crook. He's the spit of old Halsbury, come to think of it. And if Halsbury had a fault at all, it was that he was too soft with the blighters in the dock. He used to lean over backwards to give them the benefit in his summing up." "Do you know how the princes were murdered?" "I don't know a thing about Richard III, except that his mother was 2 years conceiving him." "What? Where did you get that tale?" "In my school history, I suppose." "You must have gone to a very remarkable school. Conception was not mentioned in any history book of mine. That is what made Shakespeare and the Bible so refreshing as lessons. The facts of life were always turning up. Did you ever hear of a man called Tyrrell?" "Yes, he was a con man on the P&O boats, drowned in the Egypt." "No, I mean in history." "I tell you, I never knew any history except 1066 and 1603. "What happened in 1603? Grant asked, his mind still on Tyrrell. "We had the Scots tied to our tails for good. Better than having them at our throats every 5 minutes. Tyrrell is said to be the man who put the boys out of the way." "The nephews?" "No, it doesn't ring a bell. Well, I must be getting along. Anything I can do for you?" "Did you say you were going to Charing Cross Road?" "To the Phoenix, yes." "You could do something for me." "What is that?" "Go into one of the bookshops and buy me a history of England, an adult one, and a life of Richard III, if you can find one." "Sure, I'll do that." As he was going out, he encountered the Amazon and looked startled to find anything as large as himself in nurse's uniform. He murmured a good morning in an abashed way, cast a questioning glance at Grant, and faded into the corridor. The Amazon said that she was supposed to be giving number 4 her blanket bath,
but that she had to look in to see if he was convinced.
Convinced?
About the nobility of Richard Coeur de Lion.
I haven't got round to Richard I yet, but keep number 4 waiting a few moments longer and tell me what you know about Richard III.
Oh, those poor lambs, she said, her great cow's eyes soft with pity.
Who?
Those 2 precious little boys. It used to be my nightmare when I was a kiddie, that someone would come and put a pillow over my face when I was asleep.
Is that how it was done? The murder?
Oh, yes, didn't you know? Sir James Tyrrell rode back to London when the court was at Warwick and told Dighton and Forrest to kill them, and then they buried them at the foot of some stairs under a great mound of stones.
But it doesn't say that in the book you lent me.
Oh, that book is just history for exams, if you know what I mean. You don't get really interesting history in swap books like that.
And where did you get the juicy gossip about Tyrrell, may one ask?
It isn't gossip, she said, hurt. You'll find it in Sir Thomas More's history of his time, and you can't find a more respected or trustworthy person in the whole of history than Sir Thomas More, now can you?
No, it would be bad manners to contradict Sir Thomas.
Well, that's what Sir Thomas says, and after all, he was alive then and knew all those people to talk to.
Dighton and Forrest?
No, of course not, but Richard and the poor Queen and those.
The Queen? Richard's Queen?
Yes.
Why poor?
He led her an awful life. They say he poisoned her. He wanted to marry his niece.
Why?
Because she was the heir to the throne.
I see. He got rid of the 2 boys and then wanted to marry their eldest sister.
Yes, he couldn't marry either of the boys, you see.
No, I suppose even Richard III never thought of that one.
So he wanted to marry Elizabeth so as to feel safer on the throne. Actually, of course, she married his successor. She was Queen Elizabeth's grandmother. It always used to please me that Elizabeth was a little bit Plantagenet. I never was very fond of the Tudor side. Now, I must go, or Matron will be here on her round before I have number 4 tidied up.
That would be the end of the world.
It would be the end of me, she said, and went away. Grant took the book she had lent him off the pile again and tried to make head or tail of the Wars of the Roses. He failed. Armies marched and countermarched. York and Lancaster succeeded each other as victors in a bewildering repetition. It was as meaningless as watching a crowd of dodgem cars bumping and whirling at a fair. But it seemed to him that the whole trouble was implicit, the germ of it sown nearly 100 years earlier, when the direct line was broken by the deposition of Richard II. He knew all about that because he had, in his youth, seen Richard of Bordeaux at the New Theatre. 4 times he had seen it. For 3 generations, the usurping Lancasters had ruled England. Richard of Bordeaux's Henry unhappily, but with fair efficiency. Shakespeare's Prince Hal, with Agincourt for glory and the stake for zeal. And his son in half-witted muddle and failure. It was no wonder if men hankered after the legitimate line again, as they watched poor Henry VI's inept friends frittering away the victories in France, while Henry nursed his new foundation of Eton and besought the ladies at court to cover up their bosoms. All 3 Lancasters had had an unlovely fanaticism which contrasted sharply with the liberalism of the court which had died with Richard II. Richard's live and let live methods had given place almost overnight to the burning of heretics. For 3 generations, heretics had burned. It was no wonder if a less public fire of discontent had begun to smoulder in the heart of the man in the street. Especially since there, before their eyes, was the Duke of York. Able, sensible, influential, gifted, a great prince in his own right, and by blood, the heir of Richard II. They might not desire that York should take the place of poor silly Henry, but they did wish that he would take over the running of the country and clean up the mess. York tried it, and died in battle for his pains, and his family spent much time in exile or sanctuary as a result. But when the tumult and the shouting was all over, there on the throne of England was the son who had fought alongside him in that struggle, and the country settled back happily under that tall, flaxen, wenching, exceedingly beautiful, but most remarkably shrewd young man, Edward IV. And that was as near as Grant would ever come to understanding the Wars of the Roses. He looked up from his book to find Matron standing in the middle of the room. "I did knock," she said, "but you were lost in your book." She stood there, slender and remote, as elegant in her way as Martha was, her white cuffed hands clasped loosely in front of her narrow waist, her white veil spreading itself in imperishable dignity. Her only ornament, the small silver badge of her diploma. Grant wondered if there was anywhere in this world a more unshakable poise than that achieved by the matron of a great hospital.
"I've taken to history," he said, "rather late in the day."
"An admirable choice," she said. "It puts things in perspective."
Her eye lighted on the portrait, and she said,
"Are you York or Lancaster?"
"So you recognize the portrait?"
"Oh, yes. When I was a probationer, I used to spend a lot of time in the National. I had very little money and very sore feet, and it was warm in the gallery and quiet, and it had plenty of seats."
She smiled a very little, looking back from her present consequence to that young, tired, earnest creature that she had been.
"I liked the portrait gallery best, because it gave one the same sense of proportion that reading history does. All those importances who had made such a to-do over so much in their day. All just names. Just canvas and paint. I saw a lot of that portrait in those days."
Her attention went back to the picture.
"A most unhappy creature," she said.
"My surgeon thinks it is poliomyelitis."
"Polio?"
She considered it.
"Perhaps. I hadn't thought of it before, but to me it has always seemed to be intense unhappiness. It is the most desperately unhappy face that I have ever encountered, and I have encountered a great many."
"You think it was painted later than the murder, then?"
"Oh, yes, obviously. He is not a type that would do anything lightly. A man of that caliber, he must have been well aware of how heinous the crime was."
"You think he belonged to the type who can't live with themselves anymore?"
"What a good description. Yes, the kind who want something badly, and then discover that the price they have paid for it is too high."
"So you don't think he was an out-and-out villain?"
"No, oh no. Villains don't suffer, and that face is full of the most dreadful pain."
They considered the portrait in silence for a moment or two.
"It must have seemed like retribution, you know, losing his only boy so soon after, and his wife's death, being stripped of his own personal world in so short a time. It must have seemed like divine justice."
"Would he care about his wife?"
"She was his cousin, and they had known each other from childhood, so whether he loved her or not, she must have been a companion for him. When you sit on a throne, I suspect that companionship is a rare blessing. Now, I must go and see how my hospital is getting on. I have not even asked the question that I came to ask, which was how you felt this morning. But it is a very healthy sign that you have interest to spare for a man dead these 400 years.
She had not moved from the position in which he had first caught sight of her. Now she smiled her faint, withdrawn smile, and with her hands still clasped lightly in front of her belt buckle, moved towards the door. She had a transcendental repose, like a nun, like a queen. Chapter 4. It was after luncheon before Sergeant Williams reappeared, breathless, bearing 2 fat volumes.
"You should have left them with the porter," Grant said. "I didn't mean you to come sweating up here with them." "I had to come up and explain. I had only time to go to one shop, but it's the biggest in the street. That's the best history of England they have in stock. It's the best there is anywhere, they say."
He laid down a severe-looking sage-green tome with an air of taking no responsibility for it.
"They had no separate history of Richard III. I mean, no life of him, but they gave me this."
This was a gay affair with a coat of arms on the wrapper. It was called The Rose of Raby.
"What is this?" "She was his mother, it seems. The Rose in question, I mean. I can't wait. I'm due at the yard in 5 minutes from now, and the super will flay me alive if I'm late. Sorry I couldn't do better. I'll look in again, first time I'm passing, and if these are no good, I'll see what else I can get."
Grant was grateful and said so. To the sound of William's brisk departing footsteps, he began his inspection of the best history of England there is. It turned out to be what is known as a constitutional history, a sober compilation lightened with improving illustrations. An illumination from the Luttrell Psalter decorated the husbandry of the 14th century, and a contemporary map of London bisected the Great Fire. Kings and queens were mentioned only incidentally. Tanner's constitutional history was concerned only with social progress and political evolution, with the Black Death and the invention of printing and the use of gunpowder and the formation of the trade guilds and so forth. But here and there Mr. Tanner was forced, by a horrid germaneness, to mention a king or his relations, and one such germaneness occurred in connection with the invention of printing. A man called Caxton came out of the Weald of Kent as draper's apprentice to a future Lord Mayor of London, and then went to Bruges with the 20 merks his master left him in his will. And when, in the dreary autumn rain of the Low Countries, 2 young refugees from England fetched up on those low shores in very low water, it was the successful merchant from the Weald of Kent who gave them succour. The refugees were Edward IV and his brother Richard, and when in the turn of the wheel Edward came back to rule England, Caxton came too, and the first books printed in England were printed for Edward IV and written by Edward's brother-in-law. He turned the pages and marvelled how dull information is deprived of personality. The sorrows of humanity are no one's sorrows, as newspaper readers long ago found out. A frisson of horror may go down one's spine at wholesale destruction, but one's heart stays unmoved. 1,000 people drowned in floods in China are news. A solitary child drowned in a pond is tragedy. So Mr. Tanner's account of the progress of the English race was admirable but unexciting. But here and there, where he could not avoid the personal, his narrative flowered into a more immediate interest. In extracts from the Pastons' letters, for instance. The Pastons had a habit of sandwiching scraps of history between orders for salad oil and inquiries as to how Clement was doing at Cambridge. And between 2 of those domesticities appeared the small item that the 2 little York boys, George and Richard, were living in the Pastons' London lodgings, and that their brother Edward came every day to see them. Surely, thought Grant, dropping the book for a moment on the counterpane and staring up at the now invisible ceiling, surely never before can anyone have come to the throne of England with so personal an experience of the ordinary man's life as Edward IV and his brother Richard, and perhaps only Charles II after them. And Charles, even in poverty and flight, had always been a king's son, a man apart. The 2 little boys who were living in the Pastons' lodgings were merely the babies of the York family, of no particular importance at the best of times, and at the moment when the Paston letter was written, without a home, and possibly without a future. Grant readied for the Amazon's history book to find out what Edward was about in London at that date, and learned that he was collecting an army. London was always Yorkist in temper, and men flocked with enthusiasm to the banner of the youthful Edward, said the history book. And yet young Edward, aged 18, idol of a capital city, and on the way to the first of his victories, found time to come every day to see his small brothers. Was it now, Grant wondered, that the remarkable devotion of Richard to his elder brother was born? An unwavering, lifelong devotion that the history books not only did not deny, but actually used in order to point the moral.
Up to the moment of his brother's death, Richard had been in all vicissitudes his loyal and faithful helpmeet, but the opportunity of a crown proved too much for him.
Or, in the simpler words of the historical reader,
he had been a good brother to Edward, but when he saw that he might become king, greed hardened his heart.
Grant took a sideways look at the portrait and decided that the historical reader was off the beam. Whatever had hardened Richard's heart to the point of murder had not been greed. Or did the historical reader mean greed for power? Probably. But surely Richard must have had all the power that mortal man could wish. He was the king's brother, and rich. Was that short step further so important that he could murder his brother's children to achieve it? It was an odd setup altogether. He was still mulling it over in his mind when Mrs. Tinker came in with fresh pyjamas for him and her daily précis of the newspaper headlines. Mrs. Tinker never read past the third headline of a report unless it happened to be a murder, in which case she read every word and bought an evening paper for herself on the way home to cook Tinker's supper. Today the gentle burble of her comment on a Yorkshire arsenic and exhumation case flowed over him unbroken, until she caught sight of the morning paper lying in its virgin condition alongside the books on the table. This brought her to a sudden halt.
"You not feeling so good today?"
she asked in a concerned way.
"I'm fine, Tink, fine. Why?"
"You haven't as much as opened your paper. That's how my sister's girl started her decline, not taking no notice of what was in the paper."
"Don't you worry. I'm on the upgrade. Even my temper has improved. I forgot about the paper because I've been reading history stories. Ever heard of the princes in the tower?"
"Everyone's heard of the princes in the tower."
"And do you know how they met their end?"
"Course I do. He put a pillow on their faces when they was asleep."
"Who did?"
"Their wicked uncle, Richard III. You didn't ought to think of things like that when you're poorly. You ought to be reading something nice and cheerful."
"Are you in a hurry to get home, Tink, or could you go round by St. Martin's Lane for me?"
"No, I've plenty of time. Is it Miss Hallard? She won't be at the theatre till 6 about."
"No, I know, but you might leave a note for her, and she'll get it when she comes in."
He reached for his scribbling pad and pencil and wrote,
"For the love of Mike, find me a copy of Thomas More's History of Richard III."
He tore off the page, folded it, and scribbled Marta's name on it.
"You can give it to old Saxton at the stage door. He'll see that she gets it."
"If I can get near the stage door, what with the stools for the queue?"
Mrs. Tinker said, in comment rather than in truth.
"That thing's going to run forever."
She put the folded paper carefully away in the cheap pseudo-leather handbag with the shabby edges that was as much a part of her as her hat. Grant had, Christmas by Christmas, provided her with a new bag. Each of them a work of art in the best tradition of English leatherworking, an article so admirable in design and so perfect in execution that Marta Hallard might have carried it to luncheon at the Blag. But that was the last he had ever seen of any of them. Since Mrs. Tinker regarded a pawn shop as 1 degree more disgraceful than prison, he absolved her from any suspicion of cashing in on her presents. He deduced that the handbags were safely laid away in a drawer somewhere, still wrapped up in the original tissue paper. Perhaps she took them out to show people sometimes perhaps just to gloat over, or perhaps the knowledge that they were there enriched her, as the knowledge of something put by for my funeral might enrich another. Next Christmas, he was going to open this shabby sack of hers, this perennial satchel à toute faire, and put something in the money compartment. She would fritter it away, of course, on small unimportances, so that in the end she would not know what she had done with it. But perhaps a series of small satisfactions scattered like sequins over the texture of everyday life was of greater worth than the academic satisfaction of owning a collection of fine objects at the back of a drawer. When she had gone creaking away, in a shoes and corset concerto, he went back to Mr. Tanner and tried to improve his mind by acquiring some of Mr. Tanner's interest in the human race. But he found it an effort. Neither by nature nor by profession was he interested in mankind in the large. His bias, native and acquired, was towards the personal. He waded through Mr. Tanner's statistics and longed for a king in an oak tree, or a broom tied to a masthead, or a Highlander hanging onto a trooper's stirrup in a charge. But at least he had the satisfaction of learning that the Englishmen of the 15th century drank water only as a penance. The English labourer of Richard III's day was, it seemed, the admiration of the continent. Mr. Tanner quoted a contemporary writing in France. The King of France will allow no one to use salt but what is bought of himself at his own arbitrary price. The troops pay for nothing and treat the people barbarously if they are not satisfied. All growers of vines must give a fourth to the king. All the towns must pay the king great yearly sums for his men-at-arms. The peasants live in great hardship and misery. They wear no woolen. Their clothing consists of little short jerkins of sackcloth, no trowse but from the knees up, and legs exposed and naked. The women all go barefoot. The people eat no meat except the fat of bacon in their soup. Nor are the gentry much better off. If an accusation is brought against them, they are examined in private, and perhaps never more heard of. In England it is very different. No one can abide in another man's house without his leave. The king cannot put on taxes, nor alter the laws, nor make new ones. The English never drink water except for penance. They eat all sorts of flesh and fish. They are clothed throughout in good woolens, and are provided with all sorts of household goods. An Englishman cannot be sued except before the ordinary judge. And it seemed to Grant that if you were very hard up and wanted to go to see what your Lizzie's firstborn looked like, it must have been reassuring to know that there was shelter and a handout at every religious house, instead of wondering how you were going to raise the train fare. That green England he had fallen asleep with last night had a lot to be said for it. He thumbed through the pages on the 15th century, looking for personal items, for individual reports that might, in their single vividness, illumine the scene for him as a spot lights the desired part of a stage. But the story was distressingly devoted to the general. According to Mr. Tanner, Richard III's only parliament was the most liberal and progressive within record. And he regretted, did the worthy Mr. Tanner, that his private crimes should have militated against his patent desire for the common weal. And that seemed to be all that Mr. Tanner had to say about Richard III. Except for the Pastons, chatting indestructibly throughout the centuries, there was a dearth of human beings in this record of humanity. He let the book slide off his chest and searched with his hand until he found the Rose of Raby. Chapter 5. The Rose of Raby proved to be fiction, but it was at least easier to hold than Tanner's Constitutional History of England. It was, moreover, the almost respectable form of historical fiction which is merely history with conversation, so to speak. An imaginative biography rather than an imagined story. Evelyn Payne Ellis, whoever she might be, had provided portraits and a family tree, and had made no attempt, it seemed, to what he and his cousin Laura used to call in their childhood, write forsoothly. There was no By Our Ladies, no Nathelesses or Varlets. It was an honest affair, according to its lights. And its lights were more illuminating than Mr. Tanner. Much more illuminating. It was Grant's belief that if you could not find out about a man, the next best way to arrive at an estimate of him was to find out about his mother. So, until Martha could provide him with the sainted and infallible Thomas More's personal account of Richard, he would make do very happily with Cecily Neville, Duchess of York. He glanced at the family tree and thought that if the two York brothers, Edward and Richard, were, as kings, unique in their experience of ordinary life, they were no less unique in their Englishness. He looked at their breeding and marvelled. Neville, Fitzalan, Percy, Holland, Mortimer, Clifford and Audley, as well as Plantagenet. Queen Elizabeth, who made it her boast, was all English, if one counted the Welsh streak as English. But among all the half-bred monarchs who had graced the throne between the Conquest and Farmer George, half French, half Spanish, half Danish, half Dutch, half Portuguese, Edward IV and Richard III were remarkable in their home-bred quality. They were also, he noted, as royally bred on their mother's side as on their father's. Cecily Neville's grandfather was John of Gaunt, the first of the Lancasters, third son of Edward III. Her husband's two grandfathers were two other sons of Edward III. So 3 of Edward III's 5 sons had contributed to the making of the two York brothers. To be a Neville, said Miss Payne Ellis, was to be of some importance, since they were great landowners. To be a Neville was almost certainly to be handsome, since they were a good-looking family. To be a Neville was to have personality, since they excelled in displays of both character and temperament. To unite all 3 Neville gifts in their finest quality in one person was the good fortune of Cicely Neville, who was the sole rose of the North, long before that North was forced to choose between white roses and red. It was Miss Payne Ellis's contention that the marriage with Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York, was a love match. Grant received this theory with a scepticism bordering on scorn until he noticed the results of that marriage. To have a yearly addition to the family was not, in the 15th century, evidence of anything but fertility, and the long family produced by Cicely Neville to her charming husband augured nothing nearer love than cohabitation. But in a time when the wife's role was to stay meekly at home and see to her still room, Cecily Neville's constant travellings about in her husband's company were surely remarkable enough to suggest an abnormal pleasure in that company. The extent and constancy of that travel was witnessed to by the birthplaces of her children. Anne, her first, was born at Fotheringay, the family home in Northamptonshire. Henry, who died as a baby, at Hatfield. Edward at Rouen, where the Duke was on active service. Edmund and Elizabeth also at Rouen. Margaret at Fotheringay. John, who died young, at Neath in Wales. George in Dublin. And could it be, wondered Grant, that accounted for the almost Irish perverseness of the ineffable George? Richard at Fotheringay. Cecily Neville had not sat at home in Northamptonshire waiting for her lord and master to visit her when it seemed good to him. She had accompanied him about the world of their inhabiting. There was strong presumption in favour of Miss Payne Ellis's theory. At the very canniest reckoning, it was patently a very successful marriage, which perhaps accounted for the family devotion of those daily visits of Edward to his small brothers in the Pastons' lodgings. The York family, even before its tribulations, was a united one. This was borne out unexpectedly when, spurting the pages from under his thumb, he came on a letter. It was a letter from the 2 elder boys, Edward and Edmund, to their father. The boys were at Ludlow Castle, undergoing their education, and on a Saturday in Easter week, taking advantage of a courier who was going back, they burst out in loud complaint of their tutor and his odiousness, and begged their father to listen to the tale of the courier, William Smith, who was fully charged with the details of their oppression. This SOS was introduced and ended in respectful padding, the formality of which was a little marred by their pointing out that it was nice of him to send the clothes, but that he had forgotten their breviary. The conscientious Miss Payne Ellis had given the reference for this letter, one of the Cotton manuscripts, it appeared, and he thumbed more slowly in search of more. Factual evidence, was a policeman's meat. He could not find any, but he came on a family tableau which held him for a moment. The Duchess moved out into the thin, sharp sunlight of a London December morning and stood on the steps to watch them go. Her husband, her brother, and her son. Dirk and his nephews brought the horses into the courtyard, scattering the pigeons and the fussing sparrows from the cobbles. She watched her husband mount, equable and deliberate as always, and thought that for all the emotion he showed, he might be riding down to Fotheringay to look at some new rams instead of setting out on a campaign. Salisbury, her brother, was being Neville and temperamental, a little conscious of the occasion and living up to it. She looked at them both and smiled in her mind at them. But it was Edmund who caught at her heart. Edmund at 17, very slender, very untried, very vulnerable, flushed with pride and excitement at this setting out to his first campaigning. She wanted to say to her husband, "Take care of Edmund," but she could not do that. Her husband would not understand, and Edmund, if he were to suspect, would be furious. If Edward, only a year older, was commanding an army of his own on the borders of Wales at this very minute, then he, Edmund, was more than old enough to see war at first hand. She glanced behind her at the 3 younger children who had come out in her wake, Margaret and George, the 2 solid fair ones, and behind them, a pace in the rear as always, her changeling baby, Richard, his dark brows and brown hair making him look like a visitor. Good-natured, untidy Margaret watched with all the moist-eyed emotion of 14. George in a passionate envy and wild rebellion that he was only 11 and of no consequence to this martial moment. Thin little Richard showed no excitement at all, but his mother thought that he vibrated like a softly tapped drum. The 3 horses moved out of the courtyard in a clatter of slipping hooves and jingling accoutrements to join the servants waiting for them in the roadway, and the children called and danced and waved them out of the gate. And Cicely, who in her time had seen so many men and so many of her family go off to war, went back to the house with an unaccustomed weight at her bosom. Which of them, said the voice in her unwilling mind, which of them was it who was not coming back? Her imagination did not compass anything so horrible as the fact that none of them was coming back again, that she would never see any one of them again. That before the year was ended, her husband's severed head, crowned for insult with a paper crown, would be nailed above the Micklegate bar in York, and the heads of her brother and her son on the 2 other gates. Well, that might be fiction, but it was an illuminating glimpse of Richard, the dark one in a blonde family, the one who looked like a visitor, the changeling. He abandoned Cicely Neville for the moment and went hunting through the book for her son Richard. But Miss Payne Ellis seemed not to be greatly interested in Richard. He was merely the tail end of the family. The magnificent young creature who flourished at the other end was more to her taste. Edward was much to the fore. With his Neville cousin Warwick, Salisbury's son, he won the Battle of Towton, and with the memory of Lancastrian ferocity still fresh and his father's head still nailed to the Micklegate bar, gave evidence of that tolerance that was to be characteristic of him. There was quarter at Towton for all who asked. He was crowned King of England in Westminster Abbey, and 2 small boys, home from exile in Utrecht, were created respectively Duke of Clarence and Duke of Gloucester. And he buried his father and his brother Edmund with great magnificence in the church at Fotheringay, though it was Richard, aged 13, who convoyed that sad procession from Yorkshire through the bright glory of 5 July days to Northamptonshire, nearly 6 years after he had stood on the steps of Baynard's Castle in London to watch them ride away. It was not until Edward had been king for some time that Miss Payne Ellis allowed Richard to come back into the story. He was then being educated with his Neville cousins at Middleham in Yorkshire. As Richard rode into the shadow of the keep, out of the broad sunlight and flying winds of Wensleydale, it seemed to him that there was an atmosphere of strangeness about the place. The guards were talking in loud excitement in the gatehouse, and seemed abashed at his presence. From their sudden silence, he rode on into a silent court that should have been bustling with activity at this hour of the day. It would soon be supper time, and both habit and hunger brought all the inhabitants of Middleham home from their various occupations, as they were bringing him back from his hawking for the evening meal. This hush, this desertion, was unusual. He walked his horse to the stables, but there was no one there to give it to. As he unsaddled, he noticed a hard-ridden bay in the next stall, a horse that did not belong to Middleham. A horse so tired that he had not eaten up, and his head hung in a despondent, beaten way between his knees. Richard wiped his horse down and rugged him, brought him some hay and fresh water, and left him, wondering about that beaten horse and the uncanny silence. As he paused in the doorway, he could hear voices in the distance of the great hall, and debated whether he should go there and investigate before going upstairs to his own quarters. As he hesitated, a voice from the stairs above him said, "Tss." He looked up to see his cousin Anne's head peering over the banisters, her two long fair plaits hanging down like bell ropes. "Richard," she said, half whispering, "have you heard?" "Is something wrong?" he asked. "What is it?" As he moved up to her, she grabbed his hand and dragged him upwards towards their schoolroom in the roof. "But what is it?" he asked, leaning back in protest against her urgency. "What has happened? Is it something so awful that you can't tell me here?" She swept him into the schoolroom and shut the door. "It's Edward." "Edward? Is he ill?" "No. Scandal." "Oh," said Richard, relieved. Scandal and Edward were never far apart. "What is it? Has he a new mistress?" "Much worse than that. Oh, much, much worse. He's married." "Married?" said Richard, so unbelieving that he sounded calm. "He can't be."
"But he is. The news came from London an hour ago."
"He can't be married," Richard insisted. "For a king, marriage is a long affair, a matter of contracts and agreements, a matter for Parliament even, I think. What made you think he had got married?"
"I don't think,"
Anne said, out of patience at this sober reception of her broadside.
"The whole family is raging together in the great hall over the affair."
"Anne, have you been listening at the door?"
"Oh, don't be so righteous. I didn't have to listen very hard, anyhow. You could hear them on the other side of the river. He has married Lady Grey."
"Who is Lady Grey? Lady Grey of Groby?"
"Yes."
"But he can't. She has 2 children, and she is quite old."
"She is 5 years older than Edward, and she is wonderfully beautiful, so I overhear."
"When did this happen?"
"They've been married for 5 months. They got married in secret down in Northamptonshire."
"But I thought he was going to marry the King of France's sister."
"So," said Anne, in a tone full of meaning, "did my father."
Yes, it makes things very awkward for him, doesn't it, after all the negotiating?"
"According to the messenger from London, he is throwing fits. It isn't only the making him look a fool. It seems she has cohorts of relations, and he hates every one of them."
"Edward must be possessed." In Richard's hero-worshipping eyes, everything Edward did had always been right. This folly, this undeniable, this inexcusable folly could come only from possession. "It will break my mother's heart," he said. He thought of his mother's courage when his father and Edmund had been killed, and the Lancastrian army was almost at the gates of London. She had not wept, nor wrapped herself in protective veils of self-pity. She had arranged that he and George should go to Utrecht, as if she were arranging for them to go away to school. They might never see each other again, but she had busied herself about warm clothes for their winter voyage across the Channel with a calm and dry-eyed practicality. How would she bear this further blow, this destructive folly, this shattering foolishness?
"Yes,"
said Anne, softening.
"Poor Aunt Cecily. It is monstrous of Edward to hurt everyone so. Monstrous."
But Edward was still the infallible. If Edward had done wrong, it was because he was ill, or possessed, or bewitched. Edward still had Richard's allegiance, his heart-whole and worshipping allegiance. Nor in after years was that allegiance, an adult allegiance of recognition and acceptance, ever less than heart-whole. And then the story went on to Cicely Neville's tribulation, and her efforts to bring some kind of order into the relations between her son Edward, half pleased, half ashamed, and her nephew Warwick, wholly furious. There was also a long description of that indestructibly virtuous beauty with the famous gilt hair who had succeeded where more complacent beauties had failed, and of her enthroning at Reading Abbey, led to the throne by a silently protesting Warwick who could not but note the large array of Woodvilles come to see their sister Elizabeth acknowledged Queen of England. The next time Richard turned up in the tale, he was setting out from Lynn without a penny in his pocket, in a Dutch vessel that happened to be in the harbour when it was needed. Along with him was his brother Edward, Edward's friend Lord Hastings, and a few followers. None of them had anything except what they stood up in, and after some argument, the ship's captain agreed to accept Edward's fur-lined cape as fare. Warwick had finally decided that the Woodville clan was more than he could stomach. He had helped to put his cousin Edward on the throne of England. He could just as easily unseat him. For the achievement of this, he had the help of the whole Neville brood, and, incredibly, the active assistance of the ineffable George, who had decided that falling heir to half the lands of Montague, Neville, and Beauchamp by marrying Warwick's other daughter Isabel was a better bet than being loyal to his brother Edward. In 11 days, Warwick was master of a surprised England, and Edward and Richard were squelching through the October mud between Alkmaar and The Hague. From then on, Richard was always in the background of the story. Through that dreary winter in Bruges, staying with Margaret in Burgundy, for that kind, moist-eyed Margaret who had stood on the steps of Baynard's castle with himself and George to watch their father ride away, was now the very new Duchess of Burgundy. Margaret, kind Margaret, was saddened and dismayed, as many people in future were to be saddened and dismayed by George's inexplicable conduct, and set herself to missionary work while she got together funds for her two more admirable brothers. Not even Miss Payne Ellis's interest in the magnificent Edward allowed her to conceal that the real work of outfitting the ships hired with Margaret's money was done by Richard, a Richard not yet 18. And when Edward, with an absurd handful of followers, found himself once more camped in an English meadow, facing George with an army, it was Richard who went over to George's camp and talked the Margaret-weakened George into alliance again, and so left the road to London open to them. Not, Grant thought, that this last was any great achievement. George could obviously be talked into anything. He was a born missionee. Chapter 6. He had not nearly exhausted the Rose of Raby and the illicit joys of fiction when, next morning about 11, a parcel arrived from Martha containing the more respectable entertainment of history as recorded by the sainted Sir Thomas. With the book was a note in Martha's large, sprawling writing on Martha's stiff, expensive notepaper. Have to send this instead of bringing it, frantically busy. Think I have got to the sticking point re Blessington. No T. Moore in any of the bookshops, so tried public library. Can't think why one never thinks of public libraries. Probably because books expected to be soupy. Think this looks quite clean and unsoupy. You get 14 days. Sounds like a sentence rather than a loan. Hope this interest in Crouchback means that the prickles are less nettlish. Till soon, Martha. The book did indeed look clean and unsoupy, if a little elderly. But after the light going of The Rose, its print looked unexciting, and its solid paragraphs forbidding. Nevertheless, he attacked it with interest. This was, after all, where Richard III was concerned, the horse's mouth. He came to the surface an hour later, vaguely puzzled and ill at ease. It was not that the matter surprised him. The facts were very much what he had expected them to be. It was that this was not how he had expected Sir Thomas to write. He took ill rest at nights, lay long waking and musing, sore wearied with care and watch, he slumbered rather than slept. So was his restless heart continually tossed and tumbled with the tedious impression and stormy remembrance of his most abominable deeds. That was all right, but when he added that this he had from such as were secret with his chamberers, one was suddenly repelled. An aroma of backstair gossip and servants spying came off the page, so that one's sympathy tilted before one was aware of it from the smug commentator to the tortured creature sleepless on his bed. The murderer seemed of greater stature than the man who was writing of him. Which was all wrong. Grant was conscious, too, of the same unease that filled him when he listened to a witness telling a perfect story that he knew to be flawed somewhere. And that was very puzzling indeed. What could possibly be wrong with the personal account of a man revered for his integrity as Thomas More had been revered for 4 centuries? The Richard who appeared in More's account was, Grant thought, one that Matron would have recognized. A man highly strung and capable of both great evil and great suffering. He was never quiet in his mind, never thought himself secure. His eyes whirled about, his body was privily fenced, his hands ever on his dagger, his countenance and manner like one always ready to strike again. And of course there was the dramatic, not to say hysterical scene that Grant remembered from his schooldays, that every schoolboy probably remembered. The council scene in the Tower before he laid claim to the crown. Richard's sudden challenge to Hastings as to what was the proper fate for a man who plotted the death of the protector of the kingdom. The insane claim that Edward's wife and Edward's mistress, Jane Shore, were responsible for his withered arm by their sorcery. The smiting of the table in his rage, which was the signal for his armed satellites to burst in and arrest Lord Hastings, Lord Stanley, and John Morton, Bishop of Ely. The rushing of Hastings down into the courtyard and his beheading on a handy log of wood after bare time to confess himself to the first priest who could be found. That was certainly the picture of a man who would act first in fury, in fear, in revenge, and repent afterwards. But it seemed that he was capable of more calculated iniquity. He caused a sermon to be preached by a certain Dr. Shaw, brother of the Lord Mayor, at Paul's Cross on June 22nd, on the text, "Bastard slips shall take no root," wherein Dr. Shaw maintained that both Edward and George were sons of the Duchess of York by some unknown man, and that Richard was the only legitimate son of the Duke and Duchess of York. This was so unlikely, so inherently absurd, that Grant went back and read it over again. But it still said the same thing, that Richard had traduced his mother in public and for his own material advantage with an unbelievable infamy. Well, Sir Thomas More said it, and if anyone should know it would be Thomas More. And if anyone should know how to pick and choose between the credibilities in the reporting of a story, it ought to be Thomas More, Lord Chancellor of England. Richard's mother, said Sir Thomas, complained bitterly of the slander with which her son had smirched her. Understandably, on the whole, Grant thought. As for Dr. Shaw, he was overcome with remorse, so much so that, within a few days, he withered and consumed away. Had a stroke, probably, Grant considered. And little wonder. To have stood up and told that tale to a London crowd must have taken some nerve. Sir Thomas's account of the princes in the Tower was the same as the Amazon's, but Sir Thomas's version was more detailed. Richard had suggested to Robert Brackenbury, Constable of the Tower, that it might be a good thing if the princes disappeared. But Brackenbury would have no part in such an act. Richard therefore waited until he was at Warwick during his progress through England after his coronation, and then sent Tyrrell to London with orders that he was to receive the keys of the Tower for one night. During that night, 2 ruffians, Dighton and Forrest, one a groom and one a warder, smothered the 2 boys. At this point, the midget came in with his lunch and removed the book from his grasp, and while he forked the shepherd's pie from plate to mouth, he considered again the face of the man in the dock, the faithful and patient small brother who had turned into a monster. When the midget came back for his tray, he said,
Did you know that Richard III was a very popular person in his day? Before he came to the throne, I mean.
The midget cast a baleful glance at the picture. Always was a snake in the grass, if you ask me. Smooth, that's what he was. Smooth, biding his time.
Biding his time for what? He wondered, as she tapped away down the corridor. He could not have known that his brother Edward would die unexpectedly at the early age of 40. He could not have foreseen, even after a childhood shared with him in uncommon intimacy, that George's ongoings would end in attainder and the debarring of his 2 children from the succession. There seemed little point in biding one's time if there was nothing to bide for. The indestructibly virtuous beauty with the gilt hair had, except for her incurable nepotism, proved an admirable queen and had provided Edward with a large brood of healthy children, including 2 boys. The whole of that brood, together with George and his son and daughter, stood between Richard and the throne. It was surely unlikely that a man busy with the administration of the north of England, or campaigning with dazzling success against the Scots, would have much spare interest in being smooth. What, then, had changed him so fundamentally in so short a time? Grant reached for the Rose of Raby to see what Miss Payne Ellis had to say about the unhappy metamorphosis of Cecily Neville's youngest son. But that wily author had burked the issue. She had wanted the book to be a happy one, and to have carried it to its logical conclusion would have made it unredeemed tragedy. She had therefore wound it up with a fine, resounding major chord by making her last chapter the coming out of young Elizabeth, Edward's eldest child. This avoided both the tragedy of Elizabeth's young brothers and the defeat and death of Richard in battle. So the book ended with a palace party and a flushed and happy young Elizabeth, very magnificent in a new white dress and her first pearls, dancing the soles out of her slippers like the princesses in the fairy tale. Richard and Anne and their delicate little son had come up from Middleham for the occasion, but neither George nor Isabel was there. Isabel had died in childbirth years ago, obscurely, and as far as George was concerned, unmourned. George, too, had died obscurely, but with that perverseness that was so peculiarly George's, had by that very obscurity won for himself imperishable fame. George's life had been a progression from one spectacular piece of spiritual extravagance to the next. Each time, his family must have said, "Well, that at last is the summit of frightfulness. Even George cannot think of anything more fantastic than that." And each time, George had surprised them. There was no limit to George's antic capacity. The seed was perhaps sown when, during his first backsliding in the company of his father-in-law, Warwick had created him heir to the poor crazy puppet king Henry VI, whom Warwick had dumped back on the throne to spite his cousin Edward. Both Warwick's hopes of seeing his daughter a queen and George's royal pretensions had gone down the drain on that night when Richard had gone over to the Lancastrian camp and talked to George. But the taste of importance had perhaps proved too much for a natural sweet tooth. In the years to come, the family were always heading George off from unexpected vagaries or rescuing him from his latest caper. When Isabel died, he had been certain that she had been poisoned by her waiting woman and that his baby son had been poisoned by another. Edward, thinking the affair important enough to be tried before a London court, sent down a writ, only to find that George had tried them both at a petty sessions of his own magistrates and hanged them. The furious Edward, by way of rapping him over the knuckles, had 2 members of George's household tried for treason. But instead of taking the hint, George declared that this was just judicial murder, and went about saying so in loud tones and a fine blaze of lèse-majesté. Then he decided that he wanted to marry the richest heiress in Europe, who was Margaret's stepdaughter, young Mary of Burgundy. Kind Margaret thought that it would be nice to have her brother in Burgundy, but Edward had arranged to back Maximilian of Austria's suit, and George was a continual embarrassment. When the Burgundy intrigue came to nothing, the family hoped for a little peace. After all, George owned half the Neville lands,
and had no need to marry again either for fortune or children. But George had a new scheme for marrying Margaret, the sister of James III of Scotland. At last, his folie de grandeur graduated from secret negotiation, undertaken on his own behalf with foreign courts, to open display of the Lancastrian Act of Parliament, which had declared him heir to the throne after Henry VI. This inevitably landed him before another Parliament, and a much less amenable one. The trial was chiefly remarkable for a flaming and wordy row between the two brothers Edward and George, but when the expected attainder was passed, there was a pause. Depriving George of his standing was one thing, desirable and indeed necessary. But executing him was something else again. As the days went by without sentence being carried out, the Commons sent a reminder, and next day it was announced that George, Duke of Clarence, had died in the Tower. Drowned in a butt of Malmsey, said London, and what was merely a Cockney's comment on a drunk